The giant bone dragon soaring in the sky slowly opened its huge mouth, the sound of its wings cutting through the air making people's eardrums vibrate, and a breath was rapidly gathering in its mouth. The man who had just transmigrated to this world stood there dumbfounded. Just as he finally realized that he should run for his life, the intense heat instantly hit him, and everything went black. A faint light appeared in the darkness, and a string of characters appeared before Li Xiuman's eyes. Li Xiuman. Pound, low-level skeleton, LV1 LV10. Status: named and enslaved by the evil bone dragon. Pound, bone deterioration, lost the nourishment of life and flesh, constitution points and strength decrease over time. I'm resurrected? Li Xiuman raised his hand in confusion, opening the panel that resembled a game interface. Skills: bone transformation LV1, appraisal LV1. Stats: strength 4 to 10, constitution 4 to 10, spirit 8 to 10. Note: when strength, constitution, and spirit all reach 10 points, racial evolution is possible. Li Xiuman turned his attention to the other skeletons around him. He quietly picked up a large rock, swung it fiercely, and smashed it down on the head of a sleeping low-level skeleton. The skull collapsed. Li Xiuman removed the right arm from the skeleton and then positioned the skull's right arm against his own shoulder. Bone transformation level 1 was activated. The two arms connected precisely, becoming identical in size and appearance to their original state. A tiny surge of energy emanated from the connection point in the right arm. A flash of white light illuminated his entire body, slightly diminishing the dark tinge and healing some of the fine cracks. He had actually gained a skill. A dangerous thought suddenly surged in Li Xiuman's mind. The skeletons under Bone Dragon Pound's command were countless. If he acquired enough skills and seized the right opportunity, he could break free from Pound's control. He waited patiently until the status bar of the next skull showed. Lonely. Then he picked up a large rock and skillfully made his way over. Li Xiuman tore off the better quality right leg, then tore off his own right leg, aligned it with the joint, and activated Bone Transformation Level 1. The two legs were perfectly joined together. He adjusted his size and stood up from the ground. After trying to lift himself up a couple of times, he took a step, and his vision on both sides rushed backward, his speed noticeably increasing. Li Xiuman checked the panel and found that the time it took for his bones to deteriorate had slowed down. The panel originally predicted that his bones would only last for a year, but now it had become a year and a month. Li Xiuman then set his sights on a level 4 skeleton. He smashed it twice before finally breaking its head. His experience bar, which had been at full capacity, increased from 100 to 200. Li Xiuman allocated his free attribute points to strength. A tingling sensation spread through him, and his bones seemed to have become denser, with the hollows at the bone gaps beginning to fill in little by little. Next, he tore off the skeleton's left arm bone, aligned it with the joint, and activated Bone Transformation LV1. After the familiar sensation subsided, the increase in bone strength was no longer as noticeable. He can only acquire a maximum of 4 skills by changing his limbs, with each limb representing 1 skill. Rather than acquiring skills, it's more accurate to say he borrows skills from his limbs. A week has passed since he became a skeleton. As an ant in Pound's skeleton army, Li Xiuman silently smashed the heads of 10 skeletons. Now, Li Xiuman's skeleton panel is as follows. Stats: Strength 5 to 10, Constitution 5 to 10, Spirit 8 to 10. Skills: Bone Transformation LV1, Appraisal LV1, Hard Bone LV1, Strength LV1, Swiftness LV1, Stealth LV1. Experience 60 to 300. But today, Li Xiuman didn't follow the other skeletons around and ambush them as usual. Because today, a group of guests had arrived at the bone dragon's nest, seemingly succubi among the demons. The succubi flew through the air, their eyes scanning the skeletons as if selecting merchandise. Li Xiuman shrank back, hiding among the skeletons, hoping not to stand out. However, this was of no use, and Li Xiuman was ultimately chosen by a succubus. Before he could escape Pound's clutches, Li Xiuman fell into the clutches of another succubus. Appraisal. Li Xiuman checked the information. High-ranking demon, Lucia Pound. Mage, elemental mage, a high-ranking demon servant of the Bone Dragon Pound. Level, LV34 LV40. Li Xiuman was led to a plaza separated by stone walls. Besides him, there were other skeletons, all wandering aimlessly in this limited space. Among these skeletons, several succubi wandered around. "Keep a close eye on these skeletons, they are important research materials," Lucia instructed before flying away again. By subtly rubbing against the succubus, Li Xiuman gleaned crucial information. The first experiment involved fire, so he specifically equipped himself with healing abilities. Fire lava. Flames poured down like molten lava, and the skeletons struggled frantically. Li Xiuman first confirmed that his carefully prepared skills were still active before he felt a little relieved. So far, more than 20 skeletons have been tormented, with only 3 surviving the lava. But then, in the second round, Lucia stuffed some strange crystals into their chests. The eerie blue flames in their chests and eye sockets instantly turned orange-red, then were cleanly and efficiently burned into black shards by the flames within their bodies. Now, all the skeletons surrounding Li Xiuman were gone, leaving only him. Li Xiuman had been staring intently at the skeleton barbecue scene, completely unaware that all the skeletons around him had already been caught. He quietly turned his head, pretending to wander aimlessly, and walked towards the area with more skeletons. He figured if he could stay a little longer, he could observe how the other skeletons fared at the barbecue, and maybe that would help him live a little longer. But the moment he moved, 2 succubi grabbed his shoulder blades from either side. Li Xiuman suppressed his instinct to struggle, feigning a dazed expression as he was led towards Lucia. He absolutely could not reveal his intelligence, or he would surely die. Li Xiuman was pressed down in front of Lucia. Up close, Lucia was indeed a stunning beauty with an incredibly hot figure. Her horns, tail, and bat wings added an extra touch of allure. He suppressed his trembling and awaited the onslaught of the flames. Lucia glanced at Li Xiuman, not paying him much attention. After all, in her eyes, these skeletons were driven by instinct, no different from wild beasts or insects. She placed her right hand on his smooth skull, and then her voice rang in his ear. Plasma. Magic drew a magical pattern in her palm. Then, magic continued to flow in, and molten flames poured down his skull, slowly spreading until they covered every inch of the skeleton, as if covering the bones with a layer of fire membrane. This was the first time Li Xiuman had felt pain since becoming a skeleton. The eerie blue flames in his chest and eye sockets flickered and trembled wildly, and strange sounds emanated uncontrollably from his throat, like the grating sound of bones grinding together. His bones were constantly charred and then healed. This greatly reduced the effects of the lava, allowing him to endure until the lava ended. At this moment, his bones had a faint reddish tinge and were still steaming, like an iron ingot that had been heated to the perfect temperature and was about to be forged. His aura is so weak, yet he managed to withstand the lava. Lucia looked at Li Xiuman with some surprise. Then, the 2 succubi lifted him up again, but this time not with their hands, but with invisible hands formed from magic. I hope you can still surprise me. Lucia took out the crystal. Li Xiuman wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but this one seemed a size larger than the crystals the 3 unlucky guys had used before. The crystal was precisely inserted into the ghostly blue flames in his chest. The next moment, the flames suddenly surged and roared upwards. In an instant, they turned the flames in his eye sockets orange-red, and his entire body burned wildly like a pyre. Crack! 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 The sound of shattering echoed continuously. His bones were all burned and cracked, his entire skeleton turned red-hot, like porcelain that had been overfired in a kiln, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. So it really didn't work. Lucia looked at the skeleton lying on the ground, engulfed in flames, and a look of disappointment appeared on her face. This demon clearly increased the dosage of crystals she inserted into his body on purpose. She determined the lethal dose based on the performance of each skeleton in the first round of lava. She never intended for them to survive. She probably just wanted to collect experimental data on their deaths. Li Xiuman endured the pain and opened the control panel. Even amidst the scorching flames, the panel remained crystal clear, completely unaffected. Free attribute points. Add to Constitution. Adding points to Constitution can heal a certain degree of injury. Like a surge of heat welling up from the depths of his bone marrow, the spread of the cracks was finally brought to a halt. Then, as his constitution points came into play, the cracks began to grow and heal little by little, stubbornly resisting the scorching flames. It was as if a tug-of-war was unfolding on his skeleton. And this skeleton, in unbearable agony, emitted groans and screams. Only when the flames gradually subsided did Li Xiuman finally experience a sense of relief, as if he had crawled out of hell. A type of magician, wielding dangerous elemental magic, controlling destruction and annihilation. A low-level fire skeleton, a special variant of skeletons, a special skeleton that has mastered the power of fire, with a level cap of LV20. The flames completely receded into its body, and the orange-red flames gradually turned back to a ghostly blue. Lucia's expression changed from surprise to disappointment. Did the transformation fail again? Lucia kicked Li Xiuman on the ground, then looked at the remaining skeletons. Next, Li Xiuman stood up shakily, continuing to pretend to be dazed and confused, wandering around in place. However, a flicker of orange-red flashed within the two dark blue flames in his eye sockets. Fire magic acquired. Li Xiuman suppressed the urge to try out this legendary magic and continued his aimless wandering. Of all the skeletons, only Li Xiuman survived the experiment, but he was still judged to have failed the conversion. This was not unexpected for Lucia. She had never thought she could succeed on her first try. After this round of experiments, Li Xiuman was completely certain that Lucia had no intention of counting the number of skeletons. In her eyes, these experimental skeletons, who only had instincts and no intelligence, were no different from pigs. When Lucia went out to collect materials again, leaving only a few low-ranking succubi to guard the area, Li Xiuman quietly approached the chained skeleton. He raised his hand and pressed it against the skeleton's face. Fire! The fire magic was activated instantly. The eerie blue flames, inconspicuous in the night, engulfed the skull's head in an instant, frantically scorching its interior. At the same time, he plunged his other hand into the skull's chest, grabbing the flames within and burning them relentlessly. Li Xiuman cautiously scanned his surroundings, first removing the skeleton's left leg, then removing his own left leg. Next, he aligned the remaining left leg with his hip joint and began the attack. After cleaning up all the bones, Li Xiuman felt a wave of mental exhaustion. Is magic related to spirit points? Li Xiuman was relieved that his spirit points were decent, and then fell into a deep sleep. Li Xiuman hadn't forgotten the information he'd gleaned from the low-level succubi during the day. Knowing what Lucia's next experiment would be related to was very important to Li Xiuman. Last time, it was because she learned that the experiment was related to fire that Li Xiuman was able to gather the corresponding skills, which allowed her to survive the torment of that demon. Through her diligent inquiries, Li Xiuman finally found out the information about the next experiment. This time, it wasn't fire, but earth. Finally, he found a cute level 6 skeleton. Having both skills is quite rare among low-level skeletons. He wouldn't rush to take it. He needed to use it for a few more nights to gather enough experience to level up. Last time, he managed to survive only because he allocated his free attribute points in time. Therefore, it's best to level up again before Lucia returns to gain more free attribute points. That would be safer. Last time his constitution was 5, this time it's 7, so maybe we can save those free points. In short, we need to guard against unexpected events and be prepared to deal with risks. At night, Li Xiuman skillfully made his way to the skeleton he had chosen beforehand. Flames shot into its eye sockets and chest, burning it fiercely. Then, he began to dismantle it, burning each piece until it turned to ashes. That bone dragon has been sleeping lately, master. Li Xiuman shuddered in fright, scattered the last handful of ashes, and wandered around as if nothing had happened, while stuffing the last finger bone into the crevice of his arm bone. Who's there? A suppressed shout rang out. She had indeed been discovered. Soon, a succubus emerged from around the corner, and at her feet lurked a slimy, black shadow. Just low-level skeletons, huh? The succubus secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Xiuman's expression. After all, who would worry about their conversation being overheard by skeletons that acted solely on instinct? Li Xiuman also realized that he seemed to have overheard something quite significant. If there's no news, Master, proceed with the planned campaign against Pound 1 month from now. The succubus bowed respectfully, as if in a salute, to the slimy black shadow at her feet. Li Xiuman's spirits lifted. Campaign against Pound. He could take advantage of the chaos, and with his accumulated power finally unleashed, he might have a chance to escape this quagmire. The black slime beneath the succubus's feet writhed for a moment before disappearing into the shadows. The succubus also withdrew its gaze from Li Xiuman. She originally intended to eliminate Li Xiuman. After all, with so many skeletons, Lucia wouldn't care about losing one or two. However, Li Xiuman was the only skeleton to survive the first round of experiments, and no one knew how deep an impression he had left on Lucia, so she ultimately refrained from taking action. After burning the last piece of finger bone stuck in his arm bone to ashes, Li Xiuman began to rest. He expected Lucia to return the day after tomorrow, and tomorrow night he would take action against the colleague who possessed it, while simultaneously leveling up to LV4. The following evening, Li Xiuman skillfully dealt with the skeleton, burning it to ashes. He felt the increased speed of his upgraded soul flame, and his mental fatigue subsided somewhat. He then removed the left leg and attached it to his own. He failed. He'd managed to tear off one of the skeleton's 2 skills. Damn it, he really hated multi-skilled creatures. Li Xiuman tore off his right leg again, then ripped off his own right leg and put it back on. But the skill on his right leg was gone. Just in case, he needed to find someone who had it to detach his left leg and attach it to himself. He destroyed the wreckage in front of him, and a deep sense of exhaustion washed over him. Forcing himself to stay alert, Li Xiuman rummaged through the pile of skeletons, each use adding to his mental fatigue. Finally found it! When he found the guy with the skill, Li Xiuman even let out a low, GA sound. He crept over and pressed down on his head. Incinerate! His spirit was almost completely drained. After replacing the leg bone, he no longer had the energy to deal with the remains. He could only use a low-temperature flame to burn the skeleton once, simulating the appearance of bone deterioration and death. Then he found a corner, collapsed to the ground, and before passing out, he faintly heard a notification sound. When he woke up, everything was as usual. The skeleton's remains had disappeared, presumably disposed of by the succubi as bone deterioration. Lucia hadn't returned yet. It seemed there was still plenty of time. Li Xiuman checked his panel. His spirit had risen to 9 points. At this moment, he had everything he needed, a physique as high as 7 points, and 1 free attribute point. Li Xiuman was very confident, and even wanted to shout, "Who can kill me?" By noon, some sunlight had pierced through the depths of the canyon. Lucia, her beautiful bat wings fluttering, descended to the valley floor. She waved her hand, and 2 adorable succubus sisters supported a skeleton. Ah, that skeleton was Li Xiuman. Looking at the skeleton before her, Lucia actually saw a glimmer of expectation in the soul flames within his eye sockets. She shook her head, thinking it was probably just her imagination. "I hope you can pull through this time too," Lucia said. The wind of Iolos. A whirlwind engulfed Li Xiuman like a vortex. Every bone felt as if it were being cut by countless knives. "That damned demon! How could it be wind?" Li Xiuman cursed Lucia and all the succubi present. He felt as if his soul was being blown out of his bones. Chapter 6: Skeletons Don't Dissolve in Water. The succubus's whispers still lingered in Li Xiuman's mind, but he couldn't care less now. The winds of Iolos were crashing down on him head-on. His priority was survival, or he wouldn't last another second. He suppressed his panic, desperately trying to flatten and stabilize his skeleton, his arms tightly protecting his chest to prevent the flame of his soul from being extinguished. At the same time, he continuously repaired the cracks on the surface of his bones, compressing the flames in his chest cavity to become even more solid. Even so, the wind was still terrifyingly powerful. The surface of his bones was scraped and pitted, as if gnawed by countless insects, with bone dust blown all around him. Only then did Li Xiuman fully understand just how important patience was. When the wind finally stopped, all that remained was a tattered skeleton, the tiny, eerie blue flame in its chest cavity seeming as if it might go out at any moment. Even Lucia thought he was dead, but the next second, the flame leaped up and reignited. Li Xiuman staggered to his feet, but Lucia didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. She gestured for the two succubi to support him, then walked up to him, holding a smaller, pale blue crystal in her palm, clearly indicating that she had accurately selected the crystal based on his performance in the previous round. "Try this one." As soon as she finished speaking, she stuffed the crystal directly into Li Xiuman's chest cavity. The next instant, the soul fire surged violently, as if doused with accelerant. The flames changed from dark blue to pale blue, transforming into a whirlwind that swept over his entire body, frantically eroding every bone. In just a few breaths, his bones thinned considerably, his teeth fell out one after another, and his skull was blown down to a thin layer before being riddled with countless holes. Ribs snapped one by one, bones in his hands and feet became as thin as threads, and his entire body was on the verge of falling apart. Yet Li Xiuman never let his consciousness sever. Only when his body reached its limit did he suddenly allocate all his free attribute points to his physique. The next moment, his self-healing ability and physique enhancement erupted simultaneously, and his broken skeleton began to repair itself rapidly, pulling him back to life. Lucia paused for a moment, muttering to herself, "Is it a special talent like last time? This skeleton's self-healing ability is really exaggerated." However, after confirming that the remaining power could not destroy him, she didn't bother to pay any more attention and simply said, "Next," before walking away. Having barely escaped death, Li Xiuman collapsed on the ground, staring at the control panel. He waited for ages, but the wind-based ability he was most eager for never appeared. He was furious, but he guessed it was probably because the wind crystal was too small this time, failing to trigger the desired effect. He could only continue to play dumb, wandering aimlessly among the skeletons while his mind raced. He'd already tried fire and wind, the next thing he'd likely face was earth and water. To avoid another mishap, he decided to maximize his existing survival abilities. After the experiment, only Li Xiuman remained standing on the field. He silently mourned for his colleagues. After all, in his eyes, these guys were all qualified skill sets. The succubi looked at him with increasingly strange expressions, probably marveling at his incredible luck. The third round of skeletons quickly arrived. Li Xiuman became increasingly skilled, still sneaking up behind his targets at night and quietly taking them down. He eliminated 2 or 3 in one night, his movements becoming smoother and smoother, and his level rose to level 5, almost reaching the threshold of level 6. However, he did not continue to make moves that night. Because he had been so ruthless lately, he had overheard the succubi whispering during the day that there were noticeably fewer skeletons in the plaza than before. Fortunately, they didn't suspect infighting among the skeletons, which actually made Li Xiuman a little smug. The next day, Lucia came again as expected. Li Xiuman had switched to a more reliable survival ability beforehand, but Lucia still managed to pull him out of the pile of skeletons. Lucia smiled gently, but said the most deadly thing. "This time it's water type, you have to survive." With a cry of, "Water prison!" a massive amount of water materialized out of thin air, instantly enveloping Li Xiuman in a spherical cage suspended in midair. The water pressure rose layer by layer, and the water flow continuously washed over his body, causing his bones to bend one by one, producing a teeth-grinding sound. This time, however, Li Xiuman was clearly much more composed than before. Thanks to his prior preparations and the foundation provided by his 9-point physique, he managed to withstand the water prison. Seeing this, Lucia's eyes lit up with even more excitement. Clearly, this outcome was exactly what she wanted. Immediately afterwards, she took out a deep blue crystal, even larger than the fire element crystal, and without hesitation, stuffed it into the flames within Li Xiuman's chest cavity. A new round of torment immediately began, the pain almost tearing him apart. But Li Xiuman used the same old method, continuing to increase his physical strength, and managed to endure it once more. Chapter 7: Skull encounters enemy at night. Li Xiuman survived another round of experiments, this time obtaining the ocean skull's ability to manipulate water. Seeing him still half dead, Lucia's expectations instantly vanished. She kicked him and coldly tossed out. Next! After getting back up, Li Xiuman outwardly wandered around like a dazed skeleton, but inwardly he was already gloating, specifically watching his new colleagues die in various ways. Even he himself found it outrageous. When he first arrived, he was too scared to move, but now he was actually watching with great interest. As batches of skeletons were destroyed one after another, the succubi's gazes towards Li Xiuman became increasingly sinister. Later, it wasn't even him who went to him for information. Instead, the succubi actively came to him, treating him like a lucky skeleton, muttering all sorts of outrageous wishes, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Superstition aside, these succubi really did hinder his progress in leveling up his colleagues. It wasn't until Lucia returned that Li Xiuman barely managed to reach level 6 and obtain the free attribute points needed for survival. However, his attributes were still severely unbalanced. His constitution was sufficient, but his other attributes were noticeably lacking. This time, Lucia prepared an earth attribute experiment. She raised her hand and first applied degradation to Li Xiuman, specifically designed to counter skeletons. The power of earth eroded and disintegrated along the bones. In the past, he would likely have been instantly killed by this. Immediately afterward, the earth attribute crystal erupted, and earth-yellow flames instantly enveloped Li Xiuman's entire body. His bones turned into soil layer by layer, and his consciousness seemed to be dragged back into the depths of the earth. It was as if his whole body was decaying, sinking, and slowly returning to dust, a danger so terrifying it made one's scalp tingle. But this time, he still managed to withstand it. As the soil dissipated, the new evolution was completed. Li Xiuman transformed from a skeleton into a low-level earth skeleton, his bones becoming harder and gaining control over the power of soil and rock. Lucia was disappointed, but he was overjoyed. In his eyes, Lucia was practically his investor in his escape, showering him with all 4 elemental abilities. Although this woman wanted to kill him from beginning to end, the result was that she actually made him stronger and stronger. Li Xiuman even began to seriously consider letting her die a quick death in the future. After the 4th batch of skeletons had mostly died, Li Xiuman was the only one who had survived 4 rounds of experiments. He was finally released. Before leaving, the succubi each plucked a piece of his finger bone, saying it was a symbol of the lucky skull and could bring good fortune. They almost ripped him bald. After leaving the Succubus Academy, Li Xiuman immediately changed into a complete set of skeletal divine armor, especially his rare right arm, which pleased him the most. With this arm, he unlocked a new evolutionary path and a warrior class. Now, he's considered a formidable figure among low-level skeletons. However, Li Xiuman never forgot his plan: lie low, grow stronger, and wait for the right opportunity. He knew that in less than 20 days someone would come to attack Pound. Before that, he had to level up as discreetly as possible. A full week passed, and through steady hunting, he finally reached level 7. Because this was Pound's territory, and there were patrolling succubi nearby, he dared not kill too quickly, only quietly taking down 2 or 3 each day. Tonight he had his sights set on a level 10 LowTier skeleton. For Li Xiuman now, this kind of prey was no longer troublesome. In fact, he was quite adept at it. He first locked his throat with bone claws, then used earth magic to degrade the neck bones, followed by pouring water to assault the skull, and finally added a final burst of fire, burning the soul fire to ashes. The entire sequence of actions was executed flawlessly and cleanly, almost like a silent execution performed in the night. After taking down one, Li Xiuman was preparing to continue his pursuit of a new record for the night when he quickly spotted a second lone target. He stealthily approached, his bone claws flashing out, first stunning the opponent with a single blow, then plunging his claws deep into the eye socket, the ghostly blue flames instantly engulfing the soul fire. The entire process was almost completely silent. Just as Li Xiuman was about to sink the body into the ground, a petite figure suddenly descended from the sky. Black bat wings, goat horns, and a long, thin tail, The person who appeared was the succubus Triss. As soon as she landed, she stared at Li Xiuman, her tone suddenly turning cold. "It's you!" Without uttering a single word, Li Xiuman charged forward, forcefully drawing a bone sword from his ribs and thrusting it fiercely at Triss. In that instant, Triss was terrified. She finally realized that the skeleton before her was no ordinary creature, but a sentient being. "You actually possess intelligence!" Triss exclaimed in surprise. She recognized him immediately. This was the skeleton who had witnessed her communicating with her master that night. She never imagined that a low-ranking skeleton, who should have been at the mercy of others, had quietly grown to this level. Chapter 8: The Skeleton and the Succubus's Synergy. Li Xiuman had overheard the message she sent to her master that night, and Triss had witnessed his hunting of other skeletons tonight. A skeleton and a succubus, at this moment, were perfectly in sync, their minds focused on only one thought: the other must die. Triss struck first, unleashing a shadow thrust. One after another, jet-black spikes burst from the ground, heading straight for Li Xiuman. But Li Xiuman moved with lightning speed, dodging the entire attack with a flurry of leg movements. Triss sneered at this, immediately changing her tactics. The black spikes softened in an instant, wrapping around him like ropes. Li Xiuman no longer concealed himself, letting out a low shout of "Incinerate!" and his bone sword instantly burst into flames. Because the sword was formed from his own ribs, the magical transmission was almost unimpeded, and the entire bone sword glowed red-hot. With a single strike, flames exploded, instantly severing the entangled shadow ropes. Seeing this, Triss's face changed, and she blurted out, "Fire magic! How is this possible? Aren't you a low-level skeleton?" But by then, it was too late for her shock. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Xiuman lunged forward, his bone sword aimed straight for her heart. Only then did Triss truly abandon her contempt, hastily flapping her wings and taking to the air, hoping to widen the gap through flight. Her plan was sound. As long as she held the aerial advantage, even the most cunning low-level skeleton couldn't harm her. But Li Xiuman didn't give her a chance to take off. The bone sword in his hand wriggled and grew again, transforming into a slender and sharp-boned spear in the blink of an eye. He clenched his left arm, the soul fire in his eye sockets suddenly blazed, and the next second he hurled the bone spear out. The bone spear, wreathed in eerie blue flames, traced a thin blue line through the air with astonishing speed. Triss didn't even have time to react before her wings were pierced through, and she plummeted from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiuman slammed his hands on the ground, simultaneously activating earth and water magic, and uttered a low shout. "Swamp transformation!" The ground beneath Triss instantly turned into a muddy swamp, and she sank right in, barely making a sound as she landed. Only then did she realize she had kicked a hornet's nest. She frantically opened her mouth to call for help, but the moment she opened it, the muddy clay rushed in, leaving only muffled whimpers. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Xiuman rushed forward and grabbed her by the neck, his fingertips transforming into sharp bone claws, cleanly slicing open her throat. Blood gushed out immediately. Only when Triss completely stopped struggling and her body gradually grew cold did Li Xiuman slowly release her grip. Looking at the succubus's corpse trapped in the swamp, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. At that moment, Li Xiuman suddenly understood that perhaps when Pound transformed him into a skeleton, he had already lost something that belonged to him as a human. However, this brief feeling of oppression was quickly dispelled by the experience points flashing on the panel. For him now, survival, becoming stronger, and seizing opportunities were clearly more important than sentimentality. He then cleaned up the mess meticulously. First, he completely obliterated the succubus's corpse, then used earth magic to restore the swamp to its original state, and finally carefully cleaned up any traces of the battle. After all, the disappearance of a skeleton and the disappearance of a succubus were entirely different things. Finally, he retrieved the rib spear, burned off the blood with flames, transformed it back into a rib, and reattached it to his body, adding a casual remark. "You can't just throw bones away like that." Having done all this, Li Xiuman reverted to his former state as a dull, lazy, and unambitious low-level skeleton, while also seriously reflecting on his actions. He found himself significantly overconfident after mastering magic. In the past, he would always stealthily follow his targets, striking only when they slept. But now, with the ability to easily kill them, he had become complacent, which was dangerous. Fortunately, Triss's disappearance hadn't caused much of a stir. Perhaps, to Pound and Lucia, a low-level succubus wasn't that important at all. Li Xiuman therefore obediently lay low for a full week, refraining from hunting again. Only after confirming that no one was really investigating did he resume his actions, as time no longer allowed him to delay. If Triss's agreement with her master was still valid, the punitive expedition would arrive soon. That was the escape opportunity Li Xiuman had been waiting for. If he missed it, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. So he had no choice but to take the risk, but this time he was much more cautious than before. He began to carefully select targets, steadily controlling his pace, hunting only 2 or 3 skeletons a day, never being greedy. On the 3rd day, Li Xiuman finally reached level 10, officially hitting the upper limit for a low-level skeleton. His strength, constitution, and spirit were all at maximum, and he had also mastered bone transformation, appraisal, great strength, speed, stealth, swordsmanship, elemental resistance, and the 3 elemental magics of fire, water, and earth. The interface even indicated that he could immediately continue leveling up once he evolved and chose a class. But Li Xiuman wasn't in a hurry to evolve. He knew very well that if he evolved now, his appearance would definitely change. By then, not only would anyone else be able to tell he's suspicious, but even a fool would. If he were to be targeted and subjected to even more enslavement and surveillance, he'd never be able to escape Pound for the rest of his life. Li Xiuman didn't want to work for that skeletal dragon for nothing for the rest of his life. Chapter 9: Skeletons with Rebellious Bones. Early the next morning, the entire canyon suddenly trembled violently, and rocks rained down from above the canyon entrance, instantly crushing many skeletons into pieces. Li Xiuman's ghostly blue soul fire flickered, and he immediately looked up at the canyon entrance, for the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The next second, orange-red fireballs roared into the canyon. At the same time, the bone dragon Pound began chanting a 7th-tier spell. Dark magic circles rose layer by layer from the valley floor, black beams of light spewing from its mouth, instantly obliterating the cliff walls in their path, and filling the entire canyon with a strange, foul stench of alcohol. But the humans were clearly prepared. A vast expanse of golden light quickly poured down from the sky, like a holy curtain descending from heaven. Even the phantoms of angels were faintly visible. A missionary in a magnificent robe raised a golden scepter and unleashed an equally terrifying 7th-tier spell. The Holy Angel's Judgment. Pound roared and flapped its bone wings, charging towards the missionary, bellowing, "You despicable human who worships the goddess of light, do you wish to bear the wrath of the bone dragon Pound?" But it was stopped midair by a figure in heavy purple armor, who blocked the bone dragon head-on with a great sword. Seeing this, Li Xiuman wisely chose not to get involved. To a low-level skeleton like him, the battle above was like gods fighting. Who would win or lose was beyond his control. He only wanted to escape during a break in the chaos, and if only Pound could be killed by those two as well, that would be perfect. With the bone dragon stopped, the adventurers and soldiers immediately rushed down into the canyon, while the mages at the edge began continuously pouring magic down into the valley. The skeletons, as if set ablaze, charged forward like madmen. Li Xiuman also felt a surge of urge to tear the intruders apart, but he quickly realized that Pound was forcibly influencing all the undead. In the past, he probably would have lost his mind and foolishly rushed to his death. But now, he could suppress that impulse. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, Li Xiuman mingled among a group of low-level skeletons, yelling and screaming as he pretended to charge forward, appearing more eager than anyone else. But he wasn't rushing forward to fight to the death. He was there to finish off the enemy. If a human severely injures a skeleton, he'll quietly deliver the finishing blow. Conversely, if a skeleton leaves a human barely alive, he'll fearlessly pounce on them to land the final blow. In short, he only has 2 words on his mind: the finishing blow. While finishing off weakened enemies, he slowly moved towards the edge of the battlefield. Watching the experience points constantly popping up on his screen, Li Xiuman almost burst out laughing. He never revealed his true strength because he knew very well that if he couldn't be the strongest in this place, he had to be the one who hid the deepest. Lying low was the only way to survive. As the battle raged, the humans advanced with increasing ferocity, inflicting heavy casualties on the skeletons. Soon, however, the succubi also flew to the valley entrance, harassing the mages and preventing them from unleashing their full power. The skeleton army seized the opportunity to counterattack, with high-ranking skeleton mages joining the fray, casting necromancy to revive the fallen humans. Just as the situation was about to turn against them, the hidden priests among the humans finally made their move. With a synchronized chant, a mass purification spell swept across the entire battlefield. A vast expanse of golden holy light descended, and the corpses that had just risen immediately sizzled and fell back to the ground, emitting white smoke. Even the aura of the surrounding skeletons was forcefully suppressed. Li Xiuman also felt a surge of irritability and weakness, but he simply shook his head to suppress the feeling. Seeing the low-level skeletons around him wilting one by one, he immediately followed suit, feigning a half-dead state and muttering to himself, "Hibernate, hibernate!" His acting was incredibly natural. Thanks to the priest's purification, human morale soared, and they charged forward again, weapons in hand. One side relied on numbers, the other on sheer momentum, and the situation reached a stalemate once more. But Li Xiuman didn't care who had the upper hand. He continued to feign weakness while simultaneously finishing off enemies and creeping towards the edge of the battlefield, his target remaining unchanged. Just then, the familiar voice rang out again, and Lucia, leading a group of succubi, chanted a spell simultaneously. A crimson magic circle spread out beneath their feet, ripples sweeping across the entire battlefield. In the next instant, the soul fire in the chest cavities and eye sockets of all the skeletons surged violently, as if they had been forcibly injected with adrenaline, their auras instantly rising to a new level. The surrounding skeletons squawked excitedly, lunging at the humans like madmen. The advantage shifted to the undead once more, and Li Xiuman himself was so stimulated by this power that his soul fire burned fiercely, almost causing him to actually pounce and bite someone. Terrified, he quickly cast a water spell on himself to forcibly cool his soul fire, finally calming down. "Damn it, lie low, lie low!" Li Xiuman cursed under his breath as he continued to creep towards the edge. This time, he was even more careful with his finishing blows, only daring to target humans to avoid being noticed by his crazed skeleton brethren. He couldn't help it. His rebellious nature was ingrained in his bones, and he couldn't avoid being a traitor. Chapter 10: Skeletons Hate Buffs. The priest chanted in unison again. "The Lord Seraphim walk the earth, spreading his mercy." First-tier magic, the blessing of the Seraphim. The next second, the weapons in the humans' hands were all covered in holy light, and they cut down the skeletons like hot knives slicing butter. Li Xiuman watched with his scalp tingling and his heart turning cold. He cursed inwardly. These people were relentless, casting wave after wave of buff spells, leaving the skeletons no chance of survival. Li Xiuman almost couldn't resist the urge to burst out and charge, but he suppressed the impulse, continuing to stealthily linger at the edge of the melee, repeatedly reminding himself to hold back. So far, no one had truly noticed him. As long as he could reach the edge of the battlefield and find a chance to escape, he still had hope of breaking free from Pangda's control. Moreover, by finishing off enemies along the way, he had already accumulated over 2,000 experience points. After evolving and changing classes, he might even be able to skip several levels. But the thought that even if he leveled up quickly, if he couldn't escape Pangda's clutches, he would ultimately be working for nothing, extinguished any remaining joy in Li Xiuman's heart. He was determined to escape this hellish place no matter what, and he couldn't let himself be treated like livestock again. Just then, a human suddenly pounced on him, shouting, "Skeleton, don't go!" Li Xiuman immediately moved nimbly, leading several nearby skeletons away. Before the man could react, he was surrounded and finished off, instantly becoming part of Li Xiuman's experience points, dying a rather frustrating death. As the edge of the battlefield drew closer, Li Xiuman felt a surge of heat. That side seemed to hold freedom, the sea, sailboats, a new continent, and even otherworldly adventures with elves and beast-eared girls waiting for him. He had just reached out, imagining embracing freedom, when tragedy struck first, shattering his dream instantly. With a deafening roar, Pound descended from the sky, crashing directly into the battlefield. The violent shockwave sent Li Xiuman flying, and by the time he landed, he was already back in the center of the battlefield. The freedom that was just within his grasp vanished in an instant with a snap, and he wanted nothing more than to devour Pound alive. Pound's smash created a vacuum in the air. The purple-armored warrior seized the opportunity, and swung his great sword down fiercely. At the same time, another golden spear fell from the sky, piercing precisely through Pound's ribcage and pinning him to the ground, forming an extremely fierce and deadly pincer attack with the sword. Pound roared and spewed out a ghostly blue dragon breath, forcing the purple-armored warrior to dodge to the side. As a result, the sword failed to sever his head, only severing a horn. The next moment, Pound flapped his wings violently, shattering the golden spear. Freed, he soared into the sky and began a frenzied slaughter, friend and foe alike, his eyes bloodshot with rage. The succubus could still dodge with her wings, but the low-ranking skeletons on the ground suffered the most. Li Xiuman was so angry that he wanted to curse every single person who could understand his insults, but it was precisely because Pound was out of control that the missionaries and purple-armored warriors were tied up, and the high-level combatants couldn't care less about these cannon fodder. The real opportunity finally arrived. A glint of ghostly fire flashed in Li Xiuman's eyes, and he immediately blended into the horde of skeletons, sprinting in the opposite direction from Pound. He kept his body low, desperately trying to conceal his presence, reducing his attention to almost nothing, focusing solely on charging forward. Soon, he finally reached the edge of the battlefield, only to be stopped by several humans. He quickly glanced at the group. There were 5 people opposite him, 2 mages, 2 heavily armored warriors, and 1 swordsman, all between levels 11 and 13. They clearly didn't take him seriously. One of them even frowned and muttered, "Why is a low-level skeleton running this way? That's strange." Another swordsman impatiently raised his sword. "Hurry up and finish this, the bone dragon has gone mad." None of them took Li Xiuman seriously, but this was exactly the moment Li Xiuman had been waiting for. In an instant, his ribs transformed into bone swords, and with a flick of his wrist, he fired a mud bullet, aiming directly at the eyes of the swordsman and the 2 tanks, seizing the initiative. The 3 men's vision was immediately blocked, and chaos erupted. 2 heavily armored warriors, relying on their experience, erected a barrier, while the swordsman groped his way back, trying to hide inside to clear his eyes. But Li Xiuman stomped on the ground, and the 3 of them instantly found themselves in a swamp. With their vision obscured and their center of gravity unstable, a gap appeared in the barrier. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Xiuman leaped up, his bone sword trailing blue flames as he thrust straight at the swordsman's throat, striking him instantly. Immediately afterward, the 2 mages acted swiftly, one unleashing a fireball and the other casting a ground-sinking spell. Li Xiuman, prepared, ducked into the collapsing ground, letting the aftershocks of the explosions slam into the water barrier he had prepared beforehand. Relying on his elemental resistance and physical constitution to withstand the damage, he didn't retreat but instead charged at the 2 mages. One of them, unable to cast a spell in time, could only swing his staff to block the attack. Li Xiuman's right arm bones instantly grew into a shield, taking the blow head-on without pausing. His other bone claw violently ripped open the man's throat, and blood spurted out on the spot. At the same time, the mage behind him finished chanting, "First tier magic, elven fire arrow!" The flaming arrow was so fast that it was only a streak of red light, instantly piercing through the bone shield and grazing past Li Xiuman's skull. Seeing that even his strongest attack had failed to kill the skeleton, the mage's face was filled with despair, and his mentality completely collapsed. The 2 heavily armored warriors finally broke free of the swamp and roared as they charged back. But Li Xiuman gave them no chance, grabbing the last mage by the neck and crushing him with a single, powerful stroke. Blood slowly trickled down the pristine white skeleton, and within the hollow bone cavity, a ghostly blue soul flame burned silently, a bizarre and horrifying sight. At this moment, the person blocking his path finally saw clearly. This skeleton was no low-level cannon fodder that could be easily eliminated, but a monster capable of patience, scheming, and ruthless annihilation of its enemies. Chapter 11. The skeletons are running away. Li Xiuman broke off another rib, instantly condensing it into a bone sword, and charged towards the last two tanks without hesitation. The entire battle had lasted less than half a minute, and the 5-man squad was reduced to just these two survivors. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. From the appearance of the skeletons to the complete annihilation of their teammates, the process was incredibly fast. Only now did the two tanks truly realize the price of underestimating the enemy. Unfortunately, they had no chance to learn this lesson, as Li Xiuman was already upon them. Under the continuous barrage of magical suppression, the two tanks quickly felt a chill on their necks, and before they could even resist, they were dead. After defeating the last enemy, Li Xiuman immediately drew his bone sword, allowing it to transform back into ribs and reattach itself. Then, he stripped the swordsman of his leather light armor and cloak, quickly donned them, and plunged into the woods ahead without looking back, running frantically. Freedom, freedom. Even without his sense of smell, he could almost smell the earthy scent of the forest, and all he wanted to do was run as far away as possible. As he ran, Li Xiuman clearly felt that his stamina had improved significantly after his constitution points were increased. Although he couldn't quite put his finger on whether the skeleton's power counted as physical strength or bone strength. Just then, he discovered a fresh, huge crater in the forest. The crater looked as if it had been made by a meteorite, and the upturned soil was still very fresh. In the center of the crater lay a huge white rock, which looked increasingly familiar to Li Xiuman. The next second, he realized, this was no rock at all, but clearly the horn that Pound had been cut off. He intended to leave immediately to avoid Pound returning to take the broken horn, but as soon as he turned around, a bold idea popped into his head. Pound's horn was far superior to the broken limbs of low-level skeletons. Although the size and structure were mismatched, even attaching just a small part of it would be a worthwhile investment. The more he thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. Li Xiuman simply walked to the horns, placed his skull directly on them, and activated his ability. The next moment, the skull and horns actually began to fuse together little by little. The panel then displayed the following information: low-level half-dragon skeleton, possessing dragon power, can use a small amount of dragon magic, level cap LV30. Gaining 3 skills at once, plus a new evolution path, should have been a huge win. However, the problem was also very real. This thing was attached to his head and couldn't be taken away. Cutting off a piece was even more impossible. The horn was ridiculously hard, and with his current strength, he couldn't cut it at all. He had to find another way. Soon, Li Xiuman had a flash of inspiration. Since the head was already connected to the horns, would the system recognize these as part of his body during evolution and fuse with them? The more he thought about it, the more promising it seemed, and he even began to wonder if he really was a genius. He immediately opened the evolution panel. Actually, his preferred path had always been the elemental skeleton route. After all, skeletons couldn't learn faith magic, limiting them to elemental and undead systems, while elemental skeletons were naturally adaptable to all elements, and could cast spells without incantation, the perfect skeleton for him. At that moment, the panel kept displaying prompts, one of which was the elemental evolution route. Upon seeing the information, Li Xiuman was stunned for a moment. It really can evolve into an elemental skeleton? Although the level cap wasn't high, the ability to evolve without chanting was attractive enough to him. Without further hesitation, he chose to evolve. In an instant, 4 colored flames erupted from his soul fire, engulfing his entire skeleton. The very bones seemed to glow, and the previously pieced-together body began to completely fuse. Even the slightest differences in color and size were slowly smoothed out. Most absurdly, the large lump on his head, connected to Pound's horn, continuously shrank in the flames until the entire horn was completely engulfed, at which point the lights slowly dissipated. At the same time, the grayed-out class slot finally lit up. Without a second thought, Li Xiuman immediately selected Elemental Mage. Once the class was determined, the accumulated experience was immediately converted into experience, and the level skyrocketed, eventually reaching level 13. On the character panel, skills such as Bone Transformation, Appraisal, Elemental Magic, Elemental Resistance, Swiftness, Stealth, Might, Swordsmanship, Bone Wings, and Bone Growth were all retained. What concerned Li Xiuman most was the final comment on the panel. This is a dangerous and cunning skeleton, multi-talented, skilled in disguise and elemental magic. Never trust him. Seeing this, he finally confirmed that the panel description indeed updated continuously based on his actions. Chapter 12: Skeletons Hate Succubi. After completing his evolution, Li Xiuman's bones were as smooth as white jade, and the soul fire in his eye sockets and chest cavity had turned into a gem-like blue. But he didn't even have time to feel the increase in power. As soon as he climbed out of the deep crater created by Pound, he immediately turned around and ran wildly in the opposite direction of the battlefield. While fleeing, he added all the remaining attribute points to his spirit, directly stacking it to 16 points. After all, the higher one's spirit, the stronger one's magic power. But he hadn't run far when a dozen low-level succubi appeared ahead, clearly survivors who had slipped through the net after seeing Pound's rampage. Li Xiuman forced himself to calm down and immediately controlled his bones to revert to the rough, yellowish appearance of a low-level skeleton, hoping to get away with it. The succubi relaxed a bit after seeing him clearly. One muttered, "Not human, just a low-level skeleton." Another frowned, wondering how he had escaped the battlefield and come here. Li Xiuman pretended to be dazed and walked deeper into the forest with his head down. But the next second, a fireball came crashing down without warning. These succubi were clearly just testing the waters, but Li Xiuman instinctively dodged to the side, skirting the fireball. The succubi were stunned. How could low-level skeletons possibly dodge such an attack? Now that he had been exposed, Li Xiuman stopped pretending and unleashed a wind spell, a gust of wind instantly ripping the two closest succubi off the ground. He then slammed his hands on the ground, activating both water and earth magic simultaneously. A large area of the ground instantly turned into a swamp, holding the falling succubi back down. Then, a burst of flames engulfed both succubi, burning them inside. At this point, Li Xiuman was already level 13 and had mastered level 2 elemental magic, theoretically making him a first-tier elemental mage. Although he hadn't systematically studied magic and was currently relying entirely on his elemental skeleton instincts to manipulate the elements, his power was already terrifying enough. The tall succubus leading the group immediately changed her expression, shouting that the skeleton possessed intelligence. While ordering a counterattack, she quickly divided her forces. "You two go back and inform Lady Lucia, the rest of you follow me, we can't let it get away." Taking advantage of the brief moment when the swamp spewed up mud and water, briefly holding off the succubus, Li Xiuman plunged into the dense forest, fleeing frantically with his body bent low, not daring to stop for even a moment. But the succubus in the sky relentlessly pursued him, and Li Xiuman knew very well that he wouldn't be able to shake her off if he continued running like this. So he simply activated his skeletal system, his shoulder blades, spine, and ribs twisting and extending together, and soon a pair of ferocious bone wings grew from his back. This was a new ability he had acquired from Pound's horn, and now he had no choice but to try it. He looked up and locked onto the nearest succubus flying low, then abruptly stopped and turned around, sharp bone claws sprouting from the ends of his hands and feet. He then pounced on a large tree, using all four limbs to grip the trunk, and charged up to the top of the tree as if running close to the ground. Using the momentum, he leaped directly at the succubus in midair. The succubus hurriedly flapped her wings and retreated, even trying to blow him away with wind magic. But Li Xiuman unhesitatingly spread his bone wings, forcefully accelerating against the wind, and in the next second, he had her tightly wrapped around him. The sound of bones grinding together rang in the succubus's ear. "Got you!" Before the words were even finished, bone claws had already pierced through her throat. The other succubi instantly flew into a rage, unleashing a barrage of fireballs, wind projectiles, and various curses. Using the falling succubus corpses as leverage, Li Xiuman leaped into the air again, narrowly dodging most of the attacks. 3 melee succubi then pounced, their black claws flashing, while the remaining mage-type succubi continued to finish off the attackers from a distance. Li Xiuman had completely lost control, breaking off a rib and transforming it into a bone sword, while her left arm contorted into a long, narrow bone shield. The sudden shift of an elemental mage into a melee stance stunned the succubi. The next second, he adjusted his position using wind magic, swung his shield to block the claw attack, and then slashed with his sword, flames roaring through the air. The succubus had thought that this claw would at least tear his bones, but it felt like hitting an iron wall, and she immediately lost her composure. Li Xiuman seized the opportunity to close in continuously, using wind magic in conjunction with his bone sword to launch a series of attacks, directly piercing the opponent's neck. He then grabbed the corpse, activated his ability, and slammed it violently towards the two succubi chasing after him. Before the two succubi could even utter a curse, Li Xiuman had already launched a fireball behind the corpse. The fireball exploded with a deafening roar, sending them flying. Immediately afterward, his bone sword extended into a bone spear, coiled with a swirling vortex of wind, and he hurled it, piercing through one of the succubi's arms instantly. Blood and screams erupted simultaneously in the forest. Just as Li Xiuman was about to flap his wings and finish him off, a sudden, intense chill surged from the depths of his bones. Almost instinctively, he raised his bone shield to protect his neck, and a black line flashed across the night, cleanly severing the bone shield and his left arm. The next moment, the tall succubus finally appeared, her gleaming dagger slashing towards his bone wings. Chapter 13: The Skeleton's Intelligence Exposed. If the tall succubus's dagger strike landed squarely, Li Xiuman would instantly lose his ability to fly. Once he fell to the ground while fighting the succubus, he would be completely at a disadvantage. The succubus expected this intelligent skeleton to dodge, but Li Xiuman didn't. Instead, he pounced. His claws dug deep into the succubus's flesh, holding her tightly, refusing to let go even as his bone wings were severed. The next second, he grabbed the broken bone wing and stabbed it into the succubus's bat wing. Both figures immediately lost control and plummeted to the ground. With a loud crash, the skeleton and the succubus slammed into the ground simultaneously. The succubus coughed up blood on the spot, and Li Xiuman also broke several ribs. But he didn't give them a chance to catch their breath, grabbing the broken ribs and stabbing forward. The succubus tried to dodge, but the ground beneath her feet suddenly turned into mud, causing her to fall again. Gah gah gah! Accompanied by a piercing, eerie laugh, sharp ribs pierced through the succubus's chest. Li Xiuman coldly uttered, "Bone spurs!" The next instant, bone spurs grew wildly, piercing her heart. The tall succubus struggled a few times, then died completely. But Li Xiuman didn't bother to collect the body. The broken bone wings had shattered, but several succubi were still hot on its heels, raining down spells. Seeing the skeleton without wings, they thought victory was assured. But the next second, a white shadow shot up from the ground once more. The succubi stared intently, their scalps tingling with fear. Li Xiuman's arm bones and left leg bone were gone, leaving only a pair of newly grown bone wings. It turned out that he had forcibly torn apart his own bones and grown a pair of wings. Before they could even recover, he had already pounced on the nearest one-armed succubus. The succubus was prepared and dodged the bone blade he swung, instead striking his spine with a claw. Unexpectedly, Li Xiuman took the blow head-on, crashing directly into her arms and biting down. Sharp fangs pierced the succubus's neck instantly, and the succubus's eyes widened, only managing to utter, "How can this be?" Li Xiuman used the corpse as leverage, flapping her bone wings and pouncing on the nearby succubi. Wind and earth projectiles rained down on him, numbing his bones, but he still used the momentum of his backward flight to unleash wind magic, causing his bone wings to veer sharply like sails, charging straight at the succubi who were in his way. Those succubi, already terrified of the skeleton, turned and fled. Using his bone wings to protect himself, Li Xiuman lunged at the nearest bat, slashing out with a single leg like a whip, cleanly severing its neck. Immediately after, he used the falling corpses for leverage to catch up with the second bat, biting its wing in his jaws. The bone wing emerged from his back, severing its neck once more. His skeleton slowly writhed during the battle, the missing parts beginning to regenerate little by little. Now only two succubi, a mage, and a warrior remained on the field. Li Xiuman was covered in blood, his white bones exposed, as if he had just crawled out of hell. The two succubi were pale-faced. If it weren't for orders, they would have already tried to escape. Li Xiuman didn't want to waste any more time. The pursuers could arrive at any moment, and the chance to escape Pound's clutches was right in front of him. He had to finish the fight quickly. He flapped his wings again and charged forward, braving the mage's fire curtain to pounce on the warrior. The warrior succubus was about to meet him, but he suddenly changed direction midair, using her as a springboard to launch himself towards the mage behind him. "Get out of the way!" the warrior succubus shouted, but it was too late. The mage only saw a flash of white light before his neck felt a chill. He didn't even have time to scream. With only one succubus remaining, she trembled uncontrollably under Li Xiuman's gaze, her fear overwhelming her, and could only scream as she lunged forward. But the outcome remained unchanged. After eliminating the last succubus, Li Xiuman didn't even bother with the corpse. He immediately flapped his bone wings and fled frantically into the depths of the forest. He continued to unleash his wind magic at full power, knowing full well that if he couldn't escape now, he would face certain death. Not long after he left, several dark figures swiftly approached from afar. Leading them was Lucia, followed by a group of mid-level succubi, all of them level 20 or higher. Seeing the corpses strewn across the ground, all the succubi were stunned. They really were all killed. Fantastic, they really were elemental skeletons. And it even has intelligence. I was so wrong about it. Lucia's face showed no anger, but rather an excited smile. She stared in the direction Li Xiuman had fled, her eyes filled with a determined light. Bring that runaway pet back. Yes, Lady Lucia. Little skeleton, you can't escape my grasp. Chapter 14: The Skeleton's Righteous Act. I don't know how long we flew. Li Xiuman felt utterly drained, as if he were about to fall from the sky. But in order to avoid being caught and taken back, he continued to flap his bone wings and fly to a more distant place. The further away you go, the less likely you are to be caught. Finally, Li Xiuman could no longer fly. He had to lower himself down and land on the ground. But he still lacked a sense of security. This was all because of the fear she experienced in the skeleton den, where all she could see were skeletons, and she was also tortured by Lucia for so long. Just thinking about it made Li Xiuman feel uncomfortable all over. But now he no longer had the strength to move, so he had to think of another way. Thinking about it carefully, isn't it reasonable for a skeleton to be buried in the ground? Without hesitation, Li Xiuman lay down on the ground and used earth magic to sink his body into the soil. I am a corpse now, I am a corpse now. Li Xiuman repeatedly hypnotized herself. During self-hypnosis, Li Xiuman slowly fell asleep, as if he were truly a corpse, lying motionless in the ground. While he was asleep, the broken bones in his body gradually grew and recovered. Just as Li Xiuman had thought, as long as he equipped the limbs for evolution, the skills within those limbs would become his own. Even if the limb carrying the skill is lost, the skill can still be used. In other words, with each evolution, you can change your limbs and bones and fuse skills. When Li Xiuman regained consciousness in the soil, he was awakened by a noisy sound. Li Xiuman thought it was a succubus from Pound's men chasing after them, and was so frightened that she didn't dare to move. I am a corpse, I am a corpse, I am a corpse. Continue to hypnotize yourself like this. But Li soon realized that it wasn't a succubus under Pound's command. The sounds were rough and loud, even underground, Li Xiuman could hear them. Even the succubus sisters' dying screams were soft and alluring. Therefore, this is not a succubus. He also heard a faint female voice, which trembled slightly. Don't come any closer! Tedela shouted as she backed away. Don't be so scared. We just want to be friends with you and have some fun together. In front of Tedela, a muscular, half-naked man ignored her shouts and continued to approach. Behind the muscular man were two other equally healthy adult men. One was slightly overweight and wore a leather breastplate, while the other was slightly shorter and wore a linen robe. There was no way Tedera could believe such a claim. He drew a dagger from his waist. Even though she was petite, she didn't intimidate the man in front of her with the dagger. Instead, the men in front of her whistled and laughed. Despair welled up in Tedera's eyes. With a determined look, she pointed the dagger at her own neck. Back off! Unless you want to play with my corpse! This statement clearly had an effect. The men stopped in their tracks, but did not retreat. Miss, we just want to have some fun with you, there's no need to be so nervous. Back off! Tedela continued to shout, but her hand holding the dagger trembled uncontrollably. Okay, we'll retreat. Don't scratch your beautiful neck. The burly man in the lead seemed stunned and made a move to retreat. Tedela breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly rushed up. His movements were so agile that he was unlike any ordinary thug. He grabbed Tedela's wrist and snatched the dagger. What's a young lady like you doing playing with daggers? Tedela struggled to free her wrist, but the man's hand was like a vice, firmly gripping her wrist. Asshole! She cursed and kicked the man in the groin. Oh my, you've got quite a temper. The kick was easily neutralized. You two, come and hold them down. I'll check the goods first. The remaining 2 men grabbed Tedela's arms from either side, binding her to the spot. Crunch, crunch. Just then, a strange sound came from underground. The soil churned, as if something was about to burst forth. What is that? The 3 men were subtly lured away. Then, a skeletal hand emerged from the soil. How come there are skeletons here? The muscular man drew the short sword from his waist. Never mind, I'll go take care of this first. Boss, hurry up! We're getting impatient with such high-quality goods. He waved his hand, gripped his short sword, and approached the skeleton. It's just a low-level skeleton that has just been revived. Although the reason is unknown, it's unlikely to pose a threat to him. But the next moment, a clump of mud shot out from the ground, transforming into a mud arrow that pierced straight into the strong man's eyes. In an instant, my view was taken away. For the skeleton, victory is the only goal. Martial virtue is not a consideration. What the hell? The strong man was shocked and raised his sword to block. But the next second I felt a chill on my neck, and my neck was crushed. Team leader! The remaining 2 men then realized what was happening, and in shock, they disregarded Tedela and drew their short swords, rushing towards the skeleton. The skull turned its head, its empty eye sockets looking at the 2 men rushing towards it. Mud! The ground instantly turned into mud, and the 2 men running on it fell right into it. Oh shit! The angry shouts had no effect on the skeleton. The skeleton transformed into a white shadow, broke off a rib and used it to create a bone sword, easily slicing through the throats of the 2 people in the swamp. For Li Xiuman now, dealing with these noobs below level 10 is a piece of cake. However, the experience they provide is only a few dozen points. He ignored the corpses and instead turned to the woman sitting on the ground with the duck. Seeing Li Xiuman approach, the woman quickly raised the dagger she had been holding. After all, she didn't expect a skeleton monster to let her go. However, Tedela felt a bit grateful to the skeleton. If it weren't for this intruding skeleton, she probably would have died an even more miserable death. The skeleton walked up to Tedera. Tedera, suppressing her trembling body, thrust out the dagger. Li Xiuman saw the dagger coming at him, and easily caught it with the bones of his hand. Quack! Quack! I don't know, ha! Damn, this is so hard to talk to. Hearing the strange noises coming from the skeleton, Tedera looked up, staring at the skeleton in front of her with surprise and uncertainty. Are you speaking? After asking the question, Tedera secretly chuckled at herself. How could a skeleton possibly talk? Gaga, yes, Gaga. Really, is it talking? Tedela suspected there was something wrong with her ears. After all, the skull itself was strange. They possess magic, and they also demonstrated intelligence in previous battles. She thought for a moment, and then continued speaking. If you have the wisdom, please jay it. Ga. Tedera stared wide-eyed at the horrifying skeleton before her. I'm sorry, I thought you were a mindless skeleton. Thank you for saving me, Mr. Skeleton. To express her gratitude and sincerity, Tedela released the dagger from her hand. Although the dagger has already been grabbed and controlled by the skeleton. Ga, thank you. No need, thank you. As Li Xiuman spoke, she adjusted the growth of her laryngeal bones. Based on the principle that sound travels through vibration, he grew a thin bone in his throat, and vibrating the bone produced sound. From the moment I started speaking, I kept adjusting the size and thickness of the bone fragments, and my voice gradually became clearer. Gah! Red carp. Fish and green. Gah! He turned around and began to deal with the corpses, reciting tongue twisters and adjusting the bone fragments in his throat. Chapter 15. The skeleton is curious. Tedela stared at Li Xiuman, who was disposing of the body, with a mixture of fear and curiosity in her eyes. A skeleton that possesses intelligence and can speak and communicate. Li Xiuman used water magic to clean the clothes he had taken from the corpse, then put them on to cover his horrific skeleton. At the same time, a cloak was put on to cover the skull and cervical spine. Then, he walked back to Tedela. Now, it's time to settle the payment for saving you. Li Xiuman explained that he saved the woman not only out of a sense of justice, but also to gain her help. However, he is a skeleton. Races are inherently opposed to humanity, and cannot easily trust a human being. He wouldn't entrust his entire fortune and life to a woman he just met. Even if she is a beautiful woman, looks do not equal justice. Having come from the succubus's lair, Li Xiuman clearly understood this principle. Of course. Tedela swallowed hard and continued. I am a businessman, and I understand the principle of equivalent exchange. Li Xiuman also noticed Tedela's reluctance. Now you have two choices. Li Xiuman extended two skeletal fingers. First, give me a sum of money that you feel is worth your life, then leave, and we'll have nothing to do with each other again. Second, help me infiltrate human society, but if you choose this option, your life must be in my hands before I feel at ease. Because Li Xiuman had just mastered speaking, her speech was slow and her voice was hoarse. Reciprocity is important. Because he was a skeleton, his life was in the hands of this woman after he entered the human world. Therefore, in exchange, this woman's life must also be in his hands for him to feel at ease. I choose option 2. Tedela looked up and gave an answer that surprised Li Xiuman. Oh, why? Li Xiuman spoke with a slight doubt. I hope to gain your favor in exchange for your help. You are more trustworthy than humans. I am willing to stake my money and my life on it. After all, once you enter human society, you won't put me in any danger in the short term. My name is Tedera Ribbon, a merchant from White Bear City. Li Xiuman, skull. Then, without saying a word, Li Xiuman extended a finger bone and pressed it against Tedela's neck. Then, the bones in her fingertips began to grow, transforming into a white bone necklace, which she wore around her neck. The necklace is shorter than my head circumference, so I can't take it off. If you betray me, this necklace will pierce your neck. Li Xiuman explained the function of the necklace succinctly. It's a beautiful necklace, thank you. Tedela put on a relaxed expression. But Li Xiuman could still sense the fear hidden beneath her relaxed expression. If you're scared, you can still back out now. No! She shook her head firmly, her red hair swaying like flames. That's good. Afterwards, Li Xiuman and Tedela headed towards the town. Li Xiuman has already revealed his intelligence to Pound, and has killed so many succubi. If nothing unexpected happens, Lucia will definitely hunt me down. Human cities are the best hiding places to evade pursuit. Based on Li Xiuman and Tedela's conversations along the way, he also learned their current location. The territory of White Bear City within the Duchy of Monde in the United Kingdom of Lance. The United Kingdom of Lance is a vast kingdom composed of 9 duchies. The main ethnic group in the kingdom is the human race. White Bear City was a city governed by the noble Erowit. Having entered White Bear City without attracting the attention of the guards, Li Xiuman finally breathed a sigh of relief. We passed through the towering city walls that stretched as far as the eye could see and entered the city. The houses were arranged in an orderly fashion, and the architecture was not too different from the medieval style in Li Xiuman's vision. However, the streets were not as dirty and chaotic as those in the Middle Ages, perhaps due to magic. And the most conspicuous place in the city is probably the huge tower located right in the center. That tower what? Li Xiuman looked at Tedela. Huh! You don't even recognize the city landmark tower? Don't you have any memories of what happened before you became a skeleton? Tedela looked at Li Xiuman with surprise, as if she were looking at a caveman. Li Xiuman was originally from another time, and the setting of his memories before he became a skeleton suited him perfectly, so he accepted it. No wonder. Tedela, who knew that Li Xiuman had no memories of his past life, was no longer surprised. The city landmark tower is a marker of the underground city, and there's an underground city beneath each city landmark tower. And every town will have a landmark tower and an underground city. Dungeon? The dungeon is filled with countless monsters and resources. 90% of the magical materials in this world are mined from the dungeons. Some high-quality magical items and equipment are also obtained from dungeons. Even job change scrolls for non-faith professions were found in the dungeons. In ancient times, intelligent species were quite weak and were even on the verge of extinction. It wasn't until the dungeons appeared, and the intelligent species conquered them and gained the opportunity to change jobs, that they gradually relied on the dungeons to dominate the world. Tedela patiently explained to the amnesiac skeleton. Li Xiuman listened silently, digesting what she had to say. Although it's called the underground city, it's not actually underground. A long time ago, people tried to dig into the underground from the city landmark tower, but they never found the underground city. The only way to enter the dungeon is through the city landmark tower. It's just that the underground city is called an underground city because the layers extend downwards one by one. It is said that the deep underground city has a landscape that is no different from the surface, and you can see the sky. Of course, the underground city of White Bear City doesn't have that many levels. Number of floors? Li Xiuman asked again. Upon hearing Li Xiuman's question, Tedela quickly continued. Dungeons are divided into different levels based on the number of floors. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it is, but the more abundant the resources are also. It can be divided into 10 levels based on the number of layers. The dungeons below the 10th floor are classified as first-tier dungeons, the dungeons below the 20th floor are classified as second-tier dungeons, and so on. Up to the 10th tier dungeons above the 91st floor. Why is a level 10 dungeon described as having 90 or more floors? Seeing Li Xiuman's eager questioning, Tedela took a breath and continued. Because the exact number of levels in a 10th tier dungeon is unknown. No one has fully explored the deepest level of the 10th tier dungeon. It's uncertain whether it's below 100 levels, or if it's only 100. I see, so it's a monster hunting dungeon. What to swipe? Now it was Tedela's turn to look puzzled. Nothing. Li Xiuman looked at the city landmark tower of White Bear City again, still feeling a little strange. The existence of this dungeon is like a game. What level is the underground city of White Bear City? A 46-story, 5th-tier underground city. We've arrived at my Chamber of Commerce. If you're interested in dungeons, why not visit my trading company? My trading company mainly collects materials and items from adventurers who conquer dungeons and wholesales them to secondary processors. They will also sell them themselves. Tedela led Li Xiuman to a stop in front of an impressive building. The building has 4 floors, with sales and transaction windows visible from the outside. Teams of adventurers came and went, trading their spoils. She's a rich woman. Don't misunderstand, this is rented. Tedela seemed to notice Li Xiuman's shock and added a comment. Oh. Li Xiuman did not show any extra emotion. Tedela then led Li Xiuman into the Chamber of Commerce. Hello, President. Thank you for your hard work, President. The employees at the window greeted him one by one, while their eyes swept over Li Xiuman, seemingly trying to guess his identity. So, given your status, how did you manage to leave the city alone? Li Xiuman was puzzled. We were set up. Tedela trembled slightly as she spoke. Besides, my identity isn't anything special. In White Bear City, there is no shortage of adventurers or merchants like me. Those who are truly high above and of noble status are the nobles. The two had already reached the president's office on the 4th floor. She sat in the president's chair and looked at Li Xiuman, exuding a president's air about her. Chapter 16: The Skull's Lucky Color. I plan to continue observing this city. Li Xiuman also found a chair and sat down. Would you like some tea? Tedela got up, earnestly made a cup of tea for Li Xiuman, and then looked at Li Xiuman. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. When Tedela saw that Li Xiuman hadn't moved for a while, she realized that there was a skeleton under the cloak in front of her. Li Xiuman kept wearing a cloak, and since she acted no differently than an ordinary person, she subconsciously forgot the identity of the skeleton opposite her. The air fell silent, and the atmosphere became subtly awkward. Would you like to change your clothes? In the quiet air, Tedera realized she had to do something, so she spoke up. Yes, thank you for your help. Li Xiuman stood up. Master, here are the clothes you requested. Soon, a catered maid brought over several pieces of clothing. Catered beast girl maid. Li Xiuman glanced at Tedera, the look he gave her as a fellow Taoist. After that, the maid left. Tedela sat at her desk, looking at Li Xiuman without any intention of avoiding him. Although I was running naked the whole time. But suddenly asking him to take off his clothes in front of a woman is still a bit. Are there changing rooms or cubicles? Oh, yes. The new clothes were much thicker, and a thick cloak covered his face, so that he could only see a dark silhouette in the mirror. If it were nighttime, you might even see will-o'-the-wisps burning around the eyes of the shadowy figures. This eliminated any remaining risk of Li Xiuman accidentally exposing herself. Stepping out of the locker room, Tedela was standing outside. Yes, it suits you very well. Thank you, I need to go out for a bit. Here's your money, be careful. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 10 silver coins, and a silver coin can be worth 100 copper coins. Tedela gave her some instructions. Li Xiuman didn't go anywhere else after leaving the house. She walked straight towards the city landmark tower. Even while hiding in the city, Li Xiuman couldn't feel at ease. Only his own strength can truly put his mind at ease. After all, you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. If Pound attacks the city, how can I possibly hide? The dungeon is a trial ground where he can quickly gain power. Moreover, conquering dungeons, what a romantic phrase. Li Xiuman walked to the foot of the city landmark tower. From up close, the city landmark tower was even more impressive. It grows straight upwards, soaring into the clouds, like a vine hanging down from the sky. Beneath the city landmark tower are countless holes of all sizes. Scattered groups of adventurers, fully equipped, headed into the cave. The vast majority of them entered in small teams. Based on their attire, we can identify swordsmen, heavily armored warriors, mages, and priests. He didn't plan to go in today, he was just here for a visit. The 2 flames of soul within Li Xiuman's hood suddenly contracted. Following his gaze, 2 figures could be seen walking towards them. A handsome, blonde-haired man with blue eyes was dressed in a missionary's robe. He was laughing and talking to his companion, a purple figure completely covered in heavy armor, while his companion walked by indifferently. It was the missionary and the purple-armored warrior who fought against Pound back then. The great sword carried by that purple-armored warrior was the one that cut off one of Pound's horns. Li Xiuman stiffly looked away, pretending not to notice the 2 walking past. The purple-armored warrior's face was covered by his helmet, making his expression impossible to see. The missionary continued talking to his companion, seemingly oblivious to what was happening here. Li Xiuman secretly breathed a sigh of relief and tried her best to make her movements appear natural. Just as he brushed past the missionary's voice rang in his ears. Stop! The missionary turned around and smiled at Li Xiuman. Have you seen me somewhere before? If Li Xiuman had a heart, the speed at which it beats right now could be connected to a motor and save the Earth from its energy crisis. He slowly turned around, pretending to size up the missionary. Never seen it before. Oh, really? Your voice sounds a little hoarse. Are you sick? The missionary squinted, maintaining his smile as he asked. No, it's innate. Li Xiuman felt all the joints in her body creaking. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Oh, then. He reached out his hand to Li Xiuman. As the hand drew ever closer, Li Xiuman almost instinctively ran out of her way. But he managed to suppress the urge to run away. "Kate, we've already been delayed for too long." The purple-armored warrior spoke. It wasn't the burly man's voice that Li Xiuman had imagined, but rather a very pleasant and spirited female voice. Just by listening to the sound, Li Xiuman could already feel the overwhelming sense of oppression. "All right." The missionary named Kate withdrew her hand. "Then, do you believe in the goddess of light?" "No." "What a joke, he's a skeleton who believes in the goddess of light." The goddess easily purified him and sent him away. Besides, now doesn't seem like a good time for missionary work. That's a real shame. The missionary turned around. The soul fire within Li Xiuman's body finally reignited from its nearly extinguished state. At this moment, he should be glad that he is not human, otherwise his physiological fluctuations would have sold him out. He glanced at the purple-armored warrior with gratitude. "Purple seems to be my lucky color." The first time this guy appeared, he cut off a piece of Pound's horn for himself. This time, he indirectly saved himself once again. He calmed himself down and left the landmark tower. On the other side. "Ilu, that kid clearly recognized us. How can you help him? Say something. There has to be a reason, right? Could it be that she's taken a liking to that kid?" He was kicked away. "Willing." Ilu didn't look at Kate and kept walking. A short while later Kate, completely unharmed, caught up with them. No way, she really likes him? So that's the type you like, the secretive type, or something else? Mystery, anticipation? In my opinion, that guy is skinny as a feather. Don't be fooled by his thick clothes, he's practically skin and bones. It can't withstand your antics. He was kicked away again. "I'll sew your mouth shut sooner or later." Kate was kicked again as soon as she walked back. Chapter 17. The skeleton stepped forward. Back to the Chamber of Commerce. Just as I was about to push open President Tedela's door, I heard arguing coming from inside. "What did he promise you?" "President Tedera, I don't understand what you're saying. Our team wants to terminate our contract with your company in accordance with the terms of the contract. Have you thought this through? To those nobles, you are just disposable commodities." "What noblemen?" "President Tedela, please use language that even a rough man like me can understand." "You." Crunch. The door was pushed open, interrupting Tedela's voice. Standing in front of Tedera was an 8-person adventurer party, and all of them were of high level. Without exception, they were all professionals, well equipped. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment, then Tedela sat down again, her agitated emotions calming down slightly. "It seems the president has guests. Our team will take our leave now. We hope the guild leader can see the situation clearly." The 8-person adventurer team brushed past Li Xiuman, who was standing at the door. "They are." Li Xiuman tried to speak. "Adventure teams that have signed long-term contracts with the guild are the main teams that collect materials for the guild. However, we need to terminate the contract with the union now. It was clearly me who spent resources to support their team step by step." Tedela's tone was somewhat agitated. "Shouldn't there be a penalty for canceling a contract according to the agreement?" Li Xiuman spoke. "That's the contract, but the guild previously received a huge order for materials, and the price they offered was ridiculously high. If we swallow it, the union's size will double. But this material is only found below the 20th level of the underground city. We can't do without this team now. If they leave, the union won't be able to complete this deal, and the compensation will bankrupt the union." Tedela gritted her teeth. "I suspect this was all orchestrated by the person behind them. This invoice for materials is probably a bait he laid out. What happens outside during the day is also—" Tedera felt a chill run down her spine. Then, "Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Master, no adventure teams outside are willing to take on your mission. Raise the price." "Master, we've already raised it to the maximum. If we keep raising it, The guild might go bankrupt. The cat-eared maid's ears twitched, and she offered an explanation. Tedela slowly sat down in the chair, feeling as if an invisible hand was reaching into her destiny and manipulating it at will. For him, it was just a simple game, and he might just be the prize for winning. Crunch. The door was pushed open again. Tedera looked at the person who had come to her, without any surprise. Even the most gorgeous clothes couldn't hide her large belly. Li Xiuman bet the tailor must have suffered a lot to make this dress. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the nobleman that Tedela was talking about. Is this interesting? She spoke. Teresa, what are you talking about? I heard about your Chamber of Commerce's predicament, and came over immediately. If you like, I can help you through this crisis. Then what? You only need to be my lover. Pooh. Or if the union goes bankrupt, you become a slave, and then I buy you back. Then you would lose face. The nobleman before him made no attempt to conceal his desires. What a pure soul he was. This level of financial ruin could bankrupt me, but it could never turn me into a slave. Tedela spoke coldly. Believe me, I have no less than 100 ways to turn you into a slave. I admire you and am willing to let you maintain your dignity, otherwise you would already be a slave. So it really was you who did it during the day. Tedera forced herself to speak, barely containing her anger. Think about it carefully. Does becoming my lover make you feel ashamed? You're just a commoner. If you conceive a child with my noble bloodline, it will bring you great honor. Tedera has given up on speaking. The mere thought of breathing the same air as this pig made her feel nauseous. Li Xiuman remained silent. To step forward? Don't make things difficult for a skeleton like him, let alone something that requires him to show off. He and Tedela had only known each other for a short time, and he was Tedela's benefactor, not the other way around. For him, Tedela was just a convenient tool. You can replace it any time, but it might not be as good as Tedera. Although he admires her to some extent, it's not enough for him to stand up for her. Offending a nobleman for her sake is not worth it. Although this nobleman is indeed quite disgusting. By the way, who are you? I've never seen you before. The noble pig looked at Li Xiuman. Damn it, I've already tried to keep a low profile, why am I still being targeted? In reality, the noble pig just felt that Li Xiuman's aura made him uncomfortable, like that of a demon. This kind of aura can only be found on monsters and true adventurers. First, we can rule out monsters, so this guy's identity is self-evident. Li Xiuman was trying hard to think of a way to answer. After all, he really disliked having any conversation with this guy. I know, you're the adventurer that this bitch hired, right? Noble pig pointed at Li Xiuman and cursed. Good. Excellent. Kid, you've successfully caught my attention. I'll show you what the price will be for angering me. What kind of otherworldly version of a domineering CEO? It's disgusting. Say your name. Skull. What a disgusting code name. Tedela, you've certainly found a good adventurer. See you at the slave market. I hope the slave traders can teach you some skills in bed. After the nobleman finished speaking, he turned to look at Li Xiuman with his fat, oily face. And skeletons. You will die in the dungeon. The noble pig left. I'm sorry to have dragged you down. I'm going to the dungeon. When is the delivery date? Li Xiuman spoke. Now that things have come to this, I can only help Tedera and, incidentally, try to gain her favor. Are you willing to help? This is dangerous. I don't want to. Of course, aren't we allies? He's a hypocrite, a typical scumbag, Shaw. But saying that can increase favorability. The higher the favorability, the more useful the tool becomes. In half a month, you will be all alone. Don't push yourself. If it really doesn't work out, retreat. I have other options. I left the president's office. I saw that 8-person adventure team again. Upon seeing Li Xiuman, the man leading the squad became interested. Isn't that a skeleton? A whole squad of skeletons, 1 person and 1 team. I really am a skeleton. Li Xiuman spoke earnestly. He understood that the more he said this, the less these people would doubt his identity as a skeleton. After all, he concealed his appearance, and it wouldn't be good if someone with ulterior motives noticed him. He calls himself a skeleton, so others will see him as a weirdo. Concealing his appearance will not seem so strange, and he will attract attention. Then I'm still a zombie. As he spoke, he made two noises like a zombie. All right, skeleton, I hope to meet you in the dungeon. Remember my name, Hu of the Hyena Adventure Team. The Hyena Squad will tear you apart, you skeleton. Seeing that Li Xiuman did not react, Hu lost interest in continuing to tease her. I hope I don't break a tooth. Haha, that depends on your skeleton's bones being strong enough. Our team will hunt you down in the dungeon. There's nothing we can do about it, you're on the guild leader's side. That makes our team seem so heartless. Therefore, you will die a terrible death. He moved closer to Li Xiuman, keeping a smile on his face, and whispered a death threat. Li Xiuman didn't say anything, but simply watched Xiuman leave. Is the noble pig-like Prime Minister going to use a borrowed knife to kill someone? Then, he felt his clothes being tugged. He turned his head and saw the cat-eared maid tugging at his clothes. Damn, from this angle, the cat ears are just too cute to be fair. Thank you for standing by your master's side. Li Xiuman shifted her gaze from the maid's ear. What guilt could the skeleton possibly have? The skeleton just wanted to gain favor. Chapter 18 Skeletons in the Dungeon. Leather armor was worn on the body. The vital parts are made of a special magical metal, which has a magical defensive effect. Behind him, he carried a long, straight metal staff, the top of which was inlaid with a pale blue magic stone. This wand is the most expensive piece of equipment he owns, and also the most expensive piece of equipment in the Ruby Merchant Guild. The wand itself has mediocre performance. It doesn't even have the most basic functions of shortening the incantation or transferring magic. It can only enhance magical effects, plus it's incredibly tough. It was made from some of the world's hardest metals, which is why Li Xiuman took a liking to it at first sight. Be careful, don't push yourself. Li Xiuman would never force himself. He always put his own life first. Without hesitation, he plunged into the underground city. A long, downward-facing tunnel appeared before us. The two ends of the passageway emitted a dim blue light, making it appear particularly dreamlike. He swept his hand across the stone wall, took the wand from his back, and continued down the path. The first dungeon raid guide officially begins. After passing through a long passageway, we officially entered the first level of the underground palace. It was like a huge cavern, and you could see other adventurers walking around, selling items. You can hardly see any monsters. After all, this floor was full of level 1 monsters, all of which have been cleared out by the adventurers. He didn't even need to take out a map. The walls here were covered with directional signs. Following the signs, I easily passed through the first level of the maze, only encountering a few murky level 1 slimes, each contributing 1 point of experience. The first level of the maze had countless connections to the second level. Li Xiuman randomly chose a cliff face and jumped into the second level. Then, take out the map and follow it to find an underground river. Following this river will take you directly to the 8th underground level. The 1st to 10th basement levels are connected, but the 10th and 11th basement levels can only be connected by a single passage. Li Xiuman originally thought that he had to defeat the boss to enter, but that wasn't actually the case. After the 30th floor, a dungeon boss will appear before you can enter the next floor. Before this, there were no bosses, only special species wandering the levels. Special species are special forms of ordinary monsters, and are much more powerful than ordinary monsters. But it's hard to meet. As for its appearance, it has horns. In dungeons, horns are similar to crowns. Ordinary monsters do not grow horns, only special monsters and bosses do. Li Xiuman climbed out of the underground river and has now reached the 8th level. He waved his wand, cast a fire spell, and dried his clothes. Caw caw caw! A green-skinned dwarf charged at Li Xiuman. With its big nose and long ears, it's a goblin. Goblin. LV8. None. Common monsters possess a certain level of power. Don't underestimate them just because they don't look like much. Perfect, I can use it to practice. Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, activated it, and swung it fiercely, smashing it onto the goblin's head. His skull shattered instantly, and his entire body flew out, crashing into the stone wall, bouncing off again, and landing on the ground. He twitched twice and then fell silent. What a great magic wand! Li Xiuman waved his wand twice, making a swishing sound. He felt he could use this wand for a long time without needing to replace it. Then, he stepped over the goblin corpses and headed deeper into the maze. He wants to level up. Soon, Li Xiuman encountered a second goblin. He strode forward and knocked the goblin down with a single punch. Caw caw caw! The goblin struggled frantically, but Li Xiuman paid no heed, stepping on the goblin's neck while raising his wand. It slammed down with a thud. The arm bone was smashed to pieces. Then, he lifted his foot, let the goblin go, and quietly followed behind it. He wanted to follow the clues and eliminate the root of the problem. At that time, we'll have saved a whole nest of goblins from suffering. What a great deed! The goblins in front of me wandered through the maze, turning left and right. But Li Xiuman quickly realized something was wrong. The goblins seemed to be leading him in circles. When Li Xiuman came to her senses, she discovered that in the deep darkness, clusters of green light were squeezed together. He was ambushed by goblins. You underestimated goblins. Li Xiuman sighed and reflected on his mistakes. Pound and Lucia made a mistake by underestimating themselves, allowing themselves to escape. And wasn't I the same? I underestimated the wisdom of the goblins. Caw caw caw! The goblin in front stopped and started squawking. Then goblins rushed out of the darkness. Li Xiuman gripped the magic wand tightly. Although he recognized his mistake, he remained completely calm even when ambushed by goblins. Mud! The wand slammed into the ground, and the magic stone at its tip glowed with a ghostly blue light. In an instant, large areas of the ground collapsed and turned into mud, centered on Li Xiuman. All the goblins got stuck and remained in place. The magic stone embedded in the wand is a high-grade water magic stone, which provides a significant boost when casting water attribute magic. But Li Xiuman is now unable to move. Inside the cave, with stone walls on both sides, Li Xiuman was unable to extend his bone wings and fly. He could only stand still and raise his wand. Fireball! A miniature magic circle appeared at the tip of the wand, and a fireball was fired precisely, hitting a goblin. One blow kills. Fireball! Then he turned his wand around and aimed it at the other goblins. Fireballs came one after another. But soon, some goblins adapted to the swamp and moved toward Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman remained calm and composed. Whenever a goblin approached, he would wave his wand and smash its head against it, one by one. Soon, goblin bodies covered him. Although the goblins didn't have much experience, their sheer number made up for it, and Li Xiuman's experience bar was growing at a considerable rate. Caw caw caw! The cries of goblins filled the entire cave. Li Xiuman waved her wand faster and faster. Because it is a cave, the ground is only covered with a layer of soil, and below that is rock. The swamp is not deep. More and more goblins adapted to the swamp and charged toward Li Xiuman. Faced with a large number of goblins, Li Xiuman became somewhat flustered, and his remaining magic power was not very promising. Looks like we need to fight our way out first. Li Xiuman spotted a direction, exerted force with both legs, and leaped into the air. Taking advantage of the situation, the bone wings spread out behind him, wind magic was activated, and he glided for a distance before landing on the swamp. The goblins swarmed over. Li Xiuman reached into his robes, drew his rib-shaped bone sword, and activated fire magic, coating the sword with flames. Then, wielding a sword in one hand and a magic wand in the other, he broke through the encirclement with his superior equipment. The surrounding goblins let out furious cries. I casually allocated some of my free attribute points to spirit, leaving me with the last free attribute point from the last upgrade. The remaining one attribute point is reserved for increasing constitution to save your life in dangerous situations. While running, he didn't forget to throw fireballs behind him. Hearing the notification sound in his ear, he knew that a noble goblin had used his death as a boost to his growth. I'm so sad. Chapter 19. The skeleton is submerging. Continue diving. Because he was a skeleton, Li Xiuman did not experience hunger or thirst, so he did not need to rest or replenish his food except for necessary rest. Before the passage between the 10th and 11th floors, Li Xiuman decided to take a break. The battle with the goblins had drained a lot of his magic power, and he needed to wait for it to recover. But Li Xiuman did not rest while waiting for his magic to recover. He took a book out of his pocket and leaned against the stone wall to read it carefully. The flames in his eyes swelled and shrank, as if he were deep in thought. The book he was reading was a detailed explanation of first-order elemental magic, which he had obtained from the Chamber of Commerce. It records common first-tier spells. Although Li Xiuman is an elemental mage among first-tier mages, strictly speaking, he doesn't use first-order magic. The magic he uses relies on his racial talent to utilize primal elements. He is currently researching the first-tier elemental magic, Fireball. This is the most basic first-tier magic, which is usually the first magic that elemental mages learn. Although it's very common, it's precisely because it's practical that it's so common. It has a short incantation, a fast casting speed, and its power is considerable. The incantation is simply to say Fireball in the ancient magical language. Therefore, it is the most commonly used spell by first-tier elemental mages. Due to limited energy, most elemental mages choose to specialize in one element. But Li Xiuman chose to master all 4 types of magic, leaving none out. Is this how a magic circle is formed? I see. The magic connection between here and here makes the effect even stronger. Li Xiuman muttered to herself. Then, he slowly raised his hand and tried to cast the spell according to the illustrations and annotations in the book. Fireball! This is an ancient magical term. The obscure syllables came from his throat, and a fiery red magic circle was drawn in Li Xiuman's outstretched palm. Then, a burst of fireball shot out, struck the stone wall, and shattered. The power was far greater than Li Xiuman's rudimentary method of condensing a fireball into a ball and throwing it out. Success on the first try, is it a racial advantage? But the accuracy is a bit lacking. Li Xiuman looked at the magic book carefully again, then raised his hand once more. First-tier elemental magic, Fireball! This time, he visualized the trajectory in his mind, carefully controlled his magic, and the fireball accurately hit its target. Good shot, that was good. Li Xiuman formed several more fireball, magic circles, but did not launch them in order to conserve magic power. After getting a little more familiar with it, Li Xiuman turned to the next page. First-tier magic, Water Arrow. First-tier magic, Earth Bullet. First-tier magic, Wind Blade. After trying out the most basic and commonly used spells of the 4 elements, Li Xiuman carefully put away the spell book and got up. In his opinion, these magic spells were still lacking. Being too rigid about form makes it impractical. In his view, the first-tier magic, Earth Bullet, should be mixed with water elemental energy and then shot into the eyes. It's much more practical than him smearing mud and water on his eyes. Alternatively, you can break the homemade bullet down into the form of sand and sprinkle it in your eyes. In combat, depriving the opponent of their sight is crucial. Perhaps the magicians of this world all possess a noble sense of self and disdain using this kind of magic. Li Xiuman thought about it casually for a moment, then put the question out of her mind. He walked towards the passage from the 10th to the 11th underground level. Behind them are monsters of level 10 and above, greatly increasing the danger. He must be careful and put aside his carelessness. It disappeared into the dark tunnel. Da-da-da! The crisp sound of footsteps, diving deeper and deeper. 11 underground floors. The temperature rose instantly, and both the ground and the stone walls became extremely dry. For ordinary adventurers, this temperature could be quite unbearable. But Li Xiuman, being a skeleton, obviously wouldn't care about hot or cold. Moreover, this level of popularity is nothing special. He felt the hot wind blowing in his face, then lifted his foot and continued walking deeper into the area. According to intelligence, this level is mainly inhabited by a type of red lizard. It can control flames to some extent and is also very agile. Li Xiuman soon saw the legendary fire lizard. It's less of a lizard and more the size of a crocodile, resembling a Komodo dragon. Hiss hiss hiss! Upon seeing Li Xiuman, it barked furiously, opened its mouth, and fire elements gathered within it. Damn it, is she really that bad-tempered? Li Xiuman looked at the fire lizard that attacked without warning and made a comment. But I felt a sense of relief inside, because he didn't seem to have a high IQ. Call out! The fireball, trailing a tail, shot straight toward Li Xiuman. Looking at the fireball, Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, and the defensive spells from the spell book echoed in his mind. So he took out the book. Unfortunately, defensive magic is quite complex because it involves maintaining magical energy, and it's not something you can memorize in a short time. Having dodged the fireball, he held the spell book in one hand and raised his wand in the other. He exudes the aura of a Buddhist monk. First tier magic, water wall. The magic stone at the tip of the magic wand shone with a beautiful azure light, and a disc-shaped magic circle quickly formed at the top. The water condensed in the air, forming a flowing wall of water. The fireball shot by the fire lizard was easily blocked, only raising a wisp of steam. The fire salamander was stunned. Then, it chose to go around the water wall. Li Xiuman quickly turned to the next page of the magic book. Let me see, like this. He clumsily manipulated the water wall to move. However, his clumsy manipulation was no match for the fire lizard's agile movements. Except at the very beginning, the water wall failed to stop a single fireball. Damn it, break the magic! Li Xiuman closed the spellbook, gripped his wand tightly, and rushed forward, leaving a dark shadow in his wake. Hiss hiss hiss! The fire lizard spits out a fireball. Facing the incoming fireball, Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, condensing wind magic into a vortex that covered the wand. With the enhancement of the wind magic, he swung it fiercely at the fireball. The fireball was struck and exploded in midair, scattering into streams of flame. Li Xiuman, however, did not slow down at all, charging straight towards the fire lizard and raising his wand. Die! There is no way to avoid it. The fire lizard felt itself firmly locked in place. The wand blurred into a streak as it lashed out at the fire lizard's head. With a bang, the lizard's head exploded. Magic is still easier to use this way. Li Xiuman felt that the magic in this magic book was not suitable for her. What he needs to do is to draw upon the principles of magic from the magic book and apply them to his own magic. What we learn is not the magic itself, but the principles behind it. He crouched down, pulled out a knife, cut open the fire lizard's chest cavity, and took out a magic stone the size of a date pit. Magic stones are stones that grow inside monsters and contain magical power. Generally, these are the most valuable items on a monster, and this lizard's skin is also very valuable, but Li Xiuman couldn't carry too much luggage. His destination was the octagonal fire crystal that grew 20 levels underground. After stuffing the magic stone into his pouch, Li Xiuman continued forward. Chapter 20: A Skeleton Who Loves Baseball. A cave 12 stories underground. Li Xiuman leaned against the stone wall, looking at the magic book while forming a magic circle. It's time for him to rest. After the 10th underground level, the terrain becomes much more complex, and the monsters become much stronger. Therefore, it takes more time to get through one layer. If it's an adventurer team, they can take turns diving with the main force, allowing them to descend faster. This connects to this, and this part can be removed. Li Xiuman carefully drew a light blue magic circle on her left arm. He is trying to modify magic. After all, Using the magic in the spell book is really awkward. The original elements used are too inefficient. The magic he is modifying is a first-term magic, water wall. First-term magic. Water shield! The magic circle lit up with a beautiful blue light, and water swirled and gathered on his left arm. Then, a circular water shield condensed in front of the forearm. The water that forms the water shield flows slowly in a vortex, looking like a crystal-clear crystal. He tried to swing his left arm, and the left shield nimbly locked onto his left hand, moving along with it. It was as if he were holding a real shield. Li Xiuman felt a jolt of energy. In an instant, the world seemed to become clear. Looking at the water shield on his arm again, he could actually see the flow of magic. There's something wrong here. How come we didn't notice it before? If we connect it this way, the effect will be even better. Li Xiuman subconsciously adjusted the magic circle of the water shield. Ripples spread across the surface of the water shield, and the vortex became more stable and solidified. Even the magic consumption to maintain the water shield has become slightly less. Picking up the spell book again, I felt that the complex magic circle seemed to have become a bit simpler. Impressive skill! Li Xiuman dispersed the water shield and, based on the water shield's magic circle, designed magic circles for other elements. First-term magic, Earth Shield. First-term magic, Fire Shield. Holy crap, it's on fire! First-term magic, Wind Shield. The design of all 4 elemental shields has been successfully completed. The Earth Shield is no different from a normal shield. The Wind Shield can deflect attacks to some extent. The Fire Shield is flashy but impractical, but it should be able to burn some incoming arrows. Having become familiar with the new magic circles and with his magic power almost fully restored, Li Xiuman left the cave and headed to the 13th floor. The moment I stepped onto the 13th floor, a poisoned arrow came flying straight at them. Li Xiuman raised his staff, sending sparks flying and deflecting the arrow. Luckily, a mage has appeared. That wand looks like it's worth a lot of money. It looks like we'll make a good profit this time. Stop talking nonsense, it'll be troublesome if he manages to cast a spell. 4 warriors, 2 heavily armored soldiers, 1 swordsman, and 1 archer. 1 level 16, 2 level 15, and 1 level 14. Without further ado, 2 heavily armored soldiers rushed forward, seemingly intending to interfere with Li Xiuman. The swordsman roamed behind the heavy armor, sword in hand, seemingly ready to seize the opportunity to pounce and deliver a fatal blow. The archer, being the furthest away, fired 2 more hidden arrows. Earth Shield. Li Xiuman raised his arm, and a magic circle was instantly drawn, forming an earthen yellow round shield on his left arm, deflecting the incoming arrows. Kid, don't blame us after you die. It's just your bad luck. The heavily armored soldiers approached and rammed into Li Xiuman. The other one brandished a giant sword and roared. Sharp! A cold light flashed from the blade of the great sword. Warriors' fighting skills? Li Xiuman stepped back, using the earthen shield to block his way. Slide step! The swordsman's body vanished, leaving only a lingering shadow in his wake. A sword flashed from behind him. Besieged on both sides, Li Xiuman changed his stance and rammed into the heavy armored warrior's great sword. The earthen shield on his left arm collided with the great sword, leaving a deep sword mark. It's not broken! The heavily armored soldier exclaimed in surprise. Li Xiuman twirled his wand, meeting the swordsman's attack from behind. His body sank slightly, and he was knocked away by another heavily armored warrior. The archer quickly fired 3 more arrows, shooting them in a triangular pattern towards Li Xiuman in the air. The swordsman easily pierced Li Xiuman's heart, chest, and neck. Well done, Will! Will found it a little strange. How could my arrow pierce through so easily? I didn't even feel it passing through flesh and blood. But he didn't think much of it. After all, the arrow piercing his neck and heart was a real event. The lion's share is mine! Will saw the swordsmen and heavily armored soldiers rushing towards the corpses and shouted, then quickly followed. It's impossible to expect these thugs to leave you with anything. But just as the swordsman at the front approached, the corpse suddenly moved. First-tier magic, mud bomb! The magic modified by Li Xiuman, the original magic, earth bullet. The instant mud bomb accurately smeared the swordsman's face, instantly robbing him of his sight. He's faking his death! Retreat! The heavily armored soldier quickly tried to shield the swordsman behind him. But how could Li Xiuman give them a chance? First-tier magic, swamp! The ground instantly turned into mud, and a heavily armored soldier collapsed halfway down due to his weight. The other one noticed something was wrong in time and, with a few consecutive leaps, avoided the swamp. But the swordsman who lost his sight did not have it so easy. Having lost his sight, he had no idea what was happening. The ground suddenly softened, and he sank in. Even the swordsman's skill, the slide step, cannot be used. First-tier magic. A fiery red magic circle was drawn at the tip of the wand. Don't want! Get out of the way! The shouts of his teammates became the last sounds the swordsman heard. Fireball! The fireball struck the swordsman's head precisely and exploded. Go to hell! Rapid fire! Several more arrows were shot at Li Xiuman, who quickly dodged and charged towards the heavily armored soldier who was stuck in the mud. First-tier magic, fireball! Immovable fortress! The heavily armored soldier shouted, his thick shield rising in front of him, his entire armor glowing with a yellow light. The fireball hit its target precisely, exploded, and billowed smoke. As the smoke cleared, the heavily armored warriors were revealed in a disheveled state, with cracks appearing in their armor and shields. I want you dead! He yelled and rushed toward Li Xiuman. The explosion had dried up the mud, giving him a chance to escape. Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly and threw out several fireballs in succession, but they were all blocked by the shield. In that case, Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, and under its influence, he forcefully pulled it out and smashed it at the heavily armored warrior who was attacking again. The heavily armored soldier raised his shield, not paying much attention. After all, how much power can a mage have? Holy crap! The shield jolted violently, denting slightly, as a tremendous force surged from it, causing him to lose his grip and fly away. Don't move! Seeing that things were going badly, he was about to activate his skill, but that, if I'm not mistaken, it was a pure metal magic wand that was swung even faster. Don't touch your mother! The wand struck his head, a cracking sound rang out, and his helmet shattered and flew off. His wand is imbued with a vortex of wind magic, which has a tearing effect. His head was buzzing, and under Li Xiuman's assessment, the status bar was directly displayed. Another heavy blow was delivered to the area where the bone was fractured. This time, its head caved in and then exploded due to the wind pressure. My experience has increased significantly. Blood stained the wand. Li Xiuman wiped the blood off the wand on the corpse and carried it on his shoulder. We haven't even discussed meeting yet. I am a skeleton. Then, obediently let the skeleton smash your head. Chapter 21 The Skeletons next time. Skull? What's that code name? The remaining heavily armored soldier and archer exchanged glances. Brother, I think there's been some misunderstanding between us. The heavily armored soldier spoke. After all, it's important to be adaptable to changing circumstances. Sorry, it has nothing to do with any misunderstanding. Because I am a skeleton and you are a human, I am going to kill you. Li Xiuman charged toward the heavily armored warrior, raising his wand to smash him. Shield bash! The heavily armored warrior raised his thick shield in his left hand to meet the magic wand. Sharp! With his other hand, he swung the great sword and slashed at Li Xiuman. First-tier magic, wind shield! The magic circle on Li Xiuman's left arm changed, and the earthen yellow stone shield disappeared, replaced by a circular whirlwind. The heavy sword slammed into the whirlwind. The heavily armored warrior felt an invisible force pulling his sword away from its original trajectory. What kind of magic is this? The heavily armored soldier quickly pulled back his sword and adjusted his center of gravity. At this moment, several arrows were shot at Li Xiuman from behind. Li Xiuman didn't care at all. If we're talking about what skeletons are least afraid of, it's probably arrows. The arrow aimed at his head was dodged, but the arrow aimed at his chest passed right through him again, albeit strangely. At such close range, the heavily armored soldier finally got a clear look. The body beneath the clothes had no flesh and blood, only a stark white skeleton. The arrow pierced through the gap in the bone. You really are a skeleton! The heavily armored soldiers felt a chill run down their spines, causing their movements to become chaotic. Then, Li Xiuman hit him several times on the head. Didn't I already say that? Li Xiuman talked as he tapped. In a way, it's about time. With a flick of his wrist, Li Xiuman's wand spun a beautiful arc in the air. Then, it was activated. The wand made a whooshing sound as it was thrown like a javelin. Get out of the way! It was too late when the heavily armored soldier spoke up. The wind magic, carrying the wand, slammed the archer against the stone wall. You should take better care of yourself right now. Li Xiuman raised his leg, his calf lashing out at the heavily armored soldier like a whip. The heavily armored soldier raised his shield, but under the immense force, the shield still caused him and his body to sway. Then, Li Xiuman plunged his hands into his chest, pulling a white bone sword out from his chest with one hand. Two white bone swords drew a white light in the air, aiming for the heavily armored soldier's eyes. Don't underestimate people! Monsters! The heavily armored warrior shouted and swung his heavy sword at Li Xiuman. Flames suddenly erupted from Li Xiuman's eye sockets, and a pair of ferocious bone wings unfurled behind him. The bone wings flapped, causing Li Xiuman to pause in the air for a moment. Heavy blow! The heavily armored warrior slashed upwards with his heavy sword. Li Xiuman turned around, and a magic circle appeared on her calf. First her magic, wind shield. A circular vortex opened at his calf, kicking towards the incoming heavy sword. The great sword shifted again, pulling the heavily armored soldier forward. This is bad! The heavily armored soldier quickly released his great sword, grabbed the giant shield with both hands, and held it in front of him. Immovable fortress! Golden light enveloped the heavily armored warrior's body, making him stand still like a fortress. Li Xiuman's wings flapped again, lifting her body high into the air. The two bone swords merged into one, growing together. Bone hyperplasia! The converging bone sword grew wildly, transforming into a gigantic bone handle that required both hands to grip. Earth! Earth magic enveloped the top of the bone handle, transforming it into a giant rock ball. Wind and fire! Fire magic enveloped the rocks, wind magic propelled them, and gravity accelerated them a second time as they fell. He slammed the hammer down hard on the heavily armored soldier. Boom! The airflow rushed in all directions, producing a deafening roar. The heavy armored soldier's eardrums ruptured instantly, and blood flowed from his ears. His armor cracked inch by inch, and the rocks beneath his feet could no longer bear his weight, cracking and collapsing in a radial pattern from his feet. The massive hammer shattered only after his knees were completely embedded in the rock. Cough, cough! The heavily armored soldier didn't have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Li Xiuman, wielding a long bone spear, gave him no time to breathe, thrusting it towards his throat. Mud! His feet, stuck in the rocks, were swallowed and sucked in by the mud and water, making it impossible for him to exert force to dodge. Pfft! The sound of flesh being pierced, warm blood flowing continuously from the throat, staining the armor red. He drew his bone spear, shook off the blood, and looked at the last archer. The archer pinned to the wall had vanished, leaving only a blood-stained wand in his wake. You're really dishonest. Li Xiuman walked to the wand, pulled it out, and followed the trail of blood on the ground. They quickly caught up with the archer, who was bleeding heavily and swaying precariously. Don't kill me! I was forced into this. They forced me. Oh right, I have a lot of money outside, it's all yours. You can have it all. So don't kill me. The archer watched as Li Xiuman caught up, retreating continuously, rambling incoherently, his eyes filled with despair. Li Xiuman gripped the bone spear tightly, pierced the archer's throat, and pinned him to the ground. "Stop whining and be straightforward, it's so annoying." After allocating his free attribute points to his mental stat, Li Xiuman crouched down and began looting the corpse. Soon, Li Xiuman pulled out his money pouch. As for the other items, they were all too big to be worth taking. They returned to their original spot and looted the other corpses, obtaining a considerable amount of gold coins. Sure enough, murder and arson bring wealth. It really is a fast way to make money. Li Xiuman put the money pouch in a bag and then hid it on his spine. "It's securely strapped to my spine, giving me peace of mind. Miners should not imitate this." Then, using magic, he sank the body into the ground and continued deeper into the earth. Passed through the 13th floor and entered the 14th floor. The 14th floor, according to the map, doesn't have many monsters, and there's also a hot spring. It's a good place to rest and recuperate. In addition, there are temporary towns made up of humans, which serve as logistical support for adventurers, providing services such as selling, lodging, transportation, and resupply. Li Xiuman stepped into the town, and quickly found a shop by following the map. Temporary shop in the underground city of the Ribby Chamber of Commerce. Yes, this is the place. Tada's Ribby Merchant Guild naturally also set up acquisition points and supply points in the dungeon. Li Xiuman walked into the shop. "What do you need, guess?" The woman behind the counter smiled and asked. "Do you accept materials?" Li Xiuman poured out the magic stones he had collected along the way. "So many magic stones!" The saleswoman's eyes lit up when she saw the pile of magic stones on the counter. "Judging from your attire, could you perhaps be Mr. Skeleton, sent by headquarters?" After carefully examining Li Xiuman's attire, and the unique all-metal wand on her back, she quickly spoke. "Mr. Skull? So this is the gentleman who calls himself the Skeleton, and I heard you conquer dungeons all by yourself with a small team? I really don't have any teammates. Is it true that one person can be in a whole squad? And to be able to collect so many magic stones by one person, could it be that you, Mr. Skeleton, are a second-tier professional?" The girl behind the counter almost leaned half her body out of the counter, staring intently at Li Xiuman. "Sorry, I got a little excited." Seemingly realizing her lapse in composure, she blushed and withdrew her body. "I am Rachel Huvander. The shop owner is very pleased that you, Mr. Skull, are willing to help the Ribby Merchant Guild. It's just an equal trade, please exchange these magic stones." "Ah, you're right, sorry for the delay." Rachel categorized the magic stones by their weight, capacity, and price. "Are you satisfied with this price?" "Can. Please keep the gold coins safe. If you need accommodation, please go to the second floor. Rachel can provide you with free room and board, Mr. Skull." Rachel was almost leaning out from behind the counter again. "No need, time is of the essence. After processing these materials, I need to continue my dive." Li Xiuman declined the invitation and retied the fanny pack around her waist. "That's a real pity. If you need to come again next time, Mr. Skeleton, you can still come. Your room and board will still be free." Rachel sighed regretfully. "I'll definitely do it next time." Chapter 22 The Skeleton's Caution. "I'll remember that, Mr. Skull," Rachel replied seriously. "By the way, Mr. Skeleton, you must be careful if we continue to descend. Around this time yesterday, the hyena adventure team passed through here and infiltrated deeper. Although they shouldn't stoop so low as to attack you. But I still hope you can be careful." Rachel gave a serious reminder. "I'll be careful, thank you for reminding me." Li Xiuman strapped his wand to his back, nodded to Rachel, and left the shop. Those guys entered the dungeon earlier than him, and they had the advantage in numbers and experience, so it's normal for them to be ahead of him. Moreover, they have already issued death threats against me. Then he doesn't need to be polite. After passing through the 14th floor, he didn't enjoy the hot spring there because it was a skeleton, and taking off his clothes would lead to his being attacked. On the 15th floor, the familiar fire lizard was gone. Instead, there are upright walking red lizardmen. Its red scales and skin are exactly like those of a lizard, and it is steaming hot. It looks like an evolved form of a fire salamander. Because it was in human form, Li Xiuman suspected it possessed a certain level of intelligence, so he did not let his guard down. A level 15 lizard man is enough to pose a threat to him. But this thing gives a really good amount of experience. Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly and carefully approached the lizard man in front of him. First term magic, windstone cone. 2 layers of magic circles, one blue and one yellow, overlapped one another and slowly unfolded. The earthen yellow spiral stone cones slowly condensed, and a vortex formed by wind magic enveloped the stone cone, causing it to rotate continuously. This is also one of the magics Li Xiuman experimented with, a wind and earth mixed power accumulating magic, the windstone cone. As the vortex continued to spin and accelerate, the threads on the stone cone became so blurred that they could no longer be seen. Li Xiuman only fired the stone cone after accelerating to a critical point. With a sharp whooshing sound, the stone cone transformed into a phantom, spinning and shooting out, creating a long vortex in the air, piercing through the lizardman's skull, and then exploding. Instant kill. Li Xiuman slowly lowered his wand and took out a notebook from his ribs. This is a blank notebook that Li Xiuman got from Rachel. It was used by Li Xiuman to record and improve the magic he created. This includes the Shield series, the Mud series, and the current Hybrid Magic series. High power, high energy consumption, and extremely long charging time. Improvement direction, shorten the energy storage and consumption period. Li Xiuman closed the notebook, tucked it back into his ribs, and walked towards the fire lizard man. Pull out the knife. He cut open his chest, took out the magic stone, and stuffed it into his pouch. Clang! What was that sound? Li Xiuman raised her head and looked around warily. There was complete silence, without any disturbance. Is it an illusion? Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, stood up, and looked around warily. Bang! It's not an illusion. It sounded like something shattering. Where was the sound coming from? Li Xiuman looked around, but there was no movement at all. Only stone walls, stone walls, stone walls. His spine trembled slightly. This place is not safe to stay in. At the same time, Li Xiuman charged towards a certain spot. Bang! The sound was much clearer this time. It came from underground. Li Xiuman leaped up, and the bone wings on his back unfolded, embedding themselves into the stone wall at the top. Then, the earth cracked open. Roar! A fiery red figure burst forth from the ground. Its enormous body was engulfed in fiery red flames. A pair of long, fiery red horns protruded from the top of its head. It looked like a typical fire salamander, magnified several times. Yes, a special species of lizard men. Lizard King. LV20. Monster Warrior. A dangerous lizardman variant, the king of the lizardmen, possessing the strongest physique, magic power, and extremely high fire aptitude among lizardmen. Level cap 20. His fiery red eyes swept around and locked onto Li Xiuman, who was hanging upside down on the stone wall. Roar, roar, roar! A roar rushed towards Li Xiuman. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Li Xiuman's hands transformed into sharp claws, which dug into the stone wall, and he crawled into the depths of the maze like a giant spider. The Lizard King raised his hand, and fireballs rose up, swirling around his body. Then, as the Lizard King waved his hand, fireballs rained down on Li Xiuman one after another. Li Xiuman could only jump down from the stone wall and land on the ground. At the spot where he had been standing, the fireball exploded, sending debris flying and smoke billowing up. Then, from within the smoke, a figure used all 4 legs to pounce through the smoke and lunged at Li Xiuman. Mud! The wand plunged into the ground, creating ripples that transformed into a vast swamp. The Lizard King suddenly collapsed. But in an instant, the lizard burst into flames, and the water in the swamp evaporated instantly. Then, it sank slightly, leaped up, and opened its blood-red maw. The fire elemental charged up in an instant, transforming into a pillar of fire that spewed out. First-tier magic, water wall. The water shield was too small to withstand the raging pillar of fire. The magic circle was completed in an instant, and water rushed from all directions, converging to form a wall of water in front of him. Sizzle! The steam burst open and filled the entire space. Li Xiuman took the opportunity to retreat. But the next moment, a huge figure burst out from the steam on the side, its claws covered in flames slamming towards Li Xiuman's chest. His body flew backward, crashed to the ground, and bounced up again. The Lizard King followed closely, leaping up and stomping towards him with both feet. Wind! Li Xiuman used wind magic to blow to the side, dodging the trampling. At the same time, he shot up and smashed his wand into the Lizard King's knee. Bang! With a muffled thud, the wand was deflected. What kind of defense is that? The Lizard King is far superior to any ordinary lizardman. He's not just level 20, he's the king of all level 20 lizardmen. The lizard raised its foot and kicked Li Xiuman again. Li Xiuman could only hold the wand horizontally to withstand the blow, the immense force sending her sliding backward. Watching Li Xiuman slide away, it raised its claws and shot out fireballs one after another. First-tier magic, water shield. Li Xiuman spread a water shield on his left arm, dodging fireballs as he darted toward the narrow passage. This lizardman is several times larger than a normal lizardman, so perhaps we can use the terrain to our advantage to avoid it. The lizardmen were hot on their heels. Meanwhile, more and more lizardmen were converging on this side of the tunnel. This guy can also command other lizardmen. Before long, they ran into a group of lizardmen. The fiery red scales joined together, as if a flame had been set off in front of them. Get out of my way! Li Xiuman rushed in and, relying on his superior physique and equipment, forcefully broke through a passage. He flung the wand so far that it was almost a phantom, smashing the heads of lizardmen one after another. As he fought his way out of the encirclement, his clothes were stained blood red, and cracks appeared on his bones in some places. There were also some suspicious pieces of flesh and blood hanging on the wand. But he didn't stop, and continued charging through the complex tunnels. However, the number of lizardmen increased over time. No matter which way you turn, there are always lizardmen blocking your way. Li Xiuman had no choice but to take a desperate gamble, slamming his wand into the ground, and a huge, earthen yellow magic circle opened up beneath his feet. Super Mud Swamp! In an instant, nearly 100 lizards were trapped in the mud. Such a large-scale magic drained most of Li Xiuman's magic power, and even the soul fire within his body shrank a bit. Fly! With his bone wings unfurled, Li Xiuman focused his mind like never before, unleashing wind magic that swept towards the ground. Flapping its wings in the narrow passage. Only by precisely controlling the wind magic could he barely avoid crashing into the stone wall. The slightest mistake could send you crashing into a wall and falling into a swamp or a pile of lizardmen. As the passageway turned left and right, I almost crashed into the stone wall several times, but I was forcibly pulled back by wind magic each time. They broke through the encirclement once again. Li Xiuman swore that if he were to do it all over again, he would absolutely, positively crash into the stone wall. A precipice appeared ahead. Behind them were lizardmen pursuers. Without giving Li Xiuman time to hesitate, he plunged in. In short, go down and hide for a while, and then fly back up after the lizardmen above have left. Below the cliff, protruding stone spikes were everywhere, and Li Xiuman constantly used his bone wings to dodge them. I don't know how deep they dived. When it landed on the ground, it was pitch black all around. He folded his bone wings and raised his wand. With a slight infusion of magic, the magic stone at the top glowed with a pale blue light, illuminating the surroundings. The rough stone walls have disappeared, replaced by crystal walls made of beautiful crystals. It shimmered with a dreamlike luster under the blue light. Where is this? According to Li Xiuman's prior investigation of this underground city, there was no first floor with such a scene. Anyway, let's explore cautiously first. what a joke. Those who are family know their own situation best. Li Xiuman knows his own capabilities better than anyone else. In such a strange place, the best course of action is to stay put and wait for the lizards above to leave. That's right, that's exactly it. Li Xiuman leaned his wand against the wall and, using the light from the magic stone at the tip of the wand, took out the spellbook tucked between his ribs and began to read. Chapter 23. The skeleton is saved by the beauty. However, things were not as peaceful as he had imagined. When Li Xiuman looked up, a figure had been standing beside her for who knows how long. Using the light from his wand, he stood silently beside him, reading the book. Detailed explanation of first-order elemental magic. Together. Gagaga! Li Xiuman was so frightened that she let out the original voice of the skeleton. He grabbed the wand leaning against the wall, and distanced himself from the people next to him. And this person was none other than a stranger. It was that purple-armored warrior who cut off Pound's horns. Sorry, did I scare you? After a moment of silence, she spoke. No. Li Xiuman shook her head. Li Xiuman just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Who cares what dangers are here? Staying next to this guy is the biggest danger. He even wanted to fly back and fight the Lizardman King on the 15th floor to the death, rather than stay with this humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. If his skeleton identity is exposed, this guy will tear him apart 12 times. Holding his magic wand, he groped his way in one direction. The guy silently followed. He turned and walked to the left, and the guy silently followed him to the left. Damn it, am I being targeted? He stopped, and the body behind him stopped too. Turning around, the man pretended to be nonchalant as he wiped his sword. Is there anything I can help you with? My magic item is broken, can I borrow it? She replied. Where is your priest companion? They weren't comrades, they must be dead. With a body temperature of 36 degrees Celsius, how could you say such cold words? I have some magical lighting items here, would you like them? Li Xiuman took out a magical item from his backpack and handed it to Ilu. Thank you so much. Ilu took the magical item and then pressed the button. There was a click sound. The magical item shattered into a handful of fragments. Girl, you have such strong hands. Li Xiuman opened her mouth, but that was all she could say. He looked at that hand. It could probably crush his head in one go. So, can I hire you? No, I am. See if this money is enough. Open the money bag. His. If you don't mind? Li Xiuman decided to bow to capital. This bag of gold coins could probably support an average person for a lifetime. In fact, he wanted to refuse. However, his refusal of such a large reward in gold coins seemed somewhat like an attempt to cover up his true intentions. Great, my name is Illimantilde. I will protect your safety, don't worry. She took off her helmet, revealing a head of purple hair that cascaded down, its color dreamlike. What's most impressive are those eyes, as bright as amethyst gemstones, which, set against purple eyelashes, seem almost ethereal and inhuman. Her fair face was flawless, like a piece of exquisite porcelain. On her right ear, she wore a sapphire earring, which shone with a magical luster and was a magical item of considerable quality. This face is so beautiful it seems inhuman. It's not that no human is more beautiful than her, but rather that her beauty gives people the feeling that she is not human. You should put on your helmet. Li Xiuman forcibly looked away from her face and spoke. Why? You are so beautiful, I feel ashamed when I see you. No woman would dislike being complimented on her looks, Li Xiuman recalled this sentence. Sure enough, the guy next to him seemed a little happier, but he didn't put on a helmet. The two did not speak after that. Li Xiuman contentedly acted as a third wheel, following Ilu's directions and turning left and right. Meanwhile, Ilu was holding a drawing board and drawing a map. Li Xiuman looked at it, and thought the drawing was very standard and clear. After an unknown amount of time, Ilu's voice rang out. We've explored enough, let's take a break. Okay. Then, looking at the map she had drawn, Ilu guided Li Xiuman into a cave. Light a bonfire. Do you know where this is? It seems like none of the levels in this dungeon are like this. Sitting around the campfire, Li Xiuman asked in confusion. You don't know this place, so how did you get in? This time it was Ilu's turn to be surprised. I fell in while being chased by a special species of lizard man king on the 15th floor. Li Xiuman answered truthfully, since there was no need to hide it. I really don't know whether to call you lucky or unlucky. This is a hidden special maze. Ilu answered the question without asking any further questions, and continued to roast the meat she had just hunted, sprinkling it with seasonings. Then he handed a string of them to Li Xiuman. I'm not very hungry. All right. Ilu ate the grilled meat with gusto, her eating manner unrestrained and without any concern for her appearance. Li Xiuman felt a long-lost sense of hunger while watching. After finishing her meal, Ilu casually wiped her mouth with her cloak and took out her cup. Is there any water? Oh, yes. Li Xiuman stretched out his hand, and a stream of water condensed in the air and flowed into Ilu's cup. The two were not speaking. Having eaten and drunk her fill, Ilu got up and took off her heavy armor. Li Xiuman consciously looked away. After all the armor was removed, Ilu began to clean and maintain it. Li Xiuman also saw her body under the armor, mainly out of curiosity. Besides, I'm wearing clothes properly inside the armor, so it's strange that I'm worrying about this and that. He is over 1.7 meters tall, with exceptionally long legs and toned muscles. You couldn't tell from her armor, but I never expected her to have such a great figure, with curves in all the right places. Li Xiuman silently apologized for the image of the muscle Barbie she had once imagined. She sat cross-legged on the ground, squinting her eyes as she patiently and attentively maintained her armor by the light of the campfire. Li Xiuman walked to the side, stuck his wand into the ground, and the magic stone on it immediately shone with an even brighter light. Oh, thank you. Ilu looked up, smiled, and thanked her. Li Xiuman nodded in acknowledgement, and returned to the stone wall, where he gazed at it, conserving his energy. When they explored again, Ilu had already put her armor back on. Li Xiuman light bulbs have also been re-upgraded. Continue exploring the areas that were not fully explored before. Don't stray too far, there might be danger today. Seeing that Li Xiuman had distanced himself from her, Ilu pulled him back. Li Xiuman felt a great force. He felt as if he wasn't being pulled by a person, but rather as if a giant dragon was hooking him with its claws. His gaze toward Ilu held even more respect. Roar, roar, roar! A tiger covered in white bones darted out from around the corner, and was in front of Li Xiuman almost before he could react. The oppressive feeling hits you head-on. Without a doubt, you'll die instantly. But the next second, a hand covered in purple armor grabbed the white skeletal tiger by the neck. Click. His neck was easily snapped. Don't worry, I will protect you. Ilu turned to look at Li Xiuman and said, Damn, he's too manly. If I were a girl, I'd probably already be smitten. Chapter 24 The Skeleton's Assistance. It looks like we're getting close to the core. Ilu looked at the tiger carcass in her hand and muttered to herself. What center? Li Xiuman asked. I came here for the thing at the very center of this labyrinth. Li Xiuman obediently remained silent. Looks like there's no time to continue. Kate's probably gone ahead. Kate? That damn missionary. Are you ready? Well? Li Xiuman asked in confusion, only to find that she was already being held between her waist and legs. When? So fast you can't even see the movements. Feeling soft flesh, you're right. All he could feel was the collision between the hard armor and his own hard bones. You're so thin. Ilu weighed Li Xiuman in her mind. What are you expecting from a skeleton? Then, the scenery on both sides rushed past rapidly, which looked to Li Xiuman like the Flash. That's too fast. Is this the speed of a top-tier warrior? Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, becoming a human-shaped magic lamp held by Ilu for elimination. Ilu sped through the passageway, the surrounding scenery blurred beyond recognition. Even after I stopped and stepped onto the ground, my legs were still a little weak. Arrive. Ilu spoke. Li Xiuman raised his head and raised his wand. Under the light, a magnificent crystal palace appeared before him. Is this the center of the maze? Okay, let's go in. Ilu stood beside Li Xiuman, protecting him as he pushed open the massive doors of the palace. A cold wind swept in. Along with the cold wind came a crystal monster. It appears to be a crystal golem. And it wasn't just one, but a whole swarm of crystal golems, all rushing up at once. Li Xiuman could sense that any one of these golems could easily kill him. Illumination. Ilu stepped forward, blocking his way, and put on her helmet to cover her terrifying face. Li Xiuman quickly raised his wand high, channeling magic into it, and the entire crystal palace shone brightly. And Ilu moved too. His body disappeared from sight in an instant. Only a purple phantom could be seen moving through the crystal golem. Where the phantom flashed, the crystal demon was reduced to shattered pieces. Keep up! Ilu shouted. A path paved with shards of a crystal golem had been carved out of Li Xiuman's path. He quickly followed. We continued forward and finally arrived at the very center of the palace. That throne was made from a single, enormous piece of crystal. And on the throne, a huge ice-like great sword was stuck. On the hilt of the great sword, a skeletal arm still gripped it tightly. Ilu, transformed into a purple shadow, charged toward the giant sword. It's clear that Ilu is after the great sword. However, just as he was about to touch the great sword, the hand that was holding the ice sword suddenly released its grip and reached out towards Ilu. Ilu seemed to have been surprised that the skeletal arm would suddenly move. She didn't dodge, but instead swung her great sword fiercely at the skeletal arm. With a loud clang, the skeletal arm was severed. Ilu stood firmly before the throne, removed her helmet, and looked at the ice sword stuck in the crystal throne. Finally, I got it! Ilu planted her great sword aside, reached out, and grasped the hilt of the ice sword. A gust of cold wind suddenly rose from the location of the ice sword and blew outwards. A layer of frost immediately covered Ilu's gauntlets, and her purple hair was blown by the cold wind. Frost spread upwards along the gauntlet, quickly covering the entire armor. But Ilu didn't let go. Instead, she gripped the hilt even tighter and slowly pulled out the ice sword. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work. A golden figure slowly descended, floating beside the throne and clapping. It was that missionary Kate. A cold wind swept past Kate, but was deflected to both sides by the golden holy light protecting her. What you up to? Ilu spoke. We agreed beforehand that it would be fair competition. So I'm waiting for you to draw your sword, and then we can compete fairly. After all, not everyone has the monstrous strength and power of you. With my skinny arms and legs, I'd probably freeze to death the moment I touched a sword. As Kate spoke, she rolled up her sleeve and showed off her fair and slender arms. Of course, Li Xiuman's arms were much wider and more slender. Humph, you're welcome to try once I draw my sword. Ilu snorted coldly. Haha, this sword is not as simple as it seems. Do you feel your strength gradually weakening? Ilu didn't speak, but her face had become serious. The frozen sword, a famous sword of the United Kingdom of Lance, was once the personal sword of the King of Lance, and was later bestowed upon the founding knight Albert. It possesses the power of sealing, and can gradually seal the power of those who touch it. When you draw this sword, its power will probably be completely sealed away. Although it is somewhat unfair to win, the church is determined to get this sword. Look at Kate on the throne, talking to Ilu. Li Xiuman kept muttering. You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. At the same time, they carefully approached the skeletal arm that Ilu had cut off. Fortunately, the skeletal arm wasn't far from him. Soon, Li Xiuman reached the side of the skeletal arm, hooked his foot slightly, and took the skeletal arm in his hand. This is a right arm bone. Li Xiuman carefully removed the bone from her right arm. Just then, Kate looked toward Li Xiuman's location. We really are destined to meet. What a coincidence! Should we try to believe in the goddess of light? Let him go, he accidentally fell into the hidden maze. Ilu, who had drawn her sword, finally spoke. Oh! No way, Ilu, have you fallen so low as to be interested in a guy like this? Kate looked Li Xiuman up and down as if she had discovered something interesting. Kid, since that's how it is, you can leave now. Li Xiuman did not leave. Instead, he walked towards Ilu. A two-way journey, by the goddess of light, would you mind if I officiated at this wedding? However, no one paid any attention to him. You should leave. His only goal is the frozen sword. He won't do anything to me. Ice crystals had already crept onto Ilu's purple hair, making it even more dazzling. Bone changes. Li Xiuman took a deep breath and connected his arm bone to his own skeleton. In an instant, the tearing force filled his entire body, and the bones in his body cracked under the immense pressure. What's wrong with you? Ilu looked at Li Xiuman kneeling beside her, her tone slightly flustered. Li Xiuman didn't speak, mainly because he couldn't speak anymore. The bone fragments in his throat had shattered. Add points to Constitution. Li Xiuman struggled to open the panel and added her life-saving points to her physique. In an instant, a power surged from deep within his body, healing his shattered bones. That's how they managed to stay afloat and avoid collapsing. Li Xiuman swayed as he got up and placed his hands over Ilu's hands. Then he opened his mouth. Draw your sword. The two exerted their strength simultaneously, and the power of the frost became even more violent, as if it had become several times more violent in an instant. And the frozen sword was suddenly pulled out a long section in an instant. By the goddess of light, what has happened? A miracle of love? Kate was stunned. Ilu didn't understand what had happened, but she knew that Li Xiuman had come to help her. The power in his arms finally found an outlet, no longer ravaging Li Xiuman's body. But then, a gust of cold wind blew in, covering Li Xiuman's body and hands with a layer of frost. The bones felt like they were about to freeze and shatter. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, Ilu pulled Li Xiuman into her arms to shield him from the cold wind, which made Li Xiuman feel a little better. Chapter 25: The Great Upgrade of the Skeletons. Finally, I heard the system notification sound. The right arm also calmed down. A power surged from deep within his body, and his bones changed, becoming stronger, smoother, and whiter. At the same time, his power increased significantly, and the fire of his soul became more solid and vigorous. Simply put, he felt his body was full of power. He even felt he could arm wrestle with Pound. Then, a cold wind blew, and he couldn't help but snuggle closer to Ilu. It's so damn cold, a 5-point increase in Constitution is practically nothing. Okay, he's still the same weakling. With Li Xiuman's help, the frozen sword seemed to sense a familiar presence, its resistance weakened, and more parts were pulled out. Meanwhile, Kate, as if facing a formidable enemy, began chanting a spell to buff herself. What divine power, magical armor, super-enhanced agility, super-enhanced stamina, super-enhanced defense, the protection of the goddess of light. Each chant begins with, Great Goddess of Light. Goddess of Light above. Goddess of Light, your faithful follower. Li Xiuman felt that if she were the goddess of light, she would definitely slap this bastard across the face. Don't bother me unless it's absolutely necessary. As he accumulated more and more buffs, his body began to turn into a kaleidoscope of colors, making him look like a whale in a heavily light-polluted online game. All sorts of fancy equipment have to be squeezed out of the character slot. Whoosh! The cold wind died down. An ice sword is drawn. The icy blade gleamed with a dazzling light as it was held by Ilu's hands. Lance's famous sword, the frozen sword, was drawn at this moment. I'm sorry, this sword belongs to the church. Kate charged forward, unleashing a massive orb of holy light. With her legs slightly bent, Ilu raised her frozen sword to meet the falling holy light orb, splitting it in two. Then, without slowing down, it charged straight at Kate. Kate reached out with both hands to the void, and holy light flowed in his hands, transforming into a huge lightsaber that shone with holy light. The ice sword and the lightsaber collided, sending both flying backwards. They were evenly matched. But Kate was not calm. "How is that possible? Even with that kid's help, some of your power should have been sealed away," Kate called out. "That's why I used this womanly strength, even though I'm completely weak." Kate. Li Xiuman. Redefining girlish, and weak all over. Two effeminate men and a skeleton, it's ridiculous. Hand over the frozen sword. This is mine. The two clashed swords again, their blades striking each other repeatedly, sending out golden holy light and icy blue sword energy that nearly destroyed the crystal palace. Li Xiuman had no choice but to flee in panic, leaving the demolition-like scene. He hadn't gone far from the palace when it collapsed. Then, a purple stream of light and a golden stream of light rose up and collided with each other time and time again. It's like gods are fighting. How come I'm always there when gods are fighting? Li Xiuman felt as if he had returned to the battlefield. It's just that those who were on the same side back then are now fighting each other. Boom! With a deafening roar, the golden figure was slammed down from the sky, the holy light shattered, and it smashed through a large area of crystal. "You can leave, I won't kill you, but this sword is mine. We agreed on fair competition, and now I've won." Illa's figure descended, her frozen sword held against Kate's neck. Both of them consistently adhered to the principle of fair competition. Kate did not use Li Xiuman to threaten Illa or attack when Illa drew her sword, and Illa did not kill Kate. "How about I wish you a long and happy marriage?" He was stabbed through the shoulder and let out a wail. "Ouch, that hurts. I was wrong, I'll leave right now. Damn it, by the goddess of light, he's a complete Tyrannosaurus. Kid, take my advice, are you sure you can handle this Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Fine, I'll go. Seeing Illa raise her sword again, Kate left the scene cursing. Only Li Xiuman and Ilu remained in place. "Thank you, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get this sword this time." Ilu expressed her gratitude to Li Xiuman. Afterwards, she went to the collapsed palace and retrieved her original great sword. Even though the palace collapsed, it didn't leave a single mark on the sword, which shows that it was a fine sword. "Is there anything you want? Or do you have any wishes? I will help you fulfill them to the best of my ability." It's clear that Illa is in a good mood. But Li Xiuman doesn't want anything now. He has already gained a lot from this trip. If he were to ask for gold coins or something at this point, it would make him seem like he has no ambition. "You can take your time to think about it. I'll be waiting for you in White Bear City. You can come to this address to find me." Illa tore a corner off the map she had drawn earlier, turned it over, wrote down an address, and handed it to Li Xiuman. "Do you want me to take you to the 15th floor?" Illa asked, and made a move to pick up Li Xiuman. "Wait. No need. I have a way back." Damn it, what if someone sees this? What will happen to his good reputation? "Okay, I'll take you to a safe place first." She was still carried and moved in a humiliating manner. Damn it, this dark history absolutely cannot be known by a third person. Moreover, being held like this, I didn't experience any pleasure whatsoever from being held by a beautiful woman. All I could feel was the pain of my bones colliding with the hard armor. This isn't taking advantage of Illa at all, this is torture. Once they were in a safe place, Illa carefully put Li Xiuman down. After all, she often had trouble controlling her strength, and given how thin Li Xiuman was, she was afraid that if she used too much force, she would crush Li Xiuman to death. "All right, see you in White Bear City." Illa waved and disappeared from sight. Li Xiuman breathed a sigh of relief. Being with Ilu was too stressful. Now let's get down to business. After all, I promised to help Tadera collect octagonal fire crystals. Wait a minute, shouldn't I have just asked Illa to take me to the 20th floor to collect them? Wouldn't that have solved the problem? Damn it, we took the wrong turn. Li Xiuman felt some regret. He had had the opportunity, but he hadn't cherished it. Forget it, I'm going to go down into the dungeon anyway with the goal of leveling up, so using Ilu as a cheat doesn't fit my training objective. He spread his bone wings and flew toward the spot where he had fallen. After flying for a while, he arrived at the cliff he had jumped off. Only a few lizard men were wandering around. The Lizard Man King and other lizard men were not seen. It seems the Lizard Man King has left, but has left some lizard men to guard this place. In that case, he would gladly accept these experiences. Li Xiuman flapped his wings and charged toward one of the lizard men with lightning speed, drawing his bone sword from his chest and stabbing it toward the lizardman's neck. The sword plunged imprecisely, and scalding blood gushed out as it was pulled out. Before the remaining lizardman could react, Li Xiuman plunged his wand into the ground. Mud! The earthen yellow magic circle opened precisely beneath the feet of several lizardmen, and then collapsed. First her magic, fireball! Fireballs engulfed the lizardmen. The spirit is increased by 5 points at once, greatly improving the speed, power, and precision of magic casting. Li Xiuman tossed his wand with satisfaction, pinning the last lizard man who tried to escape to the stone wall, then raised his hand. First her magic fireball. Chapter 26 Skeletons and Lava. Power! Surging within me! Li Xiuman felt the thrill of the upgrade, and the flames in his chest rose joyfully. At the same time, his right arm lit up again. An extra force surged from my right arm to the other bones, and a heat rose at the junction of my arm bone and shoulder. What's going on? Li Xiuman, who had just gone through a period of high school rebellion, knelt on one knee, clutching her shoulder. A faint blue light shone from his shoulder, seemingly trying to penetrate his clothes. Has the strength in this arm not been fully utilized yet? Li Xiuman covered her arm, trying to tear it off. Who knows what level the owner of this arm is? It's just an arm, yet the energy is so immense. But the arm was tightly attached to his body, emitting a fluorescent white light, and could not be pulled off at all. He could only endure the pain, letting the intense heat that seemed to melt away his other bones ravage his body. But this time it was noticeably gentler than the last, and it didn't tear his body apart without explanation. Thanks to his greatly enhanced physique, Li Xiuman was finally able to withstand the onslaught of energy. Having endured the pain and about to unleash a torrent of curses, Li Xiuman swallowed the words that were on her lips. Damn it, what is this? A stick and a date? Is it a form of BDSM play? Li Xiuman stood up from the ground and made a grasping motion with her right arm. Fortunately, the arm did not slip out of my control. When Li Xiuman was attacked by the energy of the bone arm, he could feel that only a small part of the power in the bone arm was consumed. The remaining energy will require me to torture myself countless times, just like before it can be used up. I feel pain because my physical condition is too poor. If it were the previous constitution, without any additional points, it might have been completely overloaded and exploded. However, if he has to go through this process every time he upgrades, his weakness won't be left too far behind in terms of mental strength. It's just pain and stuff. Let's just consider it a trial by fire. He pulled out a knife, removed the magic stones from the lizard bodies and stuffed them into his pouch. The corpses sank into the ground, and he continued his exploration of the lower levels of the maze. Although I want to defeat that special species of lizard man king, it's better to play it safe for now. First, collect all the octagonal fire crystals, then see if there's an opportunity on the return trip. Of course, the premise is that you can beat them. Upon entering the 16th floor, the number of monsters dwindled, leaving only low-level monsters to hunt. Not expecting another upgrade, Li Xiuman buried his head and dived down. 17th floor, 18th floor, 19th floor. The time required to complete the strategy was getting longer and longer. Even with a map, it still took a lot of time for a novice like Li Xiuman to complete the strategy for the first time. Moreover, the monsters are becoming increasingly powerful. A week has passed since entering the maze, and Li Xiuman, who has been speeding up his journey, has finally reached the 20th floor. After entering the 21st floor from here, quickly collect the target at the location marked on the map, then return to the 20th floor and head back. Li Xiuman looked at the passage leading to the 21st floor and mentally prepared herself. It's been a long time since I've encountered any other adventurers. At this depth, you'll hardly see any other adventurers. Even if they meet, they are wary of each other. He also needs to be wary of that hyena adventurer team. After all, it was an 8-person team, and he didn't know if the other side had ambushed him on the 21st floor underground. No, they shouldn't be ambushing me, they should be waiting for me openly. It's not that the hyena squad was particularly honorable, but rather that their self-deprecation made them disdainful of ambushing them. Li Xiuman has always viewed his enemies based on human moral bottom lines. Gripping his wand tightly, Li Xiuman stepped into the passage and headed towards the 21st floor. As they went deeper, the air grew hotter and hotter, filled with a dry, scorching atmosphere and faint sparks. The light also began to turn increasingly orange red. Until we passed through the sweltering passage and reached the 21st floor. A dazzling, fiery red light shone in from the exit of the passage. It was like arriving in hell, with lava flowing across the land like rivers. The jet-black lava rocks looked as if they had been charred. Yellowish-black smoke continuously rose from the ground as the molten lava boiled. The 21st to 30th floors of the dungeon are a world of lava. Even though she had seen the description and illustrations of this maze in the introduction, Li Xiuman was still deeply shocked when she actually saw it for the first time. He looked around, feeling a thrill of adventure. The thrill of reaching places inaccessible to humans, witnessing incredible sights, and exploring them, deeply captivated him. Let's explore first. However, it seems that the swamp magic is useless here, and even water magic is being used with great difficulty. Li Xiuman tapped the dark ground with his wand with regret. Next, he took out a map and began planning his journey to the nearest octagonal fire crystal gathering point. Having planned his route, Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, eager to explore this lava hell. Being a skeleton, devoid of flesh and blood, allowed him to stroll through this lava hell with greater peace and joy. Call out! A ball of molten lava suddenly shot towards Li Xiuman from the river of magma. Li Xiuman pushed off with his feet, nimbly dodging the molten lava, and looked into it. Just as described, they're hiding at the bottom of the lava and attacking people. Li Xiuman looked at the river of lava without any surprise. Then he raised his wand, as if waiting for something. Sure enough, a strange figure emerged from the lava shortly afterward. It looks like a giant crocodile, except it has 6 claws with red webbing between them. Molten lava flowed between the grooves of the scales, making it look ferocious and terrifying. Lava 6-legged crocodile. LV-19. Monster warrior. Crocodiles that live in lava have excellent fire resistance, and can manipulate lava and flames, making them dangerous hunters lurking in the lava. It didn't stand on ceremony with Li Xiuman, opening its mouth to bite, lava flowing continuously from its mouth, like a mad dog with its mouth full of saliva when it bites. Li Xiuman stepped back to create some distance, and raised his wand. First term magic, earth spikes. Sharp spikes rose from the ground, piercing the fire crocodile. The crocodile used all 6 legs, moving like a fiery red phantom, before leaping up and biting at him. You've come at the perfect time! Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, planted his feet on the ground, twisted his waist, and used his shoulders and arms to forcefully pull out the wand. Autonomously initiated. With a loud bang, it struck the crocodile's head hard. In an instant, the crocodile flew out, slammed hard against the stone wall, bounced off the ground, and burst open, revealing cracked bones. It's really tough. Li Xiuman sighed. The crocodile knew it had met its match and hurriedly and unsteadily crawled towards the lava, trying to escape. Li Xiuman wouldn't give him that chance. He wrapped his wand in wind magic, turning it into a swirling vortex, and then hurled the wand out with tremendous force. Then, with a loud crack, the crocodile was pinned to the edge of the lava. Roar, roar, roar! As the crocodile struggled frantically, scalding blood continued to ooze from the nailed wound. Li Xiuman calmly raised his hand, aiming it at the crocodile from afar. First term magic, wind whirl cone. 2 magic circles, one yellow and one blue, opened in the palm of the hand, condensing into a cone-shaped stone cone and a rotating vortex of wind. As the rotation reached its critical point, the stone cone shot out, instantly flipping over the crocodile's upper jaw and skull. Li Xiuman happily stepped forward, pulled out the magic wand nailed to the crocodile, and dug out the magic stone. Chapter 27 Skeleton Offense and Defense Made Easy. Because the lava crocodiles on this level mainly hide in the lava, they are difficult to hunt unless attacked by an enemy. Therefore, Li Xiuman did not spend too much energy hunting these guys. Time was running out, so he focused on heading towards the octagonal fire crystal collection point. After taking several wrong turns, Li Xiuman finally arrived at the collection point for the octagonal fire crystal. It's not that he's directionally challenged, but rather that the hand-drawn map of this world is simply too abstract. The map hand-drawn by the Master Ilu is clearly much more refined. Aside from the fact that he had to crush 3 special steel-bound pencils to draw one picture on average, everything went quite smoothly. The octagonal fire crystals grew on a dark island in the center of the molten lava, shimmering with beautiful colors. However, the vast majority of crystals are 4-sided or 5-sided. Only a very small number of them can grow to 8 ridges, making them the finest among them. Besides the fire crystals, there are also some lava crocodiles lying on the island, taking a leisurely stroll. These fire crystals are also beneficial to the fire crocodiles, so if you want to collect these fire crystals, you must first deal with these crocodiles. It's a bit troublesome. Li Xiuman muttered something to herself and began to observe carefully. Besides the fire crocodiles on the island, there are many more hiding at the bottom of the lava field, so we can't be careless. Soon, Li Xiuman found the highest level leader among the group of fire crocodiles, a level 21 second-tier fire crocodile. First, we need to deal with this fire crocodile. The fire crocodile was leisurely lying at the highest point of the island, surrounded by fire crystals with many facets. Li Xiuman found a good sniping position, raised his wand, and aimed it at the fire crocodile. A magic circle of yellow, indigo, and blue colors opened at the tip of the wand. Locking. First tier magic. The blue water sphere compresses, and the yellowish-brown rock envelopes the water sphere, growing into a soil cone. Then, a vortex formed by wind magic enveloped the stone cone and began to rotate slowly. As it rotates, moisture seeps out of the stone cone little by little, creating flowing water-like patterns on the soil cone. The rotation speed increased, enveloping the soil cone and forming a vortex tail. The wand trembled slightly, and the earth spikes seemed ready to detach from the wand and shoot out at any moment. Gathering strength, and gathering strength again. Until the limit of rotation is reached. Water flows, wind swirls, cone! The water-flowing earth cone sliced through the air with a soft whistle, shooting straight toward the fire crocodile. It hit precisely, spinning as it pierced through the fire crocodile's neck. The water spheres burst open inside the fire crocodile, splashing onto its scales with a sizzling sound and sending up a cloud of white mist. The fire crocodile's temperature plummeted, and the magma-like blood flowing within its body cooled abruptly, congealing in its flesh. The experience bar instantly surged by 50 points. Before the remaining fire crocodiles could react, Li Xiuman flapped his bone wings, leaped into the air, and flew towards the island. This open space finally allowed Li Xiuman to take advantage of the air. He flew through the air, raised his wand, and aimed it at the remaining fire crocodiles. First tier magic. Gathering strength once more. This time he was facing other first-tier fire crocodiles, so he didn't use the attribute wind vortex cone, but only opened 2 magic circles. Wind whirl cone! Driven by wind magic, the earthen cone spun and whistled through the air as it shot toward a fire crocodile. Another precise hit, and a level 18 fire crocodile was taken down. Then, it flew high again, dodging a swarm of lava fireballs, and raised its wand again, repeating its previous trick. First tier magic. Wind whirl cone. With increasing proficiency, Li Xiuman gradually improved his mastery of this magic during battle. As Li Xiuman shot the 4th fire crocodile, the remaining fire crocodiles seemed to realize the danger, and stopped fighting Li Xiuman, instead burrowing back into the lava. Using the lava to dodge Li Xiuman's attacks, Li Xiuman flew low and emerged from the lava, spitting fireballs at him.
These crocodiles are practically sentient.
Looking at the group of crocodiles lurking in the lava, Li Xiuman couldn't help but make a comment. However, his goal was not to hunt these fire crocodiles. There was no need for him to fight them to the death. He landed on the island and began searching for the octagonal fire crystal. Seeing this, the fire crocodile crept up onto the island again. Seeing the fire crocodile touch the island, Li Xiuman flew into the sky again and used the wind whirl cone. The fire crocodiles crawled back into the lava. Li Xiuman landed on the island and then climbed back up. After several rounds, 2 more fire crocodiles died, but Li Xiuman didn't mind wasting time with them. He figured he was just leveling up. Finally, the fire crocodile learned its lesson after seeing the corpses of its companions, and did not climb onto the island. Li Xiuman began searching rapidly for the octagonal fire crystal. Other adventurers might need to count the number of edges to collect, but Li Xiuman identified them one by one, making the process particularly efficient. Soon, they had collected more octagonal fire crystals than required, and flew away from the island without looking back. Task completed. It's time to head back now. However, they still didn't encounter that hyena adventure team. Could it be that they don't believe they can reach the 21st floor at all, and are waiting for them on the floors above? Since that's the case, then offense and defense become much easier. Having completed their mission, they had lost their best opportunity to ambush and hunt them. Now it's his turn to hunt them. After all, they were the ones who had threatened to kill him. They were his enemies. The enemy must be eliminated. Back in the passage, we returned to the 20th floor. Li Xiuman was not in a hurry and began searching for traces of the hyena adventure team on the 20th floor. They spent a day searching but found nothing, only managing to hunt some lizard men. So Li Xiuman gave up searching on this floor and entered the 18th floor. Then, he found it. Lucky! A surge of spiritual fire rose in Li Xiuman's eyes. They gradually became excited. The group of 8 worked together efficiently and explored with ease. 2 heavily armored soldiers, 2 swordsmen, 1 archer, 2 mages, and 1 priest. The heavily armored soldiers stood at the front and back of the formation, 1 in front and 1 behind. 2 swordsmen are on the left and right flanks, and the rest are in the center of the group. Captain Hugh, the mage at the center of the team, is the protected center who commands the team. It's difficult to carry out a decapitation strike. It's better to deal with Hugh Kido directly. Now if I make a move, I have to face the entire team. That's a poor choice. We need to look for opportunities. Li Xiuman launched his attack, trailing far behind the rest of the group. Don't expect a skeleton to be merciful. Skeletons don't have hearts. Captain, it's about time to rest. In my opinion, that skeleton alone probably can't even reach this level. Hyena Squad. The heavily armored soldier at the front couldn't help but complain. They searched layer by layer, but couldn't find the skeleton at all. The code name, Skull, is because Li Xiuman previously referred to himself as Skull. Let's finish searching this floor first. Hyukudo was not careless. No way, Captain, not again. The skeleton might be dead somewhere. Captain, you don't really believe that guy could get into the 21st floor and collect the fire crystal, do you? Even the archer carrying the large bow couldn't help but complain. Seeing the low morale and the lack of motivation to continue searching for the team members, Hugh frowned slightly. However, for the sake of team cohesion, he, as the captain, had to make compromises. Let's find a place to rest for the night first. The skeleton following behind had glowing eyes. Chapter 28 Skeletons are Demons. Having found a secluded cave, the hyena adventure team lit a campfire and retrieved their food. After eating, half the people rested, and the other half kept watch. Captain, we need to use the restroom! A heavily armored warrior and a swordsman shouted. Just take care of it in your pants. This is an underground city, you think you're a woman? Hugh glanced at it, and said casually. The 2 team members were clearly upset. This time, entering the dungeon was a tedious process of searching for people layer by layer, and they hadn't collected many materials or magic stones, which made them very unhappy. Hearing the captain say that, he retorted, "Captain, we need to take a dump." "Me too, I have diarrhea." Hyukoto frowned, looking at the two troublemakers in front of him. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. In the end, Hyukoto compromised. After all, as the captain, it was important for him to regulate the team atmosphere. "Resolve this quickly." The heavily armored warrior and the swordsman then walked away together, not very happily. He walked until he was quite far away before stopping, and took out a pack of tobacco and a roll of toilet paper. Carefully roll up the tobacco, then light it and take a deep drag. "Phew, that felt great. If you asked me, the captain is just crazy. He should have just done a half-hearted job with this. They just want to perform well in front of that aristocratic pig so he can get all the benefits, while we're left to work ourselves to the bone." The heavily armored soldier exhaled a smoke ring and cursed. Because he was far away, he wasn't worried about being overheard by Hyukoto. Who knows, maybe that skeleton really did sneak into the 21st floor all by himself and collect the 8-sided fire crystal. Ha! Be careful. Since that skeleton is so strong, it might turn around and hunt us. Ha! This is hilarious. Your jokes are quite something. Holy crap, the skeleton is here. The swordsman drew his sword with a whoosh. Ha ha! This is hilarious. Could you perform this again? Damn it, they're really here. Stop laughing. As the swordsman spoke, he raised his sword, his expression serious. Ha! You really should go into theater. My neck hurts. Blood gushed out like a torrent, and the cigarette slipped from his lips, falling to the ground and sparking. He turned his head in disbelief, but could no longer see the person behind him. What are you and your teammates talking about? Would you mind talking to the skeleton? Li Xiuman drew his bone sword and casually deflected the swordsman's thrust. How dare you! The swordsman was already considering retreating. Why wouldn't I dare? Li Xiuman casually dodged the swordsman's attack. Sword chi slash! The swordsman swiftly unleashed two sword energies, forming an X shape as he slashed towards Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman raised his hand, and the rock shield he had prepared beforehand covered his left arm, easily deflecting the sword energy. But the swordsman did not hesitate, and turned to run towards the team. Really, why are you running in such a hurry? Mud! The wand was plunged into the ground, causing ripples that spread towards the swordsman's feet. In his panic, the swordsman suddenly sank into a mud pit. There's no escape. Realizing this, he raised his sword horizontally behind him. The wand slammed heavily onto his sword, the blade bending into an exaggerated arc under the immense force. With his other hand, Li Xiuman swiftly swung the bone sword, drawing a white light as it pierced towards the swordsman's neck. The swordsman quickly released his sword and leaned back, only to have his nose cut off by the bone sword that had originally slashed his throat. Just as he was about to scream, a hand tightly covered his mouth. Quiet! The skeleton extended its other index finger and placed it in front of the shadowy figure under the cloak, making a "sh" gesture. In the next instant, the hand covering his mouth spewed flames that surged down his throat and into his body. The pain made him struggle frantically, but he couldn't utter a sound. Finally, it was burned to a crisp from the inside out. Looking at his masterpiece, Li Xiuman released his grip with satisfaction. 6 left. Li Xiuman's body was swallowed by darkness. Why haven't they come back yet? As Hugh looked at the spot where the heavily armored soldiers and archers had left, a sense of unease welled up inside him. But just as he was feeling uneasy, the heavily armored soldier returned. Why are you alone? Where is he? The heavily armored soldier did not respond and walked straight towards the other team members. I'm asking you a question. Without hesitation, the heavily armored soldier drew his sword and pierced the sleeping mage. Enemy attack! Hyuko paused for a moment, then shouted out, drew his wand, and began to chant. Meanwhile, the heavily armored soldier lunged at another archer who had just been awakened from his dream and grabbed him by the neck.
"Stop the magic, or I'll kill him!"
He shouted it out. Shameless! Hugh cursed inwardly, knowing that if he continued to cast spells now, he would lose the prestige he had painstakingly built up within the team.
"Captain, save me!"
The archer, now fully conscious, shouted.
"Brother, let's not make things too tense, or either of us will have a good time."
Hugh stopped singing and gave the other team members a wink. The surviving swordsman gripped the hilt of his sword, the heavily armored soldier stood in front of Shukto, and the priest stood to Shukto's side.
"You're having a hard time, but I'm doing very well."
As Li Xiuman spoke, he chopped off one of the archer's arms.
"Aya!"
The screams jolted each team member to their core.
"Don't blame me, blame your captain. Who told him to pull such dirty tricks?"
Li Xiuman's voice was like a devil's whisper, provoking everyone's nerves.
"Skull!"
Xiuman's eyes were bloodshot.
"I didn't lay a hand on you. Are you really going to go this far?"
Hugo's knuckles, gripping the wand, turned a terrifyingly white under immense force.
"The little skeleton is timid and can't handle threats. I was threatened. I'm so scared I can't sleep at night until the threat is resolved."
Li Xiuman hid behind the archer, retreating little by little, using the archer as a human shield.
"Young Hukudwa,
do you think your teammates are important to you?
Then, let's play a game. Now I want you to cut off one of your fingers, or I'll cut off your only arm, my dear teammate. Come, quickly beg your wise captain."
Li Xiuman patted the archer's face.
"Captain, please save me. I don't want to lose an arm. How pitiful. If they lose their only arm, how will they live? Just thinking about it makes my heart ache and I want to cry." "Well then, young Hugh, you have 10 seconds left." Boom!
A fireball shot from in front of Hugo's wand toward Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman quickly dodged, but the poor archer was engulfed by the fireball, let out a wail, and collapsed to the ground, lifeless.
"Demon, die!" What a deep grudge, TSK. He'd kill his own teammates, but he wouldn't even lay a finger on himself.
Li Xiuman removed his heavy armor and nimbly leaped and dodged, avoiding arrows and fireballs.
"That's your great captain. Why not abandon the darkness and embrace the light? Follow me!"
Li Xiuman shouted. However, no one paid any attention to him, but Li Xiuman didn't care. That way, he can gain more experience. Chapter 29: The Skull's Super Evil.
"Demon, I will kill you 10,000 times over."
Hughes even forgot to chant and just kept throwing fireballs. Li Xiuman was naturally happy. It was the best outcome that this guy lost his mind. Dealing with a command mage who has lost their mind is obviously much easier than dealing with a sane command mage. Now it seems that the opposing team only has one swordsman and 2 high damage dealers left. The remaining heavy armored warriors and priest healers are not a threat.
"Captain, calm down! Damn it, great goddess of light, why did you let your holy light guide the lost? First term magic cools the mind."
The priest raised his wand and pointed it at Hugo. Golden holy light shone down from the top of Shukito's head and seeped into his skin. Then, Hugo's ferocious expression softened, and his mind gradually calmed down.
"Skull, I will make you pay the price. Heavy armor guards the rear, swordsman in front, priest provides support, maintain formation and retreat from the dungeon."
Once he calmed down, Hugo quickly made a judgment. They now only have 4 people left, with only 2 main damage dealers. With the situation hopeless, they could only evacuate the underground city and wait for an opportunity to strike. Once on the ground, it's the territory of the nobles. This skeleton won't be able to hop around for long.
"Captain Hugo, are you even going to abandon your teammate's corpse? How heartbroken they would be if they knew this from beyond the grave."
To be honest, Li Xiuman herself felt incredibly cheap. It's so damn satisfying to be shameless and do whatever you want.
"I'll take it to you."
With the aid of composure, he was not provoked at all and directed the team to retreat in an orderly manner. Li Xiuman remained completely calm, hanging behind the group and constantly harassing them with magic, giving the hyena squad no time to rest. Meanwhile, the heavily armored warriors at the back of the column became increasingly sluggish, and their injuries continued to worsen. Succubi also became increasingly haggard. Even with the help of magic, they became agitated and hysterical. The atmosphere within the team was getting worse and worse, with Li Xiuman constantly saying from behind, "Except for Succubi, those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender with the heads of Hues will not have their property confiscated, and their freedom will not be interfered with." The team members' moods began to waver, and their war weariness grew stronger. Succubi was in immense inner turmoil. He could sense that his companions around him were gradually leaning towards Li Xiuman's side. That guy is a devil who manipulates people's hearts. They're not human at all. Shikido, why are you so far away from your companions? Are you afraid that others will kill you? Don't you have any trust in your teammates at all? You're actually afraid your teammates, with whom you spend every day, will kill you. Do you deserve the trust they placed in you? The two sentences that Li Xiuman kept repeating have finally changed. But it turned into words that sent a chill down Hugh's spine. No! That's not it! It's that demon sowing discord! Even if you kill me, he won't let you off the hook! Succubi quickly began to explain. Oh dear, he's getting anxious. He's getting anxious. Did you hear that? He's threatening you not to kill him. He believes you will kill him. Alas, the world is full of cold-hearted people. Li Xiuman's devilish words sent a chill down Succubi's spine. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Succubi snapped, brandishing his wand and throwing several fireballs at Li Xiuman. Of course, Li Xiuman naturally avoided it. Captain, calm down! The priest stepped forward, intending to cast the calming spell on Hugh. But Hugh, with his bloodshot eyes, dodged away immediately, watching the approaching priest warily. The atmosphere changed in an instant. Look, he's wary of you. Li Xiuman added a sentence in time. No. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Succubi began to panic. He looked at his teammates, and for the first time felt how far apart they were. When was it? When was it? Tell me, who in your team do I most want to kill? It must be Succubi. But why did he pull you all back? Why? Think about it carefully, wasn't he trying to get you to help him fight me? Li Xiuman's devilish voice resounded in everyone's ears. There was no further action. If he's really that selfless, and we all scatter to escape, how many others besides him could I possibly catch in this maze? Shut up! Shut up! Succubi became flustered. Captain, Don't come near me, nobody fucking come near me! Succubi waved his wand. Look, this is the captain you trust. He has betrayed your trust. Kill him! Come with me and kill that demon! Then we'll escape back to the surface, eat and drink like royalty, and spend loads of gold coins. Succubi wanted to continue commanding the group. Run! Hey, you in heavy armor, you've been used as the rearguard the whole time, you must be tired. You're wearing a helmet. I don't know your name or what you look like. Once you go into the maze, take off your helmet, and change your armor, I won't recognize you. Why be a meat shield? Isn't that tiring? Li Xiuman looked at the heavily armored soldier at the back of the group and tried to entice him. The heavily armored soldier moved slightly. Fondo Timan! Hold the line! Hugh shouted loudly. TSK, look at your good captain, he sold you out in an instant. But I can't hear anything. Go ahead, I won't stop you. Li Xiuman continued to bewitch him. Hugh bit his lip, almost breaking his wand in two. All he wanted to do at that moment was tear Li Xiuman to pieces. Captain, let's go our separate ways. The heavily armored soldier spoke, then rushed towards a passage without looking back. Fireball! Hugh threw a fireball at the back of the heavily armored warrior. The heavily armored soldiers were on guard against Li Xiuman's side and never expected that their former captain would throw a fireball at them. He turned around in disbelief to look at his captain. "Ah, what a magnificent fireball! Captain Hugh's hands are really steady, drawing beautiful arcs. Give it a score of 10. The remaining priests quickly distanced themselves from Hugh, and the swordsman also warily turned to face both Li Xiuman and Hugh at the same time. "Listen to my orders! That demon has been toying with us from beginning to end. He won't let us go, not a single one of us will be spared. He's a complete and utter bastard and a demon!" Hugh shouted. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you raising your wand to shoot your teammates again? Shooting two isn't enough, they really have a cruel heart." Seeing that Hugh Kodo was raising his wand to shoot at him again, Li Xiuman quickly shouted. The two remaining teammates panicked and looked at Hugh Kido warily. Hugh Kodo quickly explained. "I'm going to shoot that demon. Believe me." Hugh Kodo quickly began to explain. He didn't understand why he couldn't even move his wand. Chapter 30. The skeleton's true nature is demonic. He was going to shoot that demon. I believe that because I'm the most naive person. Captain Hugh, others may not believe you, but I do, Li Xiuman said firmly. He would bet he's never felt frustrated or angry in his life. If demons from hell were to descend to earth, this would probably be what they look like. Never mind, that's about enough. The rest were also dealt with. From now on, surrender will no longer be accepted. Li Xiuman finally emerged from the shadows, transforming into a swift black shadow as she rushed towards the swordsman. Sword chi slash! The swordsman quickly unleashed two sword energies, crisscrossing as they slashed towards Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman easily deflected the attack with his left arm shield, then raised his wand and plunged it into the ground. Mud! The ground collapsed instantly. The swordsman swayed slightly, narrowly avoiding the swamp. The sublime elements shine brightly here, and the spirits of fire dance here. First tier magic, Inferno! Flames rose from the ground. The muddy ground was instantly dried, and flames twisted and surged toward Li Xiuman, trying to devour him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the swordsman unleashed his years of teamwork, slashing horizontally at Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman deflected the horizontal slash with his left arm, but his body inevitably tilted towards the flames. He quickly turned his wand around, and the water transformed into strips of cloth that wrapped around his body, protecting him from the instantaneous burning. The swordsman unleashed his honed swordsmanship, slashing at Li Xiuman one sword strike after another. Then, an opening was revealed in Li Xiuman's chest. The swordsman, of course, did not let the opportunity pass and pierce Li Xiuman's heart with a single strike. But he stabbed at nothing. The sword pierced his chest, yet he felt no sensation of being stabbed. Li Xiuman seized the opportunity to grab the swordsman's neck with both hands and slit his throat. Then, embracing the swordsman's body, he fell down. They died together? Hugh, who was watching from afar, found it incredible. That's it. Something's not right. He raised his wand and pointed it at the two corpses. First tier magic, fireball! A fireball was shot out. Li Xiuman could no longer pretend to be dead, so he had to push aside the swordsman's corpse and stand up. The feeling of failure in his scheme left Li Xiuman feeling quite annoyed. He pulled the sword from his chest and hurled it fiercely at Hugh Kodo. Hugh Kodo, who was prepared, quickly dodged and looked at Li Xiuman's chest. You're unharmed even after being stabbed through the heart. You truly are a demon. It's not a demon, it's a skeleton. I told you that as soon as we met. Li Xiuman's body blurred into afterimages as she rushed towards Xiokudwa. Even now, Hugh hadn't given up hope. He charged towards the priest, shouting, Run! Then, as you pass the pastor, shove him hard backward. Without any hesitation, Li Xiuman thrust his sword forward, piercing the priest's heart. Immediately afterwards, a fireball, using the priest's corpse as cover, shot out from his blind spot. They would devour the priest's corpse along with him. He quickly retreated, dodging the sudden fireball. The fireball blasted the priest's corpse into a bloody mist, momentarily obscuring his vision. When they passed through the blood mist again, Hu Kido's figure had already disappeared.
Think you can escape?
Li Xiuman quickly followed.
Go to hell, Do.
As Hu Kido ran, he kept cursing Li Xiuman. He kept repeating the word, die, in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot, his face was pale, his hair was messy, and he looked like a man. He was completely devastated. His entire squad must be wiped out. 2 of them were killed by him, both of whom he was forced to do so himself. He still has the will to escape, and he hasn't completely gone mad. His will is already firm. But he was already planning in his heart how to torture Li Xiuman to death, inside and out, in the most cruel way after he got out. First, ruin that bastard Tedera and then kill her, then deal with everyone in the Ribby Merchant Guild. Kill everyone connected to that skeleton. He was brewing a crazy idea. However, upon hearing a sound right next to my ear, my mind instantly collapsed.
Got you? You actually collected them all by yourself. This is simply a miracle.
Rachel stared at the small pile of octagonal fire crystals in front of her and became incoherent.
Are the quality and quantity sufficient? Enough. Even among octagonal fire crystals, each piece is of extremely high quality. If headquarters hadn't been in such urgent need of these, I really wanted to thank you properly.
Then, Rachel's body almost leaned out from behind the counter and pressed against him. Even at such close range, Li Xiuman could smell her intoxicating fragrance. Li Xiuman took a step back.
Then, without further ado, I will trouble you to deliver these fire crystals to headquarters as soon as possible.
Rachel rewrapped the octagonal fire crystal and handed it to Li Xiuman.
Remember to come back here next time you dive. The agreement to provide free food and lodging is still valid. I'll definitely do it next time.
Li Xiuman took the fire crystal and left the shop under Rachel's watchful gaze, heading towards the 13th floor.
Speaking of which, the hyena adventure team hasn't come back yet. Did something happen?
Rachel couldn't help but think of the blood she had just smelled on Li Xiuman, and an idea popped into her head. But then she shook her head.
How could that be?
The hyena adventure team is a seasoned group of 8 adventurers. Even if Mr. Skeleton is strong, he can't possibly take on 8 opponents by himself. She pushed the thoughts out of her mind and cupped her face in her hands.
But the skeleton is so cool, charging into the dungeon all by himself and coming back with a full load. They're just like heroes.
Keep going up the maze. As the monsters weakened, Li Xiuman, now familiar with the maze, became even faster. He didn't deliberately hunt monsters. He killed them casually when he encountered them, accumulating considerable experience along the way. It took 2 days to reach the first floor. After passing through the first level, I finally saw the long-lost sky and real sunshine. He stood there in a daze for a moment, then seemed to hear someone calling him, and came back to his senses.
Mr. Skeleton, Mr. Skeleton!
From afar, I saw Tedela's cat-eared maid running towards me. Half of the gloom I experienced in the maze was swept away. The cat-eared maid's destructive power was simply too great.
What are you doing here?
Seeing the maid run up to her, Li Xiuman couldn't help but ask. After all, he didn't say when he would be back.
I was sent by my master to pick you up a few days ago. My master was very worried about you, and so was I. I was very worried about you.
As she spoke, the cat's tail behind her began to wag.
Yes, thank you for taking it.
As Li Xiuman spoke, he stroked the maid's head, wanting to call her name, but suddenly realized that he didn't know the child's name. The cat ears were so distinctive that I only noticed them.
What's your name? How could I allow you, Mr. Skeleton, to call me by the name of a slave? It would only offend your ears. Just tell me what kind of outrageous custom it is.
Air.
Speak louder.
Ramantle Ribby.
Lamantle, isn't that a nice name? Why does it offend your ears?
Li Xiuman patted Ramantle's head again to cover up his real intention of touching her ear. The strange looks from those around him made Ramantier feel embarrassed and timid, but Li Xiuman didn't care at all.
Let's go back, we shouldn't keep Tedela waiting.
Li Xiuman patted his luggage.
Have you collected them yet, the octagonal fire crystals?
Ramantel looked at Li Xiuman in disbelief.
Certainly.
Li Xiuman threw the package toward Lamanter. The latter pulled it open and gasped, his eyes shining with excitement. Then, he carefully held it tightly in his arms. The cat's ears twitched nervously, and its tail stood straight up behind it, as if afraid that someone would see it and take it away.
Lord Skeleton, you're so careless! How could you throw something so valuable at me? You should keep it safe. Don't be so nervous, that thing is very hard, even a knife can't break it, you can throw it around as you please. I'll beat up anyone who tries to take your money.
Chapter 31 The Skull Rents a House. They returned to the Merchant Guild with the easily startled cat girl, Ramantai. Along the way, LowTier completely transformed into a stressed-out kitten, its tail and ears standing straight up. The slightest noise startled them, and they clutched the package tightly to their chests. Back at the Chamber of Commerce, I saw Tedra in the lobby on the first floor. It was clear that the Chamber of Commerce was not doing well. Tedela was busy pacing back and forth, and dark circles were around her eyes. Upon seeing Li Xiuman, her eyes lit up instantly.
You're back.
Despite her efforts to suppress it, Li Xiuman could still see the excitement in her eyes.
Master, the skeleton lord has been collected.
When the cat Ramantiel uttered those words, the noisy hall suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then a buzzing sound erupted.
Really? This person really went into the 21st floor of the dungeon all by himself and brought back the octagonal fire crystal. No way, there must be some kind of squad involved. No, I saw him enter the underground city alone at the city tower. Is he a second-tier professional? Maybe. What's this guy's name again? There aren't many adventurers in White Bear City who can infiltrate more than 20 underground floors by themselves. It seems he calls himself Skull and uses a skull as his code name. What a strange guy.
Everyone looked at Li Xiuman as if she were a rare treasure. The cat, Lamantiel, seemed to realize it had said the wrong thing, and its tail tucked in involuntarily, and its ears drooped down. Sorry, I let it slip. She spoke cautiously, seemingly worried about being punished. It's fine, it's bound to be exposed sooner or later anyway. Li Xiuman patted the cat's head to comfort it. Seeing the cat girl looking down, how could I not comfort her? Well, it's good that we got them back. I'll give you the money from the sale later. Although it was a large sum of money, Tedra was quite satisfied that she managed to save the Chamber of Commerce this time. Moreover, Li Xiuman was her benefactor. However, judging from that guy's way of doing things, it won't go smoothly for you. Li Xiuman offered a reminder. It would be quite easy for that nobleman to set up a small merchant guild in White Bear City. We can only take it one step at a time and deal with whatever comes our way. Tedera was also somewhat helpless. She didn't understand why the businessman was so persistent with her. She may be somewhat attractive, but there are certainly women in White Bear City who are even more attractive than her. If you can deliver the goods using these octagonal fire crystals, then use that money as shares in your Chamber of Commerce. Li Xiuman mentioned it briefly. Oh! Tedela's eyes lit up. That's a great suggestion. Through this dungeon raid, Li Xiuman has demonstrated his formidable strength. Having such a powerful ally and aligning one's interests with those of the Chamber of Commerce is definitely a great benefit. You don't need to consider my feelings. The major merchant guilds will treat you better because of your strength. Tedera resisted the temptation of profit and shook her head in refusal. You know my situation. I'm destined not to be able to join those major chambers of commerce. Li Xiuman shook her head. Then Tedera realized that the thing in front of her was not human, but a real skeleton. Because Li Xiuman behaves so much like a human, she always unconsciously forgets this fact. However, Tedela was also a little disappointed. Li Xiuman did not want to be associated with her Chamber of Commerce. It was merely a choice she had no other option but to make. However, I wasn't entirely forced into this situation. Your Chamber of Commerce has enough freedom.
I also have high hopes for your Chamber of Commerce, so this is an investment in it.
Li Xiuman seemed to have read her thoughts and added a sentence. My thoughts have been read. Am I really that easy to understand? Can this skull read people's minds? After that, Li Xiuman left the Chamber of Commerce. This dungeon run yielded a large amount of gold coins, most of which came from Illa's reward. In total, they obtained 330 gold coins, 20 silver coins, and a number of copper coins. In this world, the purchasing power of 1 copper coin is roughly equivalent to half a loaf of bread or a bowl of corn chowder. Half a large loaf of bread is enough to fill the stomach of an average person. Their purchasing power is still quite strong. For an average person, a month's worth of living expenses would amount to about 1/4 of a gold coin, or 2.5 silver coins. If you include housing, you also need to add 1/4 of the gold coins. Li Xiuman came out this time because she wanted to rent a house. After all, it would be very inconvenient for a skeleton like him to stay in the Chamber of Commerce's guest rooms, and he was too small. He wants to rent a quiet house with a large bathroom, preferably with a small yard and a basement. Clearly, this requirement means that renting a house won't be cheap. But now Li Xiuman can confidently proclaim that he has plenty of money. They could even be described as quite wealthy. The heavy gold coins gave him unprecedented confidence. Following Tedila's recommendation, we found a rental agency. When it was explained that Tedila had introduced him, the people inside greeted him warmly, and sent someone to take Li Xiuman to see the house he had chosen. Soon, Li Xiuman selected a house in a suburb 3 blocks away from the Ribbon Chamber of Commerce. This is a charming 2-story building with a small courtyard enclosed by a fence. Because the surrounding area is suburban, there are not many residences. So if it's a yard, the homeowner said he could extend the yard fence. The house has 2 bedrooms, an attic, and a huge bathroom that's about the same size as the bedrooms. The living room is open, and there is a separate kitchen and dry toilet located outside the house. Okay, we won't need the last 2. Whether fairies poop or not is unknown, but skeletons don't need to. There were also 2 dark basements underground, and the skeleton component in Li Xiuman's body immediately fell in love with these dark basements. After tidying up and cleaning, this basement will become his room. As for the rent, it's not cheap because it's a fairly large piece of land. The monthly rent is 1.5 gold coins. Monthly payments are not supported, only quarterly and yearly payments are available. Li Xiuman generously paid 6 months' rent, 9 gold coins. Who knows when Lucia will find this place? I can run away at any time, so there's no need to rent it for too long. The underground city of White Bear City doesn't have too many levels. Once he had conquered all the underground cities, he left to explore the other deeper underground cities. The contract was signed, and because it possessed magical effects, Li Xiuman had to sign it with his full name. The surname that was acquired by the evil bone dragon Pound, who transformed him into a skeleton. Li Xiuman Pound. With a hint of displeasure, Li Xiuman signed her full name and entered her small building. Everything was covered in a layer of dust. It looked like it needed a thorough cleaning. Li Xiuman raised his wand. O water spirit, reveal your power here, and let miracles unfold here. Clean! Since there was no one around, Li Xiuman didn't feel ashamed and started chanting in a childish and pretentious way. It gives you a liberating feeling of letting yourself go. It took a lot of magic to clean the entire building with wind and water magic. It seems that detailed explanation of first-order elemental magic does not only record flashy but useless magic. Some basic spells are quite useful. Li Xiuman pulled back his hood and lay sprawled on the ground, his skeletal skull pressed against the floor. So good. Next, he removed the magical light armor and leather armor that protected his vitals, piece by piece. Then there was the inner garment, which had many holes in it. It's so broken, throw it away. Finally, he sat cross-legged on the ground wearing only a pair of shorts. The magic light armor is very valuable and sturdy, and it showed no damage. The leather armor sustained some damage, but it was far from being damaged. The battle damage version actually added a touch of imposing beauty. Take out a good short-sleeved shirt and put it on, then put on slippers. Shorts, short-sleeved shirt, and slippers. It looks exactly like a casual skeleton. Living alone means I don't have to care about anyone. It's so great. He needs a good rest after spending too much time in the dungeon. It's a pity the skeleton can't eat, otherwise he would have liked to treat himself to some good food. Chapter 32: A moment of leisure for the skeleton. After resting for a whole day, Li Xiuman suddenly remembered something. It seems he and Ilu had arranged to meet. I've rented a place and I've been so relaxed that I completely forgot about something so important. Li Xiuman patted his head. Then he started groping himself. But Ilu wrote down her address. Touch the left side. Touch the right side. Touch it. Touch it. That's all. That's all. Li Xiuman quickly and carefully searched the skull, ribs, pelvis, and leg bones. I couldn't find it. Wait a minute, think carefully about where you put your things back then. That's right, think about it carefully and trust your memory. Li Xiuman frowned and thought. Oh! In the inner pocket sewn into the jacket! Thank goodness I remembered! Li Xiuman patted his head and went to find the ripped shirt. Okay, let's go find that ripped shirt. Ripped shirt. Holy crap, I lost it! Li Xiuman was shocked. She grabbed the cloak from the clothes rack, rushed out of the house, and looked at the trash can outside the yard. He yanked open the trash can. It was completely empty. Just like his head, it was completely empty. Damn it, is it really necessary to be this diligent about cleaning in the magical world? Li Xiuman cursed inwardly. This is troublesome. What address was written on that note again? Mashla Street. What Wenlu Street? What street is Moen? Damn it, I can't remember at all, not to mention the more detailed address. Since that's the case, let's just cancel the appointment. Li Xiuman stated that these were all force majeure events. However, I really can't stay idle at home today. I have to go out for a walk. Back home, I hung the cloak back on the hanger, took off my short-sleeved shirt, and went into the bathroom. Take a relaxing bath before heading out. Water and fire. 2 layers of magic circles, red and blue, opened in my palm, and water and flames intertwined as they fell into the bathtub. The bathtub was made by Li Xiuman using earth magic. After testing the water temperature and finding it was about right, Li Xiuman soaked in the bathtub. Ah! He could feel the water washing over his ribs, pelvis, and spine. It submerged its head in the water, its skull instantly filled with water, which then emerged from its eye sockets. The flames in his chest and eye sockets burned unaffected by the water, swaying contentedly. After all, it is the fire of the soul, without a physical form, and cannot be extinguished by this stream of water. After soaking for a while, Li Xiuman got out of the bathtub. A red and indigo magic circle opened above his head, and fire magic heated wind magic blew down from above, drying the moisture from his bones. Then Li Xiuman put on his clothes one by one, leather armor, light armor, and a cloak. The long magic wand was strapped to his back. He pushed open the door and left the skeleton's little home. He's going to check out the Adventurers Guild in White Bear City today. The Adventurers Guild primarily handles the coordination of adventurers. The job duties include conquering dungeons, defending against wild monsters, defeating dangerous monsters, and even waging war. The system typically involves issuing tasks and awarding rewards, with tasks categorized by difficulty level to effectively motivate adventurers. In White Bear City, the 3 main forces for conquering the dungeon. These are the Nobles, the Adventurers Guild, and the Merchants Guild. Li Xiuman wanted to obtain some credentials from the Adventurers Guild. Li Xiuman had no chance of obtaining ordinary residence permits, Lord's Citizen certifications, Kingdom Citizen certifications, or other documents that could prove his identity. However, there might still be a chance to get the Adventurer's certificate. This was very helpful for him to disguise himself as a human and blend into the human world. He can't stay in White Bear City forever. When he leaves White Bear City and goes to other cities, he will need some kind of identification document. The purpose of renting the house was to obtain this adventurer's certificate. To obtain an adventurer's permit, you need proof of identity such as a residence permit. But Li Xiuman didn't have that thing. To obtain a residence permit, you need to provide identification documents. So, this is how it came about. A residence permit is required to apply for an adventurer's certificate. I do not have a residence permit. Then go and apply for a residence permit first, and then memorize the adventurer's certificate. I applied for the adventurer's certificate because I needed a residence permit. You need to have a residence permit first. Such a closed loop. Therefore, Li Xiuman plans to use this rental contract instead of a residence permit to verify her resident status. Then, you can obtain an adventurer's certificate and a legitimate identity document. Head to the Adventurers Guild and push open the door. For a moment, the Adventurers Guild, which had been drinking, eating, and chatting noisily, fell silent.
It's a skeleton, isn't it? This outfit looks like something a skeleton would wear. That skeleton who went alone to the more than 20th floor of the dungeon to complete the gathering task and came back alive. Don't stare at it. I heard that if you stare at it, your eyes will be gouged out. Why is he at the Adventurers Guild?
Rumors in the magical world spread way too fast. Li Xiuman glanced at the crowd secretly watching him and couldn't help but mutter a complaint in his heart. However, this might actually be a good thing. The familiarity people have with him, and the way they address him, to some extent, proves his identity. He stepped toward the counter. The conversation within the Adventurers Guild branch ceased at the sound of his footsteps. After all, this is just a small branch. Calling it an association is a stretch, but it's more like a bar and barbecue stall for low-level adventurers. In an instant, the quiet atmosphere made his walking figure appear particularly domineering. It evokes the feeling of cowboys walking into a bar for a duel in the American West at the beginning of the last century. When he stopped in front of the counter, the young girl behind it couldn't help but swallow. She felt a sense of oppression as she faced the monster. Perhaps only someone who spends all day fighting monsters can bring about this kind of monster-like oppressive feeling. She forced a smile onto her face.
Mr. Skeleton, is there anything you need to take care of?
As soon as she spoke, all the adventurers present pricked up their ears, eager to hear what this legendary skeleton had to do with her. This way, when going on missions with other adventurers in the future, you'll have something to brag about.
I'll do it. Apply for an adventurer's certificate. Hiss.
The sounds of people gasping for air rose and fell. The skeleton who supposedly conquered more than 20 levels of the labyrinth alone was not an adventurer at all. They don't even have an adventurer's license.
You mean, you want to apply for an adventurer's license?
The saleswoman almost thought she had misheard.
That's right.
Li Xiuman nodded.
Then please show me your identification.
The saleswoman spoke cautiously. Li Xiuman took out the rental contract and used it as collateral.
This is my rental agreement, which proves that I live here. That can indeed prove it, but...
Li Xiuman simply spoke. The saleswoman's legs were already trembling uncontrollably. She's just a counter girl at a small branch of the organization. What did she do to deserve this?
It's nothing. I'll process it for you right away. Please wait a moment.
She hurriedly took out a piece of paper and placed it in front of Li Xiuman. Upon seeing the registration form, Li Xiuman knew she had it all figured out. It turns out that the rumors actually helped him gain momentum, and that's how he succeeded. While writing her name, Li Xiuman noticed that the form also had magical properties, and could only accept her real name. Therefore, only his full name, Li Xiuman Bond, could be written. Elemental Mage. After all the registrations were completed, Li Xiuman handed the registration forms back. The saleswoman took it, checked it over, and then took out a metal card, which she placed over the registration form.
In the name of adventure, we certified this adventurer. Here it appears.
The registration form and card floated up slowly, and then the registration form burst into flames, enveloping the card. Then, the flames subsided, and the registration form slowly floated down onto the counter. The text now has added patterns. The card is surrounded by patterns representing flames, with text inside the edges. The name, occupation, and adventurer level are listed. On the back, there is an adventurer's emblem. Feathers, symbolizing freedom, surround the long sword. The long sword is a legendary holy sword that symbolizes adventure and endless pursuit. The Eternal Sword. Chapter 33. The skeleton doesn't care about being slandered. Thanks. Li Xiuman carefully put away the adventurer's certificate.
Would you like to accept a mission?
The saleswoman spoke.
Task?
Li Xiuman checked his adventurer's certificate level. Adventure Apprentice. The adventurer levels are as follows. Apprentice Adventurer, Novice Adventurer, Intermediate Adventurer, Advanced Adventurer, Elite Adventurer, Legendary Adventurer. Then he looked at the quest log, which showed the quests available to apprentice adventurers.
Weeding. Should I pull the weeds? No. It is a dereliction of duty for the Adventurers Guild to send a strong person like you to pull weeds. According to the association's regulations, a renowned powerhouse like yourself can join the association and receive a promotion mission corresponding to your strength. If you agree, I will apply for it for you.
Li Xiuman nodded in agreement. Since he could upgrade directly, he was unwilling to waste time improving step by step from scratch.
Given your ability to infiltrate more than the 20th floor of a dungeon on your own, I believe that applying for the Intermediate Adventurer Assessment is the most suitable option. Quests for Intermediate Adventurers. Here are some you can choose from.
The saleswoman laid out a list of tasks.
Slay the second-tier troll, assist in conquering the 27th floor of the dungeon, hunt the special species on the second level of the dungeon, the Lizard Man King. Hunting the Lizard Man King?
Li Xiuman pointed to one of the tasks involving hunting the Lizard Man King.
That's right, Lord Skeleton. In the second underground level, which is between the 11th and 20th levels, a special species of Lizard Man King appeared. It has caused great losses to the Adventurers Guild.
The bounty is 80 gold coins.
The hunt was successful, but we need the Lizard Man King's horn or magic stone as proof to retrieve it. You can choose to keep the horns and magic stones, or sell them to the Adventurers Guild. The association will offer you a price that satisfies you. That's what the saleswoman said.
The Lizard King? Li Xiuman had encountered this before. If hunting, it wasn't impossible to catch it. Moreover, the Lizard Man King's horns and magic stones are rare and precious items.
What about the deadline? The mission is considered complete if you bring back proof within 1 month of accepting the mission. However, this is a public quest open to all adventurers, and other adventurers will also accept it.
The saleswoman offered a reminder.
Competition? I'll take this task. Then I will process your quest acceptance formalities to help you have a smooth adventure, Lord Skeleton.
After putting away his adventurer's pass, Li Xiuman left the Adventurers Guild. Pairs of eyes watched him leave, and when he closed the door, a burst of conversation erupted.
The skeleton has accepted the quest from the Lizard Man King. I always thought that was a team mission, but I didn't expect it to be a solo mission in front of the skeleton boss. This is great news. Because of the Lizard Man King, our team doesn't dare to go into the 11th floor anymore, and our profits have dropped drastically. But the aura of the skeletons is truly terrifying. When I walked in, I thought monsters had entered the city.
Li Xiuman left the association and headed towards the Ribby Chamber of Commerce. Within a day, Tedera should have processed and packaged those octagonal fire crystals, ready for delivery. After all, it was the octagonal fire crystal he had collected that involved his interests, and to prevent any accidents, he felt it was necessary for him to go and check it out. Enter the Ribby Chamber of Commerce. Each piece of octagonal fire crystal was individually packed and filled a large box. Although Li Xiuman didn't understand why a single bag of octagonal fire crystals would be packed into such a large box. This is probably what you call overpackaging.
How about it?
Upon entering the president's office, Li Xiuman asked.
So far, things have gone smoothly. According to the contract, even that guy shouldn't dare to violate the kingdom's laws. The laws of the kingdom. Li Xiuman frowned. The laws of this period were never meant to restrain the powerful, but rather to restrain the weak and make it easier for them to manage the things they exploited. Perhaps to confirm Li Xiuman's conjecture, the next moment, there was a rapid knocking on the door of the president's office. Enter. President, something terrible has happened. The guards have surrounded the Chamber of Commerce. LowTier shouted in a panic. How could this be? Tedela sat up from her chair, went to the window, and looked out of the Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, guards surrounded the Chamber of Commerce inside and out. Surrounded by guards, the noble pig looked at her with a half-smile. It was an expression of complete control, like a cat playing with a mouse. How dare he? He's just a minor nobleman. How dare he defy the laws of the kingdom? Tedera's expression turned pale and then flushed. Openly disobeying is of course something we wouldn't dare do, but secretly complying while pretending to comply, and turning black into white are all things we can do with ease. Now that things have come to this, let's go down and see what he has to say. The two went up the stairs to the Chamber of Commerce Hall. Li Xiuman felt that this nobleman might not be after Tedera, but rather after him. After all, it was too much of a coincidence that the Chamber of Commerce was surrounded by guards right after he entered it. It's likely that they want to deal with the threat posed by themselves first. The hall was now filled with guards, each one dressed in armor and carrying weapons, exuding an imposing aura. Upon seeing Li Xiuman and Tedela come down, the guards rushed forward and surrounded them. The captain of the guard stepped forward, looked at Li Xiuman, and read out his crimes. Adventurer Skeleton, you killed adventurers in the dungeon and stole the octagonal fire crystal. Trampling on life is also trampling on the laws of the United Kingdom of Lance and the Principality of Monde. According to the laws of the kingdom, you will be sentenced to death. The stolen goods, including the octagonal fire crystal, will also be confiscated. An uproar ensued. Tedera was trembling with anger. Those who blatantly trample on the law are now slandering others for doing the same. And they openly use the law as a weapon to deal with others. Li Xiuman was not surprised, and the fact that he killed the adventurer did not smear him. How dare you slander me so openly and blatantly? Don't you have any conscience as human beings? Teresa shouted indignantly. I know you will try to argue, but by the goddess of light, we would never slander any citizen of the kingdom. Please provide witnesses. Then, several guards carried a miserable adventurer into the merchant guild. His miserable appearance was so pitiful that it would break the heart of anyone who heard of it, and bring tears to their eyes. There wasn't a single piece of good flesh left on his body. This is a poor adventurer who was found in the dungeon. When he was found, he was already on the verge of death from being tortured by this demon. Please explain what you encountered in the dungeon. The captain of the guards said to the poor adventurer. It's him. He pointed his finger at Li Xiuman, who was surrounded by guards. He killed everyone in our squad and stole the 8-sided fire crystal that our squad had worked so hard to collect. And they tortured me, threatening to kill me if I didn't tell anyone. Sir, please give me justice. Chapter 34. The skeletons have no choice but to fight their way out. You say. No need to say anything more. Li Xiuman stopped Tedela from defending herself. Continuing to argue at this point will only lead you into their trap. Moreover, the truth is never important, no matter what. What the big shots say is the truth. Your position determines whether what comes out of your mouth is the truth or a lie. The truth is not a description of the reality of a thing. Rather, it is a right relative to status. At this point, besides using strength to break the rules and break free from the constraints of the game, the only other option is for someone of higher status to use their truth to overshadow this truth. Well, the evidence is conclusive, aren't you going to plead guilty? The captain of the guards spoke, his face righteous. Li Xiuman's gaze swept over the group of guards, assessing each person's rank. He does not possess the higher-level truth that those with higher authority have access to. Therefore, the only option is to fight our way out.
I just wanted to slowly conquer the White Bear City dungeon. The distribution of guards and the hiding places of experts were determined, as well as the aristocratic pig who looked down at the situation with amusement. He looked at Li Xiuman with disdain. It's like watching an insect caught in a net. The chance of killing the noble boar, unfolding bone wings, and escaping White Bear City is 100%. We must act quickly. I'm telling you, do you admit it or not? Before he could finish uttering the word crime, the captain of the guard felt a sharp pain in his neck. I agree. Li Xiuman pulled out the bone sword and shook off the blood. I confess, so I'm going to kill someone out of guilt. As he spoke, he raised his wand and snapped the neck of another guard who was stunned beside him. Everyone was stunned. How dare he? How could I dare? There's nothing I can do about it. After all, the threat is practically blatant, so I have no choice but to step outside the rules. Anyway, he's not human. He is willing to infiltrate human society and abide by human rules. But even humans themselves are unwilling to abide by the rules that bind humans, so they use those rules to bind this skeleton. He was speechless. Attack! Stop him! Kill him! Kill him! The noble pig's entire body of fat trembled. He had never encountered such a person before. How could he dare to suddenly erupt like this? Doesn't he have any psychological burden or fear at all? Is he even human? What is this person thinking? Not only the nobles, but everyone present was shocked. That's too intense. Anyone with eyes can see that he has been slandered. However, without offering any explanation, they directly admitted to the slander and drew their swords to fight. What kind of unparalleled powerhouse is he? One by one, the guards drew their swords and charged toward Li Xiuman. First her magic stone shield. An earth elemental magic circle opened on his left arm, transforming into a round shield. Using his shield to deflect the attacks of several people, Li Xiuman waved his wand with his other hand and easily smashed the head of a guard. Then the wand plunged into the ground. Mud! The swamp was used casually, unfolding around him. The guards, swallowed by the mud, were immediately unable to move and hurriedly struggled to get up. But how could Li Xiuman possibly give them a chance to break free? He raised his wand and pointed it in the direction where the guards were the most numerous. A red magic circle opened at the tip of the wand. Stop! First her magic, super fireball. The fireball spun and expanded, transforming into a massive, burning, and exploding fireball. Then, the fireball shot out, tumbling across the ground as it went. The guards stuck in the mud could only watch helplessly as the fireball rolled in. Then burned them to ashes. In an instant, several charred corpses lay in the mud. At this moment, the hidden professional guards also surrounded them, making no attempt to conceal their killing intent. Li Xiuman waved his wand, deflecting the attacks of two swordsmen, kicked away a heavily armored soldier who tried to grab him, and swung his shield to deflect fireballs and earth projectiles fired from afar. First her magic, earth spikes. Spikes shot out one after another, crisscrossing to form a cage, trapping the heavily armored soldiers who were about to charge. The two swordsmen, one on the left and one on the right, unleashed their sword techniques, their long swords, enveloped in flowing light, revealing their sharp edges, and thrust towards Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman used his left arm as a shield to block the sword thrust, and grabbed the long sword with his right hand, emerging unharmed. After all, this right arm was tough enough to withstand a heavy slash from Iryu without any damage, so how could it possibly be injured by some lowly swordsman? With a forceful pull of his right arm, he snapped the long sword in two. He then strode forward and delivered a knee strike to the guard's groin. In an instant, everything fell apart. Unable to bear seeing him suffer the pain of losing everything, Li Xiuman grabbed the broken sword with his right hand and plunged it into the guard's throat. Sigh, this is probably what they mean by repaying evil with kindness. No longer concerned about the deceased swordsman, Li Xiuman turned around and held his wand horizontally, blocking the swordsman's sneak attack from behind. Ignoring the swordsman's fear, he followed up with another groin kick. The magic wand was shoved into the swordsman's screaming mouth.
First her magic fireball. His head exploded, scattering red and white everywhere, even staining Li Xiuman's new clothes red. First her magic earth wall. The earth rose up like flowing water, forming a wall that blocked the magician's ranged attacks. Then he charged toward the trapped heavily armored soldiers. Immovable fortress! The heavily armored warrior was shocked, and immediately used his strongest defensive technique. Li Xiuman remained calm and raised his wand. First her magic, explosive fireball. The fireball, compressed, shot out from the tip of the wand and struck the immovable fortress heavily. The golden light suddenly dimmed, the armor cracked inch by inch, and the body suffered extensive burns, but it withstood the damage. First her magic, super fireball. Immediately following was another enormous fireball. This time, it was clear that it couldn't withstand it, and was crushed and burned into coke. Li Xiuman stared at the other guards. Clang, clang. They all retreated, and no one dared to advance. Li Xiuman was too lazy to touch these mosquito bites and looked up at the noble pig. Stared at by Li Xiuman, the noble pig had lost its initial composure and contempt. He managed to maintain his composure, concealing his fear. Without further hesitation, he ran towards the noble pig. The noble pig's last bit of composure vanished. Go! All of you go! Stop this murderer! Stop him! He roared. Li Xiuman brandished his wand, and with immense force, any guards who approached were smashed in the head before they could even react. Li Xiuman's speed increased, leaving a dark red afterimage behind him. They were almost within arm's reach of the noble pigs. The two heavily armored guards who had been standing next to the noble pig had no choice but to step forward and stand in front of him. Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, activating wind and earth magic simultaneously. Driven by the wind element, the earth magic generated a giant hammerhead at the tip of the wand. It was activated. The 17 points of power were amplified by immense force, causing the massive hammer to swing with a whooshing sound, its momentum unstoppable. Immovable fortress! The two heavily armored warriors activated this defensive technique simultaneously. The giant hammer slammed down. The earth cracked and collapsed instantly, and visible air currents swept up the debris and blew it in all directions. The shield shattered inch by inch, the golden light quickly dimmed, and the heavily armored soldiers all coughed up blood. The noble pig, witnessing this scene, was terrified and, disregarding the heavily armored soldiers, scrambled away, trying to escape. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Li Xiuman harvested two heavily armored soldiers who had lost their fighting ability. My experience points are almost full again, I'm so happy. Don't go, my lord, you still want to condemn me. Seeing the runaway noble pig, Li Xiuman threw his wand, pinning the crawling noble pig to the ground. Aya! The screams were like those of a pig being slaughtered. How dare you! I am a nobleman! How dare you, a commoner, lay a hand on a nobleman? What do you take the laws of the kingdom of Lance for? I am not a commoner, I am just a skeleton. Li Xiuman crushed the noble pig's head. Everyone watching was stunned. Without hesitation, they killed him. What a madman! Li Xiuman straightened up, and everyone in her line of sight avoided her gaze, trembling slightly. Are the nobles no more experienced than the commoners? Chapter 35: The Skeleton and the Princess. Although I'd like to enjoy the attention a little longer, now is clearly not the time. This noble pig is just an ordinary nobleman in White Bear City. He doesn't have much power. The true aristocracy is not someone that Li Xiuman can contend with in his current state. The most important thing is to start running away before attracting those guys' attention. He spread his bone wings, powered by wind magic, raising a cloud of dust that transformed into a streak of light as he rushed towards the direction outside the city. The sound of something cutting through the air immediately drew the attention of the civilians, who looked up. However, Li Xiuman underestimated White Bear City. In the heart of the city, a dazzling magic circle was raised. Then, at the center of the magic circle, the earth yellow magic power rapidly condensed and transformed into a rock spear. Li Xiuman suddenly felt locked in. It's a high-level ranged spell. Sleeping spirits of the earth, your faithful followers, we pray to you for the miracle of the rocks, which will become the spears of pursuit. Third-tier magic Earth Elf Spear. Li Xiuman twisted his body and gripped the magic wand tightly with both arms. First-tier spell, Wind Wall. First-tier magic, Earth Wall. First-tier magic, Fire Wall. First-tier magic, Water Wall. The magic stone at the tip of the wand glowed with a beautiful blue halo, and the 4 elemental magic circles unfolded simultaneously at the tip of the wand, layer upon layer. Then, in the void, the 4 elements transformed into whirlwinds, heavy rocks, burning fire, flowing water, and solidified into walls. Call out! The sound of something cutting through the air cut through the sky. The long, homemade gun shot straight at Li Xiuman. The 3 walls were penetrated layer by layer until the final water wall was reached. Ripples appeared on the water surface, providing a brief respite, but the mud gun still managed to penetrate it. The sharp spearhead, carrying its remaining force, pierced towards Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman extended his right hand, and an earth elemental magic circle opened in his palm, transforming into a circular stone shield. Bang! Under immense force, the stone shield shattered, and the earthen spear, now unimpeded, pierced the metacarpal bone. Simultaneously activated, with a constitution of 25 points, it is almost comparable to a heavy armored warrior of the same level. He abruptly stopped the homemade gun, and gripped it in his hand. Seeing the fireballs shooting towards him from behind, he raised his hand, then lowered it, and fired the musket. The homemade gun and the fireball collided and exploded violently. Flames shot out from the rocks, exploding into a beautiful firework display over White Bear City. Li Xiuman didn't look back. With the help of wind magic, he continued flying towards the city wall. He seemed to have moved out of the attack range of the 3rd-tier mage in the city center, and no more high-level spells continued to be fired at him. Boom! A golden pillar of holy light poured down upon them. Li Xiuman was shocked and quickly flapped his bone wings to narrowly escape. He has it, but he doesn't. This kind of holy attribute attack is a special attack against skeletons like him. Damn it, I have to find a way to fix this skeleton's weakness. Li Xiuman could not accept that she had such a fatal weakness. 2 golden-robed priests appeared before him, floating in the sky. My profession is. We have to fight with all our might. Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, and with his other hand, he drew his bone sword back from his pocket. Although it was a bit troublesome, he had no doubt that he could escape. By the goddess of light, grant judgment upon the heretics before us. 2nd-tier magic, holy light judgment. 2 golden beams of light shot towards Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman twirled his wand, aiming it at the holy light, suppressing the innate fear of the holy light that haunted his inner skeleton. But in the next moment, a purple figure rushed forward, its smooth palm aimed at the pillar of holy light. The holy light was deflected instantly, without causing any damage. It's like the light from a flashlight shining on a mirror. This move completely stunned everyone present. This is infuriating. The figure in front of him turned around and looked at Li Xiuman. It was Ilu. However, she wasn't wearing purple heavy armor now, but rather a loose, neutral top paired with tight black riding breeches. She was wearing black stiletto boots. She looks incredibly dashing, and her graceful figure is also beautifully outlined. They're slandering me, and there's nothing I can do. That's not what I'm angry about, it's why you stood me up. So that's what you were angry about. I accidentally lost the address you wrote to me. Is that so? Then there's nothing we can do. Ilu turned around again and looked at the 2 serious priests in front of her. And you are? The priest spoke. You're not qualified to know. Come with me to the Lord here, and I will help you get justice. As she spoke, Ilu reached out to pick up Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman quickly dodged. What a joke! There are so many people in White Bear City. If someone sees him, what will become of his reputation as the skeleton? I can walk by myself. Oh well. Enter the Lord's fortress in the center of White Bear City.
Count Wit was already waiting in the reception room.
Count Wit greets your highness.
Princess? This girl is actually a princess? Li Xiuman recalled the image of Illa eating meat heartily in the dungeon and wiping her mouth with her cloak. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible to associate it with the word princess.
Count, your territory seems quite corrupt. The nobles spread rumors, distort the truth, and wantonly trample on the laws of the United Kingdom of Lance.
Illa looked at Earl Wit in front of her. His imposing aura pressed down, and the entire space seemed to freeze. Earl Wit felt a cold sweat break out on his back and quickly spoke.
It is my dereliction of duty that has allowed such pests to breed below, forgetting the honor of being nobles. I have abolished that scourge's title as a warning to the other nobles. We still have to thank Her Highness for her wise judgment, which allowed this gentleman to purge these despicable pests from among the nobles. As Lord, I will reward this gentleman for his heroic act.
The ridiculous truth. They were manipulated at will by the nobles, who could make them pose however they wanted. The truth is being distorted. Li Xiuman's massacre can also be seen as a heroic act of eliminating pests.
I hope you can keep your nobles in check. Don't let this happen again.
Illa reminded Count Wit of something, then got up to leave.
It is an honor for White Bear City that the princess has come to visit. I will prepare a banquet for your highness, I wonder.
Wit saw Illa leave, his eyes darting around, and he quickly spoke up, trying to establish a connection with her. It was as if the unpleasant things that had just happened were all an illusion.
I'm not interested, and I'm not some nobleman, so don't expect me to provide you with any political assistance. They're gone.
After leaving the castle with Ilu, Li Xiuman was at a loss for words. Princess, oh my, this is the first time in my 2 lifetimes that I've seen a live princess.
Your Highness. Don't call me princess.
Ilu spoke. Instantly, an 80-episode tragic drama series about a royal princess flashed through Li Xiuman's mind.
What do you mean? For the sake of the royal family, you have no choice but to marry him. Father, you only care about the country. When have you ever truly cared about your daughter? You are a princess, and you must fulfill your duties as a member of the royal family. Princess, you're like a bird in a cage, haha, you really want true freedom. Once you step out of this castle, never come back.
Chapter 36. The skeleton is played with by the princess.
Don't overthink it, I'm not a real royal princess.
Illa seemed worried that Li Xiuman had misunderstood. In fact, Li Xiuman's mind was already playing out the episode of
the princess escapes on her wedding day, and the king sends troops to pursue her. Not a real royal princess?
Li Xiuman was somewhat puzzled.
The title of Princess of the Sword is an honorary title conferred by the kingdom. He has no title, no fief, and does not accept orders from the kingdom.
That's not surprising. Li Xiuman was still thinking that Mantled wasn't a noble surname of any duchy or kingdom.
Besides, princesses and such are too delicate and don't suit me. I would much rather be crowned a legendary knight. The king is truly blind.
This is utterly outrageous. Watching the princess berate the king for being blind, Li Xiuman found it particularly exciting.
Have you thought it through, about your wishes and such?
Illa changed the subject and got back to the main point.
Well, I didn't think about it after I got rid of the note.
Li Xiuman answered truthfully. He really didn't want anything. What I want most is power, power that is not controlled by anyone. This time, being forced into a massacre by a minor nobleman is simply because he lacks the strength to do so. Otherwise, wouldn't killing everyone in White Bear City solve the problem and the trouble?
Then I'll write down your address again. I'll be staying in White Bear City for a while longer. If you have any problems, you can come to me. By the way, give me your address too, so you don't lose it again.
The two exchanged addresses. He returned to the Chamber of Commerce and reported to Tedela that he was safe and sound, and that the problem had been resolved by the righteous purple-haired princess who happened to be passing by. Afterwards, they helped restore the chaotic guild and received compensation sent by the Lord. Then I went home and slept soundly. Let's talk about conquering the dungeon later, after we've had some rest. The next morning, there was a knock on the door. Who's knocking on the door so early in the morning? After putting on the cloak and opening the door, it was indeed Ilu. Have you thought of a wish for today? Are you Aladdin's lamp? It's clear that Ilu is a woman of action. For her, she feels uncomfortable if she doesn't finish something. And to her, he was the one who helped her pull out the frozen sword, so he should be her benefactor. Therefore, he would only feel at ease if he quickly completed the task of repaying the debt of gratitude. What an upright person he is! Li Xiuman felt that Ilu had become dazzling. I really don't have any wishes. He had a headache. Let me help you practice your swordsmanship, as interest on my gratitude. When you were fighting yesterday, you seemed to have some basic swordsmanship skills, but it wasn't very smooth. Indeed, the skills he acquired from other skeletons were not honed step by step on his own. He had to go through combat to adapt to them. But does Ilu only have some basic swordsmanship skills? However, considering IRU's swordsmanship, such an evaluation is perhaps more reasonable. Then please wait for me for a moment. Li Xiuman led Ilu to the living room and into the bedroom to put on leather armor and light armor. Otherwise, given Ilu's monstrous strength, her body would probably be ruined in no time. After all, even magical items made of steel couldn't withstand Ilu's use. After changing into their armor, Li Xiuman and Ilu went to the small courtyard. Are you ready? I'm going in. Ilu raised her great sword, which was sheathed. She had not brought the frozen sword with her this time. Li Xiuman drew his bone sword and wand, and nodded. Bring it on. Ilu's body vanished from his sight in an instant, then reappeared in front of him, slashing down with a simple and unadorned motion. Li Xiuman quickly raised the bone sword's wand, ready to parry. But suddenly Ilu raised her leg and kicked him in the chest. His body flew out and crashed to the ground. Don't focus on the sword, I'm not the only one who can use a sword. Ilu offered a reminder. Li Xiuman got up from the ground, and Ilu's voice rang in his ears again. It's coming! This time it was a horizontal slash. Li Xiuman raised his wand and withstood the slash. The immense force caused his body to sway violently. Following the direction of the great sword's downward strike, Ilu spun around and delivered a high kick, aiming for Li Xiuman's head. Li Xiuman quickly retreated to dodge the high kick, and thrust his bone sword toward Ilu's chest. Too slow! His wrist, which was holding the sword, was grabbed and pressed forward, with a knee strike aimed at his chest. Don't rely solely on your wrist for strength when rapierning. Your waist and shoulders also play a crucial role. Li Xiuman got up again and swung his wand at Ilu. Ilu raised her hand, swung her great sword, and deflected the magic wand. The heavy great sword in her hands was like a plastic toy, which she swung and hurled at his neck. First her magic, wind shield. He quickly raised his left arm to block the great sword, and the wind shield slightly deflected the great sword's trajectory. Then, taking the opportunity, he lowered his body and snuggled into Ilu's arms, plunging the bone sword into Ilu's neck. Ilu leaned back, bending into an incredible arc, like a dancer bending over backwards. The waist of her dress was faintly visible, causing Li Xiuman to lose her composure for a moment. Then, he kicked Li Xiuman's wrist, which was holding the sword, and the bone sword flew out of his hand and was pressed against his neck by the giant's sword. Then he was kicked away. Losing focus in battle is a major taboo. Continue. Kicked away time and time again, Li Xiuman felt like he had become a toy, being manipulated at will by Ilu. By the time the sword practice ended, Li Xiuman felt like her bones were about to fall apart. On the other hand, Ilu was perfectly fine, as if she had just finished warming up. He silently mourned for a second for the man in the humanoid Gundam of the future, then got up from the ground. You're pretty good. You're a bit thin, but you're quite strong. Even being praised for your strength by someone who can flick you away with their little finger wouldn't make you happy. Moreover, as an elemental mage, you are the first to have embarked on a path that combines swordsmanship and magic. However, it will be difficult to continue on this path, so you need to be prepared. Ilu kindly reminded Li Xiuman. Indeed, every time he levels up, the points he gains are in constitution and spirit. Even though the upgrade currently provides strength points through the right arm bone, the remaining strength in the right arm bone will eventually be exhausted as the level increases. At that time, his strength will be overshadowed by the other warrior classes, and he will not be able to gain an advantage in close combat. Perhaps we need to find other bones to figure out how to catch up in strength points.
Want to go out for dinner? My treat! No, I'm not hungry.
Li Xiuman declined the invitation. After all, he was a skeleton. Moreover, Illa's appearance would definitely turn heads on the street, and it wouldn't be good if we went out together and got misunderstood. If Illa's identity is misunderstood, it could cause her some trouble. It will also cause him trouble.
Okay, I'll come find you again tomorrow. Sigh. Are we going to do it again? You don't welcome me?
The oppressive aura of the dragon always emanates from it imperceptibly.
No, I'm just too happy.
Chapter 37: The Skeleton's Craving for Knowledge. After that, I went to the Ribby Chamber of Commerce. It was mainly to return the old books and borrow new magic books. He has finished reading the entire
detailed explanation of first-order elemental magic.
In order to improve his magical skills, he planned to borrow other magic books.
Mr. Skull, it's better not to read these books.
Seeing Li Xiuman searching for a magic book on the bookshelf, Tedela, sitting in the president's seat, couldn't help but speak up.
What's wrong? The books I've collected are all second-rate. The truly precious magic books are all collected by nobles and other major powers, and are not allowed to be obtained by ordinary people. Of course, I've heard that you can also find magic books and magical equipment in the dungeons. If you're just looking at some basic magic books, borrowing them from a public library would be more appropriate and comprehensive.
Tedera offered her suggestions. So White Bear City has a library? Do I need to pay to borrow books?
The Ribby Chamber of Commerce will cover all your book borrowing fees, since you now own a large portion of the shares in the chamber.
Afterwards, following the address given by Tedera, they arrived at the library in White Bear City. It's about the size of a miniature castle, quite impressive. There were also guards patrolling around the library, keeping watch on book thieves. The library's collection is very valuable, and magic books are even more so. Theft would be a serious matter. I entered the library, obtained a borrowing certificate, and returned the book 5 days later. Li Xiuman borrowed The Elements of Elemental Magic Circles, and a book called The Art of Explosive Magic. After that, he took the magic book, returned to his residence, put on a 3-piece set of shorts, a short-sleeved shirt, and slippers, revealing a large expanse of white bones, lay on the sofa, and opened Elemental Composition Elements of Elemental Magic Circles. They watched for a long time until it got dark. He picked up the wand that was leaning against the sofa and tapped it lightly on the floor. Soon, one by one, the magic stone lamps lit up with a soft light, as if in response, illuminating the room. Using the light, he read until late at night before finally inserting a bookmark, closing the book, and placing it on the table. Then I took a bath in the bathtub, and wearing only my shorts, I jumped onto the big bed in the basement. The next morning, I was woken up again by knocking on the door.
Hey! Have you decided what you wish for today?
Illa carried a great sword, and her attire was different from yesterday, but still leaned towards a masculine style with trousers and a top. With her heroic spirit and otherworldly beauty, she could probably charm both men and women walking down the street.
No. If you don't have one, then keep practicing your sword.
He was beaten by Illu until noon. Despite being beaten, Illu corrected his posture and shortcomings while beating him, causing his swordsmanship to improve rapidly. After the sword training ended, Illu left. For the rest of the time, Li Xiuman continued reading the magic book she hadn't finished the day before, until late at night. He hunched over his desk, opened the book he had written himself, The Skull's Magic Book, and began to apply his knowledge, refining the magic he had designed in the dungeon based on actual combat. Late at night, he finally put down his quill and stopped writing. In the darkness, will-o'-the-wisps burned within the skeleton, which sat upright in a chair, creating an eerie atmosphere.
Time to wash up and go to bed.
The next day, knock knock knock.
Do you have a wish? If not, keep fighting.
The skeleton was toyed with all morning. However, the combination of his swordsmanship and his improved magic caused Ilu to break out in a light sweat, her cheeks flushed, and her purple hair clung to her forehead, giving her a unique charm. It seems to have warmed her up and excited her a little. Then, the very next day, she adapted to the modified magic and was able to easily manipulate the skeletons once again. That afternoon, Li Xiuman finished reading the constituent elements of elemental magic arrays, since the book didn't contain much content. He only read it completely. He hasn't fully grasped its meaning yet. He put down the elements of elemental magic circles and opened another book, The Art of Explosive Magic. This magic book mainly introduces magic with explosive properties and the basic theory of explosion magic. The author's feelings and love for explosive magic can be seen between the lines. Li Xiuman looked at it carefully, took out the manuscript paper, and began to draw a magic circle. He wants to use his current knowledge, combined with explosion magic, to create a new kind of magic. It's not difficult to use it to simulate the effect of gunpowder. In the end, he created new magic. First term magic, explosion. I tried it out, and the effect was quite good. Then, Li Xiuman extended his right arm and launched the attack. The bones began to twist, grow, and slowly lengthen, transforming into a slender bone tube. A cone-shaped bone bullet was formed inside the bone canal. Then, a red magic circle opened at the bottom of the bone tube. Burst! The inside of the bone tube exploded with a buzzing sound. His whole body shook violently, and the bone bullet shot out of the bone tube like a bullet. However, its accuracy is extremely poor. He pondered for a while, and the inner wall of the bone tube grew again, carving out rifling. A wind magic circle also opened at the bottom of the bone tube. The accuracy has been greatly improved, but it still does not meet Li Xiuman's expectations. He readjusted the length, rifling, and sealing, experimenting continuously. Meanwhile, in order to enable the bullets to fire continuously, a cylindrical chamber was added to the end of the bone tube. In order to achieve dense firepower suppression, he created more bone tubes. Finally, he looked at his left arm. Holy crap, a Gatling gun! The flow of magic became clearer. The magical knowledge I've memorized these past few days has surged from my mind, deeply imprinted on my soul, and completely become my own. They wielded this knowledge as if it were second nature to a magician who had been immersed in elemental magic for many years. A strong desire for knowledge welled up within him. He wanted to quickly acquire new knowledge to make up for his shortcomings. He opened the book he hadn't finished reading, The Art of Explosive Magic, and couldn't help but bury himself in it, greedily absorbing the knowledge. My memory has also improved significantly. I can almost remember everything I see. Even after finishing the entire book, he was still not satisfied. He opened Elemental Elements of Array Composition, which he had already read once and read it from beginning to end again before he was finally satisfied. At this moment, the sky was already beginning to lighten. In about 2 hours, Ilu will come to play with me. He took the opportunity to lie down in bed and sleep to replenish his exhausted energy. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking awakened the skeleton from its slumber. It barely managed to rouse itself and open the door. If you have a wish, say it. If you don't have a wish, you seem a bit unwell. I don't understand why they could tell I was in poor spirits just by looking through the cloak. Could it be the intuition of a strong person? I stayed up late last night. Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Study. Do you want to rest? No, practice swordsmanship. Making excuses is the beginning of laziness. To hone a skill, consistent perseverance is essential. Li Xiuman raised his bone sword and charged towards Ilu. Then I was toyed with all morning. Chapter 38. The skeleton is unable to move. I took a short nap at noon. In the afternoon, I went to the library to return books and borrowed 2 more magic books. Milestone Magic in the History of Magical Development, and Analysis of Magical Powers. Then I stayed up all night until dawn. Hateful. His acquisition of knowledge made him eager to acquire new knowledge to supplement his knowledge. He could sense that this was his subconscious, instinctive reaction. His foundation in magical knowledge is too weak, and the level of this skill could drop at any time. That's why he almost instinctively seeks knowledge to stabilize the level of this skill. I need to catch up on some sleep first, otherwise I won't be able to withstand Illa's teasing.
Knock, knock, knock. Tell me your wish. You seem even more tired today.
Is wishing you a wish your NPC's opening line?
I stayed up a little late again last night. Or studying?
That's right. Illu stared at Li Xiuman for a moment, then revealed a beautiful smile that held a profound meaning. She didn't say much, she just raised her great sword.
Then let's continue practicing swordsmanship.
Is it just my imagination? I feel like this guy went a bit too far today. Luckily, he didn't break my back. I continued reading in the afternoon, which helped me improve my photographic memory and comprehension skills, as well as my basic knowledge. This will allow him to understand the two magic books more easily and quickly. Suppressing the urge to continue reading, Li Xiuman lay back down on the bed. I forced myself to fall asleep. He was jolted awake by a knock on the door, then climbed out of the dark basement and put on his cloak.
Feeling good today? Have you thought of a wish yet?
No, go ahead and hit him.
Good.
It was concise and to the point, and then it was brutally trampled upon. However, after the battle ended today, Illu did not leave. Li Xiuman keenly sensed something unusual.
I'm leaving White Bear City this afternoon. Please come in and sit for a while.
Li Xiuman felt a sense of disorientation and emptiness in her heart. He invited Illu into his home and brewed her a cup of extremely expensive black tea that he had bought especially for her. The tea had a very impressive name, but he couldn't remember it. After all, she was his swordsmanship teacher, and he felt embarrassed to offer her plain water every time she came, so he specially bought her black tea. She ran her long, slender fingers through the teacup handle, took a small sip, and then put it down. Where are you planning to go?
In places with dungeons and monsters. Stopping the fight will dull a warrior's sword,
Illa said casually. The atmosphere was quiet for a while.
I've always been the one asking you about your wishes. Would you like to hear mine? I want to become a sword saint, the strongest legendary hero among warriors.
A very impressive dream, Li Xiuman praised. I thought you would laugh. Illa looked at Li Xiuman in surprise.
Why? Becoming the best in your field is a remarkable goal. Only the weak, who dare not even set foot on the path to their goal, resort to jealous ridicule,
Li Xiuman said earnestly.
So, does that mean you're a strong person just like me?
No, I am just a weak person who knows my own limitations.
And I'm afraid you'll hit me if I laugh.
Illa wondered if she had beaten Li Xiuman too badly these past few days.
Now that I've stated my wish, what is yours? It doesn't matter if I can't do it, just tell me.
Li Xiuman began to seriously consider it. Once he let his mind wander freely, he realized he had many goals he wanted to achieve. Superhuman strength, able to restore flesh and blood, indulging in wine, women, and revelry every night. I really am an evil skeleton. He looked at Illu and thought she was really powerful. Having set a goal, we moved forward resolutely, following her advice. This path forward must have been ridiculed by many. But she continued to move forward steadily, even when she was ridiculed. This version of Illu is as dazzling as her appearance, making it impossible to look away. Li Xiuman thought of her wish.
I will become a sage, the strongest legendary title class among mages.
In that instant, Li Xiuman could see the light in Illa's eyes. Her purple eyes shone brightly, more beautiful than any gemstone.
Seriously. Seriously.
Pahaha! She laughed, a radiant laugh, and then bent over, clutching her stomach. Afterwards, she forced herself to straighten up and wiped away the tears that had come out of her laughter.
No, this isn't meant to mock, it's a happy laugh.
After she straightened up, she quickly offered an explanation.
It seems that helping you realize this wish will be a long and arduous task. The Sage of the Future. Illa bowed in greeting. Thank you for taking care of him, the future sword saint. Li Xiuman stood up and returned the greeting. Here, consider this an investment in the future sage. Illa handed Li Xiuman an earring. What is this? The water spirit's blessing. The wearer can breathe underwater, is immune to all water magic of level 3 and below, and enhances the effects of water magic. Li Xiuman looked at Illa's right ear, where there was an identical earring. They appear to be a pair. This is what I got from conquering a dungeon. But because my ears are very sensitive, it hurt too much when I got them nailed, so I only wore one side. Li Xiuman seemed to have heard something unbelievable. You just nailed it to your own ear? Is something wrong? He's incredibly strong. He truly deserves to be considered a strong man. Afterwards, I will head north and hone my sword in the dungeons along the way. The final destination is the 9th tier underground city of the Mande Kingdom. I'll be there for you. Illa slung the great sword over her shoulder. Before we part, would you mind giving me a hug? And may I see what you look like? I'm very curious, and when we meet again, I can't possibly not recognize you when you're standing right in front of me. Illa walked toward Li Xiuman. Wait, I look a little scary. With no skin left, how could it not be horrifying? I don't mind. Illa pressed closer and closer, cornering Li Xiuman against the wall. Don't worry, if it's you, I'd kiss you no matter what you look like. Take a bite. What do you want to do? Li Xiuman wondered if she had misheard. They're just friends, right? Of course it's a kiss, a farewell kiss. No. We're friends, right? Kissing isn't something friends should do. Li Xiuman wondered if she had fast-forwarded something. It would be better if this kind of thing happened when he had flesh and blood. Of course, this is the first time I've ever heard of what you take me for. And it's perfectly normal to just want to kiss someone you like, right? I will restrain myself. You don't like people, girl. And what's with the restraint? Don't I have any dignity? You like me? When? How come I didn't know? When I drew my sword in the dungeon, just now, I felt so good that I wanted to kiss you. Why do you talk so much? Don't you have any feelings for me at all? Illa frowned, her eyes filled with sadness. No, it's not that I have absolutely no feelings for them. It's just that these things need to be done gradually. There's no time for a gradual approach. I'm leaving this afternoon. We don't know how long it will be before we meet again, so let's just consider it as mortgaging our future. Besides, I'm not bad-looking. Am I really that bad-looking to you? Li Xiuman didn't want to explain anymore. Now that things had come to this, she decided to escape. Just as he was about to move, his shoulder was grabbed, his wrist was seized, and he was pinned against the wall, unable to move. He felt like he was being run over by a truck. Then, his left arm was also held down. Now it's 2 trucks running over it. Those purple eyes were staring at him, and strands of purple hair slid across his breathtaking face, falling in front of his cloak. She was going faster and faster, and you could see an alluring pink blush creeping onto her cheeks. I could feel the sweet breath getting closer and closer. One of his hands left his shoulder and reached for his cloak. I also like the way you look, wanting to resist but powerless to do so. Chapter 39 The Skeleton's Confession. Li Xiuman knew that things had come to this point, and could no longer be hidden. Continuing to conceal it would be irresponsible towards Ilu. Moreover, even if he were exposed now, Ilu would no longer pose a threat to him. Ilu, stop, listen to me. I am not human. Do you really hate me that much to say something like that? Ilu trembled slightly, squeezing Li Xiuman's shoulders until they creaked. No, I love you, Illa. Real? Real. The tension in my shoulder eased a little, escaping the danger of having my shoulder crushed. But I'm really not human. Li Xiuman slowly lifted her cloak. A hideous and terrifying skull was exposed, with 2 will-o'-the-wisps flickering in its eye sockets. No explanation can compare to the direct impact of a real shock. In an instant,
Ilu understood why Li Xiuman had always hidden his appearance, and why he was so thin yet strong. How could that be? Do you remember the bone dragon pound you met before? He turned me into a skeleton, but for some reason, I retained my memories and consciousness as a human. While you were fighting with Pound, I took the opportunity to break free from Pound's control and hide in White Bear City. That's why I was so scared when I saw you and Kate in the dungeon. Li Xiuman calmly recounted the story of turning into a skeleton. He was a little afraid to look at Ilu's expression. From liking to disliking or fear? Sigh, my first love ended before it even began. Both arms were grabbed again and pressed against the wall. Then her soft lips pressed against his bones and teeth. There will be a way to recover. She held him in her arms and looked at Li Xiuman with tender eyes. I will definitely help you recover. In that instant I felt as if my heart had been struck hard. I've heard that even magic that can bring the dead back to life exists. Not to mention just restoring your physical body. Ilu carefully comforted Li Xiuman. In the afternoon, Ilu was taken outside the city, and she had already put on her armor again. Keep this feather safe and hang it on the window, and Hino will be able to find you. I will write to you regularly and have Hino deliver them to you. Ilu handed a white feather to Li Xiuman. Hino was referring to a white owl with exceptional flying abilities and mastery of low-level wind magic. Yes, I will keep it safe. Li Xiuman carefully tucked the feathers away. After that, without looking back, without reluctance, without hesitation, Ilu mounted a red horse with her sword on her back and put on her helmet. Don't keep me waiting alone for too long. After saying that, she rode away, raising wisps of dust. Li Xiuman also withdrew her gaze, returned to the cabin, and hung the feather on the window. Then he put on leather armor, light armor, and carried his wand. Before heading to the underground city, Li Xiuman first went to the Ribby Merchant Guild. Are we already doing a second strategy so soon? If you rest for too long, you'll become lax. Does the Chamber of Commerce need any further sourcing of materials? I have some, let me show you. Tedela took out a packing list and handed it to Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman glanced at it, folded it neatly, and stuffed it into her waist bag. Does the Chamber of Commerce have any news about the Lizardman King? Yes, you do want to seduce the Lizardman King? Advancement quest from the Adventurers Guild. Having obtained a record of the recent appearance of the Lizardman King from Tedela, Li Xiuman did not linger and headed towards the city landmark tower. Be safe. The Kakaro Romantier escorted Li Xiuman all the way to the city landmark tower. Yeah, you too. Wait for me to come back. Li Xiuman rubbed Romantel's head and went into the underground city. The familiar, dark passage leading downwards, but this time it didn't feel so unfamiliar. He lowered his head and rushed deeper into the area. The monsters of the highest tier could not stop him for even a moment. The bone sword and wand in his hand created afterimages, and low-level monsters died almost instantly upon contact. After Ilu's training, his swordsmanship is now completely different from what it used to be. He is no longer the same person he once was. Soon, Li Xiuman saw the interface between the 10th and 11th levels of the maze. He rushed in. On the 11th floor, Li Xiuman slowed down and began a purposeful search. After all, the Lizardman King mainly roams between the 11th and 20th floors. Just consider it a side trip to level up. Since my experience points were almost full, a pop-up window for the control panel appeared in front of me not long afterward. Then, a surge of heat came from the incision point on my right arm again. As if molten lava seeped into the other bones of his arm, Li Xiuman couldn't help but tremble, and his hand gripping the wand creaked. But compared to last time, this time it was a little better. At least I didn't feel like I was going to die. As your physique points increase, you'll be able to adapt sooner or later. Li Xiuman gritted her teeth until the pain subsided, then let out a long sigh of relief. Although he also had no lungs to breathe a sigh of relief. What a hellish joke. There was an unexpected bonus this time. Not only did my strength increase, but my physique also improved by 1 point. The increased free attribute points were added to Constitution, bringing constitution and spirit to a balance of 28 points. He felt that if he didn't improve his physical condition, he might not be able to withstand Elu's ministrations if he saw her again. Including the attribute points gained from the 2 upgrades, he has enough to meet the evolution standard at level 20. The 11th floor was thoroughly searched, but the Lizardman King was nowhere to be found. He rested for a night, and then sneaked into the 12th floor. They continued descending to the 14th level without finding any information about the Lizardman King. On the 14th floor, he sold all the materials he had collected to the Ribby Merchant Guild.
Skull! I've heard what happened on the ground. That was amazing. It's a pity I was in the dungeon at the time and couldn't witness you slaughtering the nobles.
Rachel, sitting in the shop on the 14th floor, stared at Li Xiuman with sparkling eyes.
Do you know what the adventurers in the dungeon call you? A bloodthirsty skeleton, a skeletal grim reaper.
As Rachel spoke, her voluptuous body was almost pressed against his again. Li Xiuman took a slight step back. If he weren't currently unable to do so, he would definitely teach this girl how to be a good person.
Mr. Skeleton, are you staying overnight this time? It's still free. Of course, I can also provide special services for Mr. Skull.
I'm curious what special services she can do for skeletons, like polishing and waxing the bones.
I'll definitely do it next time. You said the same thing last time. Then maybe next time.
Li Xiuman didn't want to put his bones into any acidic environment. After all, he hasn't gotten over his negative state yet, so he needs to take good care of his bones.
Well then, see you on your way back.
Li Xiuman tossed the money pouch in her hand, waved, and left the Chamber of Commerce without looking back. Rachel was left pouting, pretending to be angry and acting cute. Entered the 15th floor. Monsters have become significantly rarer. Based on the information provided by the Chamber of Commerce, Li Xiuman searched each of the locations where the Lizardman King was sighted. Finally, Li Xiuman found fresh signs of damage and footprints at a witness location. Grip the wand tightly, keeping a watchful eye on your surroundings. He followed the footprints and scratches. After walking for a while, he discovered a cracked pit and looked into it. It seems we've reached the 16th floor. Li Xiuman waved his wand, and a magic circle rose up.
First tier magic, wind shield.
Chapter 40 Skeletons slay the Lizardman King. They carefully slithered into the pit. Before long, he reached the bottom of the pit. Unsurprisingly, we went straight to the 16th floor. As if provoked, one of the lizardmen guarding the side charged at Li Xiuman, brandishing its flaming claws. Li Xiuman instinctively leaned back to avoid it. Then, he spun around and kicked the lizardman in the chest. With the added 18 points of power, the lizardman's chest caved in, and he flew backward, crashing into the wall before bouncing back to the ground. It was struggling to get up. The fireball arrived, exploding and engulfing his body. Having unearthed the lizardman's magic stone, Li Xiuman continued his pursuit, following the tracks on the ground. The number of lizardmen increased significantly along the way. Li Xiuman realized that he had come to the right place. He carefully dealt with the lizardmen along the way and quickly gave chase. Finally, on the 16th floor, he found his target, the Lizardman King. Just like last time, its body was incredibly robust, with explosive muscles growing beneath its fiery red scales. A pair of long horns signify its status as a king. Around him, lizardmen stood guard like sentinels, never leaving his side. Li Xiuman quietly hid in the darkness. He found a secluded, high cliff hidden in the darkness and climbed up it. Looking at the Lizardman King, Li Xiuman raised his wand and aimed it at the Lizard King. Swish, swish, swish. The red, yellow, and indigo magic circles opened simultaneously at the tip of the wand. Fire elements converged, earth elements enveloped, and wind elements propelled, causing it to spin rapidly. It was the hybrid magic that Li Xiuman had improved over this period of time. Now, the execution is smooth and effortless.
First tier magic, lava wind whirlwind cone. Bang!
The wand trembled violently for a moment, and the lava wind cone shot out in response, heading straight for the Lizard Man King along its predetermined trajectory. The Lizard King quickly sensed the danger. But before anyone could react, the whirlwind cone, carrying the whirlwind, was already right in front of them. He quickly closed his eyelids, but the flesh around his eyes was still torn open, and his eyeballs exploded into a bloody mist. Roar, roar, roar! The pain caused the Lizard Man King to roar, and instantly, those lizard men closest to him met their doom. They were all accidentally injured by the irritable lizard men. Li Xiuman seized the opportunity, extended his bone wings, and swooped down from the cliff towards the Lizard Man King. The Lizard King also recognized the hateful fellow who had escaped from his grasp last time. He roared and swung his claws, locking onto Li Xiuman, wanting to tear this hateful guy to pieces. Li Xiuman drew his bone sword, focused his mind, and stared intently at the claws that were swinging towards him. He raised his left arm the instant the claws struck him. The claws slammed heavily into the windshield, deflecting its direction. Li Xiuman also shifted to the opposite side, narrowly avoiding the claws. Then he thrust the bone sword into the wrist. Under Illa's guidance, this stab had been honed through countless trials. It pierced precisely into flesh and blood, drawing out a flower of blood. Then she dodged the other claw like a butterfly and raised her wand. Fireball! The fireball shot out instantly, hurtling towards the Lizard Man King's face. The lizard man roared angrily, seemingly unable to believe that the human in front of him had hurt him. It swatted away the fireballs that were aimed at it, and opened its mouth wide. Flaming breath shot out and attacked Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman suddenly thrust his wand in front of him. First term magic, wind wall! The whirlwind transformed into a wall, blocking the way directly in front. The flames rushed in and instantly split in two, spreading to either side. Please accept my first magical experience. Li Xiuman raised his left arm. The skeleton grew wildly, with bone tubes extending out and arranged in a circular pattern. First term magic, Gatling gun barrage! Bang bang bang! Explosion magic and wind magic circles lit up simultaneously on his arm. Then bullets formed from bones were fired continuously, like a barrage of bullets. The bone bullet pierced through the flames and shot straight toward the Lizard Man King. Instantly, clusters of blood erupted from the Lizard King's body. All of them were superficial wounds. The bone bullet could barely penetrate the scales. It seems that achieving firepower suppression in this magical world is still somewhat unrealistic. Roar, roar, roar! The Lizard King roared in pain. He charged toward Li Xiuman, spewing flames and braving a hail of bullets. The other lizard men were also ordered to pounce on him. Li Xiuman had to divert his attention to fight the other lizard men. The bone sword danced, unleashing a curtain of blades that tore apart every lizard man who charged forward. Li Xiuman connected the bone sword and arm bone together, gripped the wand tightly, and fired a barrage of bullets with his other hand. Mud! Large areas of mudflats have appeared. All the lizard men froze in place. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Xiuman rushed towards the Lizard Man King. As he charged, he unleashed a hail of bullets at the Lizard Man King's face with his left hand. The Lizard King covered his face with one hand and kicked Li Xiuman with the other. With a thought, Li Xiuman thrust sharp spikes toward the lizardman's saws. Then, he waved his wand, sweeping it from bottom to top toward the lizardman's groin. The lizardman kicked the spikes in the ground, then pulled back his thigh to block the magic wand. With his other hand, he held a bursting fireball and hurled it at his body. Li Xiuman remained calm despite her insidious tactics being exposed. The bones in his left arm grew back, and the bones that made up the Gatling gun twisted like putty, transforming into a huge bone shield that covered half of his body. After withstanding the fireball, the bone shield turned charred black. Li Xiuman thrust his bone sword out from behind the shield, each strike aimed at the lower body. The Lizard King grew increasingly enraged. One moment the ground turned into mud, the next it was spikes piercing his buttocks, each spike aimed at his genitals. The lizard man felt as if all his strength was being poured onto cotton, and he couldn't muster any more. Soon, the Lizard Man King was covered in more and more wounds, with blood constantly flowing from the large and small blood holes. It also appeared in the status bar. Just when Li Xiuman thought he had it all figured out, the lizard man suddenly roared. Orange-red flames shot out from beneath his scales. His entire body was covered in a thick layer of flames. The rocks beneath his feet melted into lava. Its eyes blazed with fire as it stared intently at Li Xiuman. Boss, second phase! Li Xiuman was about to distance herself. But a powerful flaming fist slammed down at close range, sending his body flying. The bone shield also broke off into pieces of various sizes under the immense force. First term magic, water entanglement. A blue magic circle opened at the tip of the wand. The water converged from all directions, like tentacles, wrapping around the lizard man king and binding him tightly. But before Li Xiuman could even breathe a sigh of relief, the flames on the fire lizard rose up again. With a hiss, the water turned into white steam. First term magic, water shield. First term magic, water membrane. 2 magic circles unfolded in succession. The water flow transformed into a shield that hovered in front of his left arm. Then his whole body was covered with a thick film of running water. With a magic wand in his left hand and a sword in his right, he resolutely charged toward the lizard man king. The water and flames collided continuously. Water continuously condensed at the tip of the wand, flowing towards the body and replenishing the water covering it. The lizard king's body was covered in wounds. The cracks on Li Xiuman's body also increased. Relying on his resistance to the elements, he continued to swing his sword one after another under the scorching flames. Having honed its swordsmanship to perfection, Ilu revealed its fangs, stabbing one sword after another with pinpoint accuracy at the lizard man king's vitals. He also incorporates magic into his swordsmanship, reflecting his own fighting style. Finally, he leaped up, ignoring the crackling bones bathed in flames, and plunged his sword into the lizard man king's neck. Then, with a flick of his left hand, the wand slid down the cut and into his neck. First term magic, water blast. Defeating elite bosses yields special items. Opening these items has a chance to drop magical items, spell books, job change scrolls, and other special items. The quality of items will be marked for players from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, red, orange, gold, and rainbow. Li Xiuman landed on the ground, looking at the prompts that kept popping up on the panel. A game! Chapter 41. The skeleton is leveling up. After making a complaint, Li Xiuman struggled to sit up. A series of cracking sounds came from the bones in his body, as if they were about to shatter at any moment. They ignored the lizardmen in the swamp. After cutting off the lizardmen's horns and magic stone, Li Xiuman quickly left the scene. We turned left and right and entered a cave marked on the map. He went straight into the cave before he could finally relax. Leaning against the cave wall, he examined the treasure chest that had been floating in front of him, glowing with a green light. He tried to touch the treasure chest, and it slowly opened. A green beam of light rose from the treasure chest as it was opened. The armor, crafted from the horn of the Lizard King, contains the power of fire, granting the user a state of being imbued with flames. Cooldown, 24 hours. A dark red arm guard floated out of the treasure chest. It is engraved with flame patterns, making it look exceptionally special. Is this a magical item? Li Xiuman examined the armor and muttered something to himself. He then fitted the armor onto his right arm and tried to slash it with the bone's sword. The armor glowed with a red aura, deflecting the bone's sword. Not bad, not bad! Li Xiuman looked at the armor and was quite satisfied. Next, he tried looking at the other items on his person and initiated an appraisal. Sure enough, a quality category appeared on the item. Those sturdy magical light armors were all, without exception, basic equipment. The earrings that Illa gave him were of blue quality. Surprisingly, his wand was also of blue quality. Crafted from various hard alloys and inlaid with precious, high-grade water magic stones, it is extremely hard and can enhance water magic effects. Is it really true that just the super hard effect is enough to qualify it as blue quality? Just how hard is this wand? No matter how much Li Xiuman abused it, there wasn't a single scratch on it. He raised the arm guard and tried to cast its magical effects. In an instant, crimson flames engulfed his entire body, completely sealing him in flames. It's like he's cosplaying Ghost Rider. He raised his hand and casually conjured a fireball. The flames within his body seemed inexhaustible. This is exactly the state of the Lizard King in his second phase. In other words, he has now gained the abilities of the second stage of the Lizardman race. He tried to test its power. It was about the same power as the fireball he unleashed. The flames didn't dissipate until about 3 minutes later, and the armor entered a 24-hour cooling period. It can be considered a finishing move. Afterwards, Li Xiuman waited quietly until his magic and body recovered before leaving the cave and diving deeper into it. This time, the target is not just the Lizard King. He needs to conquer the lowest possible level, raise his level to LV20, and then evolve. On the 4th day after entering the underground city, Li Xiuman once again conquered the 21st floor. The ground was still covered with lava and charred rocks. He held the wand in his hand, and carried the red horns of the Lizardman King on his back. Because the Lizardman's horns were too big to fit in his baggage, he had to carry them on his back. Therefore, its current design is particularly eye-catching. In order to level up quickly, he took out the magic stone of the Lizardman King, infused it with magic power, and attracted the lava six-legged crocodile under the magma. Soon, fireballs of lava erupted from underground. 3 fire crocodiles crawled out of the lava and charged at Li Xiuman in coordination. Great, very energetic! Li Xiuman looked at the 3 fire crocodiles, drew his bone sword from his side, and charged towards them. He nimbly dodged the fireball and raised his wand. Water flow! The magic circle lit up, and the water flowed out like a whip, wrapping around the nearest fire crocodile. Then he leaped up and slashed down with his bone sword. The crocodile was entangled in the water and had nowhere to escape, so it raised its head and spat out a fireball. The remaining 2 fire crocodiles also pounced at lightning speed, opening their mouths to bite. Too slow. Ground spikes! Sharp spikes shot out from the ground, momentarily stopping the other 2 fire crocodiles. The oncoming fireball was cleaved in 2 by the bone sword, which was enveloped in a strong wind. The bone sword pierced the fire crocodile's skull, pinning it to the ground. A single, decisive blow. Li Xiuman stepped on the fire crocodile's head, drew his bone sword, and brandished his magic wand. The wand, wreathed in a vortex of wind, blasted a fireball that was being fired at him. Flames enveloped his body, but had no effect whatsoever. Roar, roar, roar! The 2 fire crocodiles lingered, not approaching, letting out threatening growls. The corpse of their companion made them realize the danger. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, surrounded Li Xiuman and charged forward, simultaneously spewing out lava. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Xiuman extended his bone wings, propelled himself with his feet, and leaped into the sky. At the same time, he raised his wand. First term magic, Wind Whirl Cone! A magic circle of yellow and indigo colors opened, and earth elements instantly coalesced into a spiral stone cone, propelled by rotating wind magic. Then, with a hissing sound that tore through the air, the stone cone spun and drew a phantom in the air, striking one of the fire crocodiles. However, due to the time it was charging up, it didn't hit the head precisely, but only tore off its tail. The pain contorted it, but it also fueled its ferocity. It roared and spit out fireballs. Li Xiuman flapped his bone wings to dodge the fireballs while raising his wand. First term magic, Water Shield! The water flowed into a whirlpool, covering its left arm. It raised its left arm to fend off the unavoidable fireball and swooped down towards the fire crocodile. The fire crocodile suddenly opened its huge mouth, which was flowing with molten lava, and leaped up from the ground, seemingly about to tear Li Xiuman to pieces. Facing the gaping maw, Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, adding power, and then, with a swooping motion, threw the wand. The wand, like a spear, pierced towards the gaping, blood-red maw. In an instant, the wand pierced through the fire crocodile's jaw, pinning it to the ground. Li Xiuman gripped the bone sword tightly, stepped on the fire crocodile's head, and thrust the bone sword downwards, piercing through the fire crocodile's skull. But another fire crocodile seized the opportunity to leap up and bite at Li Xiuman's neck.
A sneak attack? What a clever tactic!
Li Xiuman exclaimed in admiration, leaned back, bent over, and kicked out hard with his foot as he bent over. It was the same trick that Illa had used to torment him. He kicked the attacking fire crocodile in the chin, sending it flying.
Great water spirit, reveal your arrogance! First tier magic, water sprite arrow!
A blue magic circle lit up in front of the outstretched palm. The water transformed into arrows, detached from the magic circle, and trailing blue tails shot towards the fire crocodile's head. The molten skin on the fire crocodile's head was pierced through and solidified. The last remaining fire crocodile realized something was wrong and turned to rush towards the lava. The bone sword that Li Xiuman was holding quickly extended, transforming into a sharp bone spear.
Swift whirlwind, may you bestow upon me precise blessings. First tier magic, precision!
The whirlwind enveloped the bone spear, adjusting its trajectory as Li Xiuman threw it. It precisely pierced the neck, pinning the fire crocodile to the ground. The fire crocodile struggled frantically, and its neck was instantly covered in blood and flesh. Li Xiuman slowly pulled the wand out of the fire crocodile's mouth beneath him, rushed towards the struggling crocodile, and aimed it at its head.
Don't move around, it'll be quick.
It slammed down hard. The skull caved in instantly, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 42 Skeletons Meet a Noble Squad. It felt like my Ren and Du meridians had been suddenly opened up. He can easily feel and control every bone in his body. I gripped the wand and tried waving it. With a whoosh, the sound of air being torn apart, which usually required all one's strength, was easily produced with a swing. The swordsmanship and basic combat techniques taught by Illa surfaced in his mind and were imprinted deep within his soul.
Have you mastered and thoroughly understood those fighting techniques after practicing them?
Li Xiuman stepped on the fire crocodile's neck, pulled out the bone spear from its neck, and sprayed a cluster of blood. After that, they dug out the magic crystals of the 3 fire crocodiles. And they skinned the highest-ranking fire crocodile. I broke off a piece of finger bone, which grew into a bone needle. I sewed it up simply and wore it on my body. After all, his clothes were tattered and torn, barely covering his bones. Moreover, the skin of this fire crocodile has extremely high fire resistance. It can withstand being soaked in lava without any damage, making it a perfect piece of fire-resistant armor. He then made a belt and leg guards from the skin of a fire crocodile. Li Xiuman tightly fastened the crocodile's skin to his body with the belt, and continued on his way. Having found another good ambush spot, Li Xiuman took out the Fire Lizard King's magic stone, ready to use the same trick again, when he heard footsteps approaching from afar. The sounds were somewhat chaotic. They should be an adventure team. Li Xiuman quickly moved and hid in a groove in the stone wall. After acquiring it, his physical coordination improved significantly, and he became much more proficient in these skills. As for why he hid, well, he was conquering the maze all by himself. When encountering an adventurer party, the inevitable outcome is being swallowed up. Soon, a 6-person adventure team came into Li Xiuman's view. It is a team led by a genuine Tier 2 professional. After making inquiries over this period of time, Li Xiuman clearly remembered the famous adventurers and adventurer teams in White Bear City. He also recognized this adventurer team. Vantus Adventure Team. An adventurer squad under Viscount Vantus, commonly referred to by adventurers as the Noble's Pack of Dogs. Of course, those were mostly comments from disillusioned adventurers filled with envy. 90% of the adventurers in White Bear City cursed the Noble's dogs while simultaneously striving to become one themselves. After all, noblemen have plenty of money, are quiet, and enjoy security and social protection. Among the adventurer party's excellent equipment, a lone figure stood out. He was dressed in tattered clothes and had shackles and chains around his neck. He appeared timid and hesitant, walking barefoot on the scorching hot rocks of the 21st floor.
Slave? Why bring slaves when conquering dungeons?
Li Xiuman felt some doubts. He wouldn't go so far as to say anything about abolishing slavery, treating slaves equally, or respecting their human rights. To dare say such things at this time, even the King of Lance would be exonerated. Li Xiuman has a strong constitution, but she can't withstand being lifted up a few times. Besides, he's just a skeleton. He wouldn't get such a serious illness. But the slaves seemed to have sensed something and looked up in Li Xiuman's direction. Hidden in the darkness, Li Xiuman and the slave locked eyes for a moment. He also saw the slave's face. That's not a human face. His face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, and one of his eyes had been gouged out and filled with a silver nugget. It seemed as if silver liquid was being forcibly poured into his eyes. The intact eye had an unusually pink and tender flesh around its eye socket, as if it had just been healed. Li Xiuman could even imagine that her eyes were filled with silver liquid, and then recently the silver block of one eye was dug out so that it could grow back. Those who can do this and still be alive are definitely not human. He tried to identify it. Rorona. Vampire. LV-14. Dark Mage. Dangerous vampires possess extremely strong self-healing abilities, able to rapidly recover from injuries and restore their magic by drinking blood, but they are susceptible to light damage and have a fear of silver. Why did it stop? One of the nearest adventurers saw her stop and tapped her neck with his sword. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. Tisk, he's mute again. The adventurer paid no attention. The vampire only screamed when it was stabbed by the silver sword, and otherwise remained completely silent. Li Xiuman watched the group leave quietly. The vampire slave did not reveal his existence. Li Xiuman was very grateful. But I wasn't grateful enough to the point of wanting to rescue her. A man's anger could lead him to the point of losing everything for a woman? It's a little embarrassing to say, but he seems to be the one with the woman in his heart, while it was Illa who was the one who lost her temper. Li Xiuman walked in the opposite direction from the adventure team. Continue leveling up using the Salamander King's magic stones. However, Li Xiuman soon discovered the anomaly. The fire crocodile seemed to have all disappeared. No matter how he tried to lure it with magic stones, the fire crocodile did not emerge from the lava. He thought of the strange adventure team he had just met. As soon as the team appeared, the fire crocodiles disappeared. That's a bit strange. Li Xiuman decided to abandon this floor and enter the 22nd floor. The 21st and 22nd floors are separated by a broken lava waterfall. To descend the waterfall to the next level, you must follow a specific path. If you accidentally fall into the lava, you will die instantly. Following the shortest path, Li Xiuman carefully climbed down to the 22nd floor. We arrived at the 22nd floor. Unlike the first layer, this layer of fire crocodiles did not disappear. They roamed healthily in the lava. Li Xiuman breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the problem is on the 21st floor. But before Li Xiuman could even begin his enjoyable leveling journey, all the fire crocodiles on the 22nd floor disappeared again. This time, Li Xiuman observed how these fire crocodiles disappeared. As if sensing some aversion, they all burrowed into the depths of the molten lava. Even the fire crocodiles that were lying on the shore climbed back into the lava and dived into the depths. What is going on? Li Xiuman sensed a conspiracy. Then he made his choice. How about we give up on this mission? We've already completed the Adventurers Guild's mission anyway. Having made her choice, Li Xiuman did not hesitate and headed back towards the 21st floor. It's incredibly fast. People who have died once often cherish their lives more. Li Xiuman now really wants to slap his past self for running around aimlessly when he first arrived in the other world. He also didn't want his future self to want to slap his present self, who didn't know how to run away. He thought, this must be what growing up is all about. They ran away at lightning speed. Then, they encountered the Vance adventure team again. Damn it, when you're down on your luck, even drinking cold water can cause problems. Li Xiuman instinctively wanted to hide, but ultimately restrained herself and walked over confidently. At this distance, hiding would likely result in being discovered. In that case, it's better to just walk over, say hello, and get out of the dungeon as quickly as possible. The two sides met and both became tense. Li Xiuman's current outfit can be described as domineering. He was dressed in a rugged, fiery red lizard skin, paired with leather armor and magical armor, with a pair of large horns on his back and holding an alloy wand stained with dried blood. Is it a skeleton? The only Tier 2 professional in Van's team spoke up, his voice steady. Judging from the looks of it, he must be the captain of the opposing team. You know me? Li Xiuman spoke. I think there shouldn't be any adventurer in White Bear City who doesn't know you, skeleton. Sure enough, the rumors about him infiltrating more than 20 floors alone are true. The captain smiled and said, but he specifically emphasized that he was alone. I am Trodos, the captain of the Vance Adventure team. You can call me Tro. He extended his right hand. Skull. Li Xiuman also reached out and shook hands with him. Mr. Skeleton, would you be willing to accept this temporary recruitment? Upon hearing Tro's words, Li Xiuman looked at his teammates around him. It seems there's no chance to refuse. Then take that as your agreement. Don't worry, even without you, Skeleton, doing anything, the reward won't be small. It seems they don't want to spread the word about what's going on here. So the strange behavior of the fire crocodiles here really was caused by these guys? What are their goals? Chapter 43 Skeletons are not afraid of blood-sucking. After paying Li Xiuman a sum of gold coins, Trot began to introduce him to the team members. A Tier 1 heavy armored warrior, Telman, you can call him Rhino. He pointed to the burly, heavily armored soldiers at the front of the formation. First Tier elemental mage, Larry Dorink, nicknamed Jellyfish. The black-haired woman in the middle of the group nodded. First Tier light priestess, Trina Sherman, nicknamed Tulip. The blonde woman next to the black-haired woman smiled. First Tier swordsman, Sue, nicknamed Monkey. The monkey glanced at Li Xiuman, then looked away. Tro, of course, needs no introduction. He is clearly dressed as a swordsman. And what about her? Li Xiuman pointed to Rorona, who had been keeping her head down. Her? It should be a dot. Who knows what it's called? It's just a vampire. By the way, if you hold this, it won't dare to come near you. Of course, using it to prick it and hear its screams is also a good pastime. Trot handed Li Xiuman a silver dagger. The moment the silver dagger was drawn, Rorona's body trembled involuntarily. No. Li Xiuman glanced at Luoluana and handed the silver dagger back. Okay, but be careful not to get sucked blood. Li Xiuman had no blood for her to suck. Rorona's trembling stopped. I temporarily joined this zoo. Nothing unusual was found. This adventure team was no different from any other team. Aside from encountering virtually no fire crocodiles along the way. But Li Xiuman and Troy pretended not to know anything, acting as if they hadn't noticed anything unusual about the fire crocodile. What is their purpose? Will it pose a threat to me? As he ventured deeper into the adventure, he pondered these questions. And so night fell. Although it was an underground city, the surroundings became a bit dark at night. Let's find a place to rest first, and continue diving tomorrow. Captain Trotsky spoke up, and the other team members didn't object. They found a suitable outpost on the map and headed towards it. Skull, thank you and the jellyfish for your help. Having found the outpost, Tro looked at him and the elemental mage in the group, and said with a smile. Li Xiuman nodded and raised his wand together with the jellyfish. Earth spirits heed my call. First Tier magic, Earth Fortress. 2 yellow magic circles opened, and the earth trembled. Then, the rocks seemed to transform into soft mud and stones, rising from the ground to form 2 solid earthen fortresses. Then the jellyfish raised its wand and created a pool of rock, gathering a pool of water. It seems that in dungeons, regardless of the setup, elemental mages are an indispensable member. Li Xiuman sighed inwardly. Elemental mage, mobile water source, fire source, tent. they're such an excellent tool. At night, Li Xiuman leaned against the stone wall, holding her magic wand, and closed her eyes to rest. After all, he wasn't so carefree as to fall asleep under these circumstances. He also had a bit of a desire to slip away while everyone was asleep. But Roth had clearly thought of this as well, and had the heavily armored soldier called Rhino keep a close eye on him.
Skeleton, how did you manage to kill a nobleman and get away with it?
During the long night, Rhino struck up a conversation with Li Xiuman. Because I have strong connections.
Because the noble lord is wise and decisive, hates evil as if it were his enemy, and cannot bear to let his people suffer injustice. I am very grateful to Earl Wick for restoring my justice and clearing my name.
Li Xiuman boasts without thinking, since he doesn't get paid to boast, so he can boast however he wants.
Indeed, the noble lord loves his people like his own children and is of noble character. It's just a pity that there are too many despicable people in this world who secretly slander him.
Damn it, I've finally met my match in bragging.
That's right, that's what I think too. Our noble lords have always treated us with sincerity, so we should reciprocate with sincerity as well.
A tacit exchange.
In the end, history has proven that only when nobles of high blood lead us commoners can humanity become greater.
But this guy probably isn't serious, right? He was a little bewildered by the rhinoceros's fanatical expression.
I was just kidding, are you serious?
A wail erupted. Li Xiuman frowned, got up and walked outside. The rhinoceros, meanwhile, looked completely fanatical, as if it had been brainwashed. Outside the earthen fortress, vampires were screaming in agony. Meanwhile, the swordsman called Monkey was slashing the vampire's face with his silver sword. The vampire's mouth had been cut all the way to his cheek. Fresh blood kept seeping from the wound, which looked extremely horrifying.
Isn't he mute? He's shouting quite loudly.
The monkey watched as Verona struggled, then stepped on her neck and continued slashing with its dagger. Li Xiuman stepped forward.
What's up?
The monkey raised its head and glanced at Li Xiuman with disdain.
You're keeping me awake. Is that so?
The monkey grabbed Verona's hair and shoved the dagger into her ear. Fresh blood continued to flow. An even more piercing scream rang out.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah? Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly and, without a word, slapped it across the monkey's face. Blood splattered, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, and several teeth flew out, dripping with blood.
I'm sorry too. You bastard, you actually hit me.
The monkey, realizing what was happening, flew into a rage and drew its sword to slash at Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman calmly used his wand to deflect the incoming sword blade, and then mercilessly kicked the monkey in the crotch. But just as it was about to be kicked, the monkey was grabbed by the neck and pulled backward, dodging the kick.
Skull, what do you mean by this?
Roth looked at Li Xiuman and frowned unhappily.
I told you, he's keeping me awake. Captain? Kill that bastard! Why are you still alive? If he gets away, things here will be. Smack!
Roth turned around and slapped the monkey on the other side of its face. The monkey was also jolted awake by the slap, calmed down, and realized what it had just been saying.
Yes, I'm sorry.
He quickly apologized to Roth.
Skull, if you're a smart person, you should understand.
Without even glancing at the monkey, Roth stared at Li Xiuman and said,
I just think it's too noisy. I like quiet. Don't you like it?
Li Xiuman waved her hand, indicating that she hadn't heard anything.
Yes, I also like quiet.
Roth's serious expression instantly transformed into a warm and friendly smile.
The art of face changing. That would be great.
Li Xiuman turned around, his gaze sweeping over the vampire. The vampire had already huddled in the farthest corner possible, but the chains around her neck meant she couldn't go too far. She huddled in a corner, hugging her legs, and the wound on her face, freed from the silver dagger, began to heal little by little. The moment their eyes met, she quickly lowered her head and avoided their gaze. Chapter 44: The Skeleton Discovers Anomalies. The atmosphere in the group became strange the next day. The monkey's facial injuries had been healed by Tulip, the priest of light. However, he did not hide his resentment, and kept staring at Li Xiuman. The other team members also subtly isolated Li Xiuman. For example, pretending not to hear Li Xiuman's questions and attempts to engage in conversation, and keeping a distance. Despite being a fragile mage, she was relegated to the margins of the team. Although Li Xiuman's physique at 28 might be tougher than that of a heavily armored warrior. Now, in the group of 7, Li Xiuman and the vampire are walking alone on the side. In their view, it seemed like the greatest insult to Li Xiuman to be walking with vampires who were like livestock. But Li Xiuman didn't care at all. He even looked at the legendary fantasy creature next to him with great interest. He tried to strike up a conversation. But when Verona heard the voice, her body trembled involuntarily, and she couldn't reply at all. However, his strange behavior also drew strange looks from others. It's like looking at something heretical or disgusting. Tulip, in particular, whose light priesthood looked almost as disgusted as the monkey he had made laugh his head off the night before. The Church of the Goddess of Light seems to be quite hostile towards heretics. The Church of the Goddess of Light is the state religion of the United Kingdom of Lance, and most people believe in the Goddess of Light to some extent. It seems I absolutely cannot reveal my skeleton identity. Otherwise, the outcome would probably be far more pitiful than that of this vampire. Vampires at least have human appearances, but this skeletal creature has intelligence. He'll probably really be considered a heretic and burned at the stake. All the way up to the lava waterfall on the 22nd and 23rd floors. We only encountered a few fire crocodiles. Line up in a row and descend carefully. Skeleton, you go first, Captain Roth said to Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman walked indifferently to the front of the line. On the 23rd floor, the temperature rose again. The lava rivers at this level almost converge into lakes, covering the black rocks and greatly reducing the walkable area. Everyone felt unwell and broke out in a sweat. The jellyfish were surrounded in the center of the group, constantly releasing streams of water that wrapped around the others. Others ostracized Li Xiuman, but Li Xiuman wouldn't fawn over them. He simply covered himself with water magic. Surprisingly, the earrings that Illa gave him constantly exuded a coldness at this level, which made his bones feel much better. Moreover, the monsters on this level have also changed. A red flying monster, resembling a pterosaur, appeared in the sky, constantly spitting lava fireballs downwards from high above. Although its damage is not as great as the fire crocodile that hides under the lava, its ability to fly makes it even more troublesome than the fire crocodile. Moreover, this thing can also dive down and attack with its sharp wings. Firewing Beast. LV-20. Monster. Monsters capable of flight can launch fire attacks from high altitudes. Watch out for their sharp wings, and also be aware of what's above you. The Vance Adventure team worked together seamlessly and methodically to deal with the attacks from the sky. Their combat skills and teamwork are exceptionally high. This skill was honed through countless dungeon runs. Li Xiuman raised his wand, occasionally tossing out a dirt spike, happily slacking off. If you're lucky, you might even get the finishing blow, which is great. However, this only happened once, and the firewing beast, like the fire crocodile, went into hiding. Li Xiuman participated in the entire battle, but he didn't discover how this team managed to do it. Is it simply because he was afraid of seeing his companions being killed? This kind of joke could easily be selected as one of the funniest jokes of the year. Li Xiuman couldn't figure it out. He had made up his mind that running away was the priority. The more bizarre the situation, the more dangerous it is. However, he could feel Roth's faint gaze behind him, and if he tried to run away now, he would definitely be ganged up on and beaten up. Damn it, I should have attacked the moment we met and taken advantage of their inattention to kill them. The current situation is too passive. If they fly directly, the light priest has holy light that can counter skeletons, and the second-tier professional tro is no pushover either. He might be shot down before he even takes off. The more I think about it, the more uncertain I feel. Upon entering the 24th floor, just like when entering the 23rd floor, a group of monsters attacked. Li Xiuman took the lead without hesitation. The main thing is to gain experience. At this point, it's better to work hard to accumulate experience and become stronger, which will increase the chances of escaping. Trot was somewhat surprised by Li Xiuman's enthusiasm, but didn't say much. Then, the familiar energy surged through my right arm once more, flowing through my entire body along with the burning pain of the flames. Without much hesitation, Li Xiuman allocated her free attribute points to her physique. The pain subsided a little, preventing him from showing any exaggerated abnormality. I walked stiffly for a distance before the pain subsided. His three-dimensional attributes have now become 19 20ths, 30 of 30, 29 of 30. 1. Each level up grants another chance to evolve. The level cap of LV20 can also be broken. Just as Li Xiuman had predicted, after this attack, they never encountered any more attacks from monsters. The atmosphere within the team was gradually becoming more and more enthusiastic. They were moving forward like fanatical pilgrims on a pilgrimage. It seems that they are getting closer and closer to their goal. This reminds me of the rhinoceros's display of bloodline theory and its fervent belief in nobility. Li Xiuman couldn't help but suspect that this squad had been brainwashed by Viscount Vance. He thought of the word, Suicide Squad. Did this group of people infiltrate the dungeon on some orders from Viscount Vance, with no intention of returning alive? Li Xiuman wanted to retreat to the back of the group. Skull, you go first. Trot placed his hand on the hilt of the sword, and then everyone raised their weapons and looked at Li Xiuman. I was forced to obediently walk in front. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the group stopped. Let's do it here. Tro opened his mouth. Before us lay a vast lava lake. Then, he took out a magic stone from his pocket, a huge magic stone that looked like a heart. Female bat, it's time for you to make your appearance. Tro handed the magic stone to Rorona, then drew his silver sword and held it to her neck. A red mark appeared on her neck, as if it had been burned. With nowhere to retreat, she was forced to pick up the magic stone. Instantly, molten liquid seeped from the magic stone and seeped into her flesh. Then, the smell of burning flesh and blood continued to waft over. The blood in her body seemed to have turned into molten lava, and her body was steaming, constantly emitting blue smoke. Chapter 45 The Skull's Super Justice. Screams continued to escape Rorona's mouth. That painful wailing seemed to emanate from the very depths of the soul. This filthy creature actually managed to make a contribution to Lord Vantus. Lord Vance is far too kind. Tro sighed. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly strange. Bubbles continued to rise from the molten lava, and fire crocodiles emerged one after another. It's as if all the fire crocodiles in the entire maze are converging here. Li Xiuman can use the magic stone of the Salamander King to attract 2 or 3 fire crocodiles. The magic stone that Tro took out was able to attract all the fire crocodiles in the entire level. The sound of wings flapping rang out. Fire-winged beasts also flew over from the horizon one by one. Skulls, aren't they spectacular? It is your honor to be able to make a sacrifice for Lord Vantus. These fire crocodiles and fire-winged beasts will travel through the underground city to help Lord Vance become the new Earl. Be grateful for my salvation. Troy opened his arms and shouted with a fiery expression. Skeleton, run! An unfamiliar voice rang out. It was the voice of the vampire, Rorona. Li Xiuman could tell from the word skull that it wasn't referring to his code name. It was referring to his race. Did she discover her race from the very beginning? Looking back now, the way she looked at me when she first discovered me hiding in the shadows was the way she looked at one of her own kind. That's why I didn't reveal myself at the time. Did she consider herself one of their own? Then, large shadows spread out from the shadows beneath her feet, twisting and appearing like tentacles reaching out to the others. Damn it, you could actually talk after all? The monkey cursed and severed the black tentacles beneath its feet. But then, the tentacles turned blood red as if they had been soaked in blood, and withstood the blows from the crowd. Rorona's face turned even paler, like a corpse. Should we run? This is a good opportunity. Li Xiuman looked at the vampire with a calm expression, as if she had been freed from her burdens. This was something she fought for herself. She hoped that her kind would run away. There's no need to hesitate. We'll avenge her then. Pa! Repay kindness with kindness. Li Xiuman drew his bone sword and slid towards the tulip like a phantom. After all, this priest of light posed the greatest threat to him. How dare you! How could you do this? Tulip was terrified, but with her legs bound, she could not move and could only raise her scepter. Holy light barrier! Golden holy light formed a barrier, blocking his way. Li Xiuman gripped the bone sword tightly, and fiercely stabbed it towards the barrier. Under immense force, the holy light barrier caved inwards and was punctured like a membrane. The jellyfish had already raised its wand and thrown a fireball. Instead of dodging, Li Xiuman advanced with a do-or-die attitude, plunging the bone sword fiercely into Tulip's smooth neck. Showing pity and tenderness to a beautiful woman? This year's second funniest moment has also arrived. Then, he hoisted Tulip's body and rammed it into the unavoidable fireball. Using the corpses as cover, they withstood the fireball. Tulip's body was instantly blasted into a charred corpse, then exploded into fragments. Skull! The remaining teammates were furious, especially the jellyfish that had blown up the Tulip's corpse. Her beautiful face was filled with rage. As the explosion impacted, Li Xiuman created some distance and raised his wand. First-tier magic, stone shield. The rocks transformed into a shield, coalescing at the tip of his left arm. Rarona's restraints were also reaching their limit. Li Xiuman can only unleash his strongest single-target attack at present. A red, yellow, and indigo magic circle opened at the tip of the wand. Fire element is compressed, encased in rock, and propelled by a swirling vortex. Until the lava cone rotates to its limit. First-tier magic, lava whirlwind cone. The magic, a combination of 3 elements, unleashed a straight red tail of lava, whistling through the air as it shot towards Loth. Hateful! Roth roared, gripping his longsword tightly. Slight increase in strength. Slight improvement in response. Slight boost to defense. Heavy chop! Roth's muscles bulged, and veins popped out on his hands gripping the sword hilt. Various colored lights appeared on the surface of his body. The sword constantly emitted red sword energy, rising high as if it were gathering strength, ready to strike like an avalanche of snow-capped mountains. The moment the lava cone struck, the sword light slashed down, precisely hitting the tip of the spinning cone. A chip suddenly appeared on the blade, and Roth's hand was ripped open. His arms were numb from the shock, but he also split the lava cone in two. The lava cone, split in two, exploded in a spinning motion, with debris carrying lava and bursting into a fiery vortex. Tro could no longer hold on and was sent flying backward, his equipment burned to tatters and his exposed flesh charred in patches. At this moment, the others also broke free from Rarona's restraints, formed a battle formation, and rushed towards Li Xiuman. The rhinoceros was in front, the monkey swam around, the jellyfish followed, and Tro was recovering from his injuries. Mobile heavy armor! The rhinoceros roared, its heavy armor now plated with a golden light, and charged toward Li Xiuman. The monkey followed closely behind, using the rhinoceros to fend off Li Xiuman's attacks. First-tier magic, earth spikes! Li Xiuman thrust his weapon into the ground, and one after another, large spikes emerged from the rocks in front of him. But the rhinoceros neither dodged nor avoided, relying on its heavy armor to smash through the spikes one by one. Li Xiuman had no intention of being polite to this guy. He extended his bone wings from his back and flapped them backward to dodge the jellyfish's attack, then flew into the sky. Then he raised his left hand, and the skeletal arm twisted and grew, transforming into a series of bone tubes arranged in rings. First-tier magic, Gatling gun! As the cartridge tube rotated, bone bullets rained down from Li Xiuman's left arm. The intense firepower suppressed everyone, preventing them from raising their heads. What kind of magic is this? Is it a magical item? Taking advantage of a burst of Gatling gun fire, Li Xiuman raised his wand with his other hand.
First tier magic, lava wind whirlwind cone.
Using the same old trick again was clearly ineffective. This spell takes too long to charge up, making it difficult to hit moving targets. Time was running out. The fire crocodile and the fire-winged beast were going faster and faster, and they had no choice but to fight desperately. Li Xiuman looked at his right arm and gripped his wand tightly. The magic item has been activated. Instantly, flames rose from the inside out, enveloping Li Xiuman in flames. He raised his hand, and a large fireball condensed and crashed down. It was like a meteor shower. He followed the falling fireball and rushed towards the jellyfish that were protecting him. Solving the remote issue first is very important.
Don't even think about it.
The heavily armored warrior quickly stood in front of the jellyfish and raised his large shield. The monkey also thrust out a long sword. But Li Xiuman neither dodged nor avoided the sword, taking the blow head-on, and was pierced through the heart. This trick is fucking foolproof, a tip from a skeleton. The flames twisted and burned, crashing into the heavily armored warrior. The heavily armored warrior staggered under the force and flames, revealing the jellyfish behind him. Then, to everyone's astonishment, with a long sword piercing through his chest, Li Xiuman lunged forward, grabbed the jellyfish by the neck, and lifted it up.
Sorry, my heart has been on the right side since I was a child.
The flames engulfed the jellyfish along the arm. Chapter 46 Skeletons Fight in Lava.
Asshole!
Seeing that Li Xiuman burned the jellyfish without hesitation, Roth, disregarding his still healing injuries, charged forward with his long sword. Li Xiuman made the most of the situation, throwing the charred jellyfish corpse at the charging Roth, kicking the rhinoceros's armor, and sliding backward.
Monkey!
Roth dodged the thrown corpse and shouted. The monkey drew its spare short sword from its waist, and its body glowed red.
Extreme speed!
It left a phantom trail in the air as the short sword mercilessly plunged into Li Xiuman's head. Li Xiuman raised his left arm to deflect the sword thrust and brandished his magic wand. He casually conjured a fireball, held it in his hand, and hurled it at the monkey. The monkey quickly dodged and used the momentum to launch a spinning kick at Li Xiuman's chest.
Fire shield!
The flames burning on his body coalesced at his chest, transforming into a thick fire shield that blocked the spinning attack. The monkey tried to pull its leg back, but it was too late. Li Xiuman grabbed the monkey's leg, tucked it under his arm, and kicked the monkey's other leg with his right foot, which was wreathed in flames. The monkey lost its balance and fell to the ground.
Ground spikes!
Li Xiuman quickly activated his magic, and an earth-yellow magic circle unfolded on the ground, piercing out a sharp spike. The monkey fell onto the spikes and was pierced through the chest, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Then, he seized the opportunity and stomped on the monkey's head with great force. The monkey's head exploded with a bang at its feet, and the shattered skull, along with brain matter, and splattered all over the ground. At this moment, only the heavily armored rhino and Roth remained on the opposing side.
Heavy armor charge!
The rhinoceros's eyes turned blood red, and it began to run. With each step he took, the ground trembled violently as he hurtled towards Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman kicked the monkey's corpse, sending it flying towards the rhinoceros. Unexpectedly, the rhinoceros smashed the monkey's corpse without hesitation, and its armor, stained with blood and flesh, charged toward Li Xiuman without slowing down. Roth also transformed into a streak of light, speeding along the ground and unleashing a slash from the side.
Go to hell!
Angry roars came from both directions at the same time. Li Xiuman drew the sword from his chest and, without regard for accuracy, threw it at the heavily armored soldier. Then, waving his wand, flowing flames enveloped him.
First-tier magic, sea of fire!
As the wand was plunged into the ground, a surging sea of fire rose up, radiating outwards from Li Xiuman.
Mobile heavy armor!
The rhinoceros's body shone with golden light once more as it plunged headlong into the sea of fire. Roth swung his sword through the fire curtain and struck at Li Xiuman's neck with a preemptive strike. Li Xiuman raised his wand to deflect the sword strike, but staggered as he was rammed hard by the rhinoceros and sent flying. Having withstood the impact head-on, even with Li Xiuman's physique, a cracking sound came from his bones. There are probably some minor fractures in the bones. Roth sped after Li Xiuman, and before he could react, he thrust out one sword after another. Li Xiuman swung his left arm, wielding a stone shield, to continuously block the attacks. But as the sword strikes became increasingly rapid, one after another, the stone shield finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered into countless fragments. The long sword pierced through the shattered stone shield, flashing with a cold light, and aimed at Li Xiuman's neck. Li Xiuman narrowly deflected the sword with his wand, but a deep gash was still left on his spine. His head almost flew off. Second-tier professionals are simply too powerful. Breakthrough to the limit! Roth activated his skill again. A red light shone from his body, his muscles almost burst through his skin, his eyes bulged out and turned blood red, and the veins on his skin bulged out one by one. The sword slashed out even faster as the body spun. Before the sword even arrived, the sword energy made Li Xiuman's bones itch. Li Xiuman's left arm, which was used to defend, was suddenly chopped off. That's too fast. Li Xiuman used his magic wand as a sword and slashed at the blade. After a tooth-grinding scraping sound, the rock beneath Li Xiuman's feet turned to dust under the immense force. Seeing that Roth was about to strike again, Li Xiuman suddenly unleashed all the flames in his body, pressing them all down on Roth. The onrushing flames made Roth stagger, and he suffered several more burns. Li Xiuman immediately created distance, and with a wave of his hand, he threw out fireballs one after another. Roth lowered his body slightly, slashed out with his longsword, and drew out a phantom-like sword light. The fireballs were cleaved in two by the sword light, turning into flickering flames and dissipating. As he unleashed the final fireball, he left an afterimage in place before his true form, along with the sword light, pierced towards Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, and the flames burning on his body coiled around the wand. Then the whirlwind seeped into the flames, and the entire wand floated up, spinning rapidly amidst the whirlwind and flames. Drink! With a loud shout, the wand was thrown out with tremendous force, the air being compressed and making a popping sound, like the cry of a giant bird. LowTier stared at the incoming wand, roared, and gripped the sword hilt with both hands. Heavy chop! The sword blade slashed down diagonally, carrying immense force as it struck the magic wand. The wand spun rapidly, and the scorching flames caused Roth's eyebrows and hair to curl up one by one. They collided violently. Roth's shoes could no longer hold on. They burst open like butterflies and burned into charred strips of cloth. Bare feet plunged into the rock, toenails shattering and bleeding. In pain, Roth's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his teeth were bitten until they bled. The immense power hidden within his body erupted, the sword blade pierced through the flames, and the magic wand was knocked away, embedding itself upside down in the distant stone wall. He was panting heavily, blood staining the hilt of his sword and the ground, and the white bone was faintly visible through the wound on his tiger's mouth. But Li Xiuman gave him no chance to catch his breath, rushing out with his body, his bone sword wrapped in a stream of wind, slashing down at Roth. Roth quickly raised his sword and retreated towards the rhinoceros. But the soul fire in Li Xiuman's eyes suddenly surged, and the bone sword, taking advantage of the momentum of the slash, was pulled back in midair. His body spun in midair, and the bone sword slashed out again. The power of two strikes, delivered in a single blow. The bone sword struck the notch in Roth's blade with great force, and the cracks spread further. Not good! When Roth realized something was wrong, Li Xiuman seized the opportunity. The swordsmanship was unleashed, turning into phantoms. In an instant, countless swords were swung, one after another, falling on the gap like a storm. Each sword strike is more powerful and heavier than the last. Until the umpteenth sword strike, a cracking sound came from the blade, and the sword, unable to withstand the blow any longer, was split in two by the bone sword. Roth retreated. The rhinoceros had arrived. Li Xiuman hurriedly stepped forward to close the distance. Ground spikes! Sharp spikes rose from the ground, forcing Roth to use his broken sword to parry and shatter the unsightly spikes beside him. But a severed arm was revealed from among the shattered earth spikes. It was Li Xiuman's left arm that had been severed earlier, and there wasn't a single piece of flesh or blood inside. The severed arm suddenly transformed into a bone spur, stabbing fiercely towards Roth's throat. Loth tried to deflect the bone spikes with his broken sword, but the sword was too short to block them in time. The bone spur was deeply embedded in Roth's neck. Li Xiuman stepped on Roth's corpse, pulled out the bone spur, and looked at the rhinoceros. He lifted his cloak, revealing a horrifying skull, and reattached the bone spurs to his severed arm bone. There is no longer any need to hide one's identity. The bones wriggled and grew, reconnecting themselves. What kind of monster are you? Skull. With a polite reply, he charged at the rhinoceros again, his bone sword drawing a beautiful crescent moon in the air before slashing down. Chapter 47 The skeletons withdraw from the dungeon. Immovable fortress! The rhinoceros roared. A golden barrier opened. The bone sword that Li Xiuman had slashed down was deflected by a sudden blow. He gave up on using the bone sword since he wasn't a swordsman and didn't know sword skills. He could only rely on close combat combined with magic to play with techniques. It's unrealistic to expect to deal high damage using swordsmanship. He pulled his wand from the stone wall and aimed it at the rhinoceros that had deployed its immovable fortress. The rhinoceros wanted to get away, but dared not disarm the immovable fortress. He could only grit his teeth, stare at Li Xiuman, grip his shield tightly, and tense his muscles like iron. Swish, swish, swish. 3 layers of magic circles, red, yellow, and cyan, opened. Flames compress, rock cones envelop, and whirlwinds propel the spiral. However, this time it wasn't fire magic used, but explosion magic. First term magic, explosive cyclone cone! The spiral cone shot out, and slammed hard into the golden barrier. The golden barrier suddenly caved inward, and the rotating cone pierced a hole in the barrier, getting stuck in the middle. Then, it exploded violently. The immovable fortress was breached instantly, and the explosive shockwaves sent the rhinoceros flying. His armor was also blasted open with large cracks. First term magic, fireball rain! One red magic circle after another opened in the air, and a barrage of fireballs hurtled towards the rhinoceros. The rhinoceros gripped its shield tightly, watching the barrage of fireballs hurtling towards it, and despair rose in its heart. He braced himself against the shield, taking down fireball after fireball. With each fireball it withstood, the shield grew hotter, and its surface gradually melted. By the time the fireballs passed, the rhinoceros's hands were already scalded by the shield. He remained firmly against the shield. Unable to hear the system notification, Li Xiuman raised his wand again, and a large magic circle opened in the air, beginning the second round of bombardment. Finally, the system notification sounded in my ear. In the distance, amidst the smoke and dust, the shield had melted halfway, and a corpse was pressed against it, its arms covered in molten metal and connected to the shield. Li Xiuman then put away his wand and walked towards the vampire Rorona. I'll take you away. He hoisted Rorona onto his shoulders, tore off the magic stone that was connected to her flesh and blood, spread his bone wings, and flew towards the upper level of the dungeon. At this moment, the area is surrounded by a large number of fire crocodiles and fire-winged beasts. Lord Skeleton, please let me go. I don't want to live anymore. I can help Lord Skeleton lure away these fire crocodiles, as long as you escape. A weak voice rang out from the vampire. It's not a crisis yet. If I ever have to leave you in a situation where I have to, I will leave you. Li Xiuman once again unleashed a wind magic array behind him, propelling himself forward a considerable distance as he spoke. It's good that you think that way, Lord Skeleton. I've been tormented by humans for so long, and I'm already happy enough to finally meet Lord Skeleton. Damn it, this guy has already started issuing death threats. Generally speaking, characters who say things like that don't live long. I really want to see the sunset I saw when I was a child again. Stop stacking buffs.
If you keep doing that, even the goddess of light will perish here today.
Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, unleashed another wind magic circle, and flew a considerable distance. It crashed head-on into a firewing beast. Li Xiuman drew his bone sword, raised his magic wand, and faced the roaring firewing beast without dodging or avoiding it.
Mud bomb!
The yellow and blue magic circles opened simultaneously, and the mud bullets accurately struck the firewing beast's eyes. Then, the wand, imbued with wind magic, was swung out, scattering the incoming fireballs. The two sides were very close. Li Xiuman raised the bone sword and skillfully thrust it through the firewing beast's head. Hot blood splattered all over his body. Ignoring the pop-up window in front of him, he kicked aside the corpse of the firewing beast, flapped his wings, and propelled himself with wind magic, rushing towards the 23rd floor. The enormous lava waterfall is truly spectacular when viewed from below. The sweltering heat made Li Xiuman's body sway, and the heat made her face sting. Lorona quickly erected a dark barrier to block the heat from Li Xiuman. However, she herself was exposed to the heat.
And what about yourself? As long as you are all right, sir, I am a vampire. I can recover even if I am injured. I would be content to die for you, sir.
Lorona managed a weak smile. Without pausing, he rushed towards the waterfall, his wind magic relentlessly creating updrafts. It kept climbing, getting closer and closer to the lava, and the temperature kept rising. Until they finally reached the 23rd floor. However, the fire crocodiles and firewing beasts all rushed up in a swarm, not giving up the chase.
My lord, we must destroy that magic stone in order to quell this monster rampage. Otherwise, these monsters will continue upwards and break out of the dungeon. Can I throw it away?
Li Xiuman looked at the heart-shaped magic stone in her waist pouch.
I'm sorry, sir, if we don't destroy it, it's useless even if we throw it away.
Li Xiuman tried to destroy the magic stone, but it was too hard for him to break.
Lord Skeleton, I can integrate the magic stone into my body. Then you can throw me into the lava to destroy the magic stone.
Lorona offered a suggestion.
That's a last resort, there are other options.
Li Xiuman declined the offer.
Lord Skeleton, you are the only one who will not hate me and is willing to treat me kindly. Before I met you, I had been suffering pain and torment. Screaming will only bring more painful torture. If I were to die for you, then death would no longer be painful. There is no other way, Lord Skeleton. If you keep dragging this out, I'll kill you, and I won't be able to die in peace.
Lorona reached out and touched Li Xiuman's waist, intending to take the magic stone before jumping down.
Stop, I'm telling you there are other ways.
Li Xiuman was only willing to live on the corpses of his enemies. Living on the corpses of his comrades is not his style. A strategy to break the deadlock, a strategy to break the deadlock. How do I destroy the magic stone? Li Xiuman's eyes lit up as he looked at Lorona.
Can a vampire's arm grow back after it's been cut off? Able. That's what Lorona replied. In that case, can you fuse this magic stone entirely into your left arm bone? If you lie to me, I will hate you forever.
Damn it, what kind of girlish lines are these? Have I stooped so low as to say such lines? However, for Lorona now, the phrase, I hate you, still carries a lot of weight.
Yes, but that would only change the form of the magic stone. Even if you cut off my arm and throw it into the lava, you still won't be able to destroy the magic stone.
Lorona offered a reminder.
It's not that kind of destruction method. It's the way we digest it.
Li Xiuman handed the magic stone to Lorona.
From now on, you must follow my orders, understand?
Li Xiuman gave her earnest and serious instructions. Chapter 48 Skull inserts new bone. Lorona took the magic stone with her left hand, took a deep breath, and gripped it tightly. Then blood seeped from her palms into the magic stone. The heart-shaped magic stone began to beat slowly, just like a real heart. Lorona gritted her teeth and endured the pain. She began to consider whether to take the opportunity to integrate the magic stone into her entire body, and then jump into the lava.
Believe me, By integrating the magic stone into our arms, we can all live. Seeing Rarona's hesitant expression, Li Xiuman calmly spoke. At this moment, the fire crocodile and the fire-winged beast were already moving against the lava waterfall, getting closer and closer to this level. Yes, Lord Skeleton. Rarona finally decided to trust Li Xiuman and began absorbing the energy from the magic stone, integrating it all into her arm bone. The skin on his left arm began to dissolve little by little, followed by the muscle. It felt like my entire arm was immersed in concentrated sulfuric acid. Rarona couldn't help but cry out in pain. The magic stone also pulsated, its size decreasing, gradually penetrating flesh and seeping into Rarona's arm bone. Li Xiuman held her breath and encouraged Luolona. As the magic stone disappeared completely, the flesh on Rarona's arm also dissolved. It transformed into an arm bone that resembled a ruby. The energy within her arm bone began to flow towards Rarona's shoulder, continuing to corrode the flesh there. Without hesitation, Li Xiuman swung his bone sword and swiftly severed the arm bone. Skeleton, Lord Skeleton, did I do a good job? Rarona's breath grew even weaker as she looked at Li Xiuman pleadingly. Yes, you did a great job. That's good then. Rarona breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly worried that she hadn't done a good job. Leave the rest to me. Li Xiuman looked at the bone in her left arm. Success or failure hinges on this one move. He ripped off his left arm bone and attached the ruby-like piece to his shoulder. The arm bone on the frozen sword almost burst him apart. Finally, the energy from the fused arm bone helped Illa pull out the sword, preventing it from exploding. His current physique is much higher than it was back then. With a constitution of 30, it should be able to withstand it. Moreover, he has some free attribute points, which he can use to increase his constitution to withstand crises. Bone changes. The bone began to grow and connect with the bone in the left arm. Red energy instantly filled my entire body. Starting from the joint, the white bone began to turn bright red very quickly. In an instant, his shoulder blades and several ribs turned a pale red. The intense pain caused Li Xiuman's flying body to sway, and he almost fell directly into the lava. Lord Skeleton! It's too dangerous, give me the arm bone! Seeing the current situation, the little vampire quickly shouted. No! What I've eaten, I won't spit out! Li Xiuman stubbornly shook her head. It's like when you were a kid, you'd sneak a bite of piping hot braised pork that had just been cooked, and even if your mouth got blisters from the heat, you wouldn't spit it out. At this level, he can still hold on. The red color continued to spread from the left arm bone to other bones. However, the bright red color on his left arm bone seemed to have faded slightly. It's as if it's been diluted. Enduring the pain of the arduous flight, his spine and most of his ribs were stained a pale red. Red spots also appeared on the facial bones. Rarona, carried on his shoulder, was as anxious as a kitten, constantly scratching at his bones. The pain in my body did not subside over time, instead, it became increasingly severe. At this moment, the left half of his body had turned light red, and the color was continuing to deepen. However, the color of the left arm bone has also become much lighter. Just when Li Xiuman thought she was about to pull through, another unexpected event occurred. The red color, oblivious to its own motives, spread to his right arm bone. It should be noted that although his right arm bone is inconspicuous, it is actually a dormant dragon. The dormant energy within only seeps out a little when he levels up, enough to give him a stable +1 power boost. Being lured by this red energy is like setting off a powder keg. In an instant, a tremendous amount of energy roared out from his right arm bone, possibly several times the amount he would normally experience during an upgrade. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the right side of Li Xiuman's body, as the bones began to crack under the strain. Caw caw caw! Unable to bear the pain any longer, it uttered the original voice of a skeleton. Add points to Constitution! Add points to Constitution quickly! Li Xiuman dropped out of the panel and added physique without hesitation. Damn it, this time I might ruin myself. Who knew these two things wouldn't go together? A new energy has joined the battlefield,
gently healing wounds and soothing pain. However, even a slight increase in physical constitution is not enough to withstand the destructive power of these two energies. At this moment, two energies collided continuously in his chest, one on the left and one on the right. We desperately need new free attribute points to save us. In the moment of crisis, Li Xiuman, who had died once before, quickly calmed down. He wants to upgrade. Only by leveling up and gaining constitution points and freedom points can you withstand it. The experience bar is only halfway through. With this extra bit of physical strength, my body should be able to hold on for a while before it breaks down. Vampire, listen up, you're about to fight to the death. Help me fight my way through, only in this way can we both survive. Li Xiuman, carrying the dark mage Rorona, shouted. As long as Lord Skeleton can live, I would have been willing to give my life long ago. Li Xiuman changed direction and charged towards the group of fire-winged beasts chasing after him. Then, he raised his wand. Now that his body was unstable, he dared not randomly pull out ribs to use as bone swords. Fortunately, the bone in my left arm that I just tore off is still usable. Li Xiuman grasped the left arm bone, which then wriggled and grew, transforming into a slender bone sword. The fire-winged beast's chest swelled as it watched Li Xiuman turn around and charge towards it. Then balls of lava fire shot out from his mouth, engulfing Li Xiuman. First tier magic, water wall. A magic circle opened, and the water flowed into a wall in front of them, blocking the large fireballs and turning into white steam. Li Xiuman plunged into the steam and charged toward the nearest fire-winged beast. Upon seeing this, the fire-winged beast let out a screech, spread its wings, and charged towards Li Xiuman, its body bursting into flames as if covered in a layer of feathers. Dark binding! Rorona raised her hand, and the shadow transformed into tentacles, wrapping around the fire-winged beast and causing it to pause for a moment. Seeing this, Li Xiuman swung his bone sword, drawing out a beam of light. The long sword, wrapped in a gust of wind, slashed heavily at one of the fire-winged beast's wings. Hot blood splattered in midair as a wing was swiftly severed. Li Xiuman, disregarding the blood on his body, turned his wand and aimed it at the falling fire-winged beast. First tier magic, whirlwind cone! A yellow and blue magic array opened, and a whirlwind carrying a spiraling stone cone streaked across the sky with a whooshing sound, shooting towards the fire-winged beast. It pierced through the fire-winged beast's head with a snap. Seeing the pop-up window, Li Xiuman flapped his bone wings and flew into the sky. Fireballs shot toward his rising figure. Li Xiuman precisely controlled every bone in his body, wielding his long sword and wand as he twisted and weaved through the rain of fireballs. Chapter 49 Skeleton Lottery Pool, Lava Six-Legged Fire Crocodile Up Pool. First tier magic, whirlwind shield! Li Xiuman opened two magic circles, simultaneously conjuring a wind shield on his and Rorona's arms. Then, he continued his ascent from the sky, diving down towards the horde of fire-winged beasts below. He deflected the fireballs with fire-style techniques, and gripped his wand tightly. Go! He threw the wand with a thud. The wand spun and nailed itself to the body of a fire-winged beast. Then, Li Xiuman grabbed Rorona and, ignoring the fireballs around him, swooped down towards the fire-winged beast. First tier magic, water ball! The magic circle opened, and the water condensed into water balls, which collided with several fireballs that were about to hit him. He kicked the fire-winged beast in the head, and the flesh was instantly torn apart. Rorona reached out, and the shadow transformed into tentacles, pulling out the wand that was nailed to the fire-winged beast. Li Xiuman grabbed the wand and shoved it into the fire-winged beast's mouth. First tier magic, water blast! The water surge burst the fire-winged beast's head. Then, he grabbed the fire-winged beast's wing, pulled its massive body, and threw it behind him. A barrage of fireballs rained down on the corpse of the fire-winged beast. But some fireballs also passed through the corpses and shot towards Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman swung his wand violently, scattering the fireballs, but his body was still burning with pain. Rorona's condition worsened, with large burns appearing on her body. They tried to fly higher, but were blocked by several fire-wing beasts, which rained down fireballs.
Water wall!
Li Xiuman quickly raised his wand, conjuring a water wall to block the fireball, then changed direction and swooped down. Under the cover of steam, he flipped his hand and raised his wand, and a large yellow magic circle opened up.
First tier magic, earth bullet.
The clay bullet traveled against the steam and shot towards the falling fire-wing beast.
First tier magic, water whirlwind cone.
The three-colored magic circle opened, and the mixed magic of water, earth, and wind began to gather power, aiming at the steam. Verona also reached out her hand. The first dark shadow pierced through the steam.
Dark binding!
The materialized darkness coalesced into chains, binding the fire-wing beast. Li Xiuman also fired his charged water vortex cone in perfect unison, producing a whooshing sound as it accurately struck the fire-wing beast's head. His head was instantly pierced. Having landed a successful blow, Li Xiuman immediately continued flying away into the distance, but a sharp pain shot through his body again, causing him to stumble. Another barrage of fireballs arrived. He quickly suppressed the pain, adjusted his wand, and opened the water curtain. But a fire-wing beast burst forth from the lava beneath it, covered in flowing molten lava, and opened its massive jaws to bite Li Xiuman.
A sneak attack?
Li Xiuman was startled. He gripped the bone sword tightly, ready to stab and fight to the death. But at the crucial moment, a pair of tattered bat wings suddenly unfurled from Verona's back. The tattered bat wings were studded with long silver nails, and as the bat wings flapped, the silver nails tore open more holes. She gritted her teeth, and her bat wings and Li Xiuman's bone wings flapped simultaneously, pulling Li Xiuman out of the fire-wing beast's biting range. Li Xiuman swiftly shifted his stance, turning his bone sword to stab the fire-wing beast's eyes while simultaneously pressing his magic wand against the fire-wing beast's forehead.
First tier magic, water blast!
The water burst open the fire-wing beast's head, causing its corpse to fall back into the lava.
Almost there.
Just kill a few more, and your experience points will probably be full. However, the pain he just felt indicates that he is now on the verge of physical collapse. The molten lava burst open like waves. A giant fire crocodile burst out of the molten lava and bit into Li Xiuman, tearing off one of his left leg bones. It has a pair of bright red horns. Indeed, it is a special type of monster, the lava six-legged fire crocodile king. Lava six-legged fire crocodile king. LV30. Monster. A dangerous monster living in lava, the king of the lava six-legged fire crocodiles, immune to low-level fire magic, with skin as hard as steel, making it extremely dangerous.
Special species. How could a special species of fire crocodile appear here?
Li Xiuman has no chance of winning. Run, you have to run. It seems we're going to fail.
Lord Skeleton, I am already very satisfied that you have done this much for me. Let me die.
No, there's another way. Li Xiuman looked at his body and thought of the time when Lucia tormented him. At that time, he collected various resistance skills from other skeletons to survive Lucia's experiment. However, it might be a bit cruel to Verona. No, it's too cruel. As a vampire, Verona possesses racial skills. It's a racial skill of vampires, but you can easily acquire it yourself. He was a little embarrassed to speak.
Could you please take off one of my legs for me or something?
It's really too twisted of me to say something like that to a vampire girl. That's exactly the behavior of a villain. No, even villains are rarely this twisted. The special species fire crocodile king was still chasing them, along with the fire-wing beast. This is not the time to be so particular. Just as Li Xiuman was preparing to say something like, "Let me use your legs," she discovered an even cuter target. A lava crocodile with its skill bar active. Previously, because these guys had flesh and blood, Li Xiuman had never targeted new bones with these guys. This successful installation of Verona's arm made him realize that perhaps he could also install limbs with flesh and blood, as long as the flesh and blood were removed. This guy has 6 legs. Verona only has 2 legs. The margin for error has been greatly improved. After all, the fire crocodile's skill list contains quite a few skills. If Li Xiuman accidentally installed the wrong skill the first time, he will still have 5 chances to refresh the skill. Fire crocodile's skill list is like an upskill pool, with the upskill being. The fire crocodile has 6 legs, and you have a total of 6 chances to draw. Fire crocodile has 7 skills, and its success rate is 1/7 each time. Although the fire crocodile's legs are a bit short, it has its own. Once connected, the shape of the new leg is entirely up to you. Verona had no idea that her legs had just escaped a terrible ordeal. After all, she has many skills, but you only have 2 chances to draw her, so the success rate is too low. Hey, listen up, do you see that fire crocodile down there? I'll swoop down and take care of it quickly, then cut off all 6 legs. Use shadow to scoop up all those legs. The fire crocodile king and the firewing beast are still chasing behind. We must hurry. Therefore, you can't touch the ground at all. It has to be resolved in an instant. Just pick up your leg and run. Verona nodded obediently. Then, Li Xiuman slowly lowered the flight altitude toward the lucky fire crocodile. Grip the bone sword tightly. They're about to make their move. He cleaved the lava fireball spewed out by the fire crocodile with a single sword stroke. Shadow binding! The shadow beneath the fire crocodile instantly twisted, transforming into dark ropes that bound its body. The wand, accompanied by a whirlwind and amplified by the power of the magic, was swung out with tremendous force, piercing through the fire crocodile's body. Then, the bone sword pierced the fire crocodile's skull and brain. The fire crocodile king was almost catching up, and one after another, the fire crocodiles burst out of the lava. The bone sword swiftly severed the fire crocodile's 6 legs, and he soared into the sky. Verona cast a shadow spell, and the shadows transformed into ropes that bound the 6 severed legs and the wand stuck in the fire crocodile's body. First her magic gale! The wind blew fiercely behind him, propelling his body a great distance, and shaking off the fire crocodile king, which was still trying to bite him. Chapter 50 The Skull Sword of the Skull. Lord Skeleton, your wand and your leg. With a thought, Verona summoned 4 shadow ropes that bound the fire crocodile's legs and wand, which then dangled in front of Li Xiuman. Could you take this for me first? Li Xiuman removed one of the left legs. To be precise, it's the left paw. His left leg was bitten off by the fire crocodile king and is currently empty, so it's good to put it back on first. Carefully burn away the flesh with a flame without damaging the bone. Looking at the short, crocodile-like legs in front of him, Li Xiuman prayed inwardly. May Lady Luck bless me and I win the money on my first try. Grasp the short leg, connect it to your left leg, and start. In an instant, Li Xiuman felt an urge to crawl on the ground. He was confident that he could now crawl as fast as anyone else. No one ever gets a withdrawal in one go, this is all normal. Li Xiuman pulled off his short legs and disappeared, along with his strong urge and confidence to crawl. The second leg, left leg. He didn't like this skill. His humanoid skull wasn't as good at biting as the fire crocodile to begin with, so he switched it. The third claw. I never expected to have a level 2 version of a skill I used to possess. He could feel that his bones were much more resilient, and the rate at which they broke and shattered had slowed down. Reserve. He activated his power, lengthened his short legs, and restored them to their normal shape. Then, he removed his right leg and looked at the remaining 3 right legs. We absolutely must ship the goods. Article 1. Crawling again. Are you kidding me? Li Xiuman ripped off the short leg and took out the next one. This time, he succeeded. A warm current swept over my whole body, as if my entire bones were being soaked in a hot spring. The broken parts of the bone begin to heal little by little on their own. The acquisition of something greatly improved Li Xiuman's bone quality. However, it still couldn't withstand the destructive speed of both. If the 2 energies hadn't maintained a delicate balance, the energy, several times greater than during the upgrade, would have truly blasted him into a pile of bones and fireworks. In the chest where the two forces are constantly intertwined, a rib is slowly changing under the constant erosion of the two energies. This is the very rib that Li Xiuman often draws out and transforms into a bone sword. This rib seemed to have mutated, and began to slowly devour the energy of the magic stone and the right arm bone. The red magic stone energy was gradually devoured by it, condensing into delicate, blood-red lines. The energy within the bone arm was gradually absorbed by it, causing the rounded edges to become flat and sharp. At the same time, it is also constantly being destroyed and then healing itself in the process of consuming energy, repeating this cycle without ever stopping.
What's going on?
Li Xiuman felt the changes in her ribs, somewhat caught off guard. However, this is a good thing. If this rib can absorb enough energy, then he doesn't need to worry about it bursting. He manipulated his bones, moving the rib toward the center of the collision between the two energies, hoping to make the rib absorb more energy. In order to survive, he tried everything he could think of to calm the energy. However, he clearly had no sense of self-awareness whatsoever. This rib only underwent a slight mutation, managing to pick up a little bit of escaping energy at the edge of the energy collision. As a result, it was suddenly pushed to the center of energy. The rate at which it could devour and heal itself was far slower than the rate at which it collapsed. Within just a few breaths, it was riddled with cracks. Li Xiuman panicked as well. This rib is his only hope for survival. He looked at the bone sword formed from the bone of his left arm and the right leg bone that had been torn off. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he stuffed the two bones into his chest, activated the bone change, and connected them with the rib, using them as bone material to fill the collapsed and shattered parts. This barely prevented the hope of the entire body's bones from collapsing, and barely maintained balance. As the aggregate filled the bones, the mutated ribs gradually adapted to the two energies, continuously absorbing them. The speed of absorption also gradually increased. Rorona, perched on Li Xiuman's shoulder, vigilantly watched her surroundings to prevent Li Xiuman, who was focused on getting his bones, from being ambushed. As for Li Xiuman's various actions, she couldn't understand them at all. Although she hadn't seen any other skeletons, she judged based on her limited attempts. Normal skeletons would never be this outrageous. The aggregate is being consumed rapidly to fill the damaged parts of the ribs. Soon, the arm bone was consumed, leaving only the leg bone to fill the gap. The rib's absorption speed has also doubled from the initial speed, but once the bone material is consumed, it will still be easily destroyed at the center of the collision between the two energies. Li Xiuman planned to move the ribs out of the center of the energy collision as soon as the aggregate was consumed. Then, relying on the absorption and sharing of this rib, it endured and digested the remaining energy. At this moment, they had flown to the great waterfall between the 23rd and 22nd floors. After being reminded by Rorona, Li Xiuman had to devote most of his attention to casting magic and controlling his flight to leap over the great waterfall. However, the two external energies in his body, self-healing and absorption, and the filling of bone material, have now reached a balance, allowing him to digest the energy little by little. There's no longer a need to monitor and control it constantly. He flapped his bone wings violently, unleashing a burst of wind magic. Rorona also extended her pair of tattered, bleeding bat wings, ignoring the pain of the silver nails embedded in them, and flapped them to provide assistance in leaping over the lava waterfall. Finally, with their combined efforts, the two managed to leap over the waterfall and return to the 22nd floor. Li Xiuman continued to digest the energy, while Luo Luona tacitly kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. At this moment, the bone material connecting the leg bone to the ribs is almost used up. The previous injury caused by the bone connecting his chest to his leg and arm was indeed quite depressing. At this moment, the mutated rib was devouring at 3 times the speed it had initially been. The appearance of the ribs has also changed significantly. It is slightly flat in shape, with sharp edges, and is wrapped with bright red patterns. The panel even glowed green, displaying an additional description of the magical item. A magical artifact accidentally formed from the ribs of a low-level elemental skeleton. It possesses the power of devouring, allowing it to absorb life energy during combat, granting an additional 5% experience gain and 5% reduction in elemental damage. Did you keep using your ribs as a sword for so long that you actually turned your ribs into a sword? As the ribs were moved away from the energy collision center, powerful energy was immediately unleashed upon the other bones that had just healed. The intense pain returned. Chapter 51 Skeletons Love to Fight Back. Despite the pain, he managed to gradually digest the two energies through the devouring of the rib sword and his own self-healing. Although this digestion process is painful. Lord Skeleton, the number of fire-winged beasts chasing us has decreased. Rarona's voice rang in my ears. Destroying it is impossible. Why destroy food that can be eaten? Despite the pain throughout his body, Li Xiuman expressed his understanding, which was thousands of years ahead of this magical world. Lord Skeleton, do all skeletons eat like you? That's what Lorona asked? As far as Li Xiuman knew, he was the only one who ate the skeleton in this way. Don't ask me anything about skeletons. He unleashed a powerful burst of wind magic, tracing a beautiful arc in the air and once again widening the distance between himself and his pursuers. Perhaps it was because the magic stones on his body were gradually being digested, causing his aura to fade. After chasing for a distance, the fire crocodile king flicked its tail, submerged into the lava, and left. Li Xiuman took out a map and marked the place where the fire crocodile king disappeared. A gentleman does not leave a grudge unavenged. Moreover, Li Xiuman is hardly a gentleman, he's just a skeleton. Therefore, the fire crocodile king must avenge the grudge that led him to pursue him for so long. Furthermore, special species can also drop treasure chests. This destined him to embark on a path of enmity with all special species. The red mark on Li Xiuman's left arm has turned into a light red. The color on other parts of the body gradually faded, returning to its normal pure white. Only the residual energy drawn out from the right arm continued to wreak havoc on the body. It's only a matter of time before they are absorbed by him. Sure enough, after a while, the remaining energy in his right arm was slowly absorbed, and his damaged body finally got a chance to catch its breath and began to recover little by little. Pop-up windows kept popping up on the panel, displaying characters that looked like fireflies. Healing injuries is accelerated by sucking blood. Artifacts created using soil or ore as spellcasting materials possess immense power and considerable defense. The quality of a golem depends on the spellcasting material, the mage's level, and the skill level. My whole body is full of energy. This feeling almost surpassed the sensation of fusing the arm bone of the previous owner of the frozen sword in the hidden labyrinth. The sudden increase in points overwhelmed him, causing him to fly erratically. But thanks to his skill in controlling his body, he quickly adjusted and adapted to the new panel. At the same time, acquiring these two skills also had some impact on the body. This made his canines longer and sharper, and gave him the urge to bite something. The acquisition of this item gave him the urge to mold clay and acquire knowledge about golems. He knew this feeling. Acquiring unfamiliar skills always had some impact on his subconscious. Just like when he was being promoted, it gave him a thirst for knowledge, which only lessened after he read some magic books and supplemented his knowledge. Li Xiuman suppressed his impulse and continued flying. Consider the origins of both skills. This skill likely originated from Rarona. After all, he not only fused with the magic stone, but also with Rarona's arm bone, which was fused with the magic stone. And that's probably the skill that the magic stone gave him. He continued browsing the pop-ups and saw the last one. Skeletons bathed in dragon blood possess the ability to transform into half-dragons. They possess immense strength, can breathe dragon breath, and can switch allies. Level cap 35. This evolution path grants a strength modifier. Each level up grants an additional +1 strength. Dragon blood skull? Li Xiuman looked at the new evolutionary path and lingered on it for a moment. Power correction. His dream of becoming a melee mage has gained hope. Evolve this skeleton, and you won't have to worry about being outmatched in strength by warriors anymore. He suppressed the urge to evolve directly and looked at his left arm. The left arm bone was still a pale red color, and had not yet turned completely white. It seems that the power within has not been fully digested. Like the right arm, it is estimated that some of the power inside will be drawn out and digested when it upgrades itself. It seems that future upgrades will require absorbing 2 streams of energy. If possible, I hope we can do it one at a time. Doing it all at once is too intense, and will break him. At this moment, Li Xiuman had already digested most of the magic stone, with a small amount of energy remaining in his left arm. There are hardly any pursuers left behind. Li Xiuman was no longer in a hurry and kept the few firewing beasts that were still chasing behind him. Since these creatures were still chasing him, Li Xiuman decided to kill them all at once. Once he kills these few, he'll be able to reach level 20. After upgrading, find a safe place to evolve as well. So this trip to the dungeon was quite fruitful.
Get ready, we're going back to take care of the rest.
Li Xiuman spoke to Rorona on his shoulder. Of course, Rorona couldn't possibly say anything against Li Xiuman. So, Li Xiuman flapped his bone wings, changed direction, and charged towards the 4 firewing beasts that were still following behind him. He drew the skull sword from his side and charged toward the nearest firewing beast. Li Xiuman was about to test the effectiveness of this sword, which had grown from his own ribs. A fireball shot towards him. He did not dodge, but swung his sword at the fireball. With a silky smooth feel, the fireball was neatly split in 2 and exploded on both sides. Seeing its fireball neatly sliced in half, the firewing beast lost its composure. It cried out loudly, and the other firewing beasts spread their wings and glided toward Li Xiuman. It seemed to want to use its sharp wings to cleave Li Xiuman in 2. Li Xiuman waved her wand and activated a magic circle.
First her magic, water curtain.
The spherical water curtain enveloped Li Xiuman in the center. One by one, the firewing beasts passed through the water curtain, their sizzling bodies sending up plumes of steam that obscured the view. This made them frantically spit out fireballs.
First her magic gale.
Li Xiuman quickly cast a second spell, sending a whirlwind carrying a fireball crashing into the water curtains in all directions. More steam filled the air. He quickly located the nearest firewing beast. The firewing beast was about to call out to its companions in the mist, but Li Xiuman wouldn't give it the chance. Rorona quickly raised her hand, and the black image was a giant octopus that stretched out tentacles and firmly wrapped around the firewing beast. Li Xiuman swooped down, his rib sword piercing the firewing beast's eyeball and penetrating its brain.
Water explosion!
The water sphere condensed at the tip of the rib sword, then exploded violently, flipping the firewing beast's skull. The water vapor will dissipate soon, and things have become much clearer now. We need to hurry and finish off another one. Li Xiuman flapped his wings, spotted a dark figure in the steam, and rushed toward it without hesitation. Rorona had already developed a tacit understanding, and the moment the firewing beast appeared, she used her shadow to bind it.
First her magic, water ball.
A magic circle opened, and several water spheres shot out, intercepting the firewing beast's fireballs and exploding into puffs of steam. Upon seeing this, the firewing beast quickly broke free from the shadow's restraints and flew backward, spitting out a lava fireball. But then a magic wand wrapped in a whirlwind pierced through the lava fireball and plunged irresistibly into its right eye, spurting out blood.
Belch!
It let out a pitiful wail. Li Xiuman didn't care about how miserable it was, and headed towards the right side of the firewing beast, which was the blind spot. Then, he thrust his sword into the firewing beast's neck, slicing it open. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. The firewing beast flapped wildly, and Li Xiuman flapped his wings, rushing towards the firewing beast's right eye and grasping his magic wand.
Water explosion!
My head exploded again. Chapter 52 The skeleton escapes. The water vapor also dissipated. But there are only 2 firewing beasts left, which can be easily killed, so whether there is steam or not doesn't matter. The remaining 2 firewing beasts had clearly sensed the danger. It just flew on, refusing to go forward. Li Xiuman was even happier. His profession was a mage, and melee combat was both his hobby and something he was forced to do. After all, he's alone with his team, so it's difficult for him to find a suitable environment to deal damage. Therefore, you have to use your wand for close combat and hit people. This kind of long-range bombardment is what an elemental mage should be doing now. Li Xiuman raised his wand and aimed it at the two fire-winged beasts.
First tier magic, water arrow rain!
The magic circle opened, and a large amount of water condensed into water arrows, covering the fire-winged beast like a rain of arrows. The fire-winged beast quickly spewed out flames and flapped its wings to dodge. But Li Xiuman had no intention of waiting for them to withstand the water arrows, and continued to raise his wand.
First tier magic, whirlwind cone!
The whirlwind enveloped the spiral stone cone, spinning it rapidly, while simultaneously opening an additional wind magic circle.
First tier magic, precision!
Lock onto one of the fire-winged beasts and release the magic circle. Instantly, the stone cone pierced the fire-winged beast's wing while spinning, causing it to plummet towards the ground.
First tier magic, water whirlwind cone!
Li Xiuman raised his wand and aimed it at the fire-winged beast falling to the ground. Water is compressed, rocks are wrapped around it, and a whirlwind propels it forward. It shot out suddenly, piercing through the head of the fire-winged beast, which had been reduced to a ground-dwelling chicken. Only one fire-winged beast remains. Li Xiuman raised his wand, and a series of disc-shaped magic circles opened up. Stone cones, water balls, and wind bullets rained down on the fire-winged beast one after another, finally blasting the poor beast to death. Ignoring the pop-up window, Li Xiuman lowered herself and landed on the ground. The two energies that had just been held back surged out again. So they came together. Thanks to this upgrade, he still has 3 free attribute points, so he won't be caught off guard and suffer a major setback. 2 streams of energy began to surge through the body again from both arms. However, it wasn't too painful. After the ordeal with his arms, Li Xiuman's physical condition improved significantly, and his tolerance for pain also increased dramatically. He even managed to dig out and store the magic stones of several fire-winged beasts while enduring the impact of the 2 guys. While they were at it, they also skinned the highest-ranking fire-winged beast. Then, with Rorona in tow, they headed towards the 21st floor. During the running process, both energies were also digested. I raised my left arm and saw that, sure enough, the color had faded a little. It looks like the remaining energy will be fully digested soon. Following the lava waterfall up this level, we arrived at the 21st level. Since his level was already maxed out, Li Xiuman didn't bother dealing with the fire crocodiles on this level and headed straight for the passage to the 20th floor. They flew through the lava, almost straight across the map, and quickly arrived at the passage. After passing through the passage and entering the 20th floor, Li Xiuman finally felt at ease. He pulled out the atlas that was stuck between his pelvis and spine and headed toward the nearest cave he had marked. Upon entering the cave, Li Xiuman sat on the ground and lay against the stone wall, letting out a long sigh of relief. He didn't care, so he just let him breathe a sigh of relief. So from the image, the entire skeleton appears to be sprawled on the stone wall and the ground, as if it were about to fall apart. Despite her severe injuries, Rorona remained standing, too afraid to sit down, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. "What's your name?" Li Xiuman raised the skull head and asked Rorona. Although the identification process directly yielded information about Rorona's name. "But I'll still ask formally, so I can address you directly from now on." "May I ask you, Lord Skeleton, to call me by my name?" Rorona nervously clutched the tattered hem of her dress. "Just say it." "Lorona," Lorona said in a low voice. "Rorona, what are your plans after you leave?" "Plans? Isn't Rorona your slave now?" "When did this happen?" Li Xiuman suspected that these guys from another world were all a bit mentally unstable. Previously, Illa inexplicably said she liked him. In reality, Illa believed they were already in a romantic relationship, but Li Xiuman had no idea. This person then inexplicably claimed to be his slave. "My lord, you saved my life, so you are naturally my master." Rorona offered a tentative explanation, as if it were a matter of course. If Rorona misunderstood the master's meaning,
If you think someone like Rorona isn't worthy of being your slave, then I'll have no complaints whether you kill me or drive me away. Don't talk nonsense.
Damn it, are people from another world also good at making up their own imaginations?
I do not have the habit of taking in slaves. The humans of the past said that torturing me and listening to my screams was a good form of entertainment. Master, you can try, as long as you don't send me away.
Damn it, am I really that monstrous?
Anyway, let's treat your injuries and those silver ingots first.
Li Xiuman pointed to Rorona's right eye. Her right eye was filled with silver liquid, preventing him from ever seeing properly again. According to Li Xiuman's speculation, both of her eyes should have already been filled with silver liquid. This time, because the nobles needed her to come to the underground city to assist with the project, they removed the silver ingot from her left eye to restore her vision in that eye.
Sorry, did I disgust the master?
Rorona quickly covered her right eye and lowered her head.
Please stop making things up.
Although it was indeed a bit creepy, he had no right to look down on others in that state. Sometimes he looks in the mirror and even doubts Ilu, who hasn't given up on seeing herself looking so horrifying. Just how terrifyingly receptive is the XP system?
Master, could you please leave for a moment? You might be frightened in a moment.
Rorona's expression was pleading. Perhaps he simply didn't want Li Xiuman to see him in such a wretched state.
Okay, but don't call me master without permission.
Yes, master. He turned around. Behind me came the sound of flesh being torn apart, along with suppressed groans of pain. After the sound of blood and hard objects hitting the ground came rapid breathing. Who on earth could possibly pour silver into her eyes? The panting subsided after a while.
All right, master.
Li Xiuman turned around. One of Rorona's eyes was covered with a strip of cloth. She looked weak, and it would take a long time for her eye to heal.
Spread out your wings, and I'll help you pull the nail out. How could I trouble you, master? The blood will soil you. Don't call me master without my permission, and besides, I'm not afraid of getting even dirtier.
Li Xiuman was covered in the blood of the fire-winged beast.
Yes, master.
Chapter 53 Skeleton Evolution, Dragon Blood Skeleton. Rorona sat in front of him, extending her tattered bat wings. Thick silver bone nails pierced through the bone and flesh, anchoring themselves in rows onto the bat's wings. It makes her feel the pain of having her wings torn off whenever she opens them. Even with its wings folded to a vampire, these silver bone nails are like branding iron stuck into bones and flesh. Li Xiuman grabbed the bat wing and began pulling out the bone nails on it. Each time a wing was plucked, the bat's wing trembled. Ding ding ding! As the last bone nail struck the ground with a crisp sound, all the silver nails on the bat wings were pulled out.
Why don't you take a rest?
Li Xiuman collected the blood-stained silver items from the ground and walked out of the cave. To avoid upsetting Rorona, it would be best to destroy these silver items. After dealing with the silver items, Li Xiuman returned to the cave. Rorona was curled up on the ground, asleep, or perhaps unconscious. Li Xiuman also found this corner, and opened the panel. Now that he has the time, he also plans to deal with the matter of evolution. He currently has these 3 evolutionary paths. Both have a level cap of LV30. The maximum level is LV35. Without hesitation, he chose the evolution path of the dragon blood skull. It's just too tempting for a skeleton. Moreover, he was unaware of the 3-dimensional attribute requirements for the next evolution. This evolution path had the highest level cap and could provide him with more attribute points. This will prevent him from being stuck at the level cap due to evolution. Another pop-up window appeared, showing 2 options, yes/no. Li Xiuman quickly clicked the yes option. The bones in my body began to heat up and swell as they rubbed against each other. Then, the phalanges in the toes and fingers began to become sharp. It looks like it has grown sharp claws. The bones grew thicker and thicker, and the body gradually grew taller. Before the massive bone could continue to expand, it was compressed by a surge of energy, making the expanding bone even more compact. Then, during the compression process, the surface of the bone also began to undergo amazing changes. Patterns resembling scales appeared on the surface of the bone. It looks like dragon scales formed from bone fragments. The fire of the soul within the chest cavity and skull expanded continuously, almost completely covering the bones from the inside out. Its tailbone also grew rapidly, transforming into a white bone dragon tail that extended from its back. The edges of each segment of the coccyx are extremely sharp, like a long bone whip. On the forehead, the white bones grew and transformed into a pair of white bone horns, protruding from the skull. Sharp bone spurs also grew from the smooth joints of the bony wings on its back, and the wing surfaces made of white bone became flat and sharp, like a row of bone knives. Only when the changes stopped did the ghostly blue soul fire slowly recede into its body, burning quietly within its skull and chest cavity. Improved 3D properties after use. Consume experience and mana to transform the target into your familiar or of the same kind. Currently, the races that can be transformed are, the higher the race and the higher the level, the more mana and experience are consumed. Please ensure you have sufficient experience, otherwise there is a risk of downgrading. A barrage of pop-up windows instantly filled Li Xiuman's field of vision. He quickly dismissed the pop-up window and began to carefully examine each line on the panel. The current panel looks like this. Xiuman Pound Li. Dragon Blood Skull. LV20/LV35, Dragon Blood Skull's level cap is LV35. Elemental Mage Tier 2. 25 50ths. 36 of 60. 35 to 60. 3. 1 Strength, Physique, and Spirit are at their maximum. Racial evolution can be achieved. Bone Transformation LV3, Appraisal LV3, Elemental Magic LV3, Elemental Resistance LV2, Might LV2, Swordsmanship LV2, Bone Wings LV2, Magic Analysis LV2, Hardened Bone LV2, Self-Healing LV2, Resilience LV2, Vampirism LV1, Golem LV1, Swiftness LV1, Stealth LV1, Bone Hyperplasia LV1, Melee LV1. Familiar LV1, New. Dragon Transformation LV1, New. Bone Deterioration 0/10,000. This dangerous and cunning skeleton possesses a wealth of technology, excelling in disguise, melee combat, and elemental magic. Underestimating it will cost you far more than your life. Never trust anything this skeleton says. It's estimated to last another 30 years before collapsing and falling apart. Lifespan doubles, and the time to deterioration and collapse doubles, reaching 30 years. The name has changed again. Originally, Li Xiuman was his first name and Pound was his last name, but now, Li has also taken over the last name, Pound. Although Li is his surname, the interface has never separated this surname and included it in the given name. He has given up hope of getting rid of Pound now. Based on his research into magic over this period, he has come to understand that true names are very important in this magical world. He was transformed into a skeleton by Pound, and the surname, Pound, was destined to be inescapable. Is it because you acquired the skill? Li Xiuman pondered. If he takes in relatives, he will give them their real names and surnames. By then, the surname Pound will no longer be applicable. So, when he took in his family members, he used Li as their surname. Is that Li? There's a strange sense of excitement and conquest in me. It's like planting your flag on an undeveloped piece of land, leaving your footprints on the pristine white snow after the first snowfall of winter. However, it's important to note that recruiting followers consumes experience points. Then, Li Xiuman regained control of her body and returned to her original state. The tail and horns retracted, and the scales on the bones merged back into them, leaving only barely perceptible patterns on the white bones. Chapter 54: The Skull Pickling Recipe. After that, Li Xiuman tried out other skills he had recently acquired. First of all, Li Xiuman gripped his wand, tapped the ground, and cast a spell. Then, the rocky ground began to wriggle like clay, forming a rock doll about the height of a calf. It looks crudely made and crooked. His 2 arms were unusually large. Garim Li. LV1. None. Mighty LV1, fighting LV1. Deterioration, expected to dissipate in 24 hours. The golem created by Xiuman Li is quite weak, like a poorly made toy. It doesn't require careful handling, though carelessness is possible. Damn it, so weak. Li Xiuman continued to pour more magic into Golem. A yellow magic circle opened up beneath Golem's feet, and rocks flowed like water, continuously merging into his body. The Golem's body grew larger and larger. Soon, it surpassed Li Xiuman in height, and its two arms were unusually long and thick, hanging down to the ground. Its shape resembles that of a gorilla. A fist made of rocks, it looks quite hard. On the rocky head, there was a pair of eyes that glowed with blue light. Garimli. LV11. Warrior Golem. Might LV2, Resilience LV2, Hard Rock LV2, Fighting LV1. Deterioration, expected to collapse and dissipate in 3 days. The golem created by Xiuman Li possesses considerable strength, but its manufacturing process is crude. Its joints, neck, and waist are its weaknesses. Please treat it with care and do not be careless. Li Xiuman used almost all of his magic power to create this golem. His skill level was too low, he lacked knowledge of the structure of golems, and the materials he used were of poor quality. This took most of my magic power to create such a substandard product. Li Xiuman looked at the rough, mismatched, and uneven golem and summarized it. However, this skill has a promising future and is worth cultivating. Hey, be on guard outside. Li Xiuman patted Golem's big arm and gave the order. Golem tilted its big head, looking adorably silly. After a brief delay, as if understanding Li Xiuman's meaning, he awkwardly walked to the outside of the cave. Because one side is bigger than the other, he walks with a limp, and a piece of rock falls off with every step he takes. It seems I can only barely understand simple commands. Li Xiuman stroked his chin and muttered something. With the golem on guard, Li Xiuman lay back down by the stone wall, hugging his wand and falling asleep. I woke up feeling refreshed. He straightened his spine, adjusted his pelvis, and stretched comfortably. Master, I've prepared breakfast. Would you like some? I know you're trying to be nice to me so I won't kick you out, but do you even know how to read the room? Do I look like I need to eat? I'm sorry, Master. After we finish eating, we should continue our journey. Li Xiuman removed the lizardman king's horns, reattached them to his back, then picked up his wand and walked out of the cave. Oh, right, here's some firewing beast hide for you. Use it to cover your body. When there are shops on the 14th floor, we'll give you a new set of clothes. Li Xiuman covered Rorona's head with the firewing beast skin he had peeled off. Because the level cap had increased, Li Xiuman consciously hunted lizardmen as he progressed to higher levels. After all, the experience required for him to level up has increased significantly, so he must accumulate experience carefully. Moreover, with Rorona's use of dark magic, the hunt became much smoother. As a utility character, Rorona is an incredibly useful vampire. And so, from the 20th floor to the 14th floor, through deliberate hunting, it took a total of 3 days to complete the journey. Li Xiuman's experience bar had accumulated to half of its 10,000 points. The waist pouch was also filled with magic stones. Therefore, they had to use fire crocodile skin to make a makeshift backpack to hold the magic stones. Rorona's eyes and left arm have healed, and apart from her pale skin, she is no different from a normal girl. However, the blood-red eyes, which faintly glow in the dark, were still too eye-catching. Upon entering the 14th floor, Li Xiuman skillfully arrived at the Ruby Chamber of Commerce. Rachel's eyes lit up immediately when she saw Li Xiuman behind the counter. Mr. Skeleton, you're back. Looks like you've had quite a haul. By the goddess of light, my god, what you're carrying on your back is the horns of the Salamander King. I never expected you would actually hunt down and kill the Salamander King. However, this time Rachel was surprised, but she didn't stick to him like before. After all, Li Xiuman was wearing a fire crocodile skin and was covered in blood. The blood and bodily fluids of the fire-winged beast, fire crocodile, and lizard man were mixed together and fermented by the high temperature of this underground city. He certainly looks as imposing as a god of death, but the taste. As he walked along the road, the flies that came near him were so stunned by the fumes that they crashed into the wall. That's right, these magic stones and materials are sold here. I will personally take the remaining precious magic stones to headquarters. After Li Xiuman finished speaking, Luo Luona stepped forward and poured out all the magic stones from the bag. After the clattering sound, the magic stones piled up on the counter. It would be best if you, Lord Skeleton, could escort those precious magic stones. Let me calculate the value of these magic stones for you. Rachel put on gloves, measured the size and quality of each magic stone, and then calculated the results after classifying them. A total of 124 low-grade magic stones, 22 of which are of inferior quality, 68 of medium quality, and 34 of superior quality. A total of 225 silver coins. That'll be 22 gold coins and 5 silver coins for you. Rachel handed over the money bag. Can I exchange the silver coins for copper coins? Sure. Rachel took out 5 silver coins from her purse, exchanged them for an additional 500 copper coins, and handed them over. Li Xiuman took the money bag and stuffed it into her bosom. Does Your Excellency need to rest? The hot springs on this floor are absolutely amazing. It seems you've never experienced them, Skull Lord. If you don't mind, we can soak together. Thank you, I'll definitely do it next time. Standard procedures are indispensable. Afterwards, Li Xiuman walked out of Ribby's shop, with Lorona obediently following behind. Soaking in hot springs can be terrifying. And was he soaking in the hot spring to make bone broth? With the remaining high-grade magic stones, the two left the peaceful 14th floor and entered the 13th floor. The monsters of the remaining levels posed no threat to Li Xiuman whatsoever. It took another 3 days, and the journey was unparalleled. As they got closer to the entrance, the number of adventurers also increased. Li Xiuman was dressed in a domineering fire crocodile skin outfit, and also carried the horns of the fire lizardman king on his back. Adventurers of this caliber would lower their heads and carefully walk around it, not daring to look at it too closely. After Li Xiuman walked past, he carefully turned around, glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, and let out a soft exclamation. Of course, it's also possible that the smell of fermentation is what keeps adventurers away. Wherever he went, the goblins covered their noses. Perhaps it's time to give the bones a good scrubbing, lest all those fine bones get marinated. It wasn't that Li Xiuman didn't want to use cleaning magic. Rather, it was a stain that no amount of cleaning magic could wash away, a mixture of fermented filth from the blood of fire crocodiles, fire-winged beasts, lizardmen, and various strange bodily fluids splattered when they were killed. The first her cleansing spell indicated it couldn't do it, and went on strike. Chapter 56 The Original Flavor of Skeleton. Owner. Just as they were about to leave the underground city, Rorona tugged at Li Xiuman's clothes from behind. She lowered her head somewhat timidly. Don't worry, no one will find you. Vantuth won't take you back either. Up to now, no one has discovered that I'm a skeleton, have they? Li Xiuman rubbed Rorona's head and said. This cloak will cover your face, and no one will see you, I promise. Seeing that Rorona was still trembling, Li Xiuman took out a spare cloak from his pocket and put it on Rorona's head. Rorona, whose face was already covered by a layer of fire-winged beast hide, was now even more completely concealed. Rorona gripped the cloak over her head and nodded. Just stick close to me. Li Xiuman turned around and walked out of the underground city. Rorona quickly followed, and together they walked out of the underground city. Feeling the natural breeze on her face, Li Xiuman felt exceptionally comfortable. Let's go to the Adventurers Guild first and finish the quest. Once Li Xiuman identified the location, he headed towards the Adventurers Guild. The adventurers coming and going around the city's landmark tower all looked at Li Xiuman in amazement. The main attraction was the imposing horns of the Fire Lizard King behind him. That's the skeleton? He came out of the underground city? That thing he's carrying on his back, is that the horn of the Salamander King? To actually defeat the Salamander King all by himself, that's pretty freakish.
The skin he was wearing also looked to be more than 20 layers of fire crocodile skin. As expected of the skull boss. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Li Xiuman walked straight towards the Adventurers Guild not far from the city's landmark tower. Meanwhile, Rorona looked around with some suspicion. Master, are you that famous? Rorona looked up at her with a hint of admiration. It's amazing that a skeleton can thrive in a human city. It's just SOSO, and don't call me master. Yes, master. Approach the Adventurers Guild and push open the gate. Li Xiuman stepped inside, the thick stench of blood emanating from him, and the draft that followed the opening of the door rushing towards the Adventurers Guild. Ugh! In an instant, several adventurers who were drinking and eating meat couldn't hold it in and vomited. Who the hell blew up the septic tank? The person who had just spat out the words was about to curse when he saw Li Xiuman's gaze sweep over him, and quickly swallowed the rest of his sentence. What is deterrence? As the man who killed nobles and a large number of guards in the streets of White Bear City, no adventurer in the entire city dares to mess with Li Xiuman now. But at the same time, these adventurers, besides fear, also deeply revered Li Xiuman. After all, it was absurd to kill the nobles who exploited adventurers in the street, who bullied them, and whom the adventurers had long hated. Is it really that smelly? Li Xiuman muttered to herself, then looked away somewhat embarrassed, and walked towards the counter. Seeing that Li Xiuman had withdrawn his gaze, the adventurer breathed a sigh of relief. That look in his eyes just now made me feel like I was about to be killed. Just as rumored, being looked at by a skeleton is like facing a monster. I really don't know how they managed to have such a terrifying aura, like a monster. It's practically a humanoid monster. He's very close to the truth. Hello, how can I help you? The saleswoman forced a smile onto her pretty face and asked, her face pale. That aura, comparable to that of a demon, struck straight to the mind, coupled with that bloody smell that seemed to reach the very top of one's head. The fact that the saleswoman managed to hold back her vomiting shows just how high her professional ethics are. It seems that in the magical world, no profession is easy. Complete the quest. Slightly embarrassed, Li Xiuman decided to quickly hand over the task and then go back to take a bath. As expected of the legendary skeleton, he didn't waste any time and acted decisively. The saleswoman silently praised him. This perfectly matches her inner fantasy about skeletons, except the taste is a bit, ugh. And this aged, pungent smell of blood, rising straight to the top of one's head, only serves to accentuate the skeleton lord's manly scent. It's absolutely disgusting. It's like a rampaging monster. Li Xiuman tore off the strip of cloth and ripped the Salamander King's horns from behind, slamming them onto the trading table with a bang. The mission to hunt down the Salamander King. This is my proof of being an adventurer. Li Xiuman then slapped the card aside. I'll take care of it for you right away. The saleswoman carefully picked up the card-shaped adventurer's certificate, and then examined the fire lizard man king's horns. Li Xiuman watched quietly, but her mind had already flown back to the bathtub at home. Go back and soak your mother's breasts for an hour first. I wonder if there's soap and bar soap in the magical world. Wait, this seems like a business opportunity. How is soap made again? I'll go back and discuss it with Tedela. Maybe we can make a lot of money. Oils alkalized. As expected of Lord Skeleton, standing there calmly, without any impatience, he has such composure. Even if he were standing here, he'd probably be thinking about how to fight. While inspecting the fire lizard king's horns, the saleswoman glanced at Li Xiuman out of the corner of her eye. It has been confirmed that you have completed the advanced quest, and your level has been adjusted to intermediate adventurer. The saleswoman handed the adventurer's certificate back with both hands. Li Xiuman took the card and picked up the Lizard King's horns again. Are you interested in selling this material to the Adventurers Guild? The Adventurers Guild is willing to offer you a price that satisfies you. No, thank you. Li Xiuman reattached the horns to his back and left the Adventurers Guild without looking back. Just as he was about to close the door again, a gasp came from inside. Skull Lord, the door doesn't need to be closed.
Closing the door at this time could pose a risk of suffocation. Good. On my way home. Li Xiuman turned to look at Luo Luona beside him and asked in confusion. Am I really that smelly? No, master will always be fragrant. It seems there's something wrong with their noses. Li Xiuman decided to trust his own people. His excellent judgment has always been something he is proud of. Back to my own little home. Push open the door. After being away for half a month, the little house is covered with a thin layer of dust. Master, you go take a shower first, I'll take care of cleaning the house. Okay, thank you for your help. Li Xiuman began to remove the fire crocodile skin and armor from his body. You can vaguely see that the armor and leather armor are stretched apart, and the innermost layer of clothing, which is attached to the bones, is stuck to the bones. These owners can leave the cleaning to me. Lorona quickly took the armor and crocodile skin armor that he had taken off. You don't need to work too hard. Don't worry, master. I still have some strength. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Li Xiuman entered the bathroom. Before long, a series of loud banging sounds came from outside. Are you very motivated? Soaking in the bathtub, I grabbed a wire brush and started scrubbing the bones. This wire brush is very useful. It can clean even the hardest nooks and crannies of bones. The skeleton is highly recommended. Chapter 56 The Skeleton's Reply. After taking a shower, Li Xiuman opened the closet, put on shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, then slipped on slippers and pushed open the bathroom door. Then, all I saw was a house in complete disarray. You can still vaguely tell that this looks like your own home. And there's Verona kneeling on the ground. Master, I can't even clean properly, I'm so useless. Lorona banged her head against the ground. Wait a minute, this isn't about whether the cleaning was done well or not. Generally speaking, if a thief breaks into a house, they won't show any mercy. This shows absolutely no mercy. It's okay, you can learn slowly. Li Xiuman offered a word of comfort. Then, he grabbed the wand leaning against the wall, and raised his hand. Clean. Master, I can't learn this. I didn't tell you to learn this. Afterwards, he used magic to clean the entire house and set aside a room for Verona. Master, I don't need a room, I can sleep on the floor. The wooden floor here will be very comfortable to sleep on. The room is empty anyway, you can stay here. Li Xiuman tossed the room key to Luo Luona. This child always says things that hurt people's hearts without even realizing it. After that, Li Xiuman went to the window of the second-floor attic. On the window, a white feather with a dangling bell is swaying in the wind, making a pleasant ringing sound. Open the mailbox under the feather, and there lies a letter. It seems that Hino will be able to put the letter into the envelope properly. Li Xiuman took out the letter, tore open the envelope, and unfolded the letter inside. To my dearest Li Xiuman Pound. I have arrived at Fairy City, north of White Bear City, where there is an underground city of the same size as White Bear City. I heard it's cold inside, but even after I reached the 48th floor and defeated the Dungeon King, I still don't know which floor is cold. But the scenery here is indeed very beautiful. After the 20th floor, there is a beautiful frozen underground river. After the 30th floor, everything is encased in solid ice, like crystal. I really wish you could come and see it too. I'm worried about you, and I miss you so much. Do not reply. Crossed out. If you see this, please write me a letter. Shinua asks you for a letter every night. Elemental. The characters look like they were carved with a knife, and they have a very powerful presence. However, the last line of characters lacks a bit of power, and has a slightly awkward feel to it. Li Xiuman could already picture Ilo holding a pen, sitting at the table, frowning as she pondered what to write. But I couldn't think of a shy look. Put the letter in an envelope and store it in the cabinet. Then, he took out a piece of stationery, picked up a quill pen, dipped it in ink, and began to write. Dear Elemental, I'm very happy to have returned from the dungeon and received the souvenir. The dungeon you described has made me yearn for it. In the underground city of White Bear City, I also encountered a thrilling crisis. But don't worry, I'm fine and I've foiled the nobleman's plot in the dungeon. This gave me a taste of the thrill of adventure, and a sense of accomplishment of overcoming danger. I'm also grateful for the sword skills you taught me during that time, which helped me a lot. I also hope you won't be careless, cherish your health, and avoid falling into dangerous situations.
Just like you, human pound Li.
Li Xiuman put the quill pen back on the pen holder, let the envelope dry, folded it, took out the envelope, and put it inside. Then, he took out the sealing wax, melted it with fire magic, sealed the envelope, and turned it over to the back.
To the beautiful Miss Illimantled.
Then, a cute skull was drawn in the lower right corner of the envelope.
Wait a minute, shouldn't we be a little more bold?
Li Xiuman muttered something, but didn't redo it. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Xiuman did not go down to the attic. Instead, he opened a magic book and waited for Xinhua while reading. After a while, a pure white owl landed on the windowsill, tapped on the window with its beak, tilted its head, and stared at the skeleton in front of it with its big blue eyes. It also wore a small pouch for holding envelopes on its chest, with a line of small words embroidered on the edge. Ilazao.
Zino, come here, be good.
Li Xiuman waved.
Cry, cry.
Hino jumped onto Li Xiuman's arm, grabbed the arm bone, and then squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Judging from its bone structure, this guy is quite satisfied with the grip.
Make sure you deliver the letter safely to your master.
Li Xiuman stroked Xinhua's fluffy feathers, opened the pouch on its chest, and put the letter inside.
Cry, cry.
The owl nuzzled against Li Xiuman's cheekbone, hopped onto the windowsill, flapped its wings, and flew away. Li Xiuman watched them go for a while, then closed the window and went down from the attic.
Do vampires need to eat?
Looking at Verona sitting idly on the sofa, Li Xiuman asked.
Yes, master.
This is getting a bit troublesome. There was never any food in his house, the kitchen was never touched.
What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you. How could I trouble my master? Here's the money, go buy it yourself. After you come back, we should talk about your future.
Li Xiuman took out a bag of copper coins and handed it to Luoluona. After all, this guy is afraid of silver, so he can only use copper coins and gold coins. After that, Li Xiuman grabbed his wand, put on his cloak, left home, and headed towards the library. He wanted to borrow some books about golems. There are also books that record second-order elemental magic. I need to brush up on my knowledge properly, lest I fall behind in terms of magic level. He borrowed
a book that tells you what golem is, the structure of golem, the complete guide to commonly used second-order elemental magic, analysis of second-order elemental magic circles, and looking at magic circles from a perspective. 5 books in total. Looks like I'll be staying up late studying again soon. Li Xiuman packed the books and left the library. When I got home, I saw Verona sitting in the corner of the sofa, eating hard black bread with cold water. You're just going to eat this?
Li Xiuman looked at Luoluona, feeling a mix of heartache and inexplicable anger.
I can eat this, it can save my master money, as long as my master doesn't kick me out. And the black bread is much better than what I've had before. I really like eating this.
Li Xiuman strode up to Luoluona and pulled the black bread over.
Who said we were going to kick you out? Anyway, let's go buy some other food first.
He bought soft white bread, corn porridge, and pork chops, and sat and watched Verona finish eating. Verona enjoyed her meal very much. But it wasn't because she ate something delicious, but because Li Xiuman said she wouldn't kick her out.
In short, if you want to work with me, you'll have to eat this kind of food from now on. Black bread is forbidden, understand?
Understood, master. Verona nodded.
Also, don't call me master.
Understood, master.
Finally, I solemnly ask you, are you willing to become my servant and work for me from now on? Family members. Can I do it? Don't worry, it won't turn you into a skeleton. To become a servant of the master, even if it means becoming a skeleton, is acceptable.
Li Xiuman, who had already accepted that the people from the other world were mentally unstable, had gotten used to it.
Then let's wait until you finish eating. Good.
Lorona started eating heartily.
Slow down, don't choke.
Chapter 57 The Skeleton's Retinue. In the dimly lit basement, Lorona knelt before Li Xiuman, her hands clasped in prayer. Within Li Xiuman's grotesque skull, two eerie, ghostly blue flames burned in his eye sockets. His pale, terrifying finger bones gripped the wand and pressed it against Lorona's forehead. Like a bizarre cult ritual. Unfortunately, the slippers, baggy shorts, and short-sleeved shirt greatly reduced the sense of horror and eeriness that the skeleton evoked.
I bestow upon you a name.
Li Xiuman shouted this sentence in ancient magical language. Ancient magic language. Li Xiuman only knew a few skill names and element names. He had just looked up how to pronounce this sentence in the dictionary. Beneath the mysterious syllables, a ghostly blue flame rose from the ground, forming a magic circle that enveloped the two people in its center. Then, Li Xiuman felt the power within her body begin to flow out little by little. At the same time, he almost instinctively sensed the option of bestowing a name upon someone. He can bestow upon them the names, Schumacher, Pound, and Li. A pop-up window also appeared on the panel. The surname, Xiuman, requires the least amount of magic and experience, followed by Pound, while the surname that consumes the most magic and experience is his first surname, Li. Li Xiuman looked at Lorona, thinking that as his first familiar, he couldn't be stingy. He resolutely chose Li. Lorona Li. The experience bar rapidly dwindled, and magic was continuously extracted, with a large amount of experience flowing into Lorona's body through the wand. Lorona's blood-red eyes suddenly lit up, and the bat wings on her back suddenly spread open. The shadows flowed towards her feet, burning like black flames. She reached out, and black flames rose up, landing on her hand, exuding a dangerous aura. Then, her level increased from LV-15 to LV-17 before stopping. 3 new skills have appeared in her skill list. Li Xiuman felt excited as she looked at the pop-up window. Family and relatives, that's good. It's bad again. Li Xiuman looked at the experience bar. Of the more than 6,000 experience points, only a little over 1,000 remained. More than 5,000 experience points required.
Master, I seem to have gained some new abilities.
Lorona looked at the black flame in her hand and excitedly showed it to Li Xiuman.
Very good. Aside from that, have there been any other changes in your body? It seems that my physical condition has improved and I have become stronger.
Lorona waved her arm and exclaimed in surprise.
As expected of the master, he is truly amazing.
However, Li Xiuman was not happy. Instead, she frowned. Lorona's abilities are indeed quite good, and she even gives him experience back, so the experience expenditure is definitely worthwhile. However, his original intention was to recruit Lorona as a familiar, and have her serve as a dark mage to assist him in conquering the dungeon. This can greatly improve efficiency. However, the current situation makes it unsuitable for Lorona to continue assisting her. Lorona and he must be approached separately for maximum efficiency. Lorona can give 20% experience back to the target she kills, but if they are acting together, there is no need for Lorona to kill the target and then give him experience back. He can kill it himself and get 100% of the experience. Therefore, Lorona must separate from him for the greatest benefit. People in this world cannot gain experience or level up. They didn't even have a concept of ranks. They simply divided mages and warriors into ranks. First order, second order, third order, and so on, ninth order. He simply trained, studied, cultivated, and fought, and then suddenly advanced a level. Terrible locals. If the people of this world knew that Li Xiuman could gain experience and level up through killing, one might even exclaim in astonishment, "What a terrifying outsider!" Let Lorona return to her room and adapt to her new abilities. The basement room was now empty except for Li Xiuman, who was now just a skeleton. He sat at his desk, activated the magic lamp on it with his magic, took out the borrowed books, and slowly unfolded them. Learning is very important. The first book he opened was a book that tells you what golem is. After all, he knew absolutely nothing about golems, and this book was the best way for him to get to know and understand golems. With the blessing, Li Xiuman's memory and comprehension have improved dramatically. He also applied the same principle to golem, quickly memorizing and understanding the contents of the book. The knowledge contained therein is quite simple and easy to understand. Golems are creations of earth magic. Some legendary golems even possess the ability to contend with dragons. Moreover, their lifespan and intelligence are no different from those of ordinary living beings. The talent for creating golems is usually difficult to acquire through training. Even if you learn about golems, if you don't have the talent to create them, you won't be able to create them. It is said that only beings favored by the earth spirits can gain the ability to create golems. Li Xiuman's understanding is that the skill is extremely rare, and very few people can obtain it. I've actually acquired such a rare skill, it seems I should make good use of it. Li Xiuman turned to the next page. This page features well-drawn sketches depicting various common golems. In addition, there are cross-sectional diagrams and descriptions of the functions of some parts. Li Xiuman stared intently, memorizing the image firmly. While watching, he couldn't help but take out his manuscript paper and start drawing with charcoal. And so, after staying up all night until dawn the next day, Li Xiuman finally finished reading half of this introductory book. How come it's already dawn? It doesn't feel like so much time has passed. Looking at the light shining through the basement ventilation opening, Li Xiuman couldn't help but say something. But this is really interesting, golem. After reading half of the book, Li Xiuman couldn't resist the urge to try it out. He went to the place, shoveled up a large bag of mud, and returned to the basement room. Let's try making a small one first. Li Xiuman scooped up a handful of mud from the mud and carefully lifted it in front of her. Then, a tan magic circle lit up in his hand. The mud wriggled and grew like Play-Doh, and soon it transformed into a lifelike little doll. It looks quite harmonious and refined. It hugged Li Xiuman's finger bone, tilted its head, and looked up at Li Xiuman. Oh my God, they're so cute! Li Xiuman placed the small doll on the table, and the doll carefully jumped from his palm onto the tabletop. I tried to identify it. Gareemly. LV2. Golem. Stealth LV1, Swiftness LV1. Deterioration, expected crash in 3 days. The golem created by the magician Human Pound Li, though somewhat weak and simple in structure, is still a qualified golem in terms of construction. Chapter 58 The Skeleton Forging Quest. Li Xiuman assigned 2 skills to this golem. And this was a skill he intentionally assigned, unlike the golem in the dungeon who randomly generated skills. Hold the book up. Li Xiuman gave the golem an order. Gorum hesitated for a second, then understood what Li Xiuman meant and obediently lifted the book. This delay is much faster than the golem created in the dungeon. The improvement to golems by learning the golem structure is obvious. Turn the pages of the book. Li Xiuman then issued another order. After a 1-second delay, Gorum awkwardly turned the book to the next page. It seems that some adjustments are still needed. Li Xiuman snatched the book from Gorum's hand and began to read it. Let's go play. A second later, Golem jumped off the desk and started walking on the ground. Their clumsy appearance looks adorably silly. Although I want to keep watching, I have other things to do today. Li Xiuman inserted a bookmark and closed the book. Speaking of which, even after staying up all night for intensive study, Li Xiuman doesn't feel sleepy at all. Perhaps it's because of his high spirits. After increasing his spirit points, will he really not need to rest anymore? That way. That will give you more time to study. Li Xiuman became excited and decided to test how long he could go without sleep before he felt sleepy. He left the basement. Rorona had already gotten up and had tied her hair in a braid, looking very energetic. She was wearing the adventurer outfit he had bought for her on the 14th floor of the dungeon. With his flat chest, he looked exactly like a handsome young man. Perhaps I should buy her a dress or something. This child was already quite pitiful before, but now that she's become my spouse, I can't let her suffer. He's not an unscrupulous boss. He possesses noble qualities that are unmatched by the locals in this world.
Lorona, do you want to go buy a dress?
Li Xiuman asked.
Huh! But I'm a boy, how can I wear a skirt? However, if it's the master's request.
This child, why are you talking nonsense in broad daylight?
Is it because you haven't adapted to the new environment?
Li Xiuman didn't pay much attention. She had important business to attend to today.
Get ready to go out, I have things to do today.
Li Xiuman put on a clean new set of clothes, then donned leather armor and magical light armor. After that, he carried the fire lizardman's horns, as well as the fire crocodile skin and fire winged beast skin that he had skinned from the dungeon. He plans to upgrade his equipment. The leather armor he was wearing was tattered and smelled so bad that it was no longer wearable. As for the destination, of course, it's the blacksmith shop. When talking about the magical world, you have to mention the blacksmith shop. A highly skilled but stubborn dwarf blacksmith. He was actually a legendary dwarf blacksmith who had come from seclusion in a big city. Pushing open the door, only the little golem remained in the house.
Keep an eye on the house.
Li Xiuman gave Gorum, who was not even as tall as his knee, a word of advice. Gorum hesitated for a second, then nodded. Afterwards, Li Xiuman walked through the streets and arrived at the city wall on the west side of the city. The most skilled blacksmith in the entire White Bear city lives here. But he wasn't a dwarf. Rather, unlike dwarves, he was a burly orc blacksmith. To be honest, it's quite absurd for a dwarf to be a blacksmith. After all, the height of dwarfs is a real disadvantage.
Lord Skeleton, what do you need? This is the orc blacksmith shop. I am Trub. Please feel free to tell me what you need.
The tall Trub bent over, rubbing his hands together, looking ingratiating. They're not dwarfs, and they don't even have a stubborn temper. However, let's trust Adela's information for now. The orc in front of us is the best blacksmith in White Bear City. Li Xiuman ripped the salamander horns off his back and slammed them to the ground with a thud. Trub's eyes lit up as he looked at the horns.
It really is the horn of the Salamander King! I haven't encountered such good materials in a long time. Just looking at them makes me want to lick them.
Trub stared at the horns, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets.
Don't lick it. Excuse me, I'm a canine beast man. I just want to lick things I like.
What bizarre characteristics.
What kind of things can this be made into?
Li Xiuman patted his horns and asked.
This look is best suited with dual swords. You should know that the most valuable special monsters in the dungeon are their horns and magic stones.
At this point, Trump paused before continuing.
However, if you are willing to spend the money, Lord Skeleton, these horns can also be made into a breastplate. I am confident that I can forge a magical breastplate.
Hearing this, Li Xiuman became somewhat tempted. As for weapons, Li Xiuman has a magic wand and a skull sword. Moreover, he wasn't used to using dual swords.
How much?
Li Xiuman asked.
The materials that match the lizardman's horns are not cheap. Moreover, the technique is very complex, and I may need to ask several other blacksmiths in the blacksmith shop to help me, and the labor cost is not cheap. About 150 gold coins.
Trub cautiously probed. After all, this price is indeed not cheap.
150 gold coins.
Li Xiuman currently has over 400 gold coins in his savings. They also have shares in the Ribby Chamber of Commerce. They can afford that too. If we can actually create a magical breastplate, then the money will be well spent. Keep in mind that even the cheapest magic items cost 300 gold coins or more.
Let's make it like the breastplate.
Li Xiuman deftly took out a bag of gold coins and handed it to Trub.
All right.
Trub excitedly accepted the gold coins. This time we landed a big order. Moreover, having such precious materials to work with will greatly enhance his forging skills.
By the way, do you know any good tailors?
Li Xiuman took out a bag of fire crocodile skin and fire winged beast skin. These were the highest level items he had picked from the fire crocodiles and fire-wing beasts he had killed. The quality is extremely high.
I can be a tailor too.
Do blacksmiths roll their irons like this too? Throb took the leather and weighed it in his hand.
There are so many, building one set would be too much. Make one for her too.
Li Xiuman pointed to Luolona beside him.
Okay, that's perfect.
The blacksmith carried the materials into the blacksmith's shop.
When can we receive the goods? If we're rushing it out, it'll take a week, since the crafting process is quite complex.
Throb clapped his hands and replied.
Master! Master! Something terrible has happened!
Another strong, muscular guy rushed in.
You're all in such a panic! Can't you see there are guests?
Throb kicked the burly man who rushed in.
Honestly, I wonder how long it will take for me to learn to be as nonchalant as your teacher. Master, master! Your batch of magic steel, was hijacked en route. What?
Throb roared.
Go to hell! You son of a bitch, you even robbed my stuff!
Chapter 59. The skeleton finally got a mental breakdown. They looked at each other in bewilderment.
Guest. No, you are the guest now.
Li Xiuman waved his hand, then took out the adventurer's certificate.
I can take on the mission and help you get that shipment back. The price for that batch of magic steel, 10% of the goods. Can.
After learning about the strength of the bandits from Throb's apprentice, Li Xiuman left the blacksmith's shop.
Verona, you are my familiar, aren't you? This task is entrusted to you.
This is probably what they call multiple layers of outsourcing. The legendary conscientious boss, Skeleton.
Master, I will definitely complete the mission.
Verona wasn't unhappy at all, on the contrary, she was very happy and excited.
What an excellent employee!
Li Xiuman felt extremely gratified, hoping that all his future family members could have the same level of awareness as Verona. Then his skull group will be able to thrive even more. Li Xiuman did not trick Luolona. Verona had just become his familiar, and her level had increased by 2 levels in a row. She had also learned a new skill. We now desperately need to fight and adapt to our new power. Moreover, through Li Xiumaker's questioning of Throb's apprentice, it was learned that the robbers were not beyond Verona's capabilities, but they were still somewhat dangerous. It just so happens to be her whetstone. Since Verona has chosen to become his kin, Li Xiuman will not show her any mercy. He didn't want a vase, he wanted a sword. Therefore, the sword must be sharpened.
Then I'll wait for you at home. I hope you can come back before dark.
Li Xiuman pulled the ribbed sword from his chest and handed it to Verona.
I also hope you will return this sword to me before tonight. Yes, master.
Verona took the sword, retreated into the dark alley, and disappeared. Li Xiuman handed the sword to her to prevent any accidents. At that time, he will be able to sense the location of the skull sword and rush over there. After handing in the task, Li Xiuman stopped by the Ribby Chamber of Commerce to check in. Then I went home. After all, what could be more alluring than the temptation of knowledge? Pushing open the door, Golem was still in the same spot where he had left, motionless. Hearing the sound, he finally raised his head and tilted it to look over. Li Xiuman grabbed Golem and went back to the basement to continue reading. While reading, he also experimented with and adjusted the Golem. I don't know how much time passed, but a pop-up window appeared in front of me saying that my experience had increased. It looks like Verona has started killing the robbers. Li Xiuman ignored the pop-up and continued reading with her head down. At this moment, what he was looking at were various non-humanoid animal forms of golems. There are also anatomical diagrams of various animals and animal golems. So Li Xiuman sculpted the golem in his hand into an animal shape. After experimenting on every animal in the book, Golem had turned into a rock kitten.
Come here, sweetie.
Li Xiuman opened his arms, and Golem hesitated for a second before jumping into his embrace. Okay, even though it looks like a cat. But it's not as soft to touch as a cat, it's quite hard. Li Xiuman put Golem back on the ground.
Now, I've finished reading the entire book. A book that tells you what golems are. He turned to the next book. The Construction of Golem. I had just opened the book when I heard the door being pushed open. Verona, covered in blood and carrying a bone knife, walked in, her pair of crimson eyes gleaming eerily in the darkness. Master, the mission is complete. Verona handed the bone sword back, along with a large bag of magic steel. It looks like it's 10% of the goods that were taken. Well done. Li Xiuman took the sword and magic steel from Verona. You've worked hard. Go take a shower and get some rest. Yes, master. Verona left the basement. He reattached the bone sword to his chest and took a silver steel ingot from the bag. Magic steel is a relatively rare forging material. It is a special magical alloy made by smelting magic crystals, mithril, and mithril together. Li Xiuman tried to squeeze the magic steel. It was quite hard. He wanted this magic steel because it was rare. Only blacksmiths had a stable source of it, and it could also be used to make golems. This amount should be enough for him to do his experiments. Li Xiuman put the magic steel back into the bag, piled it together with the other steel ingots, and placed it aside. Then I continued to immerse myself in the ocean of knowledge. The Construction of Golems is significantly more obscure than the previous introductory book. This meant that it took Li Xiuman more time to read and understand. The complex structure gave Li Xiuman a headache. He could only experiment, understand, and memorize them one by one. And so, Li Xiuman saw the dawn again. I didn't sleep all night again. I wasn't tired, but I wasn't particularly excited either. At this moment, he was placing a magic steel bar on the ground, then placing the golem on the magic steel bar, and raising his wand. Merge! A bright light shone from the magic steel ingot, and it gradually merged into the golem's body. Then, the tan-colored golem also lit up with a bright silver light. On its rocky surface straight, crisscrossing silver lines spread out. Li Xiuman carefully constructed the golem, gradually incorporating the magic steel. Until the entire magic steel merged and disappeared, the golem's appearance also changed drastically. It looks firmer. Its size has reached the height of a normal person. Like compressed rock, silver veins spread from his chest. The 2 arms were unusually long, the forearms were thick, and there were 3 fingers at the ends of the forearms. His shoulders and upper body were exceptionally broad, exuding power. 2 silver, round holes on its head, emitting a ghostly blue light like eyes, stared at Li Xiuman. Grimly. LV-15. Heavy Armor Golem. Mighty Force LV-2, Elemental Resistance LV-2, Hard Rock LV-2, Toughness LV-2, Rock Transformation LV-2, Fighting LV-1, Healing Up LV-1. Deterioration, expected crash in 15 days. Created by the mage human Pound Li, the superior golem is a competent heavily armored warrior with excellent strength and defense. Although its craftsmanship is average, it is quite unique. Raise your hand. Li Xiuman issued the order. Gorham quickly raised his arm. The delay is almost gone. And what about wisdom? Li Xiuman looked at the golem he had created with his own hands. Looking into those eyes, he sensed no wisdom. So he asked, "What is 2 plus 2? Gorham hesitated for a second before extending his only 3 fingers. See how stupid you are? They are capable of inheriting their skills, but cannot acquire even a fraction of their wisdom. Li continued his research on the structure of golem. The more I look at it, the more amazing it seems. What kind of genius could create the first golem? Chapter 60. The skeleton is torn apart by knowledge. Li Xiuman only looked up from her book when it was light and dark again. He stared blankly at the dark sky outside the ventilation shaft. 0. Time flies so fast. Li Xiuman sighed as he looked at Gorham. Gorham tilted his head, seemingly not understanding the meaning behind Li Xiuman's words. 0 is the name Li Xiuman gave to this golem. Come here, let me modify it for you again. 0 obediently walked up to Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman began to gradually adjust some details and unreasonable aspects of 0's appearance.
After the modification was completed, Li Xiuman tapped Zero on the head and let the latter try it out. It seems to have become a little more flexible.
So I guess there was something wrong with my understanding of this page.
Li Xiuman opened the book, carefully read it again, and then wrote down her summary in
the Skull's Magic Book.
After recording the time, Li Xiuman calculated it. He hasn't slept for 2 nights. Moreover, I've been studying intensely for a while now, and I'm only feeling a little sleepy. It's far from time to bed. Fortunately, there aren't many copies of
the Structure of Golem left.
Li Xiuman made a decision. Watch it before you go to sleep. Then it got light again. I haven't slept for 3 days in a row. Li Xiuman finally felt sleepy. Just like the feeling of improvement I had back then, a large amount of knowledge surged up from the depths of my memory. The knowledge he had been memorizing day and night these past few days was rapidly corroborating each other, filling his mind. It was as if these memories had been etched into my soul with an awl. Li Xiuman looked at Zero. In an instant, Zero became as if it had become transparent, and the magic flowing within it, and its parts became clearly visible. Li Xiuman knew that it wasn't because he possessed the ability to see through things. Instead, he clearly remembered all the adjustments made when creating Zero, the creation of every part, and the imprinting of every magic circle. He believes that simply raising it to a certain level would not have the desired effect. Rather, it was the previous improvements that greatly enhanced his memory and comprehension. This level upgrade further enhanced his memory and comprehension abilities. Although the increase in memory and comprehension comes from different sources. However, they influenced each other, elevating his memory to an unprecedented level. It's like having a photographic memory, a bone photographing machine. This improvement, in turn, affects the effectiveness of the improvement. This also greatly improved his memory and understanding of magic. A vast amount of knowledge about golems was deduced and integrated in his mind. Wait until the effects subside. Li Xiuman couldn't wait to pick up the 2 golem books and read them over again from beginning to end. This time, I understood it thoroughly. He picked out the knowledge points he had missed from the book like crumbs of a cookie, and eagerly stuffed them into his mouth. And so, we watched until nightfall.
Zero, I'm here to give you a complete upgrade.
Li Xiuman, holding a magic steel ingot in each hand, walked towards Zero. Zero has been fully upgraded. The level has been increased to LV18. Furthermore, Li Xiuman equipped it with Earth Magic LV2 and Swiftness LV2. His broad back and thick arms had shrunk, but his strength had definitely increased. A thick shield, seemingly indestructible, was attached to his arm. The crash period has also been extended to 1 month. Li Xiuman looked at the completely renovated Zero with satisfaction.
Zero, give me a shoulder massage, not too light, not too heavy. Not too fast, not too slow. Don't be too hasty, and don't be too slow.
Li Xiuman issued a somewhat complicated order. But Zero walked up behind Li Xiuman without the slightest delay and carefully massaged his shoulder with its rocky hand, which was smaller but still exaggeratedly large. This processing speed is a revolutionary improvement. The current Zero is the limit of what he can create. After all, his level is only LV20. However, in actual combat, golems are not very useful unless they are manufactured in advance and carried with you. He left the basement, got dressed, and packed away the 2 books he had finished reading. His thirst for knowledge kept him going, even in the dark of night. He's going to borrow a book. I went to the library and returned the 2 books I had finished reading. Then I borrowed 2 books.
The Practical Techniques of Golem, and Making Golem in 3 Seconds.
Li Xiuman revealed the look in his eyes that resembled a rogue eyeing a stunning beauty. Those eyes filled with pure desire, without any attempt to conceal it. It turns out that skeletons can also use the soul fire in their eye sockets to reveal vivid expressions. Clutching the book, I couldn't wait to get home. He pushed open the door, ignored Rorona, and went straight into the basement. I couldn't wait to tear off the book and lay
The Practical Techniques of Golem
bare before my eyes. He stared hungrily at the bare cover of
Golem's practical techniques. Under the power of the skeleton. The golem's practical techniques could only have its pages turned, leaving the knowledge laid bare before the skeleton. The bookmark slipped weakly from the pages and floated to the ground. I vaguely remember this bookmark from The Practical Techniques of Golem. It was her previous guest who came in. The guest said that once he had raised enough money, he would redeem her from the library. That was many years ago. I can't remember. Golem's practical techniques. She had been treated roughly by too many people, and could only helplessly turn the pages of the book again and again. That was amazing! I can feel knowledge! Knowledge is flowing through my mind! Li Xiuman looked at the book with excitement. This book mainly introduces the techniques for quickly mastering the golem build. In other words, it means using the surrounding materials to quickly create golems in actual combat. This type of golem existed for a very short time, but it was indeed the best technique in actual combat. The technology wasn't that difficult. The challenge lies in testing one's memory. The majority of this book records methods for identifying 63 types of soil, 43 types of rocks, and 54 types of minerals commonly found in the magical world. There are a total of 157 different golem quick crafting techniques, depending on the type of soil, rock, and ore. Depending on the materials available in the environment, select the appropriate production technique to quickly create golems and deploy them in battle. I doubt even the author of this book could remember all of these magic circles after designing them. However, Li Xiuman's photographic memory allowed him to remember all the identification methods and corresponding production techniques. This was practically tailor-made for him. Li Xiuman began to memorize. This made him feel like he was back in high school, memorizing English words. If I had retained my memory back then, things wouldn't have ended up like this. It's rare to be happy, so there's no need to dwell on unhappy things. Dawn broke again. Li Xiuman memorized most of it. After 4 consecutive days without sleep and intense studying, he was starting to feel the strain. Both memory and reaction time have declined significantly. Damn it, the knowledge is right here, yet you're letting me just sleep like this? That's disrespectful to knowledge. 0. Help me up. I can still learn. Chapter 61 Skeleton Golem Uses Techniques. In the end, Li Xiuman was indeed overwhelmed by knowledge, just as she had hoped. When I woke up, it was already dark. Without saying much, he picked up the book and continued reading with great eagerness. The skeleton declared that he wasn't usually like this. These are all side effects of skill improvement. That's how we got through it back then. It's also possible that the skeleton simply enjoys the feeling of being bent over by knowledge. The poor skeleton was manipulated by knowledge. Therefore, cherish life and stay away from knowledge. Getting even a little bit of knowledge can ruin your life. Having memorized the entire book, Li Xiuman's mind was filled with images of various rocks, soils, and minerals, as well as methods for identifying them. There is also a corresponding golem quick production technology. I benefited greatly from it. Li Xiuman took out another book. Making Golem in 3 seconds. This is based on a completely different principle than the other one. This book is designed to streamline the golem production process, improve hand speed, and reduce the quality of golems. But it's more suitable for the average person. The ingenious shortening technology caught Li Xiuman's eye. The fickle Li Xiuman immediately put aside the practical techniques of golem and opened Making Golem in 3 seconds, starting to read it seriously. By combining these 2 books, they become his wings. 3 seconds. He can be even faster. 3 seconds is the limit for most people, not for him. Li Xiuman watched and experimented, honing his hand speed and technique. Until the skill reaches perfection. It's daytime again. Sleeping is unnecessary. Acquiring knowledge is his best form of sleep. 0 put down the book in her hand and obediently stepped forward to carefully tidy up the messy desk. The burly 0 carefully tidied the desk with his fingers. It looks rather comical. Have they already possessed basic wisdom? Li Xiuman looked at 0 and began to ponder.
he decided to test it again. Number 0. What is 2 plus 2? 0 stopped what he was doing, glanced at Li Xiuman, and then looked down at his 3 fingers. Then, it raised its head again, tilted its head, and looked at Li Xiuman. He saw it. Li Xiuman saw a spark of wisdom deep within 0's eyes. 0's processor is running at high speed. Then, it raised one hand and stretched out its only 3 fingers with all its might. You can feel 0 stretching his fingers with all his might, causing 3 of his fingers to tremble slightly. However, 0 did not understand that no matter how hard it tried, it could not turn 3 fingers into 4. 0 put his hand away, looked at his 3 fingers, and remained motionless. Then, it stretched out its 2 hands. There are 6 fingers in total. Fold 2 up and stand the other 4 up. It has evolved. Li Xiuman looked at 0 with satisfaction in her eyes. A skeleton, with its burning eye sockets, revealed a fatherly gaze. Then this freakish old father continued to speak. 0, well done. Now please listen to the next question. What is 3 plus 4? 0 quickly stretched out both hands, extending all 6 fingers. It swept across its 6 fingers, stretching them out to their fullest extent. See, he's still a bit slow. Li Xiuman shook his head and left the basement, leaving 0 deep in thought. Although it is a very pleasant thing to fill your brain with knowledge, that feeling of being gradually filled with knowledge is never enough, no matter how many times you do it. However, once the effects of skill enhancement wear off, without the motivation of skills, this sense of exhilaration gradually fades. That irresistible feeling has become somewhat dull. This must be the legendary, sage mode. In her wise man mode, Li Xiuman stopped reading and decided to go out for a walk to clear her head. Upon arriving in the courtyard, I saw Rorona wearing a large straw hat and bustling about. She expanded the fence and yard, and cleared a small field in the yard with a hoe. It seems this vampire's learning ability is barely 1/10,000th of mine. From not even knowing how to clean at the beginning, they are now able to cultivate the land. Master, you're out! When she saw Li Xiuman, she looked up, waved, and greeted her. Li Xiuman's gaze swept across the fields. What are you doing? Master, you said before that this yard can be expanded. There was no one else around, so I thought I'd open a flower nursery and a field to grow some flowers and crops. So diligent. If this continues, Tedala's position as his number 1 tool will change hands. That's not bad either. Li Xiuman swept across the yard, imagining what this desolate yard would look like if it were filled with flowers. It didn't seem so bad. However, this doesn't seem like the kind of thinking a skeleton should have. Li Xiuman then went to a more desolate area behind the house. He planned to put his golem skills, honed over the past few days, into practice. The soil and rocks here are enough for him to wreak havoc. First, Li Xiuman planned to create some enemies. Li Xiuman used earth magic to find a decent quality rock underground. The texture of this rock is good for making golems. Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly and pointed it at the rock. Awaken, golem! An earth-colored magic circle spread out on the rock. Then, cracking sounds rang out from the rock, and it began to wriggle little by little, eventually transforming into a burly golem. His left arm was covered with a thick, massive rock shield. On his right arm, he holds a blunt heavy sword, making him look exactly like a heavily armored warrior. Garimli. LV-15. Heavy Armor Golem. Might LV-2, Hard Rock LV-2, Resilience LV-2, Fighting LV-1, Elemental Resistance LV-1. Deterioration can probably last another 2 hours. The heavily armored golem created by the mage human Pound Li is a makeshift warrior. It sacrifices its endurance for replenishing its power. Delaying might be a good tactic against this golem. Li Xiuman can only grant the golems the skills they possess. Furthermore, the more skills granted, the more magic power is consumed. For example, 0, who was his experimental subject, not only consumed 2 of his magic steel ingots when he was empowered, but also lost 500 experience points. 0 is the pinnacle of what he can currently achieve. He is definitely not someone who can be fooled by this temporary product in front of him. Next, Li Xiuman dug out 5 more rocks of decent quality from the ground and used magic to craft them one by one. 1, 2, 1. There's a new one. They only mastered Golem, which was modified by Li Xiuman, since Li Xiuman didn't have any healing skills. Therefore, we can only temporarily repair the damaged Golem. Chapter 62 The Skeleton's Crash Course in Golem Technology. It took Li Xiuman quite a bit of time to create the Golem. After all, these golems were all high-quality products, not hastily made, in order to support his fight against him. After waiting for most of his magic power to recover, Li Xiuman drew his skull sword and magic wand. "Attack me!" All the golem's eyes lit up with a ghostly blue light, as if they had activated simultaneously in an instant. Then, without hesitation, he rushed towards Li Xiuman in an instant. After all, they only have fighting instincts, no intelligence, and can only obey orders. Not only do they not understand the concept that attacking their owner is bad, they can't even comprehend what an owner is. Looking at the swarm of golems rushing towards him, Li Xiuman was somewhat disappointed. This golem's intelligence prevents them from understanding teamwork and cooperation. They just rushed up in a swarm. Such a team poses absolutely no threat to him and serves no purpose whatsoever as a sparring partner. Stop! Li Xiuman stopped Gorem from charging at him. They need a leader. 0, come here. After careful consideration, Li Xiuman set his sights on 0. 0, lead these golems to attack me. Li Xiuman looked at 0, who came out of the basement, and gave the order. 0 took 2 seconds to understand and process Li Xiuman's command. Then, it entered the golem squad. 0 was a golem created by Li Xiuman with a large amount of magic power, and even 500 experience points. Among golems created by the same person, their status is easily distinguishable. That is, golems with more creator magic and power have higher authority than golems with less magic. Therefore, as soon as 0 entered the golem squad, all the golems lowered their heads in obedience. Seeing that 0 had quickly integrated the entire squad, Li Xiuman nodded in satisfaction. He looked like an old father. As expected of a genius like himself, who meticulously created number 0. 0, come on in. Li Xiuman gave the order. 0's eyes shone with a dazzling, eerie blue light as he led a group of golems charging forward. 0 was designed by Li Xiuman to be a heavily armored soldier. Therefore, there is no problem with the position of those who rush to the front of the team. But that's not enough. Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly, easily deflecting 0's heavy sword strike, and then kicked away the swordsman who was attacking from the side. The elemental mage's charged whirlwind cone was also shattered by its skull sword. 0 rushed forward, hoping to use his muscular physique to break the deadlock. But Li Xiuman only took 1 step back, and the swamp opened up in the direction he had originally stood. 0 had to dodge the swamp and raise his hand to aim at Li Xiuman. A yellow magic circle opened, and 1 earthen bullet after another was fired at Li Xiuman. Swordsmen charged out from both flanks, their stone swords aimed at Li Xiuman's ribs. Another heavily armored soldier blocked their retreat from behind. Not bad, not bad. Li Xiuman praised 0 twice. I don't understand whether 0 can understand the meaning of praise. Dragon transformation! Li Xiuman uses his newly acquired skills. A pair of white bone horns pierced out from the forehead beneath the turban, and the patterns of scales appeared on the bones of the entire body. The tail, like a bone whip, was deep behind him, wrapping around the heavy armored soldier's foot. Then, with a tug of its tail, the heavily armored warrior lost his balance and fell backward. The stone shield instantly opened on his left arm, blocking the stone sword thrusting from his left wing. With his other hand, he exerted tremendous force, and the wand deflected the stone sword thrusting from his right flank. But 0 leaped up and swung his great sword at him head-on. Li Xiuman stepped onto the ground, and the swamp expanded around him. The 3 golems surrounding him were instantly engulfed in the swamp, and their attack was repelled by him. He strode forward, crossed his skull sword and wand, and slightly lowered his body to withstand Zero's heavy blow. However, Zero's power was somewhat beyond his expectations. Does it correct the power of the golem? The effect is different on him, a naturally weaker species like a skeleton or golem. If it weren't for his strength points, he would never have been able to compete with golem in terms of strength. But he also wanted to test Zero's power, otherwise Zero's sword wouldn't have hit him. He raised his foot and kicked Zero in the chest. Zero hurriedly tried to pull his arm back to resist, but Li Xiuman's hands changed, and the skull sword and magic wand slid into the inside of his sword, crossing and locking his great sword and arm. Bang! A heavy, muffled thud. Zero was sent flying backward, but Li Xiuman managed to snatch the rock greatsword from him. Continue. He waved the great sword in his hand twice, then tossed it back, spinning it as it stuck into the ground next to Zero. Zero drew his great sword and led the golem squad forward once again. Li Xiuman stepped back, creating some distance. He used this golem to hone new skills, not to enjoy the thrill of crushing weaker opponents. Awaken, armored golem! Li Xiuman waved his wand, and earth and yellow magic circles opened up on the ground on both sides. The soil writhed within the magic circle, rapidly forming a body. It took about 2 seconds. 2 golems then appeared from the magic circle. With a robust physique, a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, it was none other than the heavily armored golem. Heavy armor golem. LV13. Strength LV2, Bone LV2, Resilience LV2. Golem quick learning practical skills. 2 golems blocked Li Xiuman's path, fearlessly raising their shields and wielding their great swords. 2 seconds? That's a bit slow. Li Xiuman was not satisfied. Golem bypassed Zero and blocked the heavily armored golem behind him. Li Xiuman then began to retreat, creating distance between them. Zero thinks quickly and makes a decision. The 2 heavily armored golems continued to fight against Li Xiuman's 2 golems. Swordsman Golem broke free from the entanglement and rushed towards Zero, protecting both sides. The Elemental Mage Golem provides support by casting fireballs from a distance. Then Zero and the swordsman rushed toward Li Xiuman, who was retreating rapidly. It seems that Zero understands that if I'm at long range, I'll be more difficult to deal with. Li Xiuman raised his hand, and with a whooshing sound as the magic circle opened, a large red magic circle opened in midair. Fireball! A barrage of fireballs rained down one after another. Zero quickly raised the heavy shield to his chest, and the swordsman quickly hid behind it. Standard response strategy. Li Xiuman, who personally created Zero, knew that these fireballs could not harm Zero. Unless he's willing to relentlessly suppress the enemy with firepower. But Li Xiuman wasn't aiming to win, he was simply honing his new skills. He abandoned the desperate tactic of suppressing firepower. Taking advantage of the fireball's delay, he raised his wand. Awaken, Swordsman Golem! This time, 3 yellow magic circles opened, the soil wriggled and grew, and after more than 2 seconds, 3 swordsman golems were generated and rushed towards the 3 people in the Zero group. The fireball stopped at that moment. Quick to learn swordsman golem LV13, possesses. It's a fragile warrior who attacks every point. Her body wasn't that robust, rather, it resembled a slender doll. Wandering, expending resources. Li Xiuman gave the order to the charging swordsman golem. Chapter 63 The Skeleton Master's Mission. The 3 swordsmen golem, wielding stone swords, carefully dodged attacks while targeting Zero. Zero also realized the danger, and the elemental mage in the distance began to cast spells on the 3 swordsmen on Li Xiuman's side. Awaken, Mage Gorem! Li Xiuman waved his wand, and earth and yellow magic circles spread out on the ground on both sides. 2 golems sprouted from the soil. One has lava-like patterns, and the other has dark brown patterns. Instead of casting the spell directly, they rushed to both sides at Li Xiuman's command, sandwiching Zero in the middle, and began casting their spells. Clang, clang! Two breaking sounds. The heavily armored golem on Zero's side finally shattered the hastily formed golem, and charged towards them with a thick shield and a great sword. Li Xiuman calmly raised his wand and aimed it at the heavily armored golem charging towards him.
First tier magic, whirlwind cone!
Two double magic circles opened simultaneously, and a whirlwind carrying the stone cones spun rapidly, shooting towards the two heavily armored golems. The heavily armored golem braced himself against his shield with both hands, but his shield and one arm were still shattered by the arrows. If Li Xiuman hadn't held back, he could have directly pierced through the cores of both golems. He continued waving his wand, and the tan magic circles opened one after another, creating more and more golems. Soon Zero was completely overwhelmed by golem, and was defeated. Li Xiuman raised his wand and restored all the golems on Zero's side, then removed all the golems from his own side.
Continue.
Another new round of organized attacks. Zero made slight modifications to the formation this time, making the attack even more aggressive. However, it did not cause Li Xiuman any more trouble, and he was ultimately defeated. With each relentless attack, Li Xiuman rapidly adapted to the new skills and the quick build technique for golems. The golems on Zero's side also collapsed several times. Li Xiuman has compressed the golem production technology to the point that it only takes half a second to produce one. Two can be made at the same time in just 1 second. Many are made in batches of 5, but it takes 3 seconds and cannot be disturbed in any way. What surprised Li Xiuman was also the golem Zero. They sensed that Zero was becoming increasingly intelligent. It seems to be learning through information from the outside world. Through repeated failures, Zero will gradually learn from experience, become familiar with the skills within his body, and enable Golem to launch more effective attacks. Based on its understanding of golems, no other golem possesses this learning ability. Thinking carefully about the changes in Zero, it's likely that he not only injected magic into Zero, but also 500 experience points. Perhaps we can have higher expectations for Zero.
It's getting late, Zero, let's stop.
Li Xiuman gave orders to Zero, who was leading the golem attack. Zero and the other golems came to an abrupt halt, stopping in their tracks. They returned home with Zero. Rorona appears to be taking a bath. After all, clearing the yard must have gotten her covered in mud.
Zero, go to the basement and tidy up. Take out the books on second-tier magic that I borrowed from the library and put them on the table. I want to watch it tonight.
Li Xiuman gave the order, and Zero did not delay. He turned around and went into the basement to retrieve the books.
It's really useful.
The title of the primary tool character, which was transferred from Tedela to Rorona, seems to be changing hands again. However, Zero's body was still too bulky. Not suited for handling delicate matters. After all, Zero is made of rock and magic steel, and if its size continues to shrink, its mass will inevitably decrease. Therefore, his current robust physique is theoretically the most reasonable size for a size 0. To make Zero thinner without reducing its strength, a material with higher strength is required. If a material similar to silicone existed in this world, it might be possible to create skin for Zero. By then, there won't be any trace of Golem in terms of appearance.
Looks like next time I sneak into the dungeon, I'll have to be careful to collect some ores.
Li Xiuman recorded this event in his notebook and took out a map, using his super memory to mark the places where he seemed to have minerals.
Crunch!
The sound of the door opening broke Li Xiuman's study. He looked towards the bathroom and saw Rorona coming out of the bathroom naked.
Why aren't you wearing? Hee. You're a man!
Li Xiuman was terrified and immediately uttered the skeleton's original voice.
Master, didn't I already tell you? Yes, is that so? Just put your clothes on.
A beautiful girl's face, paired with, the impact is just too strong. Turns out, this guy is really a handsome young man. These young, handsome men, once they arrive on Earth, wouldn't even consider how to make a living for the rest of their lives. He could just wiggle his waist, belt out a few songs, and make a heart shape with his hands on stage, and female fans would shower him with money.
Yes, master.
Verona obediently put on her clothes. Even though he's a guy, he has absolutely no sense of shame. Looking at Verona, it's time to consider her future plans. After all, given the abilities of his familiars, having Verona and him conquer the dungeon together was the least efficient arrangement. The effect of the family makes Verona more suitable to stay hidden in the shadows and handle things for him. In other words, it means letting her develop independently, so that she can support Li Xiuman. Verona, I have an important task for you now. Li Xiuman spoke seriously. Verona's eyes lit up as she excitedly spoke. Please feel free to use me, master. Looking at Verona's eager eyes, Li Xiuman felt a pang of guilt. He's still just a child. He has already managed to make a child call him master. He has fallen far too far in this other world. Liberate your fellow vampires, those poor wretches enslaved by despicable humans. That's right, this was the first task Li Xiuman gave to Verona. When he has companions, he probably won't be so fixated on himself anymore. He had absolutely no interest in being the master. Since Verona had already become his kin, she released him and his kind to develop freely. It's best for Li Xiuman. As for the trouble he causes to humans, he's a skeleton, not a person. He bet that when his skeletal identity was exposed, every bone in his body would be crushed into powder as a heretical evil. It might even be rumored to have some aphrodisiac effects, and people of high status would happily drink it. Just like the mummy predecessor. However, I hope you can rescue some well-behaved ones, rather than the tyrannical ones. Verona pondered for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes shone with an unprecedented light. My master has entrusted me with such an important task. I, Verona, will certainly complete this task. Even if it means being shattered to pieces. Chapter 64 The Skeleton's New Equipment. Well? Are you that excited? This guy seems to have misunderstood something. No. I understand, master. It is an honor for us vampires to serve you. I will make sure every vampire understands your greatness. Verona knows her master's kindness better than anyone else. I believe that my poor companions, who are enslaved by despicable means, can also understand the greatness of their master. The vampires will become the sharpest sword in my master's hand, and Verona is willing to vouch for the loyalty of those companions. Verona looked on with adoration, talking non-stop. Wait, I just wanted you to develop freely with your race, and then give me experience in return. Wait, the vampire you rescued will naturally be under your leadership. Master, you actually entrusted such an important task to Verona. Verona will definitely cultivate their loyalty and will never let you down, master. It is my duty to educate them on your behalf. Verona knelt on one knee, bowing like a knight. Li Xiuman stood there dumbfounded, like a startled princess. No, more like a queen. Just as you said, you truly are my first family member, able to understand my thoughts so accurately. Li Xiuman replied, forcing herself to speak. It seems I've inadvertently dug a huge hole for myself. Who knows how many vampires Verona will rescue, who will then become his subordinates and work for him. This is indeed tempting, suddenly becoming a big boss in another world. However, things are not that simple. Where do these vampires live? What do you usually eat? What work do you do in your free time? Should we pay salaries? These are not simple matters. He's just started to save up some money, and he might just squander it all in one go. These are things that should be giving Verona a headache. Then Verona will actively fight monsters, farm gold coins, and raise vampires. You can get a lot of experience feedback from Verona's monster slaying. This is the right way. How can we just give up on saving them now? Li Xiuman is also a person of some standing. Well, some standing but no standing, in short, a respectable person, a respectable skeleton. What kind of impression would a respectable skeleton like him, who went back on his word as his master, leave on Verona? Therefore, even if a pit was dug, he had to jump in with his eyes closed. He was already mentally calculating his assets. First, there are about 300 gold coins, which is an asset. Also, shares in the Ribby's Chamber of Commerce.
It seems I have to find a way to make money.
Li Xiuman thought of the Ribby Chamber of Commerce, thinking of his noble status as a time traveler. Soap has sustained countless time travelers. They probably wouldn't mind supporting another transmigrator like themselves. Let the natives of the magical world experience the impact of modern science. I send Verona to buy the ingredients for making soap, oils, and seashells. I also burned some wood ash. Then, soap was made. And then, he pounced. Because this is a magical world, more widespread magical cleaning techniques have long been developed. These household cleaning gadgets are even more practical than soap. Let the natives of the scientific world experience the impact of modern magic. In the end, Li Xiuman decided that using his identity as a time traveler to gain advantages was not a gentlemanly act. He was a respectable skeleton, and disdained such underhanded tactics. His noble character led him to decide to make money using methods from the magical world. Obey other people's rules. This is Li Xiuman's respect for the other world. He obediently began reading books related to second-tier magic. Study, study, study. Night, day, night, day. When engrossed in knowledge, one always loses track of time. Before you know it, you've become completely absorbed in it, body and soul.
Owner! Time's up, time to collect the equipment.
There was a knock on the basement door, and Verona's voice came from outside.
Is it already this late?
Li Xiuman inserted the bookmark into the pages of the book she was reading and closed the magic book. Then, looking at the messy desk and the various drawing papers of magical models, he said to Zero.
Let's organize this so we don't get confused.
Zero nodded and carefully tidied up the messy books on the desk. Li Xiuman pushed open the basement door, changed her clothes, left the house, and headed towards the blacksmith's shop.
Lord Skeleton, you've arrived! This is your steel armor, called the Flame of Binding. Do you like it?
Throb, the blacksmith, waved to his apprentice, who quickly came out, dragging a breastplate over his shoulder. Li Xiuman fell in love with it at first sight. The breastplate was not as bulky as the heavy armor of warriors. It was a slightly thicker, lighter style of armor. In the center of his chest, you can see the raised lines of the Lizard King's horns. The horns were forged and polished flat, curved, starting from the chest, spreading to the shoulders on both sides, and then curving and wrapping around the back. On the abdomen, black plates forged from magic steel are interwoven, with soft fire crocodile skin as the base, arranged, fused and inlaid. The entire suit of armor is made of fire crocodile skin, combining hardness and softness. It has an understated sense of luxury. Li Xiuman tried to authenticate it. The magic item green is a finely crafted breastplate made from the horns of the Salamander King and the skin of a fire crocodile. It grants nullification of first-tier fire magic, reduces LowTier elemental damage by 30%, reduces elemental damage by 5%, and slightly enhances fire magic. Green quality. But its effectiveness is top-notch among green-quality defensive products. As expected, blue-quality magical items are not so easy to obtain. Li Xiuman currently only has an earring and a wand given to him by Ilu. That wand wasn't anything special, it just reached blue quality because of its hardness. Li Xiuman suspected that the blacksmith who forged the wand had accidentally stumbled upon some strange ratio, creating an alloy harder than ever before.
Lord Skeleton, how is it? Throb asked cautiously.
I am very satisfied. Li Xiuman took the heavy armor called the Flame of Binding.
What about the remaining 2 pieces of leather armor? The leather here is of very high quality, so the leather armor made from it is also of very good quality.
Throb handed over 2 sets of dark red leather armor. It was just ordinary plain leather armor, but its strength was far superior to the leather armor that Li Xiuman had previously worn out. Furthermore, because it is made from fire crocodile skin and firewing beast skin, it has default fire resistance. It's very suitable for dungeon equipment in White Bear City.
Sir, there are these too. These are gloves and belts I made from scraps.
Throb handed over a pair of gloves and a belt. Li Xiuman casually took it and placed it together with the leather armor, saying, "I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future."
"With pleasure."
Upon hearing Li Xiuman's words, Thrub's face lit up with joy. After all, this is a big customer. White Bear City is only so big. Adventurers either have to join a large merchant guild or a high-ranking noble family. The spoils of war usually belong to the merchant guilds and nobles, and are difficult to distribute among themselves. As a blacksmith, Thrub naturally wanted to befriend a strong lone wolf like Li Xiuman. Chapter 65: The Skull Rescue Operation. I'm home. In the dark basement, Li Xiuman was looking at a magic book. Zero stood quietly in the shadows nearby. Perhaps because of Zero's learning ability, and its frequent time with Li Xiuman, it also developed a liking for dark places. Meanwhile, Rorona was kneeling on one knee, explaining to Li Xiuman the information she had gathered about Viscount Vance over the past few days. There are other places where vampire slaves are held. Li Xiuman holds grudges. He had never forgotten the grudge that the adventure team Vance sent to the dungeon had almost killed him. Furthermore, taking revenge on Viscount Vantus will also increase Rorona's favorability and loyalty. The most appropriate option is to first target Viscount Vant and release the vampires under his command. The time for the operation is tonight. As for where the rescued vampires went, first, we'll create more basements here for them to live in temporarily. What will we do with these vampires then? Becoming an assassin and gathering intelligence seems like a good option. Vampires can fly and possess the power of darkness, making them the best choice for stealthy killings. They also possess the ability to suck blood and transform familiars, secretly converting humans into familiars to obtain information, which they then sell. Thinking about it this way, vampires. It's so useful. Having such a group of useful and cost-effective vampires as subordinates doesn't seem like such a bad thing. The nobles who use these vampires as toys to torture. What a waste! Of course, it's also possible that vampires belong to the evil camp and are unwilling to submit to humans. But Li Xiuman is different. As a skeleton, he belongs to the truly evil camp. They're practically in cahoots with vampires, like snakes and rats, conspiring together in evil deeds. Ugh, they're like-minded. We wish we'd met sooner. The sky gradually darkened, and then it became pitch black in the middle of the night. Li Xiuman put down the magic book in her hand and stood up. Rorona had already changed her clothes. Li Xiuman was also equipped with leather armor, but not a breastplate. After all, today's mission isn't to engage in a bloodbath, but rather to operate covertly. Set off. They both disappeared into the darkness and stealthily made their way towards Viscount Vance Manor. They sped through the deserted darkness and soon arrived outside Vance Manor. The castle within the manor is illuminated, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Maids walked around the manor, and guards patrolled the surroundings from the watchtower. The vampire's location is in the basement deep inside the manor. Their eyes were filled with silver liquid, rendering them blind. Among them are vampires whose ears have been filled with silver liquid, vampires who have been deprived of their sight and hearing. I ran around the dark areas of the manor. Kill the guards, disguise yourself as a guard, and infiltrate. How can one sneak in from the shadows, killing guards and getting away with it without attracting anyone's attention? Li Xiuman's choice was very simple. Dig a tunnel. He's now a second-tier elemental mage, so digging a tunnel straight to the basement deep inside the castle would be a piece of cake for him. Grip the wand tightly and plunge it into the ground. First-tier magic collapse. The ground beneath their feet continued to collapse deep before finally stopping. Once Li Xiuman identified the direction, he raised his wand again. Second-tier magic, earth tremor. The soil and rocks in front of him rippled like the surface of water, creating a passage. Instead of going inside, Li Xiuman picked up a rock the size of a human head from the ground. Awaken, golem! The rock was enveloped by a yellow magic circle, and after a moment, it transformed into a lifelike rock kitten, jumping off Li Xiuman's hand and landing on the ground, licking its paws. Although it's a cat, it has the abilities of level 12. Despite its small size and numerous skills, the golem is actually more difficult to create than the larger golem. Then, he broke off a piece of his finger bone and put it into the kitten's mouth. If you encounter anyone or any special situation, immediately break the bone to notify me. The kitten nodded obediently. The bones are specially made by Li Xiuman to prevent osteoporosis, so that even a small stone cat can't break them. Keep moving forward. Li Xiuman and Luoluana walked together into the passageway in front of them. Continue walking until you reach the end of the passage, where you'll find a hard rock wall with traces of earth magic. It must be an underground wall formed by earth magic. What lies ahead should be the basement beneath Viscount Vanta's castle. Wait a minute. Li Xiuman stopped the impatient Verona. It seems this guy still has some affection for these fellow sufferers. I just kept quiet about it before because I was afraid of causing trouble. Remember the saying that excessive joy can lead to sorrow. The more critical the moment, the more you need to be patient and steady, so that you can have the last laugh. Li Xiuman gave Luoluana a lecture on the spot. Verona nodded repeatedly. This prompted Li Xiuman to continue lecturing, for he was also a skeleton who loved to teach. Even the villains eventually couldn't resist making some tough remarks at the crucial moment. Then let the protagonist seize the opportunity to fight back. Or the protagonist finally manages to fight his way to the main villain, but suddenly starts talking nonsense, giving the villain a chance to escape. These are all consequences of carelessness, Verona, remember that? You absolutely cannot become that kind of villain. Seize the opportunity and strike deadly, slowly uttering harsh words to the corpse. There's no rush. The self-cultivation of a villain. Li Xiuman became unusually talkative. After all, education is very important. But why did the master put himself in the position of the main villain? Verona couldn't understand it. I will always remember my master's teachings. He spoke with admiration and respect in his eyes. Li Xiuman turned around, used earth magic to make a hole in the stone wall, and only continued waving his wand after confirming that no one was on the other side. 3 golem guardians were created in succession in this passage. Then, he used earth magic to create a wide opening in the stone wall, went into the basement, and turned around to restore the stone wall to its original state. Of course, it only appears to be restored to its original state on the surface. In reality, it will break easily if poked. This is to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, so that we can quickly break through when we need to escape. As expected of the master, so cautious. Verona praised him in her heart. Do you remember the way? Li Xiuman looked at Luoluana. I'm sorry, master, when I was here, I couldn't see anything and I didn't know the way. Verona said apologetically. Although I'm not very skilled at it, it seems I should give that magic a try. Li Xiuman pressed his wand against the ground, and both an earthen yellow magic circle and a cyan magic circle simultaneously opened at the tip of the wand. Second tier magic, flowing wind touch. Second tier magic, rock touch. With both spells activated simultaneously, Li Xiuman instantly felt his feet merge with the earth. The body merged with the wind. Centered on him, his perception radiated throughout the entire castle, becoming increasingly blurred the farther away one went. The crisscrossing basements buried underground appeared in his mind in a 3D form, and he memorized them with his photographic memory. Only someone with such an absurd memory could use those 2 second-tier spells to this extent. Chapter 66 The Skull's Plan Completed. Putting away his wand, Li Xiuman followed the map in his mind and ventured deeper into the basement. The two carefully controlled their footsteps, avoiding the guards patrolling the basement, and soon arrived at the depths of the basement. It was dark and damp here, and the air was filled with a fishy stench. Iron bars separated the various prison cells. The prison housed slaves and criminals. In front of the iron railings, guards stood watch, making it impossible to avoid them. It seems we have no choice but to take action. Lorona, the first 2 are yours. Yes, master. Darkness enveloped Verona like a tangible liquid, then merged into the darkness. It looked as if Verona had turned into black liquid and was spreading toward the outermost guard. The two guards, oblivious to the shadow creeping up to their feet, yawned drowsily. Until the black shadow suddenly sprang up, like a beast in the darkness bearing its fangs. The two guards were instantly swallowed up by the shadows, submerged, and unable to move, standing stiffly in place. Rorona bit down on the first guard's neck and sucked his blood. After the blood of the two guards had been drained, they had become desiccated corpses, standing motionless in place. Seeing this, Li Xiuman quickly rushed to the rear of the guards. At this moment, the other guards had not yet reacted, only to see a dark figure suddenly dart in. The two guards on duty did not react at all. He swiftly closed in on the nearest guard, and plunged the skull sword into his throat. The wand then rose.
Second-tier magic, water prison!
A magic circle opened at the tip of Li Xiuman's wand. The water rapidly condensed from the void, gushing forth and engulfing the remaining guards, transforming into round water spheres that floated in the air. Inside the water sphere, the guard was drowning, struggling in vain.
First-tier magic, water blast!
Without the slightest pause, the second spell was swiftly cast. The water-filled prisons, resembling water balloons, burst open one by one, and the guards inside were blown to pieces with a soft poof, turning into a pool of blood. The potential and strength of a second-tier elemental mage are far greater than those of a first-tier mage. Li Xiuman sighed inwardly and rushed into those prison-like cells. Seemingly startled by the noise, the slaves in the cell shrank into a corner, clutching their heads and trembling. However, not all prisoners are like this. Some guys were gripping the railings, excitedly looking outside.
Brother, you've come to save me, haven't you? I used to be a nobleman, and I have hidden a lot of gold coins. Save me, and I'll give you all the gold coins. My lord, please save me. I offended that nobleman and that's why I was arrested. I'm innocent.
The vast majority of those who spoke seemed to be imprisoned human prisoners. Or perhaps they offended Vance and were imprisoned here. Li Xiuman had no interest in being a hero who rescued innocent civilians. The more prisoners you release, the greater the chance of them being discovered. That will be troublesome.
Shut up, all of you!
Li Xiuman shouted fiercely. Anyway, all the guards had been killed, and this place was located in the deepest part of the basement. Even if someone outside heard a noise, they would assume it was the wails of slaves. Just as Li Xiuman, who had just gone on a killing spree, shouted with the aura of a demon, everyone who was shouting immediately fell silent.
Vampires, come out here!
Li Xiuman gave the order. After a moment of silence, Li Xiuman noticed that all the slaves had their eyes fixed on the deepest cells. Without hesitation, Li Xiuman walked to the innermost cell. Deep within the pitch-black prison, in the darkest shadows, several small, dark figures huddled in the shadows, barely clothed, facing outwards in fear. Their eyes, unsurprisingly, were filled with silver liquid. The iron bars of this cell also seemed to have some silver mixed in, giving them a faint, bright silver hue compared to the other iron bars. Li Xiuman gripped the white bone sword and slashed at the iron bars. The iron railings were all cut down.
Come out, everyone! Rorona and I are here to rescue you.
There was a moment of silence.
Sir, are you saying that Rorona is still alive?
One of the vampires asked timidly.
Rorona, come here and explain the situation to them, and be quick.
Li Xiuman called out to Rorona in the darkness. Rorona quickly walked up to a group of vampires and said something. The vampires were noticeably less wary of Rorona. Li Xiuman also shifted his gaze from the group of vampires to the deepest cell. The layout of this cell suggests that the deeper you go, the greater the danger. The vampire's cell is not at the very back. Beyond the vampire cells, in the deepest darkness, lie cells separated by iron bars.
Friend, can you help me?
The being behind the iron bars seemed to have noticed Li Xiuman's gaze and spoke from the darkness on the other side of the bars.
Who are you?
Li Xiuman spoke.
Come closer, I'll tell you.
The voice continued to speak. Li Xiuman moved a little closer, while remaining vigilant.
I am. Who are you?
I am your father. Li Xiuman suddenly opened her eyes, as if nothing had happened. In that deepest part, there are no prison cells. Meanwhile, Verona was still talking to the vampires. Li Xiuman remained standing in the same spot, as if she had only experienced an illusion. What happened? Possession? I am being possessed. Li Xiuman was greatly alarmed. Having died once, he cherishes his life more than anyone else. However, once I calmed down, I didn't feel possessed at all. A new pop-up window appeared in front of me. There is one above. Click once. Yes. Is that all? And it seems they even gave him something extraordinary. But how come there's a remnant soul of a 6th-tier elemental mage here? And why was I the only one who discovered it? Is it because I am a skeleton? Master, I have already explained the situation to them. We can begin the retreat. Verona called out to Li Xiuman. Good. Wait, brother, help me. I have money, I can give you a lot of money. My lord, please save me. I beg you. I'll kowtow to you, I'll kowtow to you. The remaining prisoners saw Li Xiuman turn to leave with the vampire, and immediately shouted. Chapter 67 The Skull's pancake is big and delicious. You're such a traitor. You can even save vampires, why can't you save us? Those bat demons. Before the speaker could finish his sentence, Li Xiuman beheaded him with a single sword strike. The blood and the rolling heads silenced the remaining people. Li Xiuman felt a little better. He could already see his sword strike, and the vampire's favorability towards him skyrocketed. The initial favorability rating was already high enough after rescuing these vampires. This further increased her favorability. Li Xiuman could already see a group of incredibly useful support characters, the kind that only exist in dreams, coming online. Tonight, I feel like my luck has reached its peak. I'm not an easygoing, honest person. Walk. Li Xiuman walked ahead, while Verona used dark magic to cover the group of vampires, carefully heading back the way they came. But it seems that today's good luck has run out. Li Xiuman and his group ran into a squad of guards coming to the basement. The guard squad was clearly stunned when they saw the large, moving shadow. They quickly realized something was wrong and drew their weapons. But Li Xiuman was faster. 2nd-tier magic, sandstorm blinding. A blue and yellow magic circle opened, and quicksand mixed with a gale swept towards the guard squad in front of them. That's right, this is also a magic created by Li Xiuman himself. Lorona! Dark flame! Verona quickly raised her hand, and pitch-black flames spewed out from the darkness. Li Xiuman continued to raise his wand. 2nd-tier magic, lava fireball! A massive fireball instantly materialized and rolled along the ground towards the guard squad in front of them. But even at their fastest speed, there was no way to stop the guard squad from activating their magical items. Instantly, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire manor and castle. There's no way to keep hiding it any longer. Charge! Li Xiuman charged ahead, with Verona leading the vampires who had not yet regained their sight, following behind. Meanwhile, more and more guards were pouring into the underground city. Finally, they fought their way into the tunnel they had cleared on their way here, and smashed the wall open with a magic wand. 2nd-tier magic, lava fireball! Among the guards, a magician raised his wand. A lava fireball, even larger than the one released by Li Xiuman, came hurtling towards them. Golem! The heavily armored golem, who was waiting in the passage, rushed out, raised his thick shield, and held it in front of him. The fireball slammed heavily into Golem's shield. The shield shattered instantly, and half of Golem's body melted into molten lava, but he still stood firm. Well done! Li Xiuman even wanted to award this Golem a Best Employee award. Golem held off the enemy at the rear, while Li Xiuman and his group fled into the tunnels. After running out of the tunnel, a rock kitten jumped into Li Xiuman's arms. Li Xiuman held the rock kitten in one arm and turned his wand around with the other. The earthen yellow magic circle opened in an instant. Collapse! The long passageway collapsed in an instant, raising a cloud of dust. Verona unleashed dark magic without pause, and in the pitch-black night, shadows enveloped everyone. In the shadows, Li Xiuman tossed the rock kitten in his hand. "Keep an eye on what's behind you. If anyone's following you, notify me immediately." The command was given to the kitten, and it jumped steadily onto the roof and disappeared in a flash. After taking several detours, there was still no response from the kitten. Only after confirming that there were no pursuers following them did Li Xiuman lead the vampire home. Then, in a secluded corner near his home, he used earth magic to sink into the ground and approach the basement he had prepared beforehand. He advanced using earth magic while carefully restoring the soil behind him to its original state. And so, they made their way to the basement of their home, where they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, you've worked hard. Please get some rest. I will take care of my companions." "It's Verona," she said. "Thank you for your help." Li Xiuman returned to her room and lay on the bed, only then having time to check on her unexpected gain. Memory crystallization, a 6th-tier mage's magic crystallization. This is the reward that Undying, who wanted to possess him, gave him. Memory crystal is a multifaceted crystal with sharp edges and corners, but it is very irregular. Each crystal surface is like a smooth display screen, playing scenes from a first-person perspective. The 6th-tier mage's magic crystal is a rhombus-shaped, regular crystal. It is filled with 4 colors of magical essence, making it look quite dreamlike. Both of these things look pretty awesome. But he didn't know how to use them. "I'll go to the library to check it out tomorrow." Li Xiuman put the 2 crystals in a box and locked them in a hidden cabinet. Precious things should be carefully preserved. It's a pity that this magical world doesn't have any storage magic, otherwise it would be much more convenient. I slept soundly until dawn. Li Xiuman's magic and spirit have been fully restored. He left the room. The silver nuggets in the vampire's eyes have all been dug out, as have the nails on their bat wings. "Master, my companions have decided to submit to you." When Verona saw Li Xiuman, she bowed. "Yeah." Li Xiuman scanned the vampires. The vampires quickly averted their gaze and bowed cautiously. A total of 8 vampires were rescued this time. Judging from their appearance, the ratio of men to women is about 50%, and they are all very good-looking. However, given the precedent set by Verona, Li Xiuman dared not assume their gender. So he distinguishes the genders of these vampires by the size of their breasts. "Then you'll be in charge, Verona?" "Yes, master." Verona nodded. "Wait a minute, master!" Just as Li Xiuman was about to leave, a voice called out to her. He turned around and looked at the vampire who had spoken. She was a vampire named Jetis, whose gender he assumed to be female based on the size of her breasts. "Master, may you bestow upon me your true name and allow me to become your servant? I also want to obtain the power of Lady Verona to serve you." Jet's words also drew eager glances from the other vampires. "If your subsequent contributions satisfy me, I will give you your true name." When Li Xiuman spoke, the vampires immediately became excited and seemed full of energy. It's important to know that in this magical world, beings who possess true names are extremely rare. Obtaining a true name can increase the talent cap and rank cap based on the true name owner's abilities. Li Xiuman also gained this ability by accident. This ability was not something someone of his level should possess. Even Li Xiuman's naming was a stretch, and his soul strength could only accommodate one familiar. But that doesn't stop him from making empty promises. After all, it was true that he gave Verona her real name. "Thank you for your kindness, master." Jet spoke, bowing respectfully. "Thank you for your kindness, master." The remaining vampires also realized what was happening and quickly followed suit, bowing in greeting. "I feel like I've ended up living up to the image of an unscrupulous boss." He was exceptionally skilled at making grand promises. Chapter 68: The Skull's Skill-Teaching Grace. The vampires also need to lay low in the basement. Li Xiuman had to consider what these vampires needed to eat and drink. They can restrain their urge to drink blood and refrain from drinking it. However, as a substitute, food must be used to satisfy hunger. purchasing large quantities of food will definitely attract attention. Therefore, it would be best to ask Tedera for help to find other ways to purchase large quantities of food. And it's almost done organizing recently. Once the vampire is settled, he will continue exploring the dungeon. They found Tedela and explained about the food. After that, I petted the Kagero Romanter for a while. It's a pity he ended up raising a nest of bats. If he could, he would have preferred a nest of cats. After leaving the Ribby Chamber of Commerce, Li Xiuman headed towards the library. The sound of residents talking could be heard from the roadside. It's all about how a group of slaves escaped from Viscount Vance's house last night after a burglary. The news spread incredibly fast. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy thud of wheels sounded behind us. Li Xiuman turned his head and saw a carriage pulling a series of iron cages as it sped past down the street. Inside the iron cage were various monsters. Li Xiuman made a routine appraisal, since he had never seen some of the monsters before, so he appraised and recorded them. However, after Li Xiuman examined a demon, his body couldn't help but tremble. This monster possesses a skill called Name Missing. The monster's master is a gray, pot-bellied monkey. Information about the monkey immediately came to Li Xiuman's mind. Deep-bellied monkey. A low-level monster that eats a lot. It is said that it can eat 3 times its own weight in food at once. In theory, the food had already exceeded the capacity of his stomach, but the deep-bellied monkey was unaffected. It's as if its belly has the ability to store things. This world lacks the ability to store items in space, but that's not absolute either. This monkey possessed a skill that Li Xiuman had first seen called a specific skill. The deep-bellied monkey, a low-level monster, has a rank cap of only LV10. It's impossible to reach that level in a lifetime. If I were to get my hands on it, would I possibly gain the ability to store items? Li Xiuman rushed towards the convoy in front of him, and stopped it. You bastard, do you want to die? How dare you block my car? I'll teach you a lesson. I would be incredibly lucky to have you stop me from being treated like a guest of honor. Lord Skeleton, is there anything I can help you with? Before the man who had fallen off the carriage could finish his harsh words, his eyes widened and he quickly changed his attitude. It seems my reputation has truly resounded throughout White Bear City. I want that monkey. How much? Li Xiuman pointed to the deep-bellied monkey that was locked in the cage. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Skeleton, if you like it, just take it. I'm a person who follows the rules. How much? Since Lord Skeleton has said so. The man held up 3 fingers. 3 silver coins. For you. Li Xiuman paid the money and carried the monkey away, cage and all. The caravan owner breathed a sigh of relief, climbed onto the carriage, and continued on his way. However, this time they slowed down noticeably, as if afraid of bumping into someone. Li Xiuman carried the monkey to the library. He already attracted a lot of attention on the street, and now that's happened, it's practically 100%. I spent some time looking for books about memory crystals and 6th-tier mage crystals in the library. 2 books were found quickly. One book is titled, What is a Memory Crystal? And the other is titled, How do Magicians' Crystals Come About? After completing the borrowing procedures, Li Xiuman took the book home. Euthanize the monkey. Li Xiuman removed its left leg and dismembered the flesh. Since this monkey only has 1 skill, there's no need to worry about it going astray. Next, he removed his own left leg bone and installed the deep-bellied monkey's leg bone. In an instant, Li Xiuman felt as if something deep inside her body had been opened up by a force. I could vaguely sense something extra, empty, inside my chest cavity. He tried to grab a potato-sized stone, stuff it into his chest, and activate his storage. The stone disappeared. And the extra space he had seemed to have been filled up by about 1/10. It really is a storage-type skill. However, the storage space seems to be very small. Li Xiuman took out the stone, and the space became empty again. It seems the only hope is that the skill level will be increased in the future to see if the capacity can be increased. Li Xiuman swung her short left leg. The deep-bellied monkey's leg bones were so weak that Li Xiuman felt a little uncomfortable. In the past, he always used bones of higher quality than his own. This was the first time he had ever used bones that were so widely compatible with his own. Li Xiuman only gradually adapted after controlling the growth and transformation of the deep-bellied monkey's leg bones to normal size and strength. We pay tribute to the deep-bellied monkey master who sacrificed his life to pass on his skills. Then they burned the deep-bellied monkey's carcass to ashes and buried it. Back in the basement, Li Xiuman opened a book about memory crystals and magic crystals for magicians. Memory crystallization is a technique that uses special magic to turn memories into physical objects. This is often the way high-level mages leave behind their magical skills and legacy before they die. And the magic crystallization of the magician. It is an organ used by mages of the 5th rank and above to contain their enormous magical power. Because mages are physically weak, once they reach the 5th rank, their bodies often cannot withstand the enormous magical power. Therefore, crystals will condense within the body to contain and store magical power. It is the most important and precious thing in the body of a high-level mage. It has a wide range of uses, including casting large-scale spells, making magical items, and helping high-level mages break through to higher ranks. These two things together. That was a 6th-tier mage's inheritance, albeit incomplete. In the entire White Bear City, the highest-ranking mage is only at the 3rd tier, according to what Illa told him. Although White Bear City isn't exactly a big city. I need to find a way to have someone possess my body. This discovery gave Li Xiuman the idea she had. Li Xiuman tried to activate the memory crystal according to the magic circle and ancient magic words recorded in the book. Suddenly, a flood of memories rushed into Li Xiuman's brain. He felt like an observer, watching other people's experiences. However, this memory crystal was extracted directly from the remnant soul by the panel. It's not a proper inheritance. Therefore, the memories inside are all fragmented and useless. For example, a 6th-tier mage eating boogers as a child and being seen by his crush, or the embarrassment of being unable to get an erection for the first time due to nervousness. It's funny, but it's useless. There's very little useful information about magic. Li Xiuman could only extract and record the memories related to magic little by little, skipping over all other memories. Chapter 69 The Skeleton recognizes the magic model. With the support of 2 auxiliary research skills, Li Xiuman gained the ability to remember everything he saw and to edit the recorded information. Soon, the information from the memory crystal flashed before my eyes. Unimportant memories were deleted from my mind, and only the important memories about magic were memorized. After going through all the memories in the memory crystal, only a little bit of the memory about magic was recorded. After all, what possessed him was merely the remnant soul of a 6th-tier elemental mage, whose memories were already incomplete. In the end, Li Xiuman only gained common knowledge about high-level elemental mages. For example, ranks 1 through 3 are considered low-rank elemental mages. The 4th to 6th order is considered intermediate, while the 7th to 9th order is considered advanced. Li Xiuman was naturally aware of this information. However, the information Li Xiuman had regarding the criteria for classifying these ranks of magicians was indeed incomplete. This memory crystal specifies the requirements for the division. Low-level mages only need to accumulate magic power to the corresponding level to learn the corresponding spells. A 4th-tier mage, on the other hand, needs to master a magic model in order to master the magic corresponding to that model. Even if one's magic power, or level, reaches the 4th-tier standard, one can only be called a quasi-4th-tier mage. Only mages who have mastered 3 or more 4th-tier magic models can be truly called 4th-tier mages. Magic models are extremely difficult to learn and very difficult to learn on your own. Only by finding a high-level magic teacher and learning from them can one master magic of the 4th rank, or higher. These magicians are usually very protective of their knowledge, and will not easily teach the magic they have mastered or studied. The only way to gain a professorship is to pay a price and become a trusted apprentice of a high-ranking mage. Another way is to create your own magic model and create your own magic. But only true geniuses can do that. The magic model mastered will be imprinted on the spellcaster's magic circle, forming magic runes. The more magic runes a mage has, the more powerful their magic will be. On the magic circle that was cast on Li Xiuman, only the framework of magic power could be seen, without any magic runes amplifying the crisis. This is also the standard for judging a magician's strength. Therefore, even when a high-level mage uses low-level magic, the power is far greater than that of a low-level mage. Besides the fact that high-level mages have far greater magical power and understanding of magic than low-level mages, the most important factor here is the enhancement that magic runes provide to magic. Of course, a mage can also choose to conceal their strength and hide the magic runes on their magic circle. However, in this way, the magic naturally loses the blessing of the magic runes. Furthermore, in order to cast the high-level magic corresponding to the magic rune must be displayed on the magic circle. I never imagined that high-level mages would have to take this kind of path. Li Xiuman found the memories of 4 magic models in the memory crystal. 2 4th-order magic models, 1 5th-order model, and 1 incomplete 6th-order magic model. The 2 4th-tier magic models are Roar of the Wind Dragon and Spear of Flame Judgment. They are all offensive magic. The 5th-tier magic model is Blessing of the Wind, a defensive spell. The incomplete 6th-order magic model is Lich's Cry, a mental attack spell. This is the greatest treasure he obtained from the crystallized memories. No 5th or 6th-tier mage would mind mastering an additional precious spell. Even higher-level mages wouldn't dislike having mastered an additional low-level magic model. Therefore, this memory crystal must not be exposed, otherwise he, a 2nd-tier mage who is not even a full moon yet, might really be destroyed. Try to analyze one of the 4th-order magic models. I simply couldn't understand it, and after watching it for just a short while, I felt a headache and mental exhaustion. Okay, looks like I'll just have to eat it one bite at a time. Li Xiuman rummaged through the memory crystals and unearthed the trivial knowledge related to 2nd-tier magic, studying it bit by bit. Although they are all incomplete and fragmented memories, they are still much better than the generic stuff in the library. At the same time, acquiring this common knowledge of high-level magicians also made Li Xiuman understand why libraries exist in this world, and why low-level magical knowledge is so easy to obtain. It's simply because those high-level mages don't care about these low-level magical knowledge at all. Those advanced magical model knowledge are firmly in the hands of high-level mages. Among them, there may also be those who want to use low-level magical knowledge to discover more low-level mages. Among these low-level mages, there may be some true geniuses who have developed valuable new magic models. Then those high-level mages would exchange their old, outdated magic models for precious new ones. They gradually increased their magical knowledge by taking advantage of this. Having memorized a large amount of trivial knowledge from the memory crystal, Li Xiuman placed the precious memory crystal into her storage space. Then, he took out the books on 2nd-tier magic borrowed from the library and used them to help him understand and digest the advanced knowledge in the memory crystal. And so, Li Xiuman studied for 3 consecutive days, digesting all the fragmented memories about 2nd-tier magic in the memory crystal. The 2nd-tier magic books borrowed from the library were also thoroughly understood. Right now, I'm trying to understand the 4th-order magic model recorded in the memory crystal. It might be a misperception, but I feel like I understand a little bit. It feels like an elementary school student who has learned addition and subtraction is trying to understand high school functions. Over the past 3 days, Li Xiuman has also been trying to learn a lot of magical knowledge in order to advance to the next level. His improvement will greatly enhance his understanding of magic and his magical talent. It's a truly divine skill. This skill upgrade might allow him to understand even a tiny bit of the knowledge about magic models ahead of time. He could sense that understanding the magic model in advance would greatly enhance his abilities. It's not just about strength, but also about the potential in magic. But he did not get what he wanted. After 3 days of study, he could feel that there was still a long way to go before he could accumulate enough knowledge to improve. Perhaps only by creating one's own 2nd-tier magic series can one stimulate improvement. They've had enough rest. It's time to begin the third dungeon exploration. Li Xiuman set a goal for herself this time, to explore to the 30th floor. Therefore, this dive might mean staying in the underground city for quite some time. Go to the dungeon and return all the borrowed books. As for the nest of vampires in the basement, Li Xiuman handed over the latter to Rorona for management, concealed their appearances, and sent them into the underground city in batches. Then, form a team in the dungeon, hone your skills while earning a living, and assist Rorona in killing monsters to gain experience for yourself. All-round pressing method. Li Xiuman couldn't wait to recoup the 5,000 experience points he had initially invested in Rorona. These vampires are still too low level. There are only 2 professionals among them, and both are racially assigned dark mages. Li Xiuman could only obtain 2 profession scrolls from the Ribby Merchant Guild, the scrolls for heavy armor warriors and elemental mages. I changed the class of 2 level 10 vampires into an elemental mage and a heavy armor warrior. Among them, the one who abandoned her dark mage class and switched to an elemental mage was the same Jetsis from before. Chapter 70: The Skeleton's Third Exploration of the Dungeon. I rested for a night. The next morning, Li Xiuman put on her gear. The innermost layer was soft cloth, followed by fireproof leather armor made of fire crocodile skin, and bound flames were worn on the chest. He wore the Salamander King arm guard on his right arm. His full gear made him look even more imposing. However, apart from the magic wand, his equipment doesn't really look like that of an elemental mage. Moreover, a straight metal wand, even with a magic stone inlaid at the top, looks more like a stick than a wand. In actual combat, it is indeed a stick. In front of the city landmark tower, among the group of adventurers entering the dungeon, Li Xiuman stood out from the crowd. Besides Li Xiuman, there was another group of adventurers whose equipment was even more eye-catching. It was a large team of 16 people. Each of them was of a high level and well-equipped, but judging from their positions, they seemed to be 2 teams combined. They appeared to be adventure teams from 2 major merchant guilds. This configuration, plus half of them being elemental mages equipped with water attribute magic wands. The goal of this joint adventure team is self-evident. This is to subdue the level king of the 30th floor of the dungeon. A king of a certain social class is naturally a treasure trove. Magic stones are top-tier magical materials, and even horns can be used to craft high-quality magical items. Moreover, there is a considerable probability that a king of this rank possesses magical items. After defeating the monster, you might even get a dungeon magic item if you're lucky. Magical items produced in dungeons are often far more effective than man-made ones. In that case, I might still have a chance to sneak into the 31st floor. Li Xiuman pondered to himself. Once the level 30 boss is defeated, it will take at least a month for it to respawn. Refresh is Li Xiuman's term. In the local parlance, it's called the birth of a new class king. At that time, he might have the opportunity to explore deeper levels without having to kill the level king. The team over there seemed to have noticed Li Xiuman's gaze. One of the elemental mages, who seemed to be the captain, waved to Li Xiuman in a friendly manner. Li Xiuman nodded in acknowledgement, then walked into the underground city without looking back. It took 2 days to travel to the 14th floor. After disposing of the scattered materials collected from the first 13 floors, he told Rachel that he would definitely do it next time, and continued to dive deeper. It took another 2 days to finally re-enter the 21st level of the lava world. Li Xiuman did not rush to dive deeper. Anyway, Li Xiuman's main purpose for this exploration was to collect materials and level up to the 30th floor. Therefore, first explore this layer completely, and at the same time improve your map and mark the resource points. The special material on this floor is fire crystal. The octagonal fire crystal collected earlier is a high-grade fire crystal. However, there are also 9-sided fire crystals and top-grade 10-sided fire crystals of even higher quality. Li Xiuman planned to collect some octagonal ones to see if they could be used as materials for golem. They continued killing fire crocodiles while collecting fire crystals. They mined several fire crystal mines in a row, and were lucky enough to find 2 top-quality 9-sided crystals. Although fire crystal is not a particularly valuable material, 9-sided fire crystal is definitely rare and precious. It was precisely because of his skills that Li Xiuman was able to find such a good opportunity. Adventurers typically don't have a magnifying glass to count the number of edges one by one, so they often miss them. I spent 3 days like that on the 21st floor. Li Xiuman's experience bar was more than half full. After upgrading to level 20, the experience bar reached 10,000 experience points. Each level up increased the limit by 5,000 experience points, which slowed down Li Xiuman's leveling speed. I missed the days when I could skip several grades at once. Put the 8-sided fire crystals containing the materials into the bag, and hide the 2 9-sided fire crystals in the storage space. Follow the lava waterfall to the 22nd floor. Continue fighting monsters and collecting fire crystals. This time, after searching the entire 22 floors, I finally found a 9-sided fire crystal. When I pulled out another fire crocodile's head with the skull sword, I finally saw the welcome pop-up window. The left and right arms heated up again, and a powerful, scorching energy, like a viscous liquid, violently poured into both sides. The pain returned. The bones started cracking again. If it's just energy from one side, Li Xiuman's current physique is more than capable of handling it. However, the simultaneous entry of both energies inevitably caused Li Xiuman pain. Gripping the skull sword tightly, he stood stiffly in place, silently enduring the pain that assaulted him from both sides. Only after the pain subsided and a pop-up window appeared in the system did Li Xiuman breathe a sigh of relief. After a moment's thought, Li Xiuman opened the panel. Aside from the attribute modifiers for the 2 arms and the racial modifiers for the dragon-blood skull, the only upgrades are 1 point to Constitution, 2 points to Spirit, and 1 point to Freedom attribute. I gave them an extra point of encouragement. Is it because I've been promoted to a 2nd-tier elemental mage? If he's not mistaken, a swordsman should have 2 points in Strength, 1 point in Constitution, and 1 point in Freedom. For a heavily armored warrior, the ideal stats would be 2 points in Constitution, 1 point in Strength, and 1 point in Freedom. Starting from Tier 2, the attribute differences between various professions begin to become quite pronounced. Warriors emphasize strength, heavy armor classes emphasize physique, and mages emphasize spirit. Fortunately, Li Xiuman has all sorts of random attribute modifiers. Unfortunately, this correction may not last long. Li Xiuman looked at his 2 arms. The remaining energy in his right arm was still strong. It can probably be upgraded many more times. As expected of a legendary sword that only appears in fairy tales, the previous owner of the frozen sword, a section of right arm bone, which is of unknown age, remains so sturdy. However, on the left arm, the red arm bone color faded again. It looks like it won't last many upgrades before all the energy inside is used up and it returns to its normal color. In order not to be left behind, should we find some famous people to use as examples in the future? Perhaps we should go and raid some heroes' graves? I've heard that royalty is very powerful. Should we go and dig up some royal tombs? Li Xiuman couldn't help but start thinking about it. A skeleton going to a graveyard, what could be more logical? Tomb raiding is a simplistic term. Only despicable humans would use the term, grave robbing, to describe it. This noble skeleton of his is called visiting relatives and friends. Taking something with you when you leave is called a souvenir. As for why he was still holding on to the skeletal arm of the tomb owner when he left, that's called reluctant to part, because the tomb owner couldn't bear to let go of him and loved him dearly. Chapter 71 The Skull Saint Mother's Heart Takes Effect. I'm no longer thinking about the bones in the future. Li Xiuman looked at the free attribute points on the panel. I haven't used the 3 attribute points from the last upgrade yet, and with this 1 point, I have a total of 4 points. He reserved 2 points for saving his life, and poured the rest into mental preparation. A mage with high spirits is definitely the right choice. Increasing strength provides short-term benefits, while improving physical fitness is life-saving. Adding mental effort, on the other hand, yields long-term benefits. His mental fortitude allows him to stay awake longer, giving him more time to study and grind. It can also increase the power of magic and the total amount of magic power. Since he happens to be an elemental mage, adding spirit is definitely the right thing to do. Li Xiuman's current 3D panels are as follows. Strength 27. Body Constitution 38. Spirit 39. An all-around warrior. A normal level 21 elemental mage typically has around 10 points in strength, 20 in constitution, and 20 in spirit. Its attributes completely outclass all other classes of the same level. Of course, it's not invincible either. Maybe there's someone with superhuman strength. There are also humanoid dragons that can crush alloys even with minimal effort. With a delighted expression, Li Xiuman put away the panel, gripped the skull sword, and dug out the magic stone from the fire crocodile beneath him. And the fire crocodile has 6 legs. The appearance of this fire crocodile caught his attention. This was the first time Li Xiuman had ever seen this skill. Other fire crocodiles generally possess similar skills. But there is no similar skill. Meanwhile, Li Xiuman also developed a strange skill-collecting obsession while installing various skills. The rarer and less common a skill is, the more Li Xiuman desires it. Therefore, seeing the fire crocodile's abilities, even though the fire crocodile burrowed into the lava, Li Xiuman still went to great lengths to find it and get it out. That's all for this rare skill. Now, this skill is within reach. Li Xiuman suppressed his greedy emotions, tore off his right leg, and began to test it. The fire crocodile banner is being rerun. At this moment, Li Xiuman even felt a surge of affection for the 6-legged lava fire crocodile race. The fire crocodile has painstakingly evolved for so many years in the lonely dungeon before finally developing these 6 legs. All of this was to fulfill his wish, and increase the probability that he would install the skill he desired. Hold back your emotions and tears, even though skeletons don't shed tears. The first leg. This is probably the dying resentment of the fire crocodile. You worthless skeleton, get lost. No rush, the second leg. The third leg. The third shipment was made. The ghostly blue flames of his soul flickered, and a wondrous change occurred within the bones of his entire body. He tried to conjure a ball of flame, then reached out and grasped it. A feeling of being devoured came from my bones. The flames were steadily absorbed by the bones, transformed into magic, and flowed into the body. Until the entire ball of flame was consumed. Li Xiuman tried to sense it, and found that it had absorbed about 20% of the magic power consumed in creating the flames. In other words, can this skill absorb 20% of the fire energy, and convert it into its own magic power? Very strong skill. It's equivalent to a fire reduction skill, which, when combined with other skills, further reduces the damage of fire magic. Then there's the low-level water magic nullification from the water sprite's longing earring that Illa gave him. He is now a mobile nemesis of elemental mages. As expected, the rarer the skill, the more powerful it is. Li Xiuman looked at her skill bar and was happy to have collected a rare skill. Li Xiuman transformed the fire crocodile's short claws into normal shapes and expressed his gratitude to the dismembered and incomplete fire crocodile. Then they peeled off the fire crocodile's skin. After all, this is a fire crocodile skin with skills, plus its inherent fire resistance. This skin is considered top tier among crocodiles, with maximum fire resistance. The fire crocodile skin was simply processed, and roughly wrapped around the shoulders and waist. Then he threw the bloodied body of teacher fire crocodile into the lava he loved all his life. With such a saintly demeanor, she hardly seems like a skeleton. Despite having the body of a monster, its soul is so noble and sincere. Well, I can't change my tendency to be a saint to the enemy. Li Xiuman wiped the blood of the owner of the fire crocodile skin on the skin, then covered the new fire crocodile bone leg with fire crocodile skin pants, put fire crocodile skin boots on the fire crocodile foot bone, and tidied up the dyed fire crocodile skin cloak, saying helplessly. This unexpected skill acquisition made Li Xiuman even more enthusiastic about identifying the fire crocodile's skill slots, afraid that he might miss out on some rare skills. Although both of his skill slots are now full. But he can pack it up. His 2 bony arms occupy 2 of his skill slots, so he now only has 2 skill slots for his legs. As for whether dismantling bones from other parts of the body will grant the skill, I tried removing the ribs, but it didn't work. As for the pelvis, since it's not human, the dimensions are difficult to match. After all, the pelvis is not like the bones of the limbs, where each bone has its own specific location, making insertion and removal easy and smooth even for different races. Moreover, even after painstakingly connecting, I didn't gain any skills. Li Xiuman speculated that most skills are probably performed using the hands and legs. Therefore, the power of skills subconsciously flows to the limbs after death. There is also energy in the torso. Theoretically, if you replace the entire torso, you can also gain the skill. But that would require taking the head off. Needless to say, the head is where the spirit resides, and its energy is absolutely abundant. But his head and torso were burning with the fire of his soul, the vital points of Li Xiuman's body, which could not be moved. They continued their unhurried search for ore and fire crocodiles. Luck did not continue to favor Li Xiuman. The remaining fire crocodiles possessed only common, ordinary skills. They didn't find any good or either. After staying on the 22nd floor for 3 days, Li Xiuman followed the lava waterfall to the 23rd floor. Fire-winged beasts begin to appear on this floor. Who knows what kind of flying skills you might develop? You could also try to see if you can replace your bone wings. After all, the bony wings grow and extend from the ribs and scapulae on both sides. Aside from activating skills, it doesn't usually exist behind you. So whether or not he can be replaced is unclear to Li Xiuman, but this is a good opportunity to give it a try. The fire-winged beast flew leisurely in the air, looking down at the molten lava below, completely unaware that it had been targeted by the skeleton. Wing slash, huh? All fire-winged beasts possess this skill. Although it was somewhat common and therefore looked down upon by Li Xiuman. However, it should be quite practical, so I'll reluctantly choose this one. He spotted a female firewing chasing after a male firewing, intending to grab her for some, well, let's just say it's not described. The righteous and kind-hearted skeleton couldn't stand it any longer. He had a bout of maternal instinct. He disagreed with bullying the weak and their own kind in public, setting a bad example for the little fire-winged beasts, and being immoral. He raised his wand, flapped his bone wings, and soared into the sky, aiming to stab the fire-winged beast in the rear. As for why not use the skull sword? He was afraid of getting the skull sword dirty because it was attached to his own body. Chapter 72: The Unexpected or Harvest from the Skeleton. The wand slid smoothly into the fire-winged beast's body. Magic in motion. Water explosion! The water burst violently inside the fire-winged beast's body, instantly blasting out hideous cracks. Blood mixed with water gushed out of the crack. Roar! The fire-winged beast let out a mournful cry, turned its neck, and spewed flames from its mouth toward Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman was just about to test how much his fire resistance had stacked up. Seeing the flames shooting towards him, he actually opened his palms and faced the flames with his bare hands. Flame devour! The scalding flames poured onto Li Xiuman like molten lava. A burning, intense pain instantly spread throughout my entire body. At the same time, flames formed a vortex-like shape centered on his outstretched palm, which was absorbed by Li Xiuman. The remaining flames, weakened by the magical breastplate, were withstood by Li Xiuman. It's a little hot. Feeling the magic power within his body constantly recovering, Li Xiuman kicked the fire-winged beast in the chin where it was spewing flames. The fire-winged beast in the air suddenly shook. Li Xiuman then plunged the skull sword into the fire-winged beast's chest cavity, tearing apart its various messy internal organs with a churning motion. The fire-winged beast could no longer hold on, and plummeted helplessly to the ground. It wasn't until the fire-winged beast's corpse crashed heavily to the ground with a loud thud that it finally died. Ignoring the experience point notification, Li Xiuman gripped the skull sword and ripped off a pair of wings from the fire-winged beast. Holding a pair of wings, flames rose from Li Xiuman's hands, enveloping the wings and burning them. Once the flames subsided, the flesh and blood of the entire wing had been burned to ashes, while the bones remained completely undamaged. This is probably what it means to be skilled and adept at it. Even a seasoned barbecue vendor with 10 years of experience would probably find it difficult to have this skill. This is all thanks to the fire crocodiles. Bone wings. The bone wings activated, and a pair of ferocious, pure white bone wings pierced out from behind. Li Xiuman looked at his bone wings, and without much hesitation, he grasped them, activated them, and tore the 2 bone wings off his body. Because it's connected to the spine, the pain is much more pronounced when the bony wing is torn off than in the limbs. Then, he inserted the fire-wing beast's pair of bone wings into the broken end and activated the bone transformation. The moment the connection was established, a surge of intense energy emanated from the interface on the back. The shape of the bone wings also changed little by little, becoming more slender, with sharper edges and serrations that were barely perceptible to the naked eye. An instinctive slashing motion using bone wings was buried deep within his bones. The bone wings also gained several more joints, making them more flexible and allowing him to unleash slashes from a greater height. Li Xiuman tried chopping a few times and was quite satisfied with the results. Imagine, in the middle of a fight, you suddenly extend your bone wings and slash with a knife. Who could react in time? He really loved these underhanded tactics. I wonder if I can coat my bones with a layer of poison. No, if I did that, I would get poisoned too. However, skeletons, lacking flesh and blood, naturally possess a racial advantage in their resistance to toxins. I'll see if I can acquire a skill related to toxins in the future. Retracting the bone from his back, Li Xiuman kicked the fire-wing beast into the lava. Consider it a gift for the adorable fire crocodile. After all, the fire crocodile is its own dungeon skill library, and each one has 6 legs like an angel, naturally providing it with skills. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for a gentle soul like myself to give such an angel a treat? Continue downwards. The 24th floor. At this moment, Li Xiuman was no longer deliberately collecting fire crystals. After all, his inventory is only level 1, with limited capacity, so he has to consider the issue of limited baggage. However, by intentionally slowing down and carefully exploring the different social strata, Li Xiuman still discovered an unexpected delight. A lava iron ore mine. Lava iron ore can be mined to produce commonly used lava iron, as well as lava iron refined under the compression of lava forces. The former is the ore used to craft magical equipment, while lava iron is a commonly used auxiliary material for crafting magical items. Its rarity is far greater than that of fire crystal deposits. The deposit is located in a lava lake. Based on the lava in the lava lake, this mineral deposit should have been located beneath the lava in the lake, which is why it had not been discovered until now. The magma receded for some unknown reason, which is why the mineral deposit was exposed. Li Xiuman pulled out a map and marked this place carefully. Now that we've found this place, we should naturally go inside and explore it. There are definitely dangers, but aren't adventurers who venture into dungeons precisely to explore the secrets of those dungeons? Taking risks is a mindset that every adventurer must be prepared for. However, a good adventurer must be able to conduct risk assessments and respond to dangers. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to oneself. Li Xiuman turned over several fine rocks around him, then gripped his wand tightly. Heavy armor golem creation! An earthen yellow magic circle rose up, and the rocks in front of it began to slowly twist and grow. Since he had the time, Li Xiuman naturally wanted to create a high-quality golem, rather than a hastily made, inferior one. After turning other rocks into golems, Li Xiuman finally put down his wand. A heavily armored man, a swordsman, and 2 mage golems have appeared in front of them. After thinking for a moment, Li Xiuman took out 5 more octagonal fire crystals from his pocket. Golem creation! Raising his wand again, the 5 octagonal fire crystals slowly sank into the chests of the 5 golems, connecting with their magical circuits. However, it is indeed a bit of a waste to use the precious octagonal fire crystal for the creation of temporary golems. An irregular red mark appeared on the chest of the golem, which was infused with the octagonal fire crystal. Like a beating heart, it continuously releases energy, and through the rock, a fiery red glowing object can be faintly seen. The golem's existence time was extended by an additional 2 hours. At the same time, I acquired skills/techniques. Although it's a bit wasteful, the results are pretty good. Li Xiuman looked at the row of golems in front of him, and nodded in satisfaction. Although the octagonal fire crystal is precious, I'm not afraid of running out now that I'm in the dungeon. It's okay to waste a few. Hide and be alert to your surroundings. Li Xiuman issued the order. The light in all the golems' eyes lit up at the same time, and then, following orders, they hid one by one at the bottom of the lava. Since they were made from the lava rocks and fire crystals here, it wouldn't be a problem for these golems to hide in the lava. Chapter 73 Skeletons and Mineral Beasts. After hiding golem underground in the lava, Li Xiuman flew to the mineral bed in the center of the lava lake without any worries. The scorching air and splashing lava around him had no effect on Li Xiuman. Having mastered the skill, this extremely high-temperature environment could actually provide him with a small amount of magic. He pulled up a piece of exposed ore from under his feet and examined it closely. Although what's in front of you is just a piece of raw lava iron, its quality is not low. Judging from the appearance, this may be a high-quality lava iron ore mine. As they continued to explore deeper, more and more exposed minerals were revealed. At the center of the deposit, a natural cavern extends deep into the mine floor. Although this area was previously submerged by lava, the lava in this mine has been drained. In other words, the end of this mine is connected to an exit, which is how the molten lava was drained. After pondering for a while, Li Xiuman picked up a few pieces of molten iron ore and used golem creation. A lifelike iron cat lay in Li Xiuman's arms. Go ahead. Li Xiuman tossed the kitten out and pointed to the mine shaft. Upon receiving the order, Iron Cat did not hesitate and walked ahead of Li Xiuman into the mine. Li Xiuman, holding his wand, followed behind Iron Cat, always keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. He looked around. On the stone walls of the natural mine, large and small iron ore rocks are exposed. As they went deeper, they began to find small amounts of refined iron ore in the iron ore. That is, refined molten iron. This mineral greatly increased Li Xiuman's attraction to it. His race drew their skull swords and tried to mine the best quality, largest specimens. Meow. A sharp meow. The Iron Cat, which was walking ahead, seemed to have seen something and called out from a short distance ahead. Adding voice functionality to this cat took Li Xiuman a lot of effort. It was just a meow. But it's important to know that Li Xiuman didn't even equip Zero with this cutting-edge voice technology. No, what I should be concerned about at this moment is not such an insignificant situation. Instead, Iron Cat discovered something. Li Xiuman casually brushed the tip of his wand across his left arm, and instantly, a stone shield appeared on his left arm. Then, holding the long sword in one hand and the wand in the other, he carefully approached the Iron Cat's location. Just as they approached the Iron Cat, it seemed to be stimulated by something and suddenly charged forward. But then, just like a doll, it was pinned to the ground by a paw and couldn't move. Li Xiuman's expression turned serious. Although Iron Cat seems to only know how to be cute, it is actually quite adorable. They were taken down in no time. The owner of that claw slowly emerged from the hidden darkness. Its body is made of black iron, with a row of protruding minerals growing from its back. Mining Wolf. LV-27. Monster Golem. Autonomy. Wild-formed golems, typically found in high-grade mineral deposits, possess extremely high elemental and physical resistance, are immune to mental damage, and are quite dangerous. Wild golem ore. Isn't this just a lava iron ore? How could there be something like this? Li Xiuman was startled. Mining beasts only appear in high-level mineral deposits. Lava iron ore is a low-level mineral deposit and does not have the power to generate mineral beasts. Could it be that what lies deep within this place isn't molten iron ore, but some even rarer mineral? lava iron ore is merely a byproduct of that ore. If that's the case, judging from the level of this mining beast, that rare mineral deposit probably only recently gave birth to the mining beast. Perhaps I will have the chance to eat it. It's important to know that high-grade, precious minerals consistently command high prices in the market. As an essential material for crafting advanced magical items, there is never enough of it, no matter how much. And let's not even talk about ore. The mining beast in front of us is a real treasure. Its body itself is refined iron, and research on it can provide a wealth of golem knowledge. It's important to understand that each mineral beast is formed naturally, and the underlying theoretical principles are different for each one. Each one contains a completely new piece of golem knowledge. For the golem maker, its body is a valuable, mobile textbook. The golem core, which sustains their long-term existence, greatly increases the duration and power of a golem creation. If it were a normal mining beast, how could Li Xiuman, at his current level, dare to even consider attacking it? The mining beast in front of them had only been born recently. He was very tempted. Roar, roar, roar! The mining wolf in front of him lowered its body, bared its teeth, revealing a mouthful of steel teeth, and let out a threatening growl. The iron cat under his claws, too, crumbled little by little under the weight, with a cracking sound. Li Xiuman gripped his wand and skull sword tightly, staring intently at the movements of the mine-beast wolf. The air became still. Click! With a cracking sound, the iron cat shattered completely. The mining wolf also charged towards Li Xiuman. Fireball! The first spell was cast instantly, the magic circle opened in an instant, and a huge fireball shot towards the mining wolf. The mine wolf leaped up, its steel maw opening to bite the fireball. The fireball was instantly crushed by its bite, just like an orange, with juice splattering everywhere. The mine-beast wolf was completely unaffected. Its steel body passed through the flames and it bit at Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman quickly stepped back to create distance. But then, on the ground, chunks of iron ore transformed into spikes, piercing towards Li Xiuman's retreating body. Can you manipulate the ore in this mine? As he gathered his magic, he thought to himself. Earth pillar! A yellow magic circle opened, and a stone pillar emerged, pointing straight at the belly of the mine-beast wolf in midair. The mine-beast wolf merely swung its claws a few times, drawing several streaks of cold light in the air, and the stone pillar was shredded into pieces. Taking advantage of this brief delay, Li Xiuman swung his wand, shattering the ore spikes behind him, and rushed out of the mine tunnel. Fireball! To get the mining wolf to catch up, Li Xiuman would occasionally wave his wand and throw fireballs behind him. The intelligence of the mining wolf is not high to begin with, and it has only been around for a short time. Soon, Li Xiuman, provoking him, relentlessly pursued him. Two figures, one in front of the other, raced through the not-so-wide mine tunnel. During the escape, the ore from all directions, manipulated by the mine-beast wolf, would suddenly stab at Li Xiuman, delaying him. This mine tunnel was entirely the domain of the mining beasts, and soon, Li Xiuman was being thwarted and about to be overtaken. Dragon transformation! Li Xiuman quickly activated his dragon transformation, and the significant increase in his strength and physique allowed him to disregard the surrounding ore and rampage through the mine tunnels. Golem creation! The wand unfurled a huge yellow magic circle. Instantly, ores of all sizes fell off the stone wall, broke free from the control of the mine-beast wolf, and transformed into golems of all sizes. These golems were created in large numbers on short notice, and are very weak. However, the swarming of the mining wolves, grabbing, hugging, biting, and nibbling at them, temporarily slowed down their pursuit. Chapter 74: The Ultimate Technique of Skeleton Second Tier. Roar, roar, roar! The mining wolf let out an angry howl. As it ran, its claws and teeth tore at the golems crawling all over its body. They were moving faster and faster toward the mine exit. Li Xiuman could already see the orange-red lava. He rushed out of the mine, spreading his arms wide to dodge the ore attacks from behind. The mine wolf also rushed out of the mine, shaking its head and tail as it shook off all the flea-like cannon fodder golems on its body. But then he realized something was wrong.
Attack!
Following Li Xiuman's order, the golems, who had been waiting outside to surround the mine, launched a swarm attack. Heavy armor golem was in front, while swordsman golem charged to the flank. The mage golem, who had already gathered his strength, did not hold back.
First turn magic, lava whirlwind cone. First turn magic, water whirlwind cone.
The two long cones, already fully charged in golem's hands, spun rapidly, tearing through the air with a loud bang, and shot towards the mineral wolf's head. The mine wolf tried to dodge, but the heavily armored golem and the swordsman golem desperately held him back for a moment. The lava vortex cone and the water vortex cone hit simultaneously. After being heated to a high temperature, it is cooled down rapidly. The metal skull of the mining wolf became uncontrollably brittle. The ambushed mine-beast wolf, enraged, lunged at the golems surrounding it. A swordsman golem was unable to dodge in time, and had his arm torn off. Meanwhile, the mage golem, high in the sky and behind, was constantly unleashing magical attacks. But the miner wolf's defense is just too strong. Whether it's physical attacks or elemental attacks, it's like tickling him. They don't cause any effective damage at all. On the other hand, the golems on this side began to be maimed one by the mining wolves.
Second tier magic, rock spear!
Li Xiuman raised his wand, and the magic power within his body began to be rapidly depleted. A huge, earth-yellow magic circle opened, and earth-yellow rock elemental light spots converged from all directions toward the center of the magic circle. In the blink of an eye, a massive rock spear, several meters long, materialized at the center of the magic circle. Li Xiuman then quickly set up a wind magic circle.
Second tier magic, whirlwind!
A cyan magic circle then opened above the yellow magic circle, transforming into a whirlwind that enveloped the rock spear and began to slowly rotate. Li Xiuman had only recently become a second-tier mage, and had not yet mastered second-tier mixed magic. Therefore, the only way to achieve the effect of mixed magic is to use two spells at the same time. The massive rock spear, swirling in the whirlwind, accelerated at an ever-increasing speed. A visible tornado even formed around the rock spear. As it spun, its roar was like that of a wind dragon, tearing at the listener's eardrums. Although none of the creatures present had eardrums.
Roar, roar, roar!
The mine-beast wolf also raised its head at this moment, looking at Li Xiuman, who was floating in the air, with a huge magic circle set up, maintaining the giant rock spear that resembled a tornado. The rudimentary intelligence of the mining wolf sensed a threat from the magic. It waved its claws and swatted away the ragged swordsman golems who charged from both sides. Then the four claws will exert their strength to break the ominous magic in the air. But then he felt his tail being pulled. Turning his head, he saw the heavily armored golem whose body he had bitten off. It flicked the golem away with its tail. But in that brief delay, Li Xiuman finally finished charging up the storm rock spear. The entire rock spear was now incredibly powerful, and a fierce wind swept across the entire exposed mineral bed.
Second-tier magic, storm rock spear!
The enormous rock spear shattered two huge yellow-blue magic circles, unleashing a yellow-blue magical tail from its back as it shot towards the ground. At the same time, the 5 golems raised their hands and opened magic circles from 5 directions simultaneously.
First-tier magic, flame infusion!
5 layers of magic circles opened in front of the falling storm rock spear. With each layer of magic circles penetrated, the storm swirling around the storm rock spear was imbued with more flames. In an instant, the storm rock spear, which had pierced through 5 layers of orange-red magic arrays, was now wreathed in bursting, rolling red flames.
Second-tier magic, storm lava lance!
The mining wolf howled, as chunks of ore merged into its body, forming thick armor. But the massive rock spear mercilessly pierced its neck. Flames melted his body, gales tore at the cracks, and the rock spear spun and advanced. A large cloud of smoke rose up. The surrounding lava was also stirred up and churned by the gale.
Is he dead?
Li Xiuman had already seen the rock spear pierce through the neck of the mineral beast wolf, but no system pop-up appeared in front of him. Is it because the target is a golem, and therefore they lack experience? Li Xiuman slowly lowered himself down and waved his wand.
Flowing wind!
A cyan magic circle opened at the tip of the wand, dispersing the smoke. The wolf beast lay motionless on the ground, its neck pierced. Li Xiuman was not careless and sent the two still mobile swordsmen, golem, closer. The mind beast wolf suddenly pounced and bit one of the swordsmen.
They're still alive?
Seeing the mining wolf with a rock spear stuck in its neck, still able to move, Li Xiuman couldn't help but exclaim. But it looks like its strength has greatly diminished, and it won't last much longer. Without hesitation, the mining wolf charged at Li Xiuman, its sharp claws slashing fiercely. Li Xiuman raised his hand and used his wand to block the claw. At the same time, he twisted his wrist, slid his claws away, and grabbed the skull sword with his other hand, thrusting it towards the joint of the mineral wolf. The skull sword, being a magical artifact, pierced through the hard body of the mind beast wolf. Then, it carefully destroyed the mining wolf bit by bit with its skull sword, displaying superb swordsmanship while trying to preserve its integrity as much as possible. The mining wolf was getting weaker and weaker, and with the help of the buff, every attack of the mining wolf was accurately predicted. Finally, a pop-up window appeared before my eyes after the last sword pierced its head. Chapter 75. It seems the skeleton has to be greedy for money. Two forces once again spread from the arms to the rest of the body. Li Xiuman clenched her arms, enduring the pain. The improvement in his physical condition has indeed greatly increased his ability to withstand stress. Of course, it's also possible that the two upgrades were not far apart, allowing him to get used to the pain. After the two energies subsided, Li Xiuman allocated the newly added free attribute point to his spirit, adjusted his body to the increased attribute points, and then walked towards the dead mining wolf. He raised his wand and tapped the mine wolf on the neck. Instantly, the rock spear that pierced through the mine beast wolf turned into specks of light and dissipated. When using the rock spear before, Li Xiuman deliberately avoided the mine wolf's chest and head, which were considered vital areas. This is mainly to maintain the integrity of the mining wolf. However, the enormous size of the mining wolf made it difficult to carry. It might need to be disassembled so that some important parts can be taken away. Li Xiuman gripped the skull sword, slashed open the chest of the mining wolf, and found a silver polygonal piece. This should be the core of the mining wolf, and also its most valuable possession. The vast majority of the mysteries of the golem, the entire miner wolf, are contained within this small core. Li Xiuman put the core into the box and carefully placed it into the storage space. Once he thoroughly understands this core concept, his level will definitely increase significantly. In the future, the improvement in skills will also enhance his memory and comprehension. These abilities, such as memory and comprehension, are not limited to golem. Incidentally, this also directly improved his magical memory and comprehension, which gave him the opportunity to level up. You're thinking too far ahead. It's like a naive virgin who's just fallen in love. He's already thinking about the child's name just by holding hands. Li Xiuman then looked at the remaining parts of golem. Apart from the core, the remaining parts are also naturally refined lava ore. While its value is far less than that of the golem core, it is still very expensive.
It's too big. Do we have to give up a part of it? It's heartbreaking.
Just thinking about abandoning a part of it made Li Xiuman's heart bleed. We'll bury the rest somewhere and see if we have a chance to transport it out later. Li Xiuman continued to carefully disassemble the remaining limbs. Ultimately, he decided to carry the entire head and spine of the mineral beast. These two parts have high research value. That core was like a magical model, which was difficult for Li Xiuman to understand at his current level of knowledge. Therefore, focusing solely on researching the core of the mineral beast is not a good idea. In fact, it may be counterproductive. The golem knowledge contained in these two parts, after being studied and broken down, is something he can now understand. By then, as the golem's level increases, the beast core will have a greater chance of being researched. With the disassembled spine and head strapped to his back, Li Xiuman continued back into the mine. Besides the mining beasts, there's another major attraction here. Lava iron ore is just a byproduct. Li Xiuman is eager to know what kind of ore grows deep in this mine that can give birth to mineral beasts. Returning to the place where he had encountered the mining beast, Li Xiuman held a shield in one hand and a magic wand in the other, and cautiously approached. As we approached, passing through the stone wall around the corner, the mine suddenly opened up before us. Before Li Xiuman lay a vast cavern. In the very center of the cave, a huge stalactite hangs down, emitting a red light with intense heat. Around the center of the cave, the ground was covered with a layer of red minerals. Li Xiuman bent down and dug a piece of ore from the ground. It appears to be just ordinary lava iron ore, but its purity and quality are very high. How could this be? Is this just ordinary lava iron ore? Li Xiuman casually stuffed the ore into his pocket and moved closer to the center of the cave. As they got closer to the hanging stalactite, the surrounding temperature rose higher and higher. When she got really close, Li Xiuman realized that what was in front of her was not a stalactite at all. It was a single, enormous piece of ore, protruding from the dome of the cave. It looks like a giant sword blade piercing out from above. I've never seen this before. What kind of ore is this? Looking at the ore hanging down in front of her, radiating intense heat, Li Xiuman felt for the first time how lacking in knowledge she possessed. He clearly believed he had read enough books. At night, I often feel the curse of knowledge. It's so big, I can't fit it all in. Li Xiuman looked at the ore in front of him and tapped it with his magic wand. The crisp sound echoed throughout the cave. The color of the ore gradually changed, its luster gradually diminished, and then the surface began to peel off little by little. Li Xiuman was startled and stepped back, looking warily at the ore in front of her. The parts of the ore that broke off collapsed like ordinary rocks, disintegrating into dust. As the surface layer peels away, the contents inside the ore are exposed. They were regular, bright red cubes, embedded in the central columnar mineral bed. Square? Red-faced square gold mine? Red-faced square gold, a rare magical ore. It typically grows in underground cities and lava fields and is extremely rare. It is one of the materials used to craft high-level magical items. It is also a material used to make red dragon alloy. Red dragon alloy is a super-grade steel material, possessing power no less than that of red dragon flame. Simply put, a small piece of this thing is worth as much as a house in White Bear City. And in front of me, there was a pile. The flames in Li Xiuman's eyes throbbed violently. I've been having such good luck lately, it's almost overwhelming. Is this God's way of compensating him for his miserable fate? Otherwise he would suspect that God was being so kind to him. Perhaps he was planning to trick him into bed. Li Xiuman drew his skull sword and carefully began mining the columnar or bed in front of him. As pieces of red-faced gold ore were mined out, the surrounding temperature dropped lower and lower. As Li Xiuman stuffed the mined red-faced gold ore into his storage space, a pop-up window appeared in front of him. At the same time, he felt that the special space that had been opened up inside his body had suddenly expanded by a large margin. The previously crowded environment suddenly became spacious. The space, which was only about 0.5 meters by 0.5 meters by 0.5 meters, suddenly expanded by several meters. It now has a capacity of approximately 3 meters. I also learned how to improve this skill. Does that mean the more valuable the item you put in, the easier it is to level up your skill? Chapter 76 The Skeleton Brings Bad Luck. Theoretically speaking, it is a memory crystal, a 6-tier mage's magic crystal, and a mineral beast core. They should all be precious items, so why weren't they upgraded before? Is it because of the preciousness of the materials? Memories are indeed precious, but what is precious is the knowledge passed down within them. If what's stored inside is a terabyte of singing, dancing, and rapping music, then it naturally becomes worthless. The same principle may apply to magic crystals. A precious chip and a sharp stone. In the eyes of primitive people, the latter was definitely more precious. Once Li Xiuman understood the criteria for judgment, he stopped worrying about it and continued mining the red-faced square gold mine. With the last piece of red-faced gold ore dug out, the ore bed in front of us was now empty. All the red-faced gold pieces in the storage space were piled together, forming a pile about half a person's height. This is within the normal mining volume of the Hongmianfang gold mine. After all, this stuff is a rare mineral, so it's impossible to mine several tons at once. Next, Li Xiuman dug up the high-grade lava iron ore on the ground. These lava iron ores are not considered precious. It depends on what they are compared to. For Li Xiuman now, he dares not take out too much of those red-faced square gold, but he dares to take out these molten iron. Moreover, he controlled it, which meant he was destined to be a major consumer of minerals, and he also controlled it. Whether in future research or actual combat, the consumption of various ores will be considerable. Therefore, the more the better. The entire cave looks like it's been gnawed by a dog. Its original splendor is gone, leaving only a pitted and uneven landscape. Li Xiuman glanced at his masterpiece with satisfaction and left the mine. Now that the storage space has been increased, we no longer need to worry so much about dealing with the mining beasts. Continue disassembling, then stuff them into the storage space and stack them neatly. The harvest was so plentiful that Li Xiuman was somewhat uneasy. If it had a heart, it would be beating wildly right now. I'm so excited, I'll kill a few fire crocodiles to calm myself down. Fire crocodile. Continue descending. By the time they reached the 26th floor, 3 days had passed. Li Xiuman became obsessed with acquiring precious materials to improve his storage space. Perhaps because they are the same type of item, the red-faced gold, which theoretically could further enhance his storage space, did not improve the storage level. So he began searching for other precious materials. But luck couldn't always be on his side. In the past 3 days, he only found 1 9-sided fire crystal and a batch of 8-sided fire crystals. With his storage skills, he didn't have to worry about his luggage and practically swept through the entire dungeon. Li Xiuman finally understood why there were no storage-type skills in this world. They really will empty out the dungeon. The 26th level of the underground city is no different from the previous levels. It's the same lava waterfall, the same lava. Looking at the lava now, I no longer feel the shock and surprise I had the first time. Instead, I felt a bit nauseous. Besides, he's a skeleton. I really don't know how humans survived in this lava dungeon. He dug out the fire-winged beast magic stone beneath him, and put it into his storage space. The continuous exploration and monster hunting took a toll on even Li Xiuman's spirit. Having found a secluded cave, Li Xiuman tapped the rock wall with his wand. Golem creation! The rocks on the cliff face began to wriggle. Before long, a swordsman golem and a heavily armored golem fell off the rock wall. Keep an eye on your surroundings. Li Xiuman gave the order, then sat down by a stone wall, leaned against it, and fell into a deep sleep. Upon waking up, Li Xiuman did not immediately continue exploring. The continuous battles, especially the battles against the mining wolves, brought Li Xiuman some gains. He needs to digest this knowledge in a timely manner. Taking out the skull magic book, Li Xiuman attempted to create his own second-tier magic. Second-tier mixed magic from the Mixed Magic series. A fusion spell of the second-tier earth magic, Rock Spear, and Whirlwind, known as Storm Rock's Spear. There's also a more advanced magic combining wind, earth, and fire. Storm Lava Gun. Previously, setting up 2 separate second-tier magic circles in succession consumed a lot of energy, took a long time to charge up, and did not reach the limit of power. The right way is to merge the 2 magic circles to develop hybrid magic. Li Xiuman began sketching the magic circle, using his current magical knowledge to modify and combine the 2 magic circles. The fusion of second-order magic is far more difficult than that of first-order magic. After a whole day of work, Li Xiuman had only managed to advance the new magic circle less than halfway. If he can master this spell, his magical abilities should improve significantly. Li Xiuman took out the memory crystal and began studying the second-tier magic knowledge within it. If your skill level is insufficient, you need to learn and improve. In this way, Li Xiuman steadily improved his second-tier magic foundation. Only after the 2 golems collapsed and dissipated did Li Xiuman put away the memory crystal and the skull's magic book. grab his wand, and re-emerge from the cave. The 27th floor of the underground city. Lava churned, and a giant, horned fire crocodile relentlessly pursued a flying human figure within the lava. The fire crocodile is none other than the six-legged lava fire crocodile king. The figure flying in a disheveled state was none other than Li Xiuman, who had just entered the 27th floor not long ago. Li Xiuman never expected that he would be targeted by the fire crocodile king so soon after entering the 27th floor. The fire crocodile king seemed to remember him. Or rather, I remembered his left arm bone. There was still some energy remaining in his left arm bone, which didn't have much of an impact normally, but it was gradually being digested as he leveled up. But at this moment, in the eyes of the fire crocodile king, it was a mark that couldn't be clearer. It remembered this wretched human who had escaped from its mouth last time. Wind whirl cone! Li Xiuman flew backwards and turned in midair, raising his wand and aiming it at the fire crocodile in the molten lava. The blue-yellow magic circles unfolded one after the other. The vortex of wind carried the earthen cones, shooting them out in succession. The fire crocodile opened its mouth, and a huge lava bullet was spat out without mercy, crashing towards Li Xiuman with a cracking sound. Even if the vortex cone hits the lava fireball, it's like throwing a stone into the sea, only creating a vortex of fire on the surface of the lava fireball. Second-tier magic, water prison! Li Xiuman quickly switched to magic. A blue magic circle enveloped the lava fireball, water converged, and with a sudden sizzle, it exploded, releasing billowing steam. The lava fireball solidified into a steaming ball of rock and hurtled towards the skeleton. Li Xiuman raised his wand and stretched it straight towards the incoming rock ball, a yellow magic circle opening in front of the wand. Golem creation! The wand, with its magic circle activated, swung with tremendous force towards the rock sphere. The magic circle created ripples on the surface of the rock sphere the moment it hit. The straight wand bent slightly, carrying immense force, and slammed the rock ball back like a baseball. The rocks in midair writhed and transformed into a golem wielding a giant sword, which slammed down towards the fire crocodile king. The fire crocodile king's lava-covered head was violently shaken by the impact, and its gaping maw was forced to close under the immense force. Chapter 77: The skeleton gets a big misfortune. Second-tier magic, rock spear! Li Xiuman raised his wand, and within the earthen yellow magic circle, a massive rock spear rapidly condensed amidst the cracking sounds of rocks. The golem that landed on the fire crocodile king's head was doing everything in its power to destroy it. But as a special species at level 30, how could the fire crocodile king's defense be broken by a mere temporary golem? The fire crocodile king shook off the golem on its head and bit it to pieces. Then, with a flick of its tail, a large amount of molten lava shot towards Li Xiuman in midair. There's no time to mix them, so I'll have to use the rock gun. Li Xiuman had no choice but to swing his wand. As the wand swung, the rock spear shattered the magic circle behind him, tore through the air, pierced the lava thrown by the fire crocodile, and shot towards the fire crocodile king. Faced with the sharp rock spear, the fire crocodile king plunged headfirst into the lava. The rock spear pierced through the lava with tremendous force, but missed its target. How despicable! Li Xiuman couldn't help but curse loudly. However, he was a noble and wise skeleton, and he never expected the fire crocodile king to be as tall as him. Holy crap! With a whooshing sound, a huge fire-winged beast swept through the air, and Li Xiuman narrowly dodged it. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a gigantic fire-winged beast, twice the size of a normal fire-winged beast, with a pair of horns. Fire-winged beast king. LV30. Monster. Healthy. The king of special species among the fire-winged beasts, possessing even greater strength and speed. They fly at extremely high speeds, are immune to low-level fire magic, have high elemental resistance, and are extremely dangerous. Fire-winged beast king! Li Xiuman stared at the fire-winged beast king in disbelief. What's going on? My previous good fortune was borrowed from Alpes Bay. Do I have to pay it all back with interest so soon? Two special species, how could he possibly defeat them? The fire-winged beast flapped its wings, its body bursting into flames, leaving a red afterimage in the air as it charged towards Li Xiuman.
Water wall!
Li Xiuman quickly erected a water magic barrier. But the fire-winged beast merely folded its wings, and the crimson flames on its body compressed into a layer of fire film that adhered to its body. He plunged headfirst into the water wall. With a sizzle, the water wall evaporated instantly, and the fire-winged beast's sharp beak stabbed towards Li Xiuman's chest. He quickly retracted his arm to block, his shield meeting the sharp beak. An immense force surged through his entire body, piercing the shield instantly. It managed to withstand the fall thanks to its absurd physique and strength, but with nowhere to brace itself in midair, its body was suddenly thrown into the air, and it flapped its bone wings to barely slow down its descent. But at this moment, the fire crocodile king in the lava did not forget to deliver the finishing blow. A pillar of lava erupted from the magma and shot toward the falling Li Xiuman. The fire-winged beast also swelled its chest and spat out a lava fireball from its high position. They attacked from both above and below simultaneously.
Second-tier magic, whirlwind!
Li Xiuman gripped his wand tightly and pressed it downwards. The cyan magic circle opened like a thruster, and a gale blew out from it, forcefully pushing Li Xiuman's falling body back. For an ordinary person, such a sudden stop would probably tear them to pieces. But Li Xiuman's 39 points in physique are no joke. Drawing his bone sword, wind magic transformed into flowing wind, water magic covered the blade, and the sword, forged through countless trials, slashed diagonally towards the lava fireball. The lava fireball was cleaved in two by a dazzling sword light. The remaining flames were weakened and absorbed by the skull sword, and blocked by the breastplate. When the fire reached Li Xiuman's body, it became immune to the flame damage. Without hesitation, Li Xiuman, who had cleaved the fireball, gripped his wand tightly, spun it around, and threw it out. The wand emitted a whooshing sound, and water continuously seeped from the blue water magic stone at the top, winding around the wand and spinning with the whirlwind. Seeing the magic wand hurtling towards him at breakneck speed, the fire-winged beast king flapped its wings, creating a fiery hurricane. When the wand pierced through the fiery hurricane, it only grazed the scales of the fire-winged beast, leaving a bloody mark.
Golem creation!
An earthen yellow magic circle opened on the wand. The straight metal wand cracked open like a transformer, with neat fissures, before blooming like a flower. It transformed into a golem that resembled a spider, each of its sharp claws gripping the wand tightly. Then, the spider golem's blue magic stone head lit up. The water enveloped the claws and began to seep into the wounds. It's important to know that the monsters on this level are all weak to water. The pain of the water seeping into the wound caused the fire-winged beast king to struggle wildly.
Well done!
Li Xiuman shouted. This wand golem will be called number 1 from now on. The fire-winged beast shook its head and tail, then bit into the wound. But number 1 simply stuck to the wound, relying on its tough body, and no matter how the fire-winged beast king tore at it, it wouldn't let go. With a final, ruthless act, the fire-winged beast king tore off a piece of flesh along with the number 1 on top of it, and flung it away. Li Xiuman had already closed in on the fire-winged beast king and grabbed number 1, who resembled a steel spider. Number 1 obediently transformed back into its wand form, allowing Li Xiuman to hold it.
Water flow whirlwind cone!
3 layers of magic circles simultaneously opened at the top of the magic circle. The spinning water-flowing stone cone instantly reached its limit, shattering the magic circle and shooting fiercely towards the fire-winged beast king. The fire-winged beast king flapped its wings to dodge the flowing water and stone cones. But Li Xiuman seemed to have anticipated its dodge, and thrust his skull sword at the fire-winged beast king as it dodged. The fire-winged beast king flapped its wings, unleashing several wind blades wreathed in flames towards the charging Li Xiuman. With a flick of his left hand, Li Xiuman deflected the fire blades with his shield, and the skull sword flashed, slicing the fire blades apart one by one. Seeing this, the fire-winged beast king spat out 3 more lava fireballs in a triangular formation towards Li Xiuman, creating distance between them. Seeing this, Li Xiuman quickly raised his wand.
Second-tier magic, water prison!
3 water prison magic circles opened simultaneously, engulfing the lava fireball and cooling it into a rock ball.
Golem creation!
One dazzling magic circle after another appeared. 3 winged, half-human, half-bird golems were created, 2 swordsmen and 1 mage. The skills are as follows. Because buffing requires a skill slot, this batch of golems is not strong enough.
Superior!
Li Xiuman gave the order. The 3 golems flapped their wings and charged fearlessly toward the Fire-Winged Beast King. The Fire-Winged Beast King flapped its wings, about to shatter the golems. Li Xiuman floated in the air, slowly raising her wand, and a double-layered blue and yellow magic circle slowly opened.
Second-tier magic.
Rocks coalesce into rock spears, which are then whipped up by fierce winds and hurricanes. Rotate, rotate, rotate. Until a violent hurricane rose into the air, tearing through the air and turning into a visible torrent. At this moment, the rock spear had transformed into a yellow phantom. The magic was drained from the body as if it had been squeezed dry. This hybrid magic has not yet been fully researched. Therefore, the mana consumption is somewhat unsatisfactory.
Storm Rock Spear!
Like a wild horse breaking free, the Storm Rock Spear shattered the magic circle, trailing blue and yellow light spots as it pierced towards the Fire-Winged Beast. The air was also stirred up, producing a piercing popping sound. Chapter 78 Skull's Superpower Performance.
Bang!
A loud bang. Storm Rock Spear, Li Xiuman's strongest single-target attack skill, accurately hit the Fire-Winged Beast King. The rock spear spun wildly, and the swirling storm seemed poised to tear the Fire-Winged Beast King to shreds. The turbulent air currents caused the Fire-Winged Beast King to flap its wings frantically, trying to maintain normal flight. The spinning Storm Rock Spear, like a drill, tore through the scales on the Fire-Winged Beast King's chest, ripping open flesh and blood. Blood gushed from the torn wound, staining the sky. The Fire-Winged Beast was pierced through by the rock spear, suffering a terrible fate.
Drink!
Several fireballs shot towards Li Xiuman. It seems that this Fire-Winged Beast can understand that the lava fireball was countered by Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman gripped the skull sword tightly, his bone wings flapped behind him, and wind magic propelled him forward on its own, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Horizontal slash, diagonal slash, vertical slash. The white bone sword, wrapped in wind magic blades, unleashed streaks of sword light in the air. Fireballs were neatly sliced open, and then sliced open again. Li Xiuman actually charged straight at the Fire-Winged Beast King, meeting the incoming fireball head-on. The Fire-Winged Beast hurriedly tried to flap its wings, but the rock spear piercing its chest continued to spurt blood as it flapped its wings.
Water Arrow!
Li Xiuman raised his wand, and a magic circle opened in the blink of an eye, firing out several water arrows in succession. The Fire-Winged Beast King opened its mouth and spat out flames, which wrapped around its body, easily swallowing the water arrow.
Second-tier magic, Water Prison!
Li Xiuman quickly switched magic, and as the blue magic circle opened, water continuously condensed from the surroundings, surging towards the fire curtain around the Fire-Winged Beast King. Unsurprisingly, a large cloud of steam rose up. The Fire-Winged Beast realized something was wrong, stopped flapping its wings, and continued its downward trajectory, trying to escape the steam.
Don't even think about it.
How could Li Xiuman give it that opportunity? Take advantage of his illness to kill him. He swiftly swooped down, sword in hand, and slashed down fiercely. The distance between them closed rapidly, and the Fire-Winged Beast King was right in front of them. Li Xiuman could already see the generous rewards beckoning to him. But the situation reversed at lightning speed the next moment. An arrow shot from afar with a trajectory invisible to the naked eye, trailing a trail of light. That's too fast. Li Xiuman had no time to defend himself. The arrow pierced his facial bone and exited from the back of his head. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the Fire-Winged Beast King unleashed a fireball at close range. The exploding fireball shattered between Li Xiuman and the Fire-Winged Beast, instantly throwing both of them away. The Fire-Winged Beast King plunged headfirst into the molten lava. The Fire Crocodile King seemed to sense the danger as well, and together with the Fire-Winged Beast King, they shrank into the lava. Li Xiuman was then covered by several arrows, along with several fireballs. This prevented Li Xiuman from faking his death. He flapped his bone wings and narrowly avoided the fireball through the gap, maintaining his flight.
They're still alive after all that? As expected, it didn't disappoint me.
Accompanied by a surprised voice, a sword light slashed out from behind Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman quickly dodged, the skull's sword brushing past his breastplate, creating a shower of sparks. His body was thrown another distance uncontrollably.
Second-tier magic, water prison!
A chorus of voices rang out from all around him, and the 7 elemental mages had surrounded him. Blue magic circles opened up, and at the same time, a large amount of water condensed in midair and surged towards Li Xiuman.
Don't even think about it. Second-tier magic, whirlwind!
Li Xiuman raised his hand, and a blue magic circle opened, causing a gust of wind to rise around his body and disperse the water. But this is a combined spell from 7 elemental mages. The water, blown apart by the strong wind, quickly reformed and once again swirled around Li Xiuman. This time, Li Xiuman's situation wasn't so easy. He resisted a few times with the skull sword, but was then submerged in the water prison and unable to move.
Who are you, and why are you attacking me?
Li Xiuman struggled to speak in the water dungeon. He speaks by vibrating the bones in his throat, which allows him to talk even underwater.
Little skeleton, have you forgotten your old master after so long? You really tricked me back then.
The muscular swordsman who had ambushed him covered his mouth and revealed a delicate smile, which made Li Xiuman feel uncomfortable.
It's you, Lucia?
Li Xiuman looked at the swordsman in front of him with a puzzled expression. More and more people came out, all in neat rows. It was the same joint team he had seen outside the dungeon, the one he predicted would be attacking the boss. It's hard to say whether he's the king of the strategy levels now. It's true that I'm trying to win myself over.
I never imagined you'd be living such a comfortable life after your defection. You do indeed have some great secret inside you, but don't worry, I'll investigate it thoroughly.
Li Xiuman surveyed the surrounding squads for a while.
You controlled them? It seems you didn't come in person?
According to Li Xiuman's assessment, these people were all normal human beings.
Although I would like to come in person, this is enough to deal with you. No matter how clever you are in front of me, you're still just a low-level skeleton.
Lucia looked like she had Li Xiuman completely under her thumb.
However, I still don't understand why you used the skull as your code name.
Aren't you afraid I'll come looking for you? Lucia approached Li Xiuman in the water dungeon step by step, a puzzled expression on her face. Li Xiuman remained silent and struggled in the water dungeon, but to no avail.
Speak properly.
Lucia raised her hand, and the water prison suddenly tightened inward, compressing the struggling Li Xiuman.
Call!
The skeleton cried out in pain.
I told you, you are just a low-level skeleton in front of me. Low-rank skeletons have no right to remain silent before me.
Lucia slowly lowered her hand, and the water prison that was compressing inward stopped. Li Xiuman also relaxed his tense body with a sense of relief.
Tell me all your secrets. Come here, I'll tell you.
Li Xiuman spoke with difficulty.
You have no right to negotiate with me.
Lucia raised her hand again, and the water prison compressed inward once more, this time with even greater force, causing Li Xiuman's body to creak and groan.
Gaga, I'll tell you everything.
Lucia didn't stop immediately, she seemed to enjoy the torment.
Low-rank skeleton, it's an honor for you to say that. It seems you haven't realized this yet. Now you can speak.
After saying this, Lucia lowered her hand, and the compressed water prison stopped.
I was thinking of using the skull code name to lure you here, and then taking my revenge. But I didn't expect you to come so quickly.
Li Xiuman confessed truthfully.
What a humorous idea, no wonder he's a low-level skeleton.
Your stupidity surprises me. Lucia gave a charming smile, but it looked particularly unsettling on the swordsman's muscular face.
Indeed, that's what I think too.
Li Xiuman's sword-wielding hand slashed out fiercely, yet his body seemed completely unaffected by the water prison. With a single sword stroke, he severed Lucia's smiling head.
But unfortunately, I'm the one who's surprised by the stupidity.
Li Xiuman grabbed the head that had been chopped off with one hand. Chapter 79. The skeleton's identity is a skeleton.
Water explosion!
The water enveloping Li Xiuman suddenly burst open, blasting a large crater into the rocks on the ground. The power of the water explosion unleashed simultaneously by 7 water elemental mages is evident. But unfortunately, the earring given to him by Illa made him immune to third-tier water magic. Unaffected in the slightest, Li Xiuman threw his wand, which pierced directly through the nearest mage's chest.
He was immune to low-level water magic. He was faking it all along. Don't use water magic!
An elemental mage, controlled by a succubus, shouted. Quickly, all the elemental mages switched spells. The archer fired another arrow, aiming at Li Xiuman's head, since arrows were unlikely to harm skeletons. The heavily armored soldiers charged forward first, followed closely by the swordsmen.
That's a bit troublesome.
Li Xiuman quickly created distance. At the same time, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. After all, having air superiority allows for fire suppression of ground units.
Shoot him down!
A large amount of magic was fired in Li Xiuman's direction. Direct combat was not Li Xiuman's style. He quickly dodged the magical bombardment and created distance. Dealing with this kind of small team by engaging in direct combat is the worst possible strategy. Harassment and guerrilla warfare are the best strategies. Unfortunately, the adventurers in this small group were controlled by the succubus and were fearless, making it difficult to inflict a psychological blow on them.
Asshole!
Seeing Li Xiuman fly away and disappear, all the adventurers who were being manipulated by the succubus couldn't help but curse. After all, this skeleton was clearly immune to low-level water magic, yet it pretended to be weak to water. He was quickly captured in the water prison, but he still pretended to be in pain. These succubi lived with the low-ranking skeletons every day, and they regarded skeletons as pigs from the bottom of their hearts, looking down on them in the slightest. The same applies to Li Xiuman, this special skeleton who defected. How clever can a low-ranking skeleton who has defected be? Even though they killed so many succubi back then, it was only because those succubi were careless. They have learned their lesson and will not be careless. Then I became careless. This infuriated them. They had been tricked by a low-level skeleton. Anger filled their minds, making them want to tear Li Xiuman, the instigator, to pieces. Lucia, right under the noses of the group of succubus girls, was killed by Li Xiuman due to her carelessness. At this moment, the original form is probably completely destroyed. Looking at the group of angry succubi, and then at the head he was holding in his hand, Li Xiuman felt that he had a chance. He tied his head to the wand and carried it on his shoulder.
What a humorous idea! No wonder it's a low-level skeleton.
Your stupidity surprises me. He waved his wand, making the head, still sporting a charming smile, sway like a flag. At the same time, he kept repeating Lucia's classic lines.
Oh, as expected of a low-level skeleton.
Your stupidity surprises me.
Surprisingly. How dare you insult Lady Lucia like that? I'll kill you, you lowly skeleton.
Provoked by the skeleton, the enraged succubi revealed gritted teeth and began bombarding the direction where Li Xiuman had appeared. Li Xiuman immediately hid. A moment later, it darted out from another direction, waving the Lucia flag.
How dare you insult Lady Lucia like that? I'll kill you, you lowly skeleton.
This time, the lines of the angry succubus were repeated as well. The succubus who spoke had her eyes turned bloodshot. Thinking that since this was a body under his control anyway, he was determined to charge at Li Xiuman without fear of death and crush this hateful skeleton into powder. But she was stopped by another succubus who was clearly more composed.
Don't fall for that despicable low-level skeleton's trick. Yes.
Li Xiuman kept provoking them, but the succubi were too composed and managed to suppress their anger. Even the angrier you get, you're just casting a spell on yourself. Seeing this, Li Xiuman was not in a hurry. Following behind the succubus team, they stealthily harassed and wore down the enemy. Take it slow, grind it down little by little.
Despicable, utterly despicable. Skull, don't you have any shame?
After a day of harassment and attacks, the succubi were exhausted. Li Xiuman has a high spirits score and can stay awake for a long time. But succubi can't do that. It involves manipulating other people's bodies, so it's not that easy. Moreover, they need to be on guard against Li Xiuman's sneak attacks at all times and cannot relax for a moment. Li Xiuman was the same. He just needed to follow behind and strike the one in front whenever the situation warranted it.
Did I mishear you, or did you say something wrong? I've always been a skeleton. Second-tier hybrid magic storm rock spear.
The massive rock spear, swirling in the storm, tore through the air and whistled as it pierced towards the adventurer party ahead. Instantly, the succubi scattered in fright. They witnessed the power of Li Xiuman's magic when they were hiding.
The charging time is still too long, and the accuracy is poor. Magic circle.
Li Xiuman pulled out
the skull's magic book,
and meticulously recorded his magical insights. It's perfect to use these succubi as moving targets for practice.
This low-level skeleton is utterly shameless. What can we do if things continue like this? Do we have no choice but to give up these bodies?
The topic has also been discussed among succubi. They knew that if that despicable low-level skeleton continued to wear them down, they wouldn't be able to survive until they left the dungeon.
In the end, he's just a low-level skeleton. We just need to expose his true identity in White Bear City, and he will be killed by humans at night after leaving the underground city.
One of the adventurers, controlled by the succubus, spoke with a gleam in his eyes. The other succubi's eyes lit up as well. Why does she possess such wisdom, even though they are both succubi? What is this called? This is called using someone else to do the dirty work. They didn't even need to lift a finger to kill that wretched, despicable low-ranking skeleton. Use your wisdom to crush this despicable low-ranking skeleton. This despicable low-level skeleton can't stay in the dungeon forever. In the end, they are nothing but foolish low-level skeletons who think they are on the second level, while the succubi are on the third level.
How should we spread the word to expose this despicable skeleton? What are you talking about? Is it even necessary to say it? Just tell those despicable humans that he is a skeleton. We'll use these despicable human bodies to weaken that low-level skeleton. When we leave the dungeon, this skeleton will surely die a horrible death. Etc.
All the succubi slowly came to their senses.
How should we spread the word that the skeleton is actually a skeleton? What are you doing? What skeleton? Of course, it's about the skeleton's identity and those people. Wait! Why are you all so stupid? You've forgotten about the skeleton's identity. He predicted it. Cute little succubi, try my supergiant rock gun.
Chapter 80 The Skeleton's Trick. The massive rock spear struck again. The succubi couldn't understand why this low-ranking skeleton seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of magic. There was no way around it. Li Xiuman had the highest spirit points, doubling the strength of other mages of the same level. This makes his mana capacity and recovery speed significantly higher than other mages. Moreover, in this lava dungeon, this skill can continuously absorb heat from the air and convert it into magic power. With such a dream configuration and battery life, chasing after and tormenting a few succubi is not difficult at all.
We can't escape, we have to fight to the death. Although these humans have very high physical qualities, there are better ones in White Bear City. Make that low-ranking skeleton traitor pay the price.
The succubi seemed to have found the right direction, and they all turned around and rushed towards Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman also made his choice. With the wind magic unfurled and the flapping of his bone wings propelled him forward, instantly leaving the succubus far behind. Just a second ago, Li Xiuman was spouting nonsense, acting arrogantly and constantly provoking others, but without hesitation, he turned around and ran away. The skeleton didn't want a head-on confrontation.
Despicable and shameless! How could there be such a despicable, cowardly low-ranking skeleton as you? This is a disgrace to monsters. Disgusting.
The adventurers controlled by the succubus all started cursing. Li Xiuman didn't care at all. He wasn't going to risk a head-on confrontation with these guys. These succubi are merely manipulating the adventurers in battle. Their true forms are nowhere to be found. Li Xiuman's body here is the real deal, very precious. What if it gets bumped or scratched? Such a perfect skeleton body, a work of art. If Li Xiuman gets bumped or bruised, it's not just a loss for the skeleton. The appearance of all bone types in the entire magical world will be set back by hundreds of years.
Since that despicable skeleton escaped, we'll run too.
The leading succubus cursed a few times and, without hesitation, led her succubi up to the upper levels of the dungeon. Seeing this, Li Xiuman immediately stopped his escape and chased after the succubus who was about to flee. He also raised his wand and began to chant.
Cute little succubi, taste my super giant rock spear!
The massive rock spear shot towards the succubus again. Succubi. Having roamed the magical world for decades, this was the first time these succubi had ever encountered such a shameless and unscrupulous skeleton.
Go to hell! You bastard!
The succubus returned to fight, her magic flying everywhere. Li Xiuman didn't even look at him before turning and running away. Then the succubus chased after them for a distance, cursing, before turning around and fleeing towards the upper levels. Li Xiuman immediately turned back.
Try my super rock gun!
The succubi were very emotional. Li Xiuman was in a very good mood. And so, in this underground city, the two sides continued to pull and tug back and forth. The succubus's magic and spirit began to deplete. Constantly on guard against attacks from behind, coupled with their anger, these succubi were already quite exhausted. The succubi are obsessed with the brainwashed phrase, "Try my super rock spear." This sentence kept echoing in my mind. Even without casting any magic, Li Xiuman's shout caused a commotion among the succubi in front of him, who were wary of the giant rock spear that seemed to be coming from an unknown direction.
The time is almost right.
Looking at the adventurers, exhausted from the intense magic, each with dark circles under their eyes, Li Xiuman knew it was about time to go. He's full of energy now. These little succubi are such tormenting little devils. It took 2 days of sheer torture for his bones to finally give out.
Golem creation!
Li Xiuman pressed down on the rock beside him, and a yellow magic circle opened. The rock twisted and grew, eventually transforming into a humanoid golem about the same size as Li Xiuman.
Go that way, go around it.
Li Xiuman gave golem orders. This golem isn't very strong. All the skills it possesses are support skills. Only one attack skill is available. Moreover, Li Xiuman crammed in a half-finished voice function. In reality, it's just a dubious recording function. Li Xiuman secretly followed behind the group of succubi, eager to devour them all. Although it's not the original body, it still has just as much experience.
Cute little succubi, taste my super giant rock spear!
The familiar voice rang out again, and the succubi were thrown into disarray, each one looking around warily. Then Li Xiuman, wearing a breastplate and holding a wand, charged forward, looking ready to fight to the death. The succubi were overjoyed. They were all almost driven crazy by Li Xiuman, and now that Li Xiuman had finally rushed over, they were all incredibly excited.
That despicable low-level skeleton is losing patience. This is our chance to take him down.
The succubi quickly adjusted their formation. Heavy armored warriors led the way, followed by swordsmen, with elemental mages providing support from the rear.
Die, skeleton!
The heavily armored warrior raised his great sword high and slashed down. Li Xiuman hurriedly raised his arm to defend, but was staggered by the great sword and crashed to the ground.
So weak!
The cloak suddenly billowed in the wind. There's no skeleton down there. It's just a golem.
We've fallen for their trap. Watch out behind you.
The heavily armored soldier at the front narrowed his eyes and quickly turned around, shouting. That despicable skeleton actually stripped off his entire set of equipment and gave it to Golem to impersonate him. That's so fucking dirty. Sorry, skeletons don't have hearts. Pfft. The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The two elemental mages who were being protected and provided support were completely pierced through. The culprit was none other than that despicable skeleton. At that moment, the skeleton was wearing leather armor and a cloak, and it drew its skull sword, spraying blood everywhere. He didn't expect that, did you? The skeleton's voice sounded strange, as if it had become much hoarse. After saying this, he said nothing more and rushed towards the other elemental mages. The other elemental mages hurriedly tried to escape. No one doubted the authenticity of this Li Xiuman. The heavily armored warriors and other swordsmen turned and rushed to the rear without hesitation. The moment they turned around, the frail golem on the ground suddenly stood up. The wand, like a short sword, stabbed the heavily armored soldier in the back. The heavily armored warrior never expected that the frail golem would suddenly turn the tables and be stabbed right through the heart. Without hesitation, Golem, who had taken down the heavily armored warrior with a sneak attack from behind, raised his wand and aimed it at the other succubi. The other succubi also realized what was happening and shouted, "This is the real one!" Li Xiuman disguised himself as a golem to draw attention, allowing the real golem to ambush the two mages behind him. Chapter 81. The skeletons had a great time killing. No one would have guessed that golem, who was thrown out to attract attention, was actually Li Xiuman in disguise. The one who actually attacked from behind was Golem disguised as a skeleton. When Golem, disguised as a skeleton, ambushed and killed two elemental mages in an instant, no one doubted his authenticity. The elemental mage's frail body combined with a sneak attack resulted in an instant kill. In reality, this golem is a specialized golem with extremely low defense. The elemental mage could easily expose it by casting a single spell to test the waters. However, the elemental mages behind them had no suspicions and did not attack in order to quickly escape the golem's range. This made Li Xiuman's plan a success. This is a trap within a trap. Second-tier magic, water prison! Li Xiuman waved his wand, and a blue magic circle opened, causing water to rapidly condense and instantly engulf the nearest swordsman. The swordsman struggled incessantly, but to no avail. Water explosion! They took down two in a flash. Li Xiuman showed no greed for kills and quickly retreated after eliminating the enemy. The other golem also retreated quickly. Only 6 adventurers, caught off guard and about to retaliate, were left behind. You despicable, shameless bastard! Come out and fight if you dare! Besides sneak attacks, what other skills do you have, you filthy low-level skeleton? The remaining succubi cursed loudly. Li Xiuman showed no awareness of being scolded and hid in the back. Even if there are only 6 opponents left, he doesn't want to engage in a direct confrontation. Reducing the number of people once more would be the safest course of action. After a period of cursing, the succubi stopped cursing and quietly moved up the ranks. Li Xiuman followed silently behind. Then they repeated the same trick. Try my great rock spear! As the opening remarks were given, Li Xiuman rushed out. This time, there was no suspense. 2 Li Xiumans, dressed in different equipment, charged at the same time from both the front and the back. They have the same body shape and similar speed. It's hard to tell the real from the fake. Deal with them separately. The succubus shielded the mage and archer in the middle, facing Li Xiuman who was charging from both sides simultaneously. The fighting force had to be split up. This is fake. Hearing the voice behind him, and seeing Li Xiuman rushing towards them, they were greatly alarmed. He immediately unleashed a powerful strike, slashing Li Xiuman's shoulder and arm away. This is fake too. Try my super invincible giant rock spear! The rock spear blasted a central mage succubus to pieces. Blood mixed with bits of flesh was fried all over the ground. This time both are fake. Quickly retrieve the equipment, and then retreat. Only 5 succubi remained. The succubi didn't get to rant for long. 3 Li Xiumans rushed in from 3 directions. 2 are true, 1 is false. Succubus has lost all motivation to criticize. They walked along blankly, knowing that the body they had painstakingly acquired in White Bear City was likely to be lost. It's all the fault of that despicable skeleton. This gave them a half-hour break. When they looked up, they saw it. From all directions, more than a dozen Li Xiuman rushed out, their shouts blending together. "Cute little succubi, taste my supergiant rock spear!" There was a large group of Leishmans, most of whom were rather weak golems and not worth worrying about. But the real Li Xiuman was mixed in with this group of golems, ambushing and reaping their heads. Until all the adventurers manipulated by the succubus are dealt with. If you took off their clothes, you'd probably find no wounds on the front, but their backs were covered in bloody holes. A glint of light seemed to flash across the bone, making it even firmer and smoother. Then, two streams of energy flowed simultaneously from both arms and surged toward the sternum. A familiar pain washed over me. By now, the pain has been gradually weakening. The bones only developed tiny, fine cracks due to the impact of the two energies. But the crack was healed by Li Xiuman's self-healing power the very next second it appeared. Previously, this energy had shattered his bones to the point of almost exploding. From this perspective, the improvement in physical fitness is truly immediate. If Li Xiuman had chosen heavy armor warrior as his profession, he would definitely have opted for mindless stat boosting. Its health bar is so thick that it makes opponents question their existence. He casually added the free points to his spirit, and Li Xiuman looked at his current 3 dimensions with satisfaction. 30. 41. 46. Excellent, the 3D performance continues to outperform its competitors. Only. Li Xiuman took off his gloves, rolled up his sleeves, and looked at his left arm. It was once blood red when I first got it, but the ruby-like color has disappeared. It now looks like a young girl's blushing cheeks. A pale pink color. A color that doesn't suit the skull's image at all. The color is so pale that the energy inside might be completely depleted after one upgrade. Do we really need to find a new arm? Li Xiuman can no longer live without the feeling of being blessed by points. He figured that with the meager points he'd get from leveling up, he wouldn't even be able to evolve. Although it hurts terribly when the new arm is inserted. But you need to get used to it. The feeling of energy flowing into your body and filling you up is quite nice. Dispose of these adventurers' corpses properly, and stuff all the valuables into your storage space. Li Xiuman was forced to start thinking about Lucia. This time, the humans killed were merely those manipulated by the succubus. The succubus has confirmed that he is in White Bear City. Given Lucia's obsession with him, she will definitely find a way to take action against him next. However, they seemed wary of directly entering White Bear City, and instead manipulated the adventurers within it. Fortunately, the contingency plan he had made beforehand meant that his identity wouldn't be exposed by Lucia. After all, how can you reveal that a skeleton is just a skeleton? Even if Lucia and the people of White Bear City said, "That skeleton with the amazing aura and incredible handsomeness is actually a real skeleton," no one would believe that. They would just think that although the guy in front of them had a sharp eye and could see through things at a glance, and had a good sense of aesthetics, he was a bit mentally challenged. Having dealt with the succubus, Li Xiuman continued his descent. He still craved the fire-winged beast king that he had severely injured. Besides, his destination this time is the 30th underground floor, so how could he turn back? It's simply impossible to rely on others to defeat the level bosses and sneak into levels below 30. Chapter 82 Skeleton, I've become the boss? 30 floors underground. Li Xiuman looked at the enormous stone gate standing before her. The stone gate is tens of meters high, like a huge rock wall with a rough and uneven surface. Just by looking at it, you can feel its weight and significance. Behind this stone gate lies the level boss of the 30th floor of the White Bear City underground city. Only by defeating the level boss can you explore the next level. Li Xiuman was not confident that she was a match for the boss of the hierarchy. Level bosses are usually super monsters that can only be defeated by a team of adventurers working together. Li Xiuman planned to observe for a while longer, level up on this floor, and then turn back. Li Xiuman had given up hope on those two special species. After chasing the succubus squad for quite a distance, when they returned, they could no longer find any trace of the two special species. Huh! Li Xiuman's gaze was drawn to a groove on the massive stone gate. The groove is in an inconspicuous location on the stone gate, and can easily be overlooked if you don't look closely. A panel pop-up window appeared next to the groove. What a ghost! This was the first time Li Xiuman had ever seen this type of pop-up. The content also seems out of place. Then, the groove seemed to sense something and began to move like clay, turning into the shape of a handprint. What should we do in this situation? Of course it was installed, isn't that obvious? It's dangerous, too eerie, I can't press it. No, how could you have such a thought? The correct thing to do is to press your handprint into the groove. Of course, it needs to be installed. The fingers fit perfectly into the groove of the handprint. Can't get it out? The entire stone gate seemed to come alive, spreading along Li Xiuman's arm as if to engulf and devour him entirely. A dark magic circle unfolded beneath his feet. The constant pop-up windows brought Li Xiuman back to her senses. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? How did I end up pressing it? Why did I have this thought again? Was my mind affected? He had 46 points of spirit, yet he was affected without any resistance? What happened? The dark magic circle beneath him emitted a continuous surge of light, enveloping Li Xiuman entirely in black light. He could see the surrounding scenery distorted. This looks like the legendary teleportation magic? King of monsters, king of dungeons, you can freely control and modify your dungeons. Necromancer. A mage who summons the undead can use necromancy to create races such as skeletons, evil spirits, and ghouls. Pop-up windows kept appearing in front of me, and my bones were constantly being penetrated and eroded by black energy. The feeling was like countless insects constantly burrowing into my body. He could smell the decay of death. At this moment, he was like a skeleton buried deep underground, his body constantly decaying. The power of self-healing constantly resists this corrupting force, but it is still a drop in the ocean. I can't take it. His body could not withstand the decaying power. The difficult control panel allowed me to allocate one free point to it. The rate of decay has slowed down slightly. With a gritted teeth. By adding the last of his free points to his constitution, the decay of his bones was finally stopped. But the situation remains far from optimistic. Physical condition has deteriorated. What a load of crap! Li Xiuman's once white bones had now turned completely black. Only the right arm remained white. Even the rib of the skull sword in his chest was broken and tattered, though it was slightly better than the other bones. Even though it was tattered and broken, it was still slowly absorbing the dark aura. Strength and physical condition continue to decline, and the body is being constantly eroded. Pop-up windows kept popping up in front of me. Only the spirit still holds the high ground. By the time the pop-up stopped, Li Xiuman's 3D model had become atrocious. Strength 228. Physical condition 239. Spirit 46. At least I survived. Li Xiuman looked at her body. He looks even worse now than when he first turned into a skeleton. His entire body was rotten through, like a black, decaying log. It's as if the slightest movement would cause the body to shatter into pieces. And bone deterioration and decay. The bones are constantly decaying due to the erosion of death power, and the power of death. The body contains a large amount of death power, resulting in a significant decrease in physical strength. It is expected to collapse in 30 days. Bone deterioration was a condition he always had, and it's a condition that skeletons also have, since without the nourishment of flesh and blood, bones will deteriorate more rapidly. The following status is a new status he added. Now, with these two states combined, his lifespan, which was supposed to collapse in 30 years, has been reduced to 30 days. And also the state of mind. This power of death must be the culprit that turned me into this. We must find a way to expel this death force from our bodies in order to restore our physical condition and strength. However, this power of death is not without its benefits. They unlocked a secondary profession for him, granting him necromancy, and more. 2 professions. Li Xiuman had never heard of anyone in the world who had 2 professions. So in the long run, it seems that I am not at a loss. But now he doesn't dare to move at all. The significant reduction in his strength and physique has left him physically frail. Moreover, he didn't know where he had been moved to. It's very likely they're no longer in White Bear City. According to the pop-up logs, he may have become the ultimate boss of an underground city. What's going on here? Conquering other dungeons and defeating bosses is indeed quite enjoyable. However, it's not fun to become the boss and wait for others to conquer and defeat you. Z01 23. Low-tier skeletons, LV1 LV10. Mid-tier skeletons, LV11 LV15. Low-tier elemental skeletons, LV16 LV20. High-tier skeletons, LV21 LV23. Dragonblood skeletons, LV23 boss. Prevent the adventurer from completing the guide. Create a special type of monster. Reward, 3,000 experience points. Chapter 83 The Skeleton Demon King's Strategy. The new pop-up window silenced Li Xiuman completely. What am I doing? Kidnapped and forced to work as a demon king? Besides, in my current state, I don't look like I'm capable of fighting at all. At least make up for the missing physical condition and strength. Otherwise, once the maze opens after 72 hours, wouldn't I be completely destroyed? Li Xiuman looked around. I am in the deepest part of this maze, the 23rd underground level. In the very center of the maze, a pale blue crystal ball floats, looking particularly conspicuous. Li Xiuman used the wand as a crutch to support her frail body as she walked towards the sphere. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Li Xiuman did not touch it directly with his hands this time. He tried poking it with his wand. No response. Li Xiuman mustered her courage and touched it quickly with her finger, like a dragonfly skimming the water. There was still no response. Now Li Xiuman finally mustered up her courage, touched it with her finger, and then touched it. Try starting it. The core of the dungeon can only be controlled by the dungeon lord. Blue can be upgraded. 1. Teleport can teleport to any location in the dungeon. 2. Projection projects an image of any level in the dungeon. 3. Terrain modification modifies the terrain of any level. Nice one! Li Xiuman grasped the crystal ball and tried to manipulate it. Soon, a view from God's perspective was projected onto the smooth crystal ball, showing the first level of this underground city. Then I looked through each floor and went through the situation of the dungeon. The 1st to the 20th floors are all mazes. After the 20th floor, that is, from the 21st to the 23rd floor, lies the forest of bones. The ground was covered with bones and bone trees, and various poisonous gases permeated the air. And at the very back of the 23rd floor is the private room where you, the boss, reside. The entire maze is filled with various skeleton monsters, and the style is also skeleton-themed. After all, this dungeon was generated by itself. Li Xiuman still doesn't understand how he became a dungeon boss just because he pressed a groove. We must find a way to get out. This crappy underground city, let whoever wants to manage it. Li Xiuman activated the core of the underground city, teleporting himself to the first level of the maze. Then I walked toward the exit. What a joke! Who wants to be this damn demon king? Li Xiuman tried to walk towards the exit, but in an instant, he was teleported to the boss's private room on the 23rd floor. MBZZ. Li Xiuman sat down cross-legged. When I get emotional, my body can't handle it. Now he's as sick as Lin Diyu. A physique of 2 points is a level that even human infants cannot match. We must find a way to leave. Staying here as the Demon King will inevitably lead to our defeat one day. Teleport back to the dungeon of White Bear City. We'll go back the way we came. Li Xiuman did not know teleportation magic. It was said that not many magicians did. But he can learn. Li Xiuman had memorized most of the magic circle that had teleported him there. After all, he does have a photographic memory. Li Xiuman pulled out the skull's magic book, and before his memory faded, drew most of the black teleportation magic circle that had brought him there, relying on his memory. Then, he took out the core of the maze. The core of this maze possesses the ability to teleport within the maze. However, since it is worthwhile to study the underlying principles. He randomly teleported himself to a location, noting down the unfolding magic circle and his feelings. And so a day passed. Several pages of the skull's magic book are densely covered with magic circles and annotations. Li Xiuman, meanwhile, held the memory crystal, searching for the magical knowledge he needed. The memories of a 6th-tier mage are a major advantage for Li Xiuman in potentially mastering teleportation magic. In addition, he also needs to upgrade it to level 3. It would be best to upgrade it to level 3, since mastering one method leads to mastering all methods. Both of these skills are auxiliary research skills, complementing each other, and enhancing his comprehension and memory. We can't afford to get bogged down in this. Li Xiuman looked at the countdown on the panel. There were 48 hours left before the maze would open. At that time, adventurers will definitely come in to explore. He also needs to be prepared. Of course, any preparation will be in vain if you encounter bad luck. For example, a powerful figure like Illa might pass by and be overjoyed to see a new dungeon. Then we stormed in, killed the dungeon boss, and had a feast. Well, given my situation, the only treat I can have is soup. Li Xiuman took out the wand and the core of the maze. With the power of the labyrinth's core, he was able to create special species. This is also a task issued by the Demon King's panel. In order to prevent adventurers from getting in as much as possible, Li Xiuman must create a super powerful special species. He took out a pile of molten iron, a red-faced square gold piece the size of a human head, and 2 rare 9-sided fire crystals. In short, I feel very sorry for them. But now is not the time to be reluctant to part with resources. Golem, create! An earthen yellow magic circle was set up over the small pile of resources, and Li Xiuman focused intently on its creation. Next, Li Xiuman activated the core of the maze, injecting power into the golem. An exaggerated skeleton grows within the golem. The forces of both sides work together, influence each other, and create. Final. Remli the Skull. LV23. Swordsman. Swordsmanship LV3, Bone Transformation LV3, Might LV3, Hardened Bone LV3, Resilience LV3, Fire Attachment LV3, Swiftness LV2, Melee LV2, Elemental Resistance LV2, Bone Hyperplasia LV1, Flame Devouring LV1. Bone Deterioration. A special type of monster that exists in the Bone Dungeon, incredibly strong and with amazing defense, a dangerous reaper. Before them stood a massive skeleton clad in dark red armor, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. In each of his hands he held a crimson sword, the blades burning hot as if invisible flames were burning on them. On its head are a pair of horns that signify its special species status. A combination of a skeleton and a golem. The armor and dual swords are not actually outside the skeleton, but rather they grow together with the skeleton, becoming part of it. So strong! With you here, I feel at ease. You must defend the underground city. After giving the order, Li Xiuman continued his research on teleportation magic, determined to leave no matter what. Otherwise, they will be attacked sooner or later. Chapter 84. The first couple of guests in the Skull Dungeon. An earthquake. In a remote village, the ground shook violently, causing the villagers working there to shout in alarm. They all ran to an open space. The earthquake did not subside, instead, it intensified. A colossal stone tower burst forth from the earth in the distance, soaring into the clouds, its top hidden from view. Even these uneducated villagers recognized what the tower was. City Landmark Tower. City Landmark Tower! A new dungeon has appeared here. Is the countdown over? Li Xiuman looked at the countdown timer on the panel and became alert. I'm about to be conquered. Li Xiuman took out the underground city core and looked at the reflection in the crystal ball. There are no adventurer guides yet. It seems that my dungeon has just opened for business, and it will take some time to attract customers. This is a good thing. Li Xiuman didn't want his dungeon to be an instant hit as soon as it opened. This kind of thing can be fatal. To be discovered later, to be discovered later. Li Xiuman prayed silently. At the same time, he also seized the time to learn the magical knowledge in the memory crystal, hoping to upgrade it to level 3 as soon as possible, then learn teleportation magic and leave this awful place sooner. At this moment, he had almost learned all the knowledge related to second-tier magic and the sixth-tier mage's memory crystal. It seems that as the points increase, not only the magical power within him, but also the intensity of his magic will increase. The hidden magical talent also seems to be improving along with the improvement of one's mental state. Therefore, Li Xiuman is learning third-order magic from the memory crystal. Although he currently lacks the ability to cast third-tier magic, learning the theory of third-tier magic in advance would be entirely beneficial for him. It's just that it's difficult to learn. Just as Li Xiuman was learning the crucial moment, a bright light flashed in the memory crystal. Li Xiuman was immediately drawn to the projection of the first layer in the memory crystal. At this moment, the underground city began its first activity. 2 strong adventurers entered the dungeon. The level is not high, only level 8. There's no need to worry about these kinds of small fry. Li Xiuman breathed a sigh of relief. He's afraid of those high-level players who are dozens of levels high and suddenly dominate the dungeon, making him their prey. However, from the perspective of the dungeon boss, observing the invaders conquering their own dungeon. Once you get used to this setup, it's actually quite fun. Under Li Xiuman's watchful eye, the 2 adventurers took out a map and began their exploration while sketching it. Soon, the 2 adventurers encountered the first-tier monsters, low-level skeletons at level 1. It was solved easily. Li Xiuman watched as the 2 guys explored and easily dealt with the low-level skeletons, but soon lost interest. An opponent of this caliber is not worth wasting time observing. Instead of wasting this time, we should continue learning magic and hurry up and leave. Li Xiuman knew clearly that this underground city only had 23 floors. They won't be defeated for long by truly high-level adventurers and adventurer parties. At that time, given my current weak state, I definitely won't be able to withstand it. Make the most of your time to develop. Is this new dungeon mainly populated by skeleton-type monsters? It seems that blunt weapons are more advantageous for exploring this dungeon. You need to bring a light priest to defeat the boss. Inside the underground city, 2 burly men explored and recorded their observations. As everyone knows, skeletons are most afraid of blunt weapon damage and holy light. Li Xiuman, who was secretly observing. It seems I can't let you go this time. Although Li Xiuman had previously compensated for his weakness of blunt weapon critical strikes with his superior physique. But the holy light was something he had always been afraid of. Unfortunately, being a skeleton race, being weak to holy light is something that cannot be avoided. Moreover, with his pitiful 2 points of physical constitution, he has little resistance to blunt weapons. However, skeletons also have their advantages, such as high resistance to arrows and sharp weapons, making them difficult to seriously injure. Hearing that these guys were going to bring in the light priests, whom he feared most, Li Xiuman couldn't stand it anymore. Etc. If we let these 2 first-come first-served guys die here, wouldn't that send a message to the outside world that this place is dangerous? Li Xiuman didn't want to attract the attention of a big shot and wake up covered in sweat the next morning. So, these 2 guys are both someone you can kill and someone you can't kill. I'm so conflicted. Li Xiuman finally decided to give up her ulterior motives. Let them be the priests of light. Let's find a dirty trick and kill them first. Thinking of this, Li Xiuman somewhat gave up and buried himself in the ocean of knowledge. The knowledge of third-tier magic is something that a typical second-tier mage would have no chance of understanding. However, thanks to his spiritual points far exceeding those of his peers, coupled with the blessing of unclear, Li Xiuman managed to master several third-tier spells during this period. However, due to the limitations of his rank, he was unable to use third-tier magic. This is due to substandard hardware. However, the few third-tier spells he mastered greatly improved Li Xiuman's magical proficiency. He could sense that he was not far away. A week has passed since the dungeon opened. As more and more adventurers joined, the dungeon had already been conquered up to the 8th floor. Through the secret observation of the underground city, Li Xiuman also learned that his underground city had been given a nice name. It's called the White Bone Tomb. Please slow down. 1 floor a day? You guys don't grind like this. This dungeon only has 23 floors. It can't withstand your rampage like this. Li Xiuman watched as the dungeon was conquered layer by layer. It's something I see, and it pains me deeply. At this rate, in less than a month, these hardcore gamers will be able to push open their own doors and knock their own heads off. We need to find a way to hinder them. Li Xiuman took out the core of the underground city and rearranged the 8-layered maze that had already been conquered. This will also slow down their exploration a bit. But that's not enough. Li Xiuman looked at the dungeon core in his hand, currently exploring the first few fortresses. These are the guys who sleep less than 6 hours a day. Aside from sleeping, I spend my time exploring dungeons. Moreover, their levels are quite high, the highest one is level 20. Fortunately, the monsters in this dungeon are all skeletons, so they can't be hunted for food. This forced them to bring their own food, and the regular transport of food slowed down their exploration. Therefore, these model workers must be arrested and severely tortured. Li Xiuman held the core of the dungeon in one hand and a magic wand in the other. Teleport! They were precisely teleported to the back of the guy who was doing the walkthrough on the 8th floor. Who? Your grandfather! The wand struck with pinpoint accuracy. That mere brightness ritual is as fragile as a crispy shell. Take a hit from me. It had no effect whatsoever. Holy crap, I forgot about power too. Chapter 85 The skeletons must be illuminated with holy light. Seeing the wand bounce back, Li Xiuman realized something was wrong. Damn it, I'm used to being overwhelmed by strength, and I haven't fought in a while, so I haven't been able to adjust yet. Holy light! The priest of light reacted quickly and unleashed a holy light at Li Xiuman. This startled Li Xiuman so much that she trembled. Holy light suddenly shone down. However, nothing's wrong. It was even a little bit enjoyable. What happened? What are the weaknesses of your own holy light? It seems that it was being blocked by the death force within its own body? This holy light can dispel the power of death within one's body. Li Xiuman was overjoyed. I've finally found a way to dispel the death energy within me. It should be noted that it was this corrupting force of death that caused his physique and strength to plummet to a pitiful 2 points. How is this possible? They withstood the holy light head-on. The priest of light was greatly alarmed. But Li Xiuman wasn't going to give him that chance. He raised his wand and began experimenting with new necromancy. Second-tier magic, skeleton hand. Click, click. With a cracking sound, countless white bones emerged from the air and reached for the priest of light. The priest of light quickly cast the holy light. Li Xiuman quickly sidled up to him, pleading for the holy light to shine upon him. The priest of light had never seen a skeleton begging for holy light before. Goddess of light, what has happened to this world? Then, Li Xiuman began to flirt with the priest of light, shamelessly basking in the holy light. Li Xiuman only stopped when the holy light of the priest was completely drained. His bones, corroded and pitted all over, sizzled and emitted wisps of faint black smoke, indicating that his physical condition had recovered somewhat. Squeezing a level 20 priest of light dry only increases their constitution by 1 point. After enjoying the feeling of physical recovery for a while, Li Xiuman looked at the priest of light, who was drained and sprawled out like a lump, with lingering satisfaction. That's it, all show and no substance, a silver-plated spearhead. She was drained like this after just one time. However, since he is currently the highest-ranking priest of light in this dungeon, let's take him back to the cave for now and continue to exploit him. Golem creation. With a wave of his wand, he effortlessly conjured a yellowish-brown golem magic circle. For Li Xiuman, who had been diligently studying third-tier magic during this period, the speed at which this level of magic array could open was greatly improved. Carry him on your back. Li Xiuman gave orders to the gorilla-like, hastily trained golem. Gorum roughly picked up the priest of light, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and stared at Li Xiuman without moving. Li Xiuman lifted the core of the underground city. Teleport. They were moved together to the boss room at the deepest part of the labyrinth. Originally, Li Xiuman had planned to take down the other guys who were also having a great time, but now that he had finally found a great treasure, he didn't care about the others anymore. This is my hope for regaining my strength and physique. I need to study it carefully. The power of death that he had no way to overcome could actually be dispelled by holy light. I don't know how much time has passed. The priest of light slowly opened his eyes. He remembered encountering a terrifying skeleton in the dungeon, then being toyed with until he was exhausted and passed out. I'm not dead? He looked around frantically, trying to move, but he couldn't move at all. He then realized that he was bound to the stone wall, his hands and feet were tied to the rocks, and his mouth was stuffed with a stone ball, making it impossible for him to even chant. Not far in front of him, the eerie and terrifying skeleton was reading a book. By the goddess of light, how can a heretic like a skeleton be reading a book? What's wrong with this world? You're awake? The pockmarked, black skeleton stood up and walked over, emanating a terrifying, decaying aura. As if he were the embodiment of death, fear made him tremble uncontrollably. Don't worry, I just want you to do me a favor. With a wave of his hand, the stone ball in the skeleton's mouth turned into dust, filling his mouth with sand. He spat out, fear preventing him from uttering the correct syllables. Don't be afraid, what's your name? Jack. Very good, Jack. Next, heed my command, chant, and then send holy light upon me. Take your time. Jack was trembling all over. What the hell is this damn skeleton trying to do? They actually made him obey this heretic and chant the name of the goddess of light. Blasphemy. This is blasphemy against the goddess. Great and generous goddess of light, descend upon me the holy light that surrounds you. Holy light poured down on Li Xiuman's head. A crackling sound came from his bones again, and wisps of black energy floated out from his body. But this time, Li Xiuman, who was prepared, did not let the black mist drift away. Based on the description on the panel, this thing is probably called Death Aura. Li Xiuman wouldn't let such a good item, which had almost reduced his panel attributes to 0, disappear so easily. He used magic to reclaim the power of death. But the black aura, like sulfuric acid, corroded his magic, trying to escape. Li Xiuman quickly took out a precious red-faced square gold piece, intending to store the power of death inside it. Even the red-faced, gold-plated object made a sizzling sound, leaving a black hole. Even the red-faced gold was corroded. This is just a small wisp. How could the power of death, which tainted his once fair body into black charcoal, not kill him outright? Even if Li Xiuman was confident, he wouldn't dare compare his original 41-point physique to a rare mineral like the red-faced square gold. Is it because the skeleton race has abnormally high death resistance? Li Xiuman couldn't help but speculate. After all, skeletons are, strictly speaking, dead beings, which is why they have such high resistance to death. In addition, his high 41 points of physique and the 2 additional points of physique he received at the crucial moment allowed him to maintain a delicate balance and avoid immediate death. From this perspective, it seems that the best place to store this power of death is one's own body. However, he must expel this deathly force as soon as possible, otherwise, in less than 20 days, his skeletal frame will not be able to hold on and will completely decay and die. Looking at the silent skeleton in front of him, Jack didn't know whether to continue chanting or what to do. Li Xiuman finally placed his hopes on his ribbed sword. The ribbed sword improved with each upgrade, and also absorbed some of the power from the right and left arm bones. In terms of materials, there has been a significant improvement. Furthermore, the devouring and adaptability generated by the mutation of this rib might give it a chance to devour some of the power of death. Although now riddled with holes and corroded by the power of death, it is obedient, silent, and dares not move. However, Li Xiuman believed that as long as it sees the opportunity, it would definitely not be content with being so bumpy, obedient, and silent. So, Li Xiuman broke off the pitted and uneven rib sword. "Keep chanting for me, for this rib." Li Xiuman will use holy light to awaken the stubbornness of this rib, making it stand firm again and continue to devour everything. In short, once something enters his body, there's no way it can escape. Mine, mine, all mine. Chapter 86: The Skull Transplant Surgery. Great, holy light! Jack had no idea how many times he had sung the song. He kept summoning beams of holy light, which made him feel extremely humiliated. This is blasphemy against the goddess of light. To use the holy light of the goddess of light to do such a thing, heretical, despicable heresy. Jack was drained dry again. Li Xiuman looked at the pitted and uneven ribbed sword in his hand, which had turned from pitch black to gray. Perhaps the remaining power of death had penetrated too deeply, and the holy light was no longer able to dispel the death power of the ribbed sword. Li Xiuman was somewhat frustrated. He couldn't wait to see the ribbed sword unleash its power and devour energy as it had before. Even the holy light of the goddess of light isn't very effective. Li Xiuman was somewhat frustrated. In short, the priest of light in front of him was too weak, and the goddess didn't give him any more holy light. "You little fish, you're not devout. Could you be a little more devout? Maybe the goddess of light can give you a stronger holy light." Li Xiuman spoke earnestly to Jack. Jack bit his lip and didn't say anything. "Tell me, a priest of light, you're not even devout enough to the goddess, what use are you? How can you do this to your goddess?" However, this guy is really hopeless and we need to think of other ways. We need to find a way to restore the rib sword to its original state. After all, the current rib sword is too broken, which may be the reason why it has not absorbed the power of death. However, in his current state, Li Xiuman is unable to reconnect the rib sword and restore its damaged parts. Now that the rib sword is connected to this huge dye vat, it will undoubtedly be dyed black again. Wait a minute, my thinking is too narrow. Li Xiuman looked at Jack. Since the rib sword cannot be connected to oneself to restore itself, what about connecting it to someone else? Jack is a level 20 priest of light, a devout follower of the goddess. His body is filled with the power of holy light, making him the perfect recipient for transplantation. It can not only dispel the power of death from one's own ribs, but also help repair the damage to the rib sword. However, it might be backfired by the death power on the rib sword. However, since he is a follower of the goddess, the holy light within him should suppress the backlash to some extent. Exhausted, Jack seemed to sense Li Xiuman's dangerous gaze and looked over fearfully. Li Xiuman really wanted to return a friendly smile. But since it's a skeleton, it's difficult for it to make a smiling expression. To perform a transplant on this guy, Li Xiuman needs an assistant. "Wait a moment, I'll be back soon." Li Xiuman raised his hand, and the stone ball was shoved back into Jack's mouth to stop him from chanting. Then, they retrieved the dungeon core and teleported to other levels. Upon seeing Li Xiuman disappear and realizing the danger, Jack, filled with terror, struggled frantically. But no matter how much he prayed to the goddess of light, it had no effect. In the empty space, only his panting echoed. Not long after, Li Xiuman returned. This time, he brought back a trembling female adventurer. Judging from his attire, he appears to be a life priest. "Don't come any closer, heretic!" The priest waved his staff, looking at Li Xiuman in horror. "Sometimes it's important to understand the situation." Li Xiuman raised his wand, and the two golems beside him easily subdued the priest. "What's your name?" "Heretic, let me go!" The female pastor struggled frantically. Without further ado, Golem crushed the female priest's shoulder.
From now on, if you want to live, do as I say. What's your name? Li Xiuman looked at the female pastor whose face was contorted in pain, and who was crying uncontrollably, and asked again. Li Xiuman, who debuted in the succubus world, has always been immune to women. E.Tiff Doyle. Yudif responded, enduring the pain. Very good. Li Xiuman gestured for Gorham to release Yudif, and then said. It seems we still have opportunities to cooperate. Now it's time to test your professional skills. Heal your injuries. Yudif slumped to the ground, her right shoulder caved in, and her entire arm lay limply to the side. Yudif trembled with fear. Meanwhile, Jack, who was watching from the sidelines, was filled with fear. This guy is a complete demon, what should we do to him? Wah! He struggled frantically, hissing as he spoke. Upon hearing this sound, Yudif trembled even more violently, and with trembling hands she raised her staff and aimed it at her crushed shoulder. By the goddess of abundance, have mercy on your poor believer! Basic healing. A green magic circle opened, emitting a faint glow that enveloped Yudif's shoulders. Then, after 3 more low-level healing spells, Yudif's shoulder slowly returned to normal. But judging from his movements, he still seems a bit clumsy. Very good, you did a great job. Li Xiuman praised Yudif. Yudif lowered her head, remaining silent and looking at Li Xiuman with disapproval, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. It's okay. Just do as I say, and I won't hurt you. Come over. He led Yudif toward the bound Jack. As the terrifying skeleton drew ever closer, the stench of decay and death made it hard for Jack to breathe. It was as if death itself was drawing closer, not the skeletons. Seeing Jack unable to move and filled with fear, Yudif trembled even more violently. She seemed to have already foreseen her own end. Sir, what do you want me to do? Yudif was now obedient, a stark contrast to the guy who had previously called her a heretic. Next, all you need to do is keep him from dying. Li Xiuman spoke in a kind tone, but the words that terrified the two of them. Jack struggled desperately, trying to speak, but Li Xiuman made no move to remove the stone ball from his mouth. 2 golems stood on either side of Yudif, causing Yudif to tremble even more violently, without any intention of resisting. This pleased Li Xiuman. In that case, the transplant surgery can be performed directly. However, Jack needs to be mentally prepared before the transplant surgery. Jack, hang in there. I don't want you to die like this. You should pray earnestly to the goddess of light so that her holy light may surround you. As she spoke, Li Xiuman began to undress Jack, took out a sharp knife, and pointed it at Jack's chest. The conditions are tough, and there's no anesthesia. Please bear with it for now. Puff! Wah! The sharp blade sliced through flesh, and blood gushed out. Jack stared wide-eyed, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he wanted to crush the stone ball in his mouth. Chapter 87. The skeleton is about to be conquered. To stop the bleeding. Li Xiuman spoke calmly. Yes. Terrified, Yudif dared not resist in the slightest. In her mind, the skeleton had become a complete demon. A cruel demon who toys with humanity. The bleeding was stopped by magic. Separating the flesh and blood revealed sections of stark white ribs. Li Xiuman aimed at one of them and cut it off in one swift motion. Then he aimed the rib sword at the gap and launched the attack. Instantly, the rib sword connected with Jack's ribs, and a terrifying power of death spread from the connection point to his entire body. Jack straightened up abruptly, his muscles tensing, his eyes blazing with fury. Cure! Li Xiuman quickly issued the order. Yudif, who was already terrified, did not hesitate to use her healing ability. Jack's wounds began to heal little by little, and the rib sword that was connected to it also gradually recovered its pitted and dented edges under the power of magic. Li Xiuman began to observe Jack's condition. Jack's body began to shrivel up little by little, as if accelerating the aging process. The power of death was constantly corroding his body, causing his vitality to decline rapidly. However, the holy light within him was also restraining this deathly force,
preventing him from dying directly. Keep treating, don't stop! Healing magic was continuously applied to Jack, but it only slightly slowed down the aging process. Wrinkles began to appear on his body, and his hair gradually turned white. It was as if time had pressed the speed-up button on his body. This terrified Yudif even more, forcing her to cast the spell with her eyes closed. She felt that Jack today would be her tomorrow. The aging process stopped when age spots appeared on Jack's body. The ribbed sword, too, was healed, and its pitted and uneven edges were restored. Jack's body began to undergo strange changes. His skin became increasingly pale, as if the blood in his body was disappearing, and he shriveled up. Li Xiuman quickly sensed something was wrong, slashed open Jack's chest with a knife, and pulled out the ribbed sword. This guy can't get into trouble, otherwise where would we find such a useful priest of light? As expected, the ribbed sword that had been pulled out had regained its ability to devour, greedily consuming the remaining blood. Cure him. Seeing that the ribbed sword had regained its devouring power, Li Xiuman breathed a sigh of relief and gave orders to Yudif. With a pale face, Yudif squeezed out all the remaining magic power in her body and cast a healing spell. Jack was a completely different person from before. His hair was gray, his face was covered with wrinkles and age spots, and he was listless. He looked as if he had aged decades. But he's still alive. As long as he's alive and can continue to extract holy light from others, Li Xiuman doesn't care about appearances. Li Xiuman focused his attention on the ribbed sword. The ribbed sword had now returned to its original white color, with blood-like patterns on it. Li Xiuman dared not reconnect the ribbed sword to his body. With the overwhelming power of death emanating from him now, if the ribbed sword is thrust back in, he'll probably be back to square one. Now, all we need to do is extract the power of death little by little using holy light, and then feed it to the ribbed sword. Keep an eye on him, don't let him die. Li Xiuman tossed the sentence to Yudif and then shrank back to the side, pulling out the memory crystal to study third-tier magic knowledge. Having found a way to restore the three-dimensional structure, and also being able to get this hateful power of death for free, Li Xiuman felt a little better. I hope there will be more of this kind of smooth sailing. For example, upgrading to level 3. Li Xiuman felt that they were very close. He's just one step away from level 3, and he could break through with a single poke. But this final push is the most difficult. It needs a little stimulation to make him ejaculate all at once. Third-tier magical knowledge cannot provide this kind of stimulation. Li Xiuman set his sights on the fourth-order magic model. The fourth-tier magic model was a little better than the last one for him, but it still looked like a book from heaven. Once he understands even a little bit, the stimulation he receives will definitely allow him to break through level 3 in one fell swoop. Currently, the memory crystal contains 2 fourth-order magic models. Roar of the Wind Dragon and Spear of Judgment of Flames. The latter is a bit more complicated. Li Xiuman showed no interest in challenging anything complex. He unhesitatingly focused his attention on the Roar of the Wind Dragon. Even the relatively simple ones were difficult for Li Xiuman to understand. He could only resort to a clumsy method, enduring mental exhaustion and headaches, selecting the simplest parts, and drawing them again and again. To survive, to escape this wretched underground city. The adjustments to the dungeon labyrinth have been effective. The changes in the labyrinth's terrain have left the adventurer team, who were heading back to replenish their supplies, completely bewildered. They had to resort to methods to redraw the map, which greatly delayed things and gave Li Xiuman more breathing room. Li Xiuman continued studying the Roar of the Wind Dragon magic model until Jack woke up, at which point he put down the memory crystal and the manuscript. Continue to cast holy light upon me. Li Xiuman looked at the distraught Jack. Jack stared blankly at Li Xiuman, his pupils slowly focusing. He really wanted to have the guts to say, "Kill me." But he was also afraid that the skeleton would actually kill him. After a moment of silence, he began to chant the goddess's name. "Goddess, send down your holy light and destroy this demon." Under the holy light, a wisp of death power emanated from Li Xiuman's body with a sizzling sound. Li Xiuman swiftly channeled the power of death into the ribbed sword. A sizzling sound came from the ribbed sword, leaving a black scar. The power of devouring was activated, struggling to absorb this wisp of death power. It moves extremely slowly. Unless you observe carefully, you might not even notice it devouring anything. When it first absorbed the power from the remains of the previous owner of the frozen sword, its efficiency wasn't this ridiculously low. At this point, the material of the ribbed sword had been greatly improved, and it was only absorbing a wisp of death power. However, Li Xiuman was also well aware of the nature of his own ribbed sword. The ribbed sword possesses adaptability. As it absorbs more and more death power, its adaptability will increase accordingly. Take your time. Li Xiuman sat to the side, waiting for the ribbed sword to devour the wisp of death power, and continued to study the magic model. It took half a day for the ribbed sword to absorb the power of death. He quickly got up and went to Jack. Continue. The second ray of holy light. Another wisp of death power was forced out and quickly thrown into the ribbed sword, which continued to devour it. However, the speed at which it was devoured this time was at least within the range of what the naked eye could see. It took half a day. The third ray of holy light. This absorption took only about 2 hours. The fourth and fifth rays of holy light. He forced out 2 strands of death energy and threw them into the ribbed sword at the same time. The ribbed sword was devouring things faster and faster, and Li Xiuman's research on the magic model was also making progress little by little. But Li Xiuman was not happy. On the first floor of the dungeon, an adventurer party composed entirely of level 20 and above second-tier professionals stepped in. Half of the team consisted of pure light priests. There is also a pack crew responsible for resupplying the team. This person rushed in with the sole purpose of conquering themselves. Damn it, if I don't try harder, I'm really going to get taken down. Chapter 88: What to do about the skeleton boss. As the power of death gradually dissipates, Li Xiuman's current 3 dimensions have reached. Strength 4. Physical condition 6. This is a classic case of being completely dominated and beaten. Although he has now acquired a new necromancer class. This is a good thing. But this also brought him one step closer to becoming a pure mage. Dual mage classes, adding more magic to magic. To avoid being captured, Li Xiuman endured her mental exhaustion and accelerated her learning of magic models. Until a day later. My tired mind was instantly restored, the world seemed to become clearer, and my memory and comprehension increased again. The magical knowledge I've been cramming on lately seems to have been automatically integrated and arranged in my mind. A large amount of originally obscure magical knowledge suddenly became easy to understand. I see. I'm gradually coming to understand everything. With his confidence greatly boosted, Li Xiuman couldn't wait to continue studying the magic model. As expected, I still couldn't understand it. Okay, let's leave the issue of being overly ambitious for now. After all, he's a level 23 bone spirit. However, when it comes to studying the most basic parts of the magic model, I no longer feel headaches or mental exhaustion. This direct improvement thrilled Li Xiuman. Perhaps he really will be able to inscribe magic runes on his magic circle before becoming a 4th-tier mage. Li Xiuman stood up. Perhaps because this upgrade was at a higher level, he found himself to have much better control over his body. This feeling is just like when I first acquired the skill. However, the improvement was not as exaggerated as when it was obtained. Is the increased control a hidden intelligence attribute? Li Xiuman didn't think much of it, and focused his attention on the ribbed sword. The details of the ribbed sword are clearly visible. It seems that my eyesight has also improved to some extent. The ribbed sword's absorption speed has increased several times compared to the initial speed. Everything is moving in a positive direction. But without this underground city, everything else is just empty talk. With that in mind, Li Xiuman opened the Skull's magic book and continued studying teleportation magic. If it were only this magic circle, Li Xiuman would naturally not have been able to develop teleportation magic. However, with the teleportation ability of the dungeon core, Li Xiuman is now able to gradually understand the principles of teleportation magic. After thoroughly studying the incomplete teleportation magic circle, Li Xiuman was in a bad mood. The situation is very bad. This magic circle seems to only allow one-way teleportation. Moreover, it's not complete. The damaged parts are very likely the ones that were teleported to the White Bear City dungeon. A new teleportation magic circle must be designed to have any chance of teleporting back. And Li Xiuman is now a half-baked amateur. Ultimately, she wasn't capable enough and couldn't escape the fate of being captured. No, there is still a chance. Since the current buffs aren't enough, let's upgrade it to level 3. With the addition of these 2 auxiliary skills, it might actually be possible to research and develop a teleportation magic circle that allows for reverse teleportation. With the current buffs, plus the mining wolves he previously dismantled, he has a chance to upgrade it to level 3. Having determined the method, Li Xiuman did not delay any longer. He took out the parts of the mining wolf and began to study and research them. At the same time, he also has a large amount of molten iron as materials for experiments, which can quickly improve his level. At worst, we can use the red-faced gold as experimental material and spend money to level up. This waste made Li Xiuman feel heartbroken and suffocated. There's no other way. Surviving is the most important thing. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to survive. What's the point of having so many materials? Are we going to eat them? Your own life is always the most important thing. Li Xiuman used the dungeon core to observe the progress of the raiding team. It's no wonder they're a team of level 20 and above. They've already cleared the 8th floor in just one day. As for the maze, these guys came straight over and started tearing the house apart. Once they decided on a direction, they started smashing it with hammers. How dare you be so rude in someone else's home? Li Xiuman saw it all and was furious. He could only channel his grief and anger into motivation, desperately learning about golems based on the parts of the mining wolf, and creating golems. At the same time, the large number of golems produced can also give the raiding team a surprise. A week passed just like that. Finally, we made it up! Feeling his intelligence rising, Li Xiuman quickly pulled out the Skull's magic book and began studying teleportation magic. The raid team has now reached floor 18, and Li Xiuman must hurry. A slight inspiration came to mind. He quickly followed his inspiration and began to draw, gradually sketching out an obscure and complex magic circle. It wasn't that Li Xiuman had mastered teleportation magic. This is just a poor imitation, only capable of one-way teleportation to the underground city of White Bear City. That means you can only be teleported to the dungeon of White Bear City. Learning by analogy is not so easy, so this is just plagiarism, and even plagiarism itself is not necessarily good. 3 days later, Li Xiuman started drawing on the ground with blood. As for where the blood came from, in short, it didn't come from Li Xiuman. If there were better materials, Li Xiuman really didn't want to use blood to draw magic circles. A pitch-black skeleton smeared blood on the ground. That was just too villainous. No, I'm wrong again! Li Xiuman, who had drawn a wrong spot, couldn't help but stomp her foot and walk towards the 2 adorable lambs. I have no choice but to ask you for help again. Li Xiuman walked toward Jack and Yudif. The latter trembled, his face filled with fear. During this time, they felt as if they had entered hell, and as if they could, they wished it was just a nightmare. Bang! A loud bang. The heavy door was pushed open. The adventurer team rushed in and looked at Li Xiuman. Li Xiuman also turned his head and looked at the adventurer team. Jack and Yudif, on the other hand, showed expressions of relief and excitement. It's finally here. Their hope has finally arrived. Li Xiuman reacted quickly, sinking the 2 men underground and hiding them. Then, without saying a word, he looked at the adventurer team. Judging from the time, these guys have indeed almost reached this level. In short, just pretend to be a normal boss for now. What a normal boss should do, well, let's just shout it out first. Roar! Chapter 89 The Skull and the Snap of a Finger.
It really is a skeleton-type boss. Heavily armored warriors advance to draw aggro, light priests stay behind, archers provide protection. The adventurer party quickly formed a formation. Li Xiuman watched as the adventurer team formed their ranks and figured it was about time. He stopped yelling and raised his hand. First tier magic, summon skeleton! With a sharp roar, a dark magic circle opened, and a skeleton burst out of it, charging towards the adventurer party. Necromancer skeleton! Use holy light to counter it, and the swordsman will ambush it from behind. I understand now, the swordsman ambushed me from behind. Golem! Li Xiuman quickly raised his hand, and one after another, golems disguised as stones rushed out and surrounded him. The remaining golems charged toward the adventurer party. How can there be so many golems? The captain of the light priests was shocked, and quickly adjusted his tactics, withdrawing some of his forces to protect the light priests. Second-tier magic, storm lava lance! 3 layers of dazzling magic circles unfolded in the air as the wand was raised. For Li Xiuman now, he has completely mastered the second-tier 3 attribute mixed magic. How can he have elemental mage skills? Get out of the way! The adventurer team, wary of Li Xiuman's use of necromancy, had no idea that the skeleton would counter with a mixed elemental spell. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. The massive rock spear, wreathed in flames, pierced through a heavily armored warrior in an instant. A heavy armored soldier was ambushed and killed. The enemy has 6 remaining. Surrounded by golems, dodging the holy light, Li Xiuman skillfully threw out a barrage of fireballs. The adventurer party tried to hide. Golem and the skeleton quickly moved forward, blocking their retreat. Holy light barrier! The priests of light waved their staffs, creating a barrier of holy light that blocked the large fireballs and exploded into bursts of smoke. Second-tier magic, created by the skeleton warrior. The black magic circle opened again, and a swordsman skeleton clad in tattered armor was summoned to join the battle. May the holy light protect you! Holy light surged forth once more, enveloping the members of the adventurers' party in a radiant glow. In an instant, the adventurers switched to an offensive strategy in one-on-one combat, focusing solely on attack and not on defense, with their attacks being blocked by the holy light. Don't get bogged down, attack the skeleton king's main body! Upon hearing this, Li Xiuman quickly shrank back into the pile of golems. Damn it, if my stamina and strength hadn't been reduced, I would have already charged in with my wand. Li Xiuman hid tightly in the pile of golems, quietly casting spells without ever showing himself. This left the adventurer team, who wanted to seize the opportunity to break the deadlock, at a loss. They had never encountered such a difficult boss before. It was as if they could understand what they were saying. Li Xiuman is still waiting. Waiting for his trump card, which he'll invest heavily in. Not long after, the sound of rushing footsteps came from the direction of the boss room door. A powerful-looking skeleton clad in armor and sporting horns charged in. Your Majesty, I have arrived too late to save you. My dear minister, you've finally arrived. Beat these bastards to death. Seeing the skeleton golem he had spent a fortune to create, hiding inside the golem, and not daring to show its face, Li Xiuman felt a great sense of relief. How can there be a special species? The adventurer team hurriedly tried to retreat, but by then they were already sandwiched between 2 packs of cheese. Li Xiuman's meticulously crafted skeleton golem wielded twin flaming swords, effortlessly slicing through a back row light priest. The adventurer party was thrown into chaos. Knowing that the situation was hopeless, they wanted to retreat. Li Xiuman was not about to let the enemy have his way. In a flash, a decision was made. The golem army launched a full-scale attack, with their general, skeleton golem, holding the pass against all odds, refusing to let anyone pass. With sweeping, powerful attacks, the enemy general was prevented from advancing even a single step. The enemy general was greatly alarmed. Seeing that the situation was not good, he had a sudden inspiration and decided to take a risky move. They suddenly turned their attention to Li Xiuman, leading a swordsman and a priest of light. At this moment,
Li Xiuman had no golems left under his command, leaving the central gate wide open, which could be considered the only way out of this deadly formation. The closer the enemy general gets, the happier I feel. But Li Xiuman was no incompetent man. He had already come up with a plan and summoned a skeleton to trap the swordsman. They feigned a retreat to lure the enemy general in. As expected, the enemy general rushed forward to attack Li Xiuman, unaware that he had entered a deadly formation. The enemy general then shouted for the goddess of light. A blinding holy light poured down upon Li Xiuman. The outcome was decided in an instant. Seeing that Li Xiuman had not retreated, the enemy general was overjoyed, thinking to himself, "This skeleton is doomed." But the holy light faded. The skeleton showed no signs of weakness. On the contrary, it seemed extremely comfortable. Upon seeing this, the enemy general's expression changed constantly. He shouted, "We've fallen into their trap!" Having defeated the adventurer party, Li Xiuman's level successfully increased to LV24. But then his expression changed. As expected, two forces came from both arms, and at the same time, the death energy throughout his body seemed to boil. In his current state, he is far from being able to withstand the forces from both sides. Moreover, with the death energy emanating from his body, these two forces have suddenly broken the balance, and will undoubtedly kill him instantly. Without hesitation, he added his free attribute points to his physique, barely managing to stop his body from completely collapsing. Then, disregarding everything else, he tried to tear both arms off his body. With this pull, Li Xiuman realized that her two arms were firmly attached to her body and could not be pulled off at all. He increased his strength, but the next moment, a deep, soul-piercing pain made him stop. He instinctively sensed that if he forcibly tore off those two arms, it would cause him irreversible damage. Was it because of the successive upgrades that these two arms became connected to his soul? It seems that the energy inside must be completely digested before it can be cut off. Li Xiuman had to think of other methods. He pulled out the skull spell book and found the new spells that had been deciphered from the teleportation magic circle in the past few days. Block the magic. Special magic that's pretty useless. But at this point, they had no choice but to try anything, so they waved their wands, aimed at the arm bone, and cast a blocking spell. A jet black magic circle was imprinted on the two arm bones, firmly locking in the energy within. The restless energy within the arm bone finally calmed down, but it continued to impact the magic circle. It seems this method won't last long either. Li Xiuman lay on the ground, struggling to hold on and waiting for the deathly power that had been coursing through his body to subside. While we were waiting, the ground started shaking for some unknown reason. As if he had just thought of something, Li Xiuman took out the core of the underground city. So, the number of levels in this maze is related to my level? The dungeon has become 24 levels. His boss's room has also dropped to the 24th floor. Chapter 90: The Skeleton's Teleportation Successfully. The dungeon floor number was the same as his own level. Perhaps this underground city will have other uses in the future. For example, using it as their own base. No, how could I, a righteous skeleton, use the adjective lair? It should be the headquarters of the Skull of Justice. Although this dungeon is currently considered relatively easy to conquer. However, as your level increases, this dungeon will eventually become impregnable. Moreover, there will be a constant stream of adventurers entering the dungeon to farm experience points, which will be mobile experience points. However, this is on the premise that you can freely enter and exit this dungeon. Li Xiuman looted the bodies of the adventurer squad on the ground. They plundered over 200 gold coins and several sets of magical armor. However, not a single magical item was found. They're really poor. He muttered to himself as he put the armor into his storage space. However, news of this adventure team's demise here will eventually spread. Time has become even more pressing. The squad in front of them consisted entirely of level 20 or higher second-tier professionals. If they died here now, it would attract the attention of people outside sooner or later. By then, even stronger adventurers will definitely come to conquer the area. Thinking of this, Li Xiuman became even more anxious. The development of the teleportation magic circle needs to be accelerated. As he thought this, he raised his wand and pointed it at the corpse on the ground.
Second-tier magic, created by the undead.
A black magic circle, filled with an ominous aura, opened up and enveloped the corpses on the ground as if devouring them. Then, from within the pitch-black magic circle, a viscous, mud-like liquid flowed out, engulfing the corpses on the ground. Then, the corpses on the ground twitched and stood up again, their skin turning a pale, almost blackish color.
Necromantic magic is really useful.
Li Xiuman looked at the undead scattered on the ground and nodded in satisfaction.
Go defend the underground city, and eliminate all invaders.
Li Xiuman gave the order and handed the guys their original weapons. The undead staggered as they picked up their original weapons and